Before we dive into this amazing novel, a quick shout out. If you're enjoying these audiobooks, you can support the author and help bring more incredible content. Your support makes a huge difference. The link is in the description. Check it out. Now let's begin. Under a star-strewn sky, in the heart of a vast, endless ocean, a small island lay quietly shrouded in trees. At its shore, where the waves lapped gently against the sand, a thin, pale boy sat motionless. His clothes were tattered and clung to his emaciated frame, and his sunken eyes reflected a mixture of disbelief and exhaustion. He looked no older than 15. Beside him stood a strange creature, no taller than a child's knee, its form hidden beneath a layer of pure black feathers. In the dim light, it blended into the shadows, its shape almost imperceptible if not for the faint shimmer of moonlight reflecting off its feathers. With a trembling hand, the boy reached out. His fingers hovered midair for a heartbeat before finally touching the creature. A sigh escaped his lips the moment he felt the familiar texture. "So, I'm really back," Cain murmured, his voice hoarse and uncertain. The memories struck him like crashing waves. He had once stood as a near-elite trainer, feared in the underworld, a name whispered in the dark halls of Team Rocket. Yet his rise had been paved with blood, deception, and desperate survival after being captured and experimented on by that very same organization. With cunning and power, he'd clawed his way up their ranks, until a League ambush shattered it all. Betrayed by a fellow Team Rocket member, he had walked into a trap, certain he could handle whatever the League threw at him. He was wrong. They had sent 2 elite-level trainers to ensure his capture. Even without their strongest Pokémon, their strength had overwhelmed him. In a final act of defiance, Cain managed to kill 2 Pokémon from their second wave. But vengeance followed swiftly. They buried him alive in the chaos of the battle. That should have been the end. Yet now, he found himself here, alive, young again, with his body weak but unscarred. The hands that had once held power and command were now frail and bony, veins visible through malnourished skin. Came a soft cry. The Murkrow beside him tilted its head, eyeing Cain with innocent curiosity, as if sensing something different about him. Cain tried to smile, but failed. His facial muscles, unused for so long, seemed to resist. Still, he reached out and gently stroked the bird's back. The feathers were dull, rough, not unlike his own battered soul. "I'm glad you're here, Murkrow," he whispered. In his past life, Murkrow had been his first partner, his only true companion. Others he caught, bought, or stole eventually left him. But Murkrow had remained, loyal to the end, even when Cain pushed it past its limits, even when he discarded it in favor of stronger Pokémon. It stayed. That loyalty haunted him. This time he would do it right. "Murkrow," Cain said, his voice cracking, "I'll never abandon you again." The bird chirped softly. It didn't understand everything, but it felt the sincerity. Even more curious now, it made no move to flee or attack. Cain was stunned. In his last life, it had taken weeks to earn Murkrow's trust. Now, it simply stood there watching. Perhaps fate was offering him a second chance. Cain clenched his fists. His nails dug into his palms, but he welcomed the pain. It reminded him he was alive. He recalled how much he had once misunderstood Murkrow, how poorly he had trained it first, ignorant of the Pokémon World's nuances. Without a system, without experience, he had learned through trial and error, wasting its potential in the process. Even so, Murkrow had carried him through many trials, elevating him above others in Team Rocket's brutal selection system. But in time, Cain's hunger for power and his reliance on raw strength had led him to abandon it. Now, things will be different. Cain looked around the beach, piecing things together. This place, this moment, it was the beginning. He had been brought to this island for Team Rocket's cruel initiation trial. Dozens of teens aged 15 to 18 dropped into a remote location and given a single Pokémon, often aggressive, wild, and deadly. He had survived thanks to Murkrow. Most others didn't. From the 300 who entered, nearly half were killed by their own Pokémon or each other. Only around 50 made it through the initial trial. Of those, only the top 10 got any say in their future. The top 3 became officers, and the one who ranked first, he had received a Bulbasaur, a true starter Pokémon. That Bulbasaur's new trainer eventually became a senior officer, one step away from elite status. Cain knew that story well, because he had once worked under that man. In this new life, Cain would aim higher. He pushed himself to his feet, legs trembling beneath him. He looked down at the sand, then into the trees, and then up at the sky. A spark had returned to his eyes. "If I'm back," he muttered, "then you should be here too." Closing his eyes, he spoke a single word in his mind. "System activate." Silence. Then, system initializing. 10 seconds passed. Just as doubt crept into his heart. System activated. "Welcome, Cain." His breath hitched. It was real, and this time, he would rise not as a pawn, but as the master of his fate. As I thought, the system came with me. Even Cain, whose heart had grown numb through a life of death and betrayal, couldn't contain the flicker of excitement that stirred in his chest. In his previous life, this mysterious system had been the key to his rise, allowing him to claw his way to the level of a quasi-elite trainer. But back then, the system had awakened late. By the time he understood its value, others had already outpaced him. The path to power had been brutal and uncertain. Not this time. System scan. The moment the thought formed, a chime echoed in his mind. Beep. A translucent 3D model of the small black-feathered creature beside him appeared in his vision, sharp and detailed, visible only to him. Pokémon, Murkrow Green. Gender, male. Level 8. Type, dark/flying. Ability, prankster. Status moves gain priority. Held item, none. Egg moves. Punishment, power, 60+. Enhancement level times 20. Type, dark physical. Feint attack, power, 60. Type, dark physical cannot miss. Roost, type, flying. Status, restores 50% HP. Basic moves, peck, power, 40. Type, flying physical. Astonish power, 30. Type, ghost physical, 30% chance to flinch. Learn moves, pursuit, power, 40. Type, dark physical, double damage if foe switches. Snatch, type, dark. Status, steals healing or status moves. Tailwind, type, flying. Status, boost team speed for 4 turns. TM moves, none. Cain's eyes gleamed with a hunger that hadn't surfaced in years. This time it's complete. Unlike before, the system now came with every detail intact. Data he had once bled and risked his life for. He had infiltrated restricted rocket databases, fought through black market auctions, and bartered with information brokers just to learn what was now freely before him. In a world ruled by knowledge and power, this was his edge. His gaze lingered on the glowing green tag beside Murkrow's name, a mark of its potential. He remembered decoding the color system in his last life. Red denoted low-tier Pokémon, while purple signified prodigies. Green was rare, coveted. Most wild Pokémon barely reached orange. A green-quality Murkrow was a rare prize, and one that had once carried him through the trials to rank 34. Back then, his own skill was lacking, and Murkrow had carried the burden of survival alone. But this time will be different. This time, weakness won't be forgiven. On this island of death, where children were thrown into blood trials for Team Rocket's cruel amusement, only the strong survived. The others became fertilizer. Cain glanced at Murkrow, who stood barely 40 centimeters tall, smaller than average, clearly malnourished. To unlock its full potential, restoring its health was the top priority. "Let's find something to eat," Cain said softly, motioning for Murkrow to join him. Murkrow hesitated. Its eyes flicked to Cain's frail shoulder, uncertain if its weight would hurt him. But eventually, it hopped up, gently settling its claws. Together, they ventured into the trees. Cain, once a forgotten grunt who rose through Rocket's ranks with blood-stained hands, was no stranger to survival. He could distinguish which berries healed, which poisoned, which restored stamina, or soothed illness. His eyes scanned the underbrush with calculated calm. Soon, he plucked a few ripe orange berries and handed them to Murkrow, who pecked at them eagerly. Cain, meanwhile, bit into a sour green one. The acidic juice made his eyes water, but he didn't flinch. "Ka!" Murkrow called out, tilting its head at him. It had noticed the difference. Cain smiled faintly. "Murkrow, I know you prefer meat, but this is all we've got." The bird blinked, then nuzzled its beak gently against his cheek. Warmth stirred in Cain's chest. For a moment, the image of a bloodied Murkrow shielding him in his final moments of his past life flashed in his mind, loyal to the very end. "This time, I won't waste that loyalty." They pressed deeper into the forest. Cain's sharp instincts led him to a thick bush, a perfect hiding place for small prey. He crouched low and waited. Rustle, a gray rabbit, darted from the foliage. Cain's eyes sharpened. "Dinner." Murkrow peck. The bird launched forward without hesitation. A blur of black feathers and a flash of its sharp beak. Quick, precise. The rabbit fell instantly. But just as Murkrow flapped its wings in triumph, whoosh, a shadow zipped across the ground. In an instant, the rabbit's body vanished, snatched away by something fast and silent. Cain's pupils contracted. When not alone.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
When Cain and Murkrow reacted, they saw a small light purple Pokémon standing in front of them, with the wild hare behind it. With an aggressive stance, the small Pokémon seemed to be proclaiming its dominance over the hare. You should know that the small Pokémon had spent a lot of effort driving the hare out of the bushes. However, just as it succeeded, it saw its prey killed by this individual. Fortunately, it was quick enough to snatch it away. Pokémon, Rattata, red. Gender, male. Level, 10. Type, normal. Ability, run away. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, focus energy, bite. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. The Pokémon that appeared before Cain and Murkrow was precisely this Rattata. The quick move it used to snatch the hare was quick attack. Caw. Seeing its freshly caught dinner stolen and being threatened, Murkrow naturally did not back down and let out a powerful cry towards Rattata. Its pale yellow beak gleamed with a cold shine. If Cain hadn't been by its side, it probably would have launched an attack right away. A red quality Rattata is one of the most common Pokémon on the island. Although it's 2 levels higher than Murkrow, strength can't be measured solely by level. "Since you decided to come out, you will be Murkrow's first opponent," Cain said with an impassive expression. In reality, when the hare appeared, Cain had already suspected as much. Otherwise, the hare wouldn't have been foolish enough to come out of the bushes and voluntarily become prey. Murkrow, Tailwind. With Cain's order, a gentle breeze surrounded Murkrow, making it feel lighter. The move Tailwind boosts the speed of all allies. Cain showed a small smile. Reality is different from games, there are no turns. As long as you're fast enough, your opponent won't have a chance to react. With a speed stat of 91 and the effect of Tailwind, even a Rattata known for its speed couldn't compare to Murkrow. Peck. Cain's cold voice echoed. The first rule of the jungle is that the strong devour the weak, the strong show no mercy to the weak. A black shadow swept through the forest. The darkness of the night provided an additional layer of cover. Before Rattata could react, the sharp beak had already struck its body with force. Squeak. It cried out in pain. Now, Rattata realized that the dark Pokémon in front of it wasn't something it could take on. It quickly turned, trying to flee. Murkrow, astonished. Knowing that this Rattata had the ability run away, Cain wouldn't let it escape. A piercing sound came from Murkrow, and the Rattata, still reeling from the damage it had received, froze upon hearing the terrifying sound. Naturally cowardly, it didn't know what to do. The move Astonish uses a sudden shout to attack the opponent, with a 30% chance of causing the target to flinch. Of course, in reality, if the moves are chained well, the flinch rate is much higher. And this Rattata was the first to experience it, but it won't be the last. Pursue it, Murkrow, use consecutive pecks. Cain showed no emotion in battle. As long as it's an enemy, no matter how weak it may seem, it should not be underestimated. The second rule of the jungle is to show no mercy to the weak, because you never know what lies behind them. After a second attack, Rattata lost the ability to fight, and Murkrow prepared to retreat. Keep going. But Cain's cold voice rang out once again. The coldness was as if he swallowed a piece of ice, freezing him from within. Murkrow hesitated, looking at Cain and then at the Rattata lying on the ground. A spark of compassion flickered in its eyes, but it quickly extinguished it. Its sharp beak struck again until Rattata completely lost its life. Cain's eyes showed a slight softness, but it quickly disappeared. On this trial island, where everyone devours each other, you cannot show mercy, not even to the weakest enemy. Murkrow didn't disappoint him, although it hesitated. Cain understood, as it was its first time. Only by showing its ferocity here will it be able to firmly establish itself in Team Rocket. And only the red of blood is the most feared color. This is a principle Cain fully understood after many years in his past life. Now, he needed to instill it in his Pokémon. To survive, killing is the right thing to do. Cutting a path through blood. Cain silently collected the hair, while Murkrow flapped its wings twice and perched on his shoulder. They continued into the forest. The bond between human and Pokémon was gradually forming. Kais. Drops of golden fat dripped from the roasted hare, sizzling in the fire. Although there were no seasonings, the hare's meat was so juicy that even without seasoning, the aroma of the roast slowly spread. Murkrow hopped back and forth on the ground, its eyes fixed on the roasted meat in front of it. It had never smelled such a tempting aroma, and the desire to eat it made it tremble with anxiety. Cain, sitting to the side, looked at the impatient Murkrow and smiled slightly. It's almost ready, don't rush. Before long, the meat was fully cooked. Cain tore off a hind leg and left the rest for Murkrow. The good ecology made the hare larger than expected. For the weakened Cain, eating just the hind leg was enough. A warm current began to flow through his body. Finally, after eating some meat, his weakened body began to regain some strength. Seeing Murkrow devour the hare quickly, Cain exhaled deeply. His weakened body needs a gradual recovery, just like Murkrow, who also needs to recover slowly. If he wants to speed up this process, he'll have to use different herbs and medicinal berries for treatment. System, search for poke blocks that can quickly restore a weakened body and improve a Pokémon's talent, Cain secretly ordered. That's right, poke blocks. One of the Pokémon breeder's skills. As the system's owner, Cain wouldn't miss out on taking advantage of it. In his past life, he was an excellent Pokémon breeder, although he was never officially evaluated by the league. Creating poke blocks was what he was best at. Making poke blocks requires millimeter precision in the ingredients and timing. For an ordinary person, this could only be achieved through experience, and the quality of the poke blocks would vary. However, for Cain, this was a piece of cake. By leaving control to the system, every poke block he produced was practically identical, as if they were cloned. The poke block recipes stored in the system are one of his greatest treasures. As long as he has the necessary ingredients, he can help his Pokémon grow quickly, without wasting an ounce of their potential. Upon giving the command, a series of complete material lists and their effects appeared before his eyes. Soon, Cain found a recipe. The intermediate poke block, called Yellowberry Poke Block, has a simple function, to supplement the missing elements in the Pokémon's body, quickly adjusting its physique to recover as much of its natural talent as possible. Cain reviewed the necessary materials, all of which were fairly common fruits and herbs that weren't rare on this resource-rich trial island. Moreover, the manufacturing process was simple, requiring no particularly complex procedures or special tools, making it completely suitable for Cain and Murkrow at this time. To make this poke block, Cain used wood to create a simple set of tools for the poke block's manufacturing process. In short, it was quite basic and not aesthetically pleasing. The next step is to find these materials. As for training, we'll have to postpone that for a bit, Cain thought. First, he needed to help Murkrow recover its body. Although Cain didn't want to waste Murkrow's talent, training and battles would have to be put on hold. However, Cain believed that even without training during this period, he and Murkrow would be able to catch up quickly. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Cain and Murkrow wandered around the forest looking for fruits and herbs. The time it took slightly exceeded Cain's expectations, but it wasn't too late. Holding the freshly made yellowberry poke block in his hand, a slight coolness spread from his palm. Under the sunlight, he could clearly see a substance resembling fruit pulp, with a pale yellow surface that was extremely smooth, and a faint aroma emanated from it. For Cain, making the poke block wasn't difficult, and the process went smoothly. The finished poke block was just as he had imagined. This recipe was one he had stumbled upon in his previous life, and he had never used it before. All he could do was hope the effect would be good. With a slight flick of his fingers, he tossed the poke block into the air. Murkrow, who had been intently eyeing the poke block, shot off Cain's shoulder like a bullet and caught it in its beak. Murkrow, unable to hold back its desire to eat, was captivated by the aroma of the poke block. Cain watched Murkrow excitedly and nodded with a smile. After receiving Cain's approval, Murkrow devoured the poke block. Caw! A flavor it had never experienced before filled Murkrow's mouth. It opened its beak, squinted its eyes in pleasure, and let out a sound of satisfaction. Murkrow's expression of enjoyment indicated that the poke block tasted delicious. Seems like it tastes good, Cain smiled slightly. The intermediate yellowberry poke block can only be consumed 10 times a day. After 10, the effect will fade. The recipe says that if consumed for 7 days, it should restore the damaged body of the Pokémon. Looking at the nearly 100 poke blocks he had, Cain kept 9 and carefully wrapped the rest in a cloth bag he had prepared in advance, which he hung from his waist. He tossed the poke blocks in his hand one by one, and all were swiftly caught and eaten by Murkrow. Although the effects wouldn't be immediate, Cain could see the difference in Murkrow before and after through the system. Even the green of its name had become slightly more intense. For better absorption, Murkrow, we'll start training. Are you ready to get stronger? Cain said as he tossed the last poke block. Caw! Murkrow responded with an enthusiastic cry. Cain was well versed in training and forming Murkrow. Murkrow was very fast, and if he didn't use its highest speed stat, he wouldn't even forgive himself. Moreover, Murkrow had a hidden ability, Prankster. Prankster allows status moves to be used first. It's an artifact for gaining the upper hand. Murkrow, use Tailwind. A gentle breeze appeared around Murkrow. Tailwind is a status move that can increase the speed of all allies. Murkrow felt as if it had unlimited energy inside. The freshly consumed poke block turned into a stream of heat that flowed through its limbs, becoming a constant source of strength emerging from its body. Soon, the duration of Tailwind ended, and the breeze gradually disappeared. Keep the Tailwind around you. Try to prolong its duration, Cain ordered again. Tailwind can increase the speed of everyone, but if kept only around Murkrow, it will only increase its speed and reduce energy consumption, allowing for a longer duration, which could potentially allow Murkrow to increase its speed permanently. Although Murkrow didn't understand why Cain was organizing the training this way, it began to focus the airflow around itself, striving to maintain it as long as possible. Caw. After a minute, the airflow around Murkrow completely dissipated, as if it had used all its strength, and its cry had a hint of panting. Remember this state. Our goal is to keep Tailwind always around you. Alright, do it again. During training, Cain seemed to transform into a strict instructor, expressionless and very serious. Continue, Tailwind. Continue, Tailwind. Continue. Continue. After beginning the training, Cain became a severe instructor. With the system, he could clearly know Murkrow's training limits, avoiding overtraining that could damage its body and ensuring the training was effective. After another 3 days, Cain had trained Murkrow for a full 3 days, and finally, it managed to maintain the state of Tailwind from 1 minute to 10 minutes. Murkrow also managed to use Tailwind on his shoulder without affecting Cain, aiming to achieve their goal as soon as possible. By Cain's nature, he would have trained in the forest until the final trial began. But Team Rocket had a rule: every week, you had to report to the base, no matter the situation. Failure to do so would result in point deductions, and accumulating too few points would lead to direct elimination. In the plaza, which used to be filled with 300 people, there were now only a few scattered groups, their gazes filled with caution and hostility. Everyone present knew very well what failing the trial meant. Therefore, every person here was an enemy. Cain sneered at the small groups huddling together. Grouping up might be a good way to survive, but it depends on the situation. When life is on the line, who cares about others? So grouping up is just a way for the strong to gather some subordinates to do the dirty work for them. As for the trial's final outcome, if you're strong enough, who would dare oppose you? A common feature among everyone present was that each had a Pokemon by their side. Most were Zubat, with a few accompanied by Ekans and Coughing, and some, like Cain, had other Pokemon. Counting, there were about 3 Murkrow. Compared to the ferocity of Ekans and the danger of Coughing, Zubat was a relatively easy Pokemon to tame. For young people without strength, taming a wild Pokemon was already valuable, and those who could tame Ekans and Coughing were no weaklings. After a week of jungle life, the polarization between them became more apparent. The strong grew stronger, and the weak weaker. After 3 days of training, although there hadn't been many battles, Murkrow's level had reached level 10. Even so, Cain remained insignificant compared to the others. And due to the days of nourishment, Cain's face, which had been pale and thin, gradually started to show some color. He quietly approached a corner of the plaza, crossed his arms, leaned against a stone pillar, and closed his eyes to rest. It wasn't long before the noisy plaza fell silent. A middle-aged man with a fierce expression, standing nearly 2 meters tall, entered the plaza wearing a military hat. On the most visible part of his left chest, a red R could be seen. Behind him followed 10 Team Rocket members, all dressed in soldier uniforms with cold expressions, accompanied by large wolf-like dogs. Walking beside the middle-aged man was a sinister dog, entirely black, with 2 white horns curving backward on its head and a tail resembling that of a demon. It was a Houndoom, a dark and fire-type Pokemon. Cain listened as the plaza grew quiet and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was him. He cast a glance at the Houndoom next to the man, and a glint passed through his eyes as the system activated. Pokemon, Houndoom, green. Gender, male. Level, 28. Types, dark, fire. Ability, flash fire. Held item, none. Egg moves, Fire Fang, Fire Spin. Basic moves, Will-O-Wisp, Foul Play, Thunder Fang, Leer, Ember, Howl, Haze, Roar, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Smog. Learned moves, Feint Attack. TM moves, Hidden Power, Rock, Shadow Ball, Flamethrower. Seeing Houndoom's level and the long list of moves, Cain couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. The difference was significant. Furthermore, he knew that this Houndoom didn't even belong to the man's primary team. It was possible that it wasn't even on his secondary team. If the man brought out any Pokemon from his second team, he could defeat everyone present, including all the Team Rocket members. This time, there are even 156 survivors? The quality of this group isn't bad, the middle-aged man said. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the plaza could hear him. He spoke as if he weren't talking about human lives. The man looked around the plaza, and noticing that everyone was staring at him, he calmly said, "My name is Viper, I'm the lead instructor of Team Rocket, responsible for this purgatory you call an island. From today on, your lives belong to me." He smiled sadistically as he observed how everyone was intimidated by his presence and nodded in satisfaction. The trial will last 3 months. From now on, you must gather here once a week. If you miss 2 consecutive times, it will be considered a failure. I'm sure you already know the consequences of failing, right? Viper continued speaking on his own. He pointed to a large rock in the center of the plaza and said, "This is the test stone, a device developed with Team Rocket's latest technology. It can measure the strength of a Pokémon's attack. Next, you will take turns attacking this stone. Based on the data obtained, you will be ranked. The top 10 in the ranking will receive 100 points, with progressive increases. As for what you can get with those points, you can investigate on your own. Team Rocket points? They are a resource that can only be used within Team Rocket, allowing you to obtain almost anything in the world. It's thanks to this point system that Team Rocket has reached its current level. It's well known that in this world, large families control scarce resources, and even if you have a lot of money, you couldn't buy them. These points can be used not only on the island but also at any Team Rocket base after the trial is over. The maximum number of people who can pass this trial will be 50. The top 10 will each receive 10,000 points. The top 3 will obtain a fake league identity card, created by Team Rocket. And the first place winner will be able to choose one of the high-quality starter Pokémon from Team Rocket's storage, Viper said word by word. And most importantly, the rule of this trial is, there are no rules. Let the first ranking test begin. With that order, Viper sat down on a chair in the center of the plaza and gave his subordinates the signal to start recording the entire process. Under the active direction of the Team Rocket soldiers, everyone quickly formed a line for the first ranking test. Ican's, bite. A young man's voice rang out, and a purple snake shadow rushed toward the large rock in the center, opening a bloody mouth with 2 sharp fangs gleaming with white light, biting hard on the stone. Bang! But it didn't leave a single scratch. Attack value, 56. Immediately, a line of text appeared on the test stone. A Team Rocket soldier recording the results shouted emotionlessly, "Number 34, attack value 56. Currently first? Next." Then he noted the result in his notebook. The young man with number 34 on his chest didn't seem satisfied with his result, frowned, and walked away. Next in line was a young man with a Zubat, looking scared and somewhat inexperienced. "Zubat, tackle," he ordered with a youthful voice, while the Zubat above his head slowly flapped its wings and collided back first into the stone. Attack value, 19. Seeing the result on the test stone, the first young man breathed a sigh of relief, then made a dismissive gesture, while the others in line looked at the young man with a mix of contempt. Number 13, attack value 19, currently second? Next. The Team Rocket soldier remained emotionless. To him, these boys and girls facing Pokémon for the first time were so inexperienced they failed to capture his interest. Number 24, attack value 25, currently second? Next. Number 98, attack value 45. Number 77, attack value. One after another, those with better results looked down disdainfully at those below them, while those with worse results gazed enviously and with frustration at those above. Cain watched the situation, frowning. In his past life, it had been the same. An elite selection trial for Team Rocket? Only when participants begin to fight among themselves can the strongest emerge. Attack value, 98. While Cain was thinking, a murmur of astonishment spread through the crowd. A young man with a slender build, white skin, and impeccable clothing stood at the front with an attack value of 98, the highest so far. Beside him, an Akan stood proudly, looking at everyone with disdain. It's him? When Cain saw him, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. If he remembered correctly, that young man was the one who secured first place in this trial and received an exceptional Bulbasaur, beginning a meteoric rise. Even when Cain activated the system, he never managed to catch up to him. Number 99. His real name was Xander. A long time passed without anyone managing to surpass Xander's attack value. When the test was almost finished, it was finally Cain's turn, number 234. Another one with a special Pokémon. When Cain's turn arrived, many began murmuring as they noticed the Murkrow on his shoulder. The Pokémon assigned by Team Rocket were mainly Zubat, Ikans, and Coughing, but there were also some different Pokémon. A special Pokémon wasn't necessarily stronger than a Zubat, Ikans, or Coughing, it was just seen as something different, an outsider. Bah, it's just a Murkrow, what's so special about that? The Murkrow from before didn't do that well either, and this one looks even weaker. I bet he won't accomplish much, someone said disdainfully. Cain showed no emotion, ignored the other's words, took a deep breath, and ordered, Tailwind and then Peck. His calmness silenced those who had ridiculed him, feeling slightly embarrassed. They had tried to throw him off with words, but only ended up looking foolish. Murkrow took flight, surrounded by a white airflow. After a few days of recovery, its body had returned to the normal size of a Murkrow. Murkrow circled in the air, gathering strength and, using the momentum of tailwind and gravity, struck the stone with a powerful hit. Then, with an elegant turn, it landed lightly on Cain's shoulder. Cain smiled slightly, opened his eyes a bit, raised his eyebrows, glanced at the stone, and walked away calmly. Attack value, 97. The words on the stone felt like a slap in the face to everyone who had ridiculed him. An attack value of 97, only 1 point below Xander's 98. currently second, while the third had an attack value of only 90, a considerable difference. Number 234, attack value 97, currently second. Next, even the soldier recording the results glanced at Cain, who was walking slowly through the crowd, and after a moment, finally announced the result. In reality, Cain's Murkrow didn't have the strength to deliver such a powerful attack, but Cain had used a trick for Murkrow to take advantage of Tailwind's momentum and gravity while descending, achieving that result. After Cain's test, several other participants, who were more astute, began reflecting. They understood that Cain had used a trick. A simple trick, but effective, right? As stated before, the rule is, there are no rules. Viper had watched the entire testing process, and when Cain finished, his eyes lingered on him for a few extra seconds. An interesting boy. Since then, there hadn't been any higher scores than Cain's, but thanks to Cain's trick, many managed to improve their skills, resulting in an overall increase in scores. Throughout the whole process, the only one who showed disdain was Xander. He didn't use any tricks, his score was legitimate, and so he considered everyone there to be trash. Even Cain, who had only surpassed his score by 1 point, was nothing more than a lucky person who knew a few tricks. The final results were as follows. First place, number 99, attack value, 98. Second place, number 234, attack value, 97. Third place, number 67, attack value, 95. Fourth place, number 156, attack value, 93. Fifth place, number 279, attack value, 90. According to Viper, the top 10 would each receive 100 points, regardless of whether they came first or second. Once the rankings were announced, everyone received a belt with the Team Rocket R emblem. Inside, there was an ID card with each person's number, where their points would be stored. The belt also had a very useful function, 1 cubic meter of storage space. Ignoring those who tried to stop him, Cain headed straight to the exchange center with his Murkrow. Having been a member of Team Rocket once before, he knew how valuable the items that could be exchanged for points were. There were many things he needed, but they could only be obtained with points. However, since he didn't have many points, the things he needed most weren't that expensive. Cain had already planned out what he wanted to exchange. Looking at the points list in front of him, even though he knew the prices, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. A young Dratini, 1 million points. A young Larvitar, 1 million points. It was possible to exchange for even the rarest Pokémon, but those prices were unreachable for Cain. With only 100 points, Cain passed over the most desirable and unattainable items and moved on to what he could actually exchange for. He began browsing the list from the back to the front until he reached the section for tools and items. Ignoring the incredulous look of the shopkeeper, he exchanged for one of each available berry. These berries were very common, and most people wouldn't bother with them, but to Cain, they were incredibly valuable. They not only saved him a lot of time searching but could also be used to make poke blocks, which would improve his Murkrow's growth. He filled the entire cubic meter of space in his Team Rocket belt with all the available berries, which cost him only 80 points. He then spent 5 more points on some everyday items and outdoor supplies. After swiping his card to redeem his points, just as Cain was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure entering the exchange center, Xander and his Ekans. As he walked past, Cain silently activated the scan system. Pokemon, Ekans, green. Gender, male. Level, 14. Type, poison. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Egg moves, pursuit, poison fang, scary face. Basic moves, wrap, leer, poison sting, bite, glare. Learned moves, snatch. TM moves, none. Cain was surprised to see that Xander's Ekans had a green rating. No wonder Xander had secured first place in his past life. During this classification test, Cain had also scanned quickly and noticed that there were no more than 5 Pokemon with green talent, and none with a higher talent. Although he hadn't been able to scan everyone due to the distance, no other green-rated Pokemon were as strong as that Ekans. It's known that Ekans is a difficult Pokemon to tame due to its wild nature. Moreover, this green talent Ekans with the Intimidate ability could only be tamed by someone extraordinary. So, it wasn't surprising that Xander had achieved first place in his past life. Hey, you're the second place, right? Xander suddenly stopped and said. Cain kept walking without turning around. Seeing that Cain ignored him, Xander's face darkened. He gave the order to attack. Ekans, go, poison sting. At that moment, Xander was still lacking in cunning. Despite his youth and inexperience on the test island, he was naturally proud. Upon hearing the order, Ekans opened its bloody mouth and launched several poisonous needles toward Cain's back. Though Cain didn't turn around, he had been paying attention to Xander's movements. Idiot! Murkrow, reinforce Tailwind and deflect the poison needles. As Ekans initiated the attack, Cain was already prepared and gave the order in time. Murkrow, having mastered the Tailwind move, instantly increased the wind's force, almost reaching the power of Whirlwind. With a strong flap of its wings, Murkrow formed 2 small whirlwinds with flying-type energy, deflecting the poison needles. Cain turned around and looked at Xander. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint, waiting for his opponent's next move. At that moment, Cain wasn't entirely sure he could win. To his surprise, Xander smiled and said, "Not bad, you're better than I thought." After saying that, he ignored Cain and headed toward the exchange counter. Cain frowned as he watched Xander's back, suppressing his desire to attack. After a moment, he signaled his Murkrow to lower its guard. Then, accompanied by his Murkrow, Cain left the exchange center and headed straight into the forest without looking back. In the center of the base, in the large office of Team Rocket's chief instructor, Viper was sitting at his desk. In front of him stood a figure draped in a black cloak. 2 cups of tea sat between them, with hot steam rising slowly, dissipating into the air. After a moment of silence, Viper was the first to speak. "What brings you here again? What do you need?" His tone was a mix of mockery and curiosity. Beneath the black cloak, a pair of eyes hardened by time peeked out. The figure adjusted slightly before speaking in a hoarse voice. "The mission failed. I need some people to reinforce my team." From the voice, it was impossible to determine the person's age. Viper smiled, taking a sip of tea before replying slowly, "The mission failed." The mockery in his voice and eyes was unmistakable. "Who would have thought, the famous you, failing a mission? Have you now reached the point of asking me for people? Isn't there anyone in Team Rocket you find good enough?" Ignoring Viper's sarcastic tone, the hoarse voice from the cloak spoke again. "I fell into an alliance trap. 2 elite-level trainers showed up. I was almost caught." His tone was as calm as if he were discussing anything. "Oh." Viper's expression turned serious as he straightened in his seat. "Were they acting openly? Or was it covert? How did you escape?" Viper fired off a series of questions. Elite-level trainers were powerful in Viper's eyes, and the fact that the Alliance had sent 2 of them at the same time meant something bigger was at play. It could be a move against Team Rocket in general, or perhaps just a targeted attack. In the dark room, the candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced along with the flames. After a brief silence, the cloaked figure raised a hand. From beneath the black cloak, a shriveled, withered left hand emerged. When Viper saw the dried-up, wrinkled hand, his eyes narrowed. The 2 were clearly acquainted, and Viper was well aware of the man's condition under the cloak. Though he wasn't young, that withered hand didn't match his age, and the most striking feature was that 3 fingers were missing, leaving only the thumb and index finger. A poison-type elite trainer. Though Viper phrased it as a question, his tone was certain. Only a poison-type move could cause such damage, and the only one who could gravely injure someone of elite level was another at the same level. The head under the cloak gave an imperceptible nod. The raspy voice, which had been calm until now, turned slightly colder. "A poison-type elite trainer, along with a psychic-type elite trainer. Neither of them is a public figure of the Alliance. If I hadn't reacted quickly and cut off 3 fingers, I would have lost my whole hand." The man under the cloak took a deep breath to calm himself before continuing. "Thanks to 3 of my Pokémon distracting them, I was able to escape. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here now, although the mission has failed." Viper nodded seriously. The League had sent 2 powerful elite-level trainers, and one of them was an advanced elite, something rare. This indicated that the League had considerable knowledge about the mission in question, otherwise, they would not have deployed such an impressive force. Viper frowned even more as he pondered the situation, which now seemed more complicated than he had imagined. "What about the leader?" "The leader is already aware. I'm not concerned about who leaked the information. What I need now is a couple of people to help me with some minor tasks. After all, I've lost a considerable amount of power and need time to recover," replied the mysterious hooded man as he withdrew his left hand, speaking indifferently. Viper relaxed his frown a little. If he only needed a few people, that wouldn't be a problem. "Do you want to wait until the trial is over, or do you need them now?" asked Viper, although he couldn't help but smile. The youths undergoing the trial at that moment were of little use, they weren't even at the level of a rocket grunt. "After the trial ends, I'll choose a few. For now, I just need you to prepare a room for me to recover," replied the hooded man, without offering further explanations. He hadn't directly chosen members of his former unit because, first, he didn't know who in Team Rocket could be trusted or who might be infiltrators from the League. And second, he preferred to work with inexperienced people and mold them as he saw fit. Once his subordinates escorted the hooded man out of the room, Viper stared at the candle flame on the table, clasping his hands together as he sank into thought. Meanwhile, Cain, accompanied by his Murkrow, was walking alone deeper into the forest. This time, he didn't plan to stay long near the forest's edge. Not only because the nearby Pokémon were of low level, which wouldn't help train Murkrow, but also because Cain wanted to find a quiet place to camp and focus on making Pokeblocks. As he advanced, the forest paths became increasingly blurred, surrounded by thicker undergrowth and dense bushes. Cain stored the Pokeblocks he had prepared with yellow berries in the storage space of his Team Rocket belt. He then tied a strip of cloth around his head to protect his face from thorns and branches. Murkrow, resting on Cain's shoulder, kept using the tailwind move, keeping it activated at all times. At the same time, it controlled some air currents to clear away branches and undergrowth, making it easier for Cain to move forward. If they encountered thicker branches, Murkrow flapped its wings, using a rudimentary attempt at the whirlwind move to push them aside, which also served as an exercise for its flying-type energy. Murkrow, when you use flying-type energy, you need to be aware of how much you use. Since endurance is your weak point, if you can save energy, you shouldn't waste it, Cain said, giving instructions as they moved forward. Also, remember that you're a dark and flying-type Pokémon. Once we find a suitable place, we'll start training your dark-type moves, Cain added, smiling as he saw Murkrow growing more excited. Caw. Murkrow nodded vigorously, understanding Cain's words. Murkrow also wanted to become stronger and had a great desire to fight. With a flap of its wings, Murkrow generated 2 small gusts of wind. Cain felt satisfied seeing Murkrow's desire to become stronger. For a trainer, having a high-talent Pokémon isn't enough. If the Pokémon lacks the will to fight or improve, that talent isn't worth much. On the other hand, a Pokémon with the will to fight, even with lesser talent, can go much further. Murkrow not only had good talent, but it was also developing great synchronization with Cain. If it also had a strong desire to improve, there was no doubt that the two of them would have a bright future. Cain hadn't gone far when his thoughts were interrupted. A wild, robust Spearow flew directly from a nearby tree, with a fierce, murderous look. Its sharp beak and gleaming claws clearly showed its intent to kill. On this island, Pokémon had no sympathy for humans. Seeing Cain's thin figure, this Spearow saw him as easy prey. Additionally, Spearow is known to be an especially aggressive Pokémon. However, this surprise attack was just a routine encounter for Cain. With a slight movement, he dodged Spearow's attack by a narrow margin. In this world, Pokémon directly attack humans, and it's not unusual. Powerful Pokémon can cause sudden and lethal damage to humans. Moreover, in this world, some people control Pokémon to directly attack other humans. Team Rocket is one such group. For them, the mission is all that matters, with no concern for justice. Even within the League, there are those who follow that philosophy. Thus, having risen to become a Team Rocket officer and a quasi-elite expert, Cain had faced situations like this countless times. Spearow's attack was routine for him. After easily dodging Spearow's attack, Cain gave an order to Murkrow. Murkrow, use Tailwind and Feint Attack. Murkrow flew swiftly. It had no sympathy for the Spearow that had attacked and almost hurt Cain. In fact, it felt deeply humiliated. If not for Cain's quick reaction, it might have been injured, and that was a direct challenge to Murkrow as Cain's Pokémon. A black shadow flew past, and with the effect of the Tailwind move, Murkrow's Feint Attack hit Spearow directly. Screech. Spearow cried out in pain as it was knocked down. At that moment, Cain quickly scanned Spearow. Pokémon, Spearow, Orange. Gender, Male. Level, 12. Type, Normal, Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Held item, None. Egg moves, None. Basic moves, Peck, Growl, Leer, Pursuit, Fury Attack. Learned moves, None. TM moves, None. An orange rank Spearow, not a bad wild Pokémon, Cain thought to himself. Don't stop, Murkrow. Use Peck, Cain ordered calmly. Murkrow was already in motion before Cain finished speaking. In fact, it didn't even need Cain to say it, it was ready to continue its attack. The Spearow, still dazed from the previous attack, had no time to react before Murkrow struck again. As a fragile Pokémon, Spearow couldn't withstand the continuous attacks and paid the price for having attacked Cain. Ignoring the fallen Spearow, Cain adjusted his posture and continued deeper into the forest. Spearow typically lived in groups, and Cain didn't want to face an entire flock at that moment. Besides, he knew the Pokémon he would encounter ahead would be stronger, and he didn't want to waste unnecessary energy on the way. His goal that day was to find a suitable place to camp. Thanks to his experience with forest life, Cain was able to avoid encounters with more powerful Pokémon and use animal trails to identify the species present. After quickly defeating several Pokémon that attacked him and moving away quickly from the scene, Cain and Murkrow finally found a satisfactory spot after about 3 hours of walking. It was a small lake, surrounded by dense trees. To the west of the lake, there was a small hill with a cave clearly dug out by a Pokémon. This is the place, Cain said with satisfaction. The gradually setting sun hung in the sky, and its faint rays scattered across the surface of the lake. A light breeze blew, creating shimmering ripples on the water. Cain, accompanied by Murkrow, slowly walked toward the edge of the cave. Unconsciously, the air began to smell foul. Cain frowned, and even Murkrow instinctively used its wings to cover its mouth, as if the stench in the air was unpleasant. The closer they got to the cave, the lighter Cain's steps became. Upon reaching the entrance, despite the intense odor, both he and Murkrow began to get used to it. Frowning as he stared into the completely dark cave, it was clear that this wasn't a natural formation. Even the nearby rocks bore numerous claw marks. Judging by the marks, it looks like this cave has been dug out for a long time. I just hope there aren't any overly powerful Pokémon inside, Cain muttered. The Murkrow on his shoulder also gradually focused, its muscles tensing, and the air currents around it signaling it was ready. Seeing Murkrow's tension, Cain smiled faintly and reassured it. Don't worry, Murkrow. Let's first see what's inside. Murkrow relaxed slightly but remained alert. Cain picked up a stone from the ground, tested its weight, nodded, and then threw it forcefully into the cave. Thud, thud, thud. After a few noises, everything went silent. A few moments later, a hissing sound came from within the cave, followed by a flurry of wings. Hearing this, Cain relaxed a little. As long as it wasn't an Ursaring, he was confident Murkrow could handle it. A group of Zubat flew out of the cave, clearly furious about their sleep being disturbed. Like regular bats, wild Zubat sleep during the day and hunt at night. Being interrupted now was like waking someone from a deep sleep. Among the group of Zubat, one was noticeably larger than the rest, clearly the leader. The Zubat leader, upon seeing that the intruder was just a human with a small Pokémon, growled at a few nearby Zubat and then led the rest back into the cave to continue sleeping. Observing the Zubat's reaction, Cain was slightly surprised. Despite facing over 10 Zubat, which would normally force him to retreat, the leader's disdain significantly reduced the pressure. 4 Zubat opened their mouths, baring their fangs, and after a few flaps, lunged toward Cain and Murkrow. Just 4 Zubat with red quality, the strongest barely level 10, Cain muttered with a smile. He had already scanned their data with the system as soon as they appeared. Murkrow instinctively took flight. After 2 days of training and unlocking its potential, it was beginning to enjoy battles, turning into a whirlwind that flew between its enemies, toying with them. Murkrow used Tailwind and then Astonish. Air currents quickly surrounded Murkrow, transforming it into a black shadow clearly visible in the setting sun. It opened its mouth and let out an ear-splitting shriek that created shockwaves in the air. 2 of the Zubat, caught by the sound, froze in terror. Though not paralyzed, their speed slowed. The other 2 merely shook their heads, somewhat annoyed by the noise. Zubat usually have the ability Inner Focus, which prevents them from being flinched, but with their sensitive ears, the screech caused them significant discomfort. Additionally, since they use echolocation to navigate, the noise affected their movement. The 2 Zubat glanced at each other and then opened their mouths, releasing inaudible sound waves the move supersonic. Murkrow, maintain speed and finish them off, Cain ordered, enduring the interference from the supersonic attack. The air currents around Murkrow intensified, and in an instant, it reached the 2 Zubat. Use Peck. Before they could react, 2 strong pecks in quick succession knocked both Zubat down. Murkrow, in its high-speed state, used the same trick from earlier in the day, combining momentum with its move to take them out instantly. At that moment, the 2 Zubat most affected by Astonish also recovered. Noticing their fallen companions, they displayed fear, flapping uncertainly as they debated whether to attack or retreat. With narrowed eyes and a slight smile, Cain didn't hesitate. Murkrow, use Punishment and finish them off at once. Punishment, a dark-type move, had high priority thanks to Murkrow's prankster ability. Additionally, with the boost from Tailwind, a black shadow streaked through the Zubat, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Cain nodded, satisfied with Murkrow's performance. Though not yet at its peak, Murkrow's prankster ability made it exceptional. With status moves, its speed was impressive, and combined with Tailwind, it became even more powerful. Murkrow, with its green quality, outclassed the Zubat in talent, and with its move combinations, it was no surprise it defeated them quickly. Using the same tactic, Cain exploited the Zubat leader's arrogance to eliminate the rest, leaving only the furious leader. Pokémon, Zubat, Yellow. Gender, Male. Level, 12. Type, Poison, Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Held item, None. Egg moves, Quick Attack. Basic moves, Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite. Learned moves, Wing Attack. TM moves, None. This wild Pokémon with yellow quality was the first Cain had seen. If he had spare Pokeballs, he'd capture it without hesitation, either to use or trade for resources. Murkrow, exhausted from battle, flapped its wings slower, and the tailwind currents weakened. Noticing Murkrow's condition, Cain frowned. It was too much to ask of it. But seeing the Zubat on the verge of fury, there was no other choice. Cain considered giving Murkrow a break, but seeing the sun about to set, he dismissed the idea. Zubat are more active at night, and although the darkness wouldn't affect Murkrow, it would hinder Cain's ability to give commands. So, the best course of action was to take down this yellow-quality Zubat before nightfall and claim the cave. In the forest, nightfall is dangerous, and the deeper one goes, the more dangers lurk around every corner. Murkrow, hang in there a little longer? Keep the tailwind up. Cain watched his exhausted Murkrow and encouraged him. Caw. Murkrow screeched with determination in the air. Today's battle had him incredibly excited. Although his body was tired, facing the Zubat leader, clearly stronger than the previous ones, filled him with an unprecedented joy. Cain smiled slightly at seeing Murkrow's enthusiasm. His Pokemon's fighting spirit made him feel very satisfied. Kai-ai. The Zubat leader screeched angrily. This Pokemon and his trainer in front of him had turned his band into a bunch of weak followers. The Zubat leader, with relatively high intelligence, clearly noticed that the weak human in front of him wasn't a major physical threat. The setting sun made him feel stronger, and his energy increased. With a sharp flap of his wings, the Zubat leader emitted a bloody stench from his mouth, as dark energy swirled around his sharp fangs. Dark-type attack, Bite. Seeing that the Zubat leader's target was Cain, Murkrow quickly reacted, using the last of his tailwind boost to intercept. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Cain remained. He had faced death before, and now he could approach any situation with a cool mind. Murkrow, use Feint Attack. Turning into a black bullet, Murkrow violently charged at the Zubat leader. Bang! After the collision, both figures were sent flying backward, sustaining almost equal injuries. After a brief pause, they faced off again. Without the tailwind boost, Murkrow's speed was no longer as high, but he was still slightly faster than the Zubat leader. Although the Zubat leader tried to attack Cain, Murkrow kept him firmly at bay. However, as night fell, the Zubat leader grew more vigorous, while Murkrow's energy began to dwindle. Finally, after another clash, Murkrow couldn't get up right away. The Zubat leader's wings trembled slightly, while his invisible supersonic waves continued to scan the surroundings. As if he had sensed something delicious, the exhausted Zubat leader needed blood to replenish himself. He launched at Cain again, his fangs covered in a reddish glow. Absorb. Caw. Murkrow, seeing the Zubat's attack, tried to rise, supporting himself on his wings, but his chest heaved up and down weakly, as if his body no longer responded to him. Once again feeling his own weakness, Murkrow grew angry at himself for being unable to protect his trainer, something he considered the greatest humiliation. But when Cain saw the Zubat's attack, he flashed a strange smile. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Murkrow, hold on a little longer and use Snatch, Cain shouted, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Murkrow was getting back up. Cra! Upon hearing Cain's command, Murkrow gathered all his strength, flapping his trembling wings. The Zubat leader's fangs sank into Murkrow's body as he positioned himself between the Zubat and Cain. The Zubat was briefly surprised but then relaxed. After all, blood is blood. However, when he expected to savor it, he didn't feel the familiar flow of energy. It was like wanting ice cream on a hot summer day, having it right in front of you, imagining the refreshing taste, only to bite into air. The Zubat leader was shocked that he didn't receive the blood he expected. Not only did he fail to recover energy, but he also felt his strength drain away. On the other hand, Murkrow felt a warm surge course through his body, revitalizing him. When the Zubat leader realized this and tried to pull back, his wings faltered, and weakness overtook him. Snatch, a dark-type move, under Murkrow's prankster ability, activated before the Zubat leader's absorb, stealing its recovery effect. Murkrow, use Roost. Taking advantage of the Zubat leader's weakness, Cain quickly ordered Murkrow to recover. Roost is a flying-type move that allows a Pokémon to restore half of its energy when it lands. Murkrow quickly landed in front of Cain. Feeling the strength of the ground beneath his feet, a warm energy flowed through his body, and he slowly felt his strength returning. Watching Murkrow recover, Cain said, use Tailwind again, then finish him off with Peck. When the Zubat leader reacted, all he saw was Murkrow in front of him, with a shining beak reflecting the moonlight, relentlessly pecking at him. With each strike, more wounds appeared, and the Zubat leader's energy quickly drained away. With a series of pecks, Murkrow finished off the Zubat leader once and for all. Caw! Murkrow cried out with renewed energy, feeling that his wings were stronger, his claws sharper, and his beak brighter, so much so that he could see the moon's reflection on it. In Cain's eyes, Murkrow had leveled up from 10 to 11. Although it was just one level, the growth was evident. In the real world, every level a Pokémon rises represents a true advancement. After his triumphant cry, Murkrow staggered and fell from the sky, just in time to be caught by Cain. This was the consequence of repeatedly using Roost. Cain had prevented Murkrow from using the move before because, although Roost allows for quick recovery, it depends on an advance energy expenditure. If overused, this move could result in a permanent decrease in energy, or even in a regression of level and quality. Luckily, Cain had experience as a breeder and could create suitable Pokeblocks to counter these effects, as long as Murkrow didn't overuse the move. Even so, a period of weakness was inevitable, which is why Cain preferred to reserve Roost as a last resort. With the exhausted Murkrow in his arms, Cain entered the Zubat cave under the moonlight. Enduring the familiar stench and stepping through the mud of Zubat droppings, Cain reached the back of the cave. In the faint moonlight, he could see claw marks on the walls, indicating that the Zubat weren't the original inhabitants of the cave. The former owner had long since departed, allowing the Zubat colony to take over. After walking about 10 meters, Cain reached a drier area, where the moonlight filtered through cracks in the ceiling. Unlike the darkness in other parts of the cave, here not everything was completely black. Finding a dry rock, Cain sat down with Murkrow on his lap, prepared to spend the night there. Murkrow, slowly recovering, jumped off Cain's lap and rubbed his beak against Cain's hand, feeling the warmth emanating from his trainer. It gave him a deep sense of peace. Sometimes, Pokémon are that simple. As long as they are with their favorite trainer, whether in rain or wind, they will remain the most loyal companions and friends. Leaving Murkrow to rest on the side, Cain began to think about the plan for the next few days. First, what will not change is that Murkrow will continue eating yellow berry Pokeblocks. Based on the usage of the past few days, the effect has been quite good. Just from appearance alone, in these 4 days, Murkrow has grown from a state of obvious malnutrition to the normal size of a Murkrow, with a height close to 50 centimeters. However, in Cain's eyes, the change in Murkrow is not just that. Physical growth is the most apparent, and thanks to the system's daily precise scans, both Murkrow's strength and speed have improved to various degrees. Even its talent and quality have increased. Although it is still in the green state, the green color is noticeably darker than a few days ago, indicating that Murkrow's original quality is among the best within green quality Pokémon. Especially after the consecutive battles this afternoon, Murkrow's efficiency in absorbing the yellow berry Pokeblocks has also improved. There are 3 more days left, and Cain believes that if he continues using the Pokeblocks, Murkrow's original quality will fully recover, and then its growth will accelerate. Therefore, training during these days must not stop. It is best to seek battles with different Pokémon so that Murkrow becomes familiar with the battle rhythm and can better absorb the effects of the Pokeblocks and recover more completely. As for the direction of Murkrow's training, speed remains the priority. The duration of the move Tailwind should continue to be trained. Additionally, Murkrow needs to master some essential moves. The moves it has already learned require time to be familiarized and perfected so that they can be executed more efficiently in battle. As a dark and flying type Pokémon, Murkrow has good resistance. It does not suffer from quadruple damage, so it will not be easily countered by Pokémon of a specific type. Even attacks that deal double damage, such as electric, ice, or fairy-type attacks, are very rare on the trial island or even non-existent. So, while fighting on this island, only rock-type attacks need to be watched out for. With the prankster ability, Murkrow has an advantage when using moves, especially when combined with Tailwind. What Cain needs to do now is engage in more battles to improve the coordination between trainer and Pokémon and perfect the combat techniques they already know. After using the yellow berry poke blocks, Murkrow will need another type of poke block to accelerate its growth and enhance its training effects. And Cain has already thought of a new poke block before the first ranking. The Dark Speed poke block, a mid-level poke block with a black and white pattern. According to the system description, the main ingredients are the lancet berry and jabaca berry, along with a dozen different types of berries and medicinal herbs as secondary ingredients. Specifically designed for dark and flying type Pokémon, making it perfect for Murkrow. So, with the points obtained in the first ranking, Cain exchanged for as many berries as possible, and these two in particular were the ones he exchanged the most, almost depleting all of Team Rocket's stock on the island. Once made, Cain believes that in the next few days, Murkrow will enter an accelerated growth phase. After thinking for a moment, Cain, who had been busy all day, felt a wave of fatigue. He placed his hands behind his head, looked at the moonlight filtering through the cave's crack, closed his eyes, and, accompanied by Murkrow's calm breathing, fell asleep. The next day, the sun began to rise slowly over the eastern horizon. With the night's disappearance, the forest gradually returned to tranquility. The sounds of insects and beast tracks faded away. A ray of sunlight filtered through the cave's crack, illuminating Cain's face. The gradual increase in temperature woke him from his sleep. It's summer now, and the sun rises quite early. Moreover, after a day of battle yesterday, Cain, unusually, did not wake up before dawn. Maybe it's because things are going increasingly well, which has eased the pressure on his mind. Stretching lazily, Cain looked at Murkrow, who also woke up when he did, and smiled. In his previous life, after becoming a quasi-elite level trainer, Cain gradually relaxed and began to enjoy life. Now, in this new beginning, this was the first time he had slept deeply. Murkrow, your task today is simple. Stay here flapping your wings until all the smell in the cave dissipates, Cain told Murkrow. During the previous battle, Murkrow, thanks to the move Tailwind, almost managed to use Gust. Cain believes that with a little more training, it will be able to master it. And if it continues progressing, it might even learn advanced damaging moves like Hurricane earlier than expected. While Murkrow trains the Tailwind move, it can also eliminate bad odors and clean the cave, killing two birds with one stone. Caw. Murkrow nodded firmly. It always carries out Cain's orders precisely. Since its birth, Murkrow has never seen its parents, had a good environment, delicious food, or training, and has often been bullied by other Pokémon. Until it met Cain, the first and only person who has been kind to him. Therefore, besides the loyalty a Pokémon has to its trainer, Murkrow feels a childlike dependence on Cain, as if he were its father. It cannot let Cain down, that is Murkrow's only thought. Seeing Murkrow so motivated, a smile involuntarily formed on Cain's face. Then, he took the yellow berry poke blocks of the day from his storage space. Under Murkrow's expectant gaze, he tossed them into the air one by one, and Murkrow quickly devoured them. Burp. Satisfied, Murkrow let out a small burp, then flew to the top of the cave and began flapping its wings, causing a strong wind to blow inside the cave. As Cain was behind Murkrow, even though the wind howled in the cave, it did not affect him at all. After a brief cleanup and a simple breakfast, Cain took several berries and medicinal herbs from his storage space and neatly placed them on a stone. With a clean cloth, he carefully wiped each berry before placing them carefully in place. Then he washed the tools for crushing berries with clean water. Perhaps because there was a lake near the cave, or maybe there was an underground spring, the original owner of the cave decided to build it there. Either way, Cain and Murkrow benefited from this. Compared to the lake water all Pokémon drank, the underground water here was clearer and sweeter. Due to the conditions' limitations, the tools Cain used were very primitive: a wooden mortar and pestle, a manual impurity separator, a manual compressor, and a manual condenser. All the tools were made of simple wood, so the poke block manufacturing process was quite laborious and slow, although the final quality met the standards. As for more advanced poke blocks, these simple tools would not be sufficient. Cain carefully peeled and pitted all the berries with a small knife, cut them into uniform sizes according to the system's calculations, then cut and crushed the medicinal herbs, removing the leftover parts. First, he placed the portions of lancet berry and jabaca berry in the mortar, crushed them by hand, and then, following the system's instructions, added the other berries and medicinal herbs one by one. Each ingredient had to be added precisely, the mixing time had to be accurate, the mixing degree had to be precise, and the order of the ingredients also had to be precise. Due to the strict demands of the poke block manufacturing process, in the Alliance, people who can efficiently make poke blocks are very rare. Fortunately, Cain had the system to help him control everything. He only needed to follow the recipe and make the poke blocks. After pouring the prepared juice into the appropriate container, he compressed and condensed the mixture, then placed it in a cool spot. Now, he just had to wait for the poke block to be ready. After completing one batch of poke blocks, Cain placed the container aside, took the same amount of ingredients, and continued making the next batch. All morning, Murkrow focused on strengthening his wings, learning wind techniques, and gaining a better understanding of flight maneuvers. He only took short breaks when his wings couldn't flap anymore. He diligently followed the training plan set by Cain. Meanwhile, Cain spent the entire morning making poke blocks. This time, the poke blocks were noticeably more complicated to make than the yellowberry ones he had made before. Due to the simple tools, he was only able to produce a little over 100 poke blocks throughout the morning. Cain let out a long sigh as he looked at the piles of poke blocks in the containers. Then he stood up from the ground and stretched his legs, which had gone numb from sitting for so long. All right, Murkrow, that's enough. Take a break. It's time to prepare today's lunch, Cain said. Caw, caw, caw. After flapping his wings a few more times, Murkrow created small whirlwinds that blew the last bits of Zubat droppings out of the cave before stopping and flying to Cain's shoulder. Feeling the weight on his shoulder and with his legs still numb, Cain almost lost his balance and stumbled a bit. Cain patted Murkrow's now soft feathers and, smiling, said, "Don't worry. But it seems your size has recovered, and soon I might not be able to carry you anymore." He said it half-jokingly. In the world of Pokémon, humans have much stronger bodies than those of humans in Cain's first life on Earth. Though his body was still a bit slim, carrying Murkrow wasn't an issue for him. In this world, there are some humans who, although not as strong as Pokémon, have quite robust bodies, comparable to some common Pokémon. There are even people who specifically train for combat, becoming as strong as certain fighting-type Pokémon. In Cain's mind, the clearest example is the future Kanto Elite Four member, the fighting-type expert, Bruno. He has trained his body to the limit, being able to fight a Macamp on equal terms. There are also humans with special abilities, such as Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City in Kanto, whose psychic powers are so strong that they surpass most psychic-type Pokémon. Sabrina is also one of the 3 highest-ranking officers in Team Rocket. In his previous life, Cain saw Sabrina once. Her arrogance and haughtiness left a deep impression on him. That's why, while Murkrow trained, Cain also took the opportunity to exercise his own body. He didn't expect to reach Bruno's level, but at least he didn't want to be a burden to his Pokémon. By midday, during lunch, the advantage of living next to the lake became clear. The untouched lake was full of fat fish. After several failed attempts, Murkrow finally learned how to fish, and with great joy, he caught enough fish for lunch. At Team Rocket's base, Cain had obtained some seasonings, which allowed him to simply grill some fish. He and Murkrow enjoyed a pleasant lunch. After resting for a while, Cain said, "All right, the break is over. This afternoon, it's time for some battle training. Murkrow, are you ready?" Caw, caw. Murkrow enthusiastically spread his wings and nodded. Although the morning's training had made him feel stronger, what really excited him was the thought of battling. "Wow, you're quite the fighter, huh?" Cain smiled and patted Murkrow's head. In the forest, there's no shortage of wild Pokémon. By simply paying attention to the tracks in the forest, you could soon find one, and some ill-tempered Pokémon would even come out to provoke you themselves. Thanks to the system, Cain could scan his opponent's data at any time. If they encountered an opponent that was too strong, they would simply flee, and if they found a suitable Pokémon, Cain would let Murkrow battle. As long as they didn't venture into the territory of a too powerful Pokémon, there wasn't much danger for Cain and Murkrow. Soon, the evening arrived, and a tired Cain and Murkrow returned to the cave. While Murkrow fought, Cain also trained his own body. Recently, Cain's previously weakened body had received enough nutrition, and with conscious training, his once skinny frame had begun to fill out a bit, with muscle definition starting to show. Cain looked at the fully solidified poke blocks in the containers, took one out, and carefully examined it in his hand. The black and white poke block had a jelly-like texture, with a smooth surface and no impurities. Using a small knife, he cut a piece and brought it to his mouth. A bitter and dry taste suddenly exploded in his mouth, and though Cain was prepared, he couldn't help but frown at the flavor hitting his taste buds. The bitterness of the herbs and the dryness of the mixed berries was something only a very experienced breeder could completely break down, and that's without mentioning the complicated manufacturing process. Although the taste wasn't pleasant, this is precisely what Pokémon like. Even after tasting just a small amount of the poke block, Cain felt a slight relief in his tired body and muscles. If that's what he felt, the effects would be even more pronounced for a Pokémon. Cain fed Murkrow the poke block in his hand, and under Murkrow's expectant gaze, he carefully stored the rest of the poke blocks in the storage space of his Team Rocket belt. Seeing Murkrow's disappointed face from not being able to eat more poke blocks and only getting to taste the half he had before, Cain laughed and scolded him, "You greedy little thing, why are you in such a rush? They're all yours. But before that, you have to eat the yellowberry poke blocks for 2 more days." Murkrow had been eating yellowberry poke blocks for 5 days, and the effects were wearing off, but there were still 2 days left. No matter how much he could improve, he had to wait until the effect completely faded before switching. If poke blocks aren't designed to be combined, mixing them could significantly reduce the effects of both. So, Murkrow would have to wait 2 more days. Caw, caw. Murkrow quickly shook his head, then nodded, as if trying to hide his desire for the new poke blocks while agreeing with Cain at the same time. Cain sat down and began massaging Murkrow's increasingly soft feathers, using techniques he had learned in his second life. After a day of training and battling, a proper night massage would help the Pokémon recover faster. Murkrow let out a satisfied sound as his stiff muscles relaxed, and he closed his eyes to enjoy the moment. After massaging for about half an hour, Murkrow was completely relaxed, and his muscles had loosened. Then, Cain started preparing dinner. Today's menu was a large pot of fish soup, with a creamy white broth and succulent fish meat. After finishing the meal, both of them settled against the rocks and fell into a deep sleep, exhausted from the day. The forest was particularly noisy at night, but the Zubat cave was a place of tranquility. Since the Zubat had occupied the cave for a long time, the night was quite safe. In the end, only the quiet breathing inside the cave could be heard. 2 days passed in the busy routine of Cain and his Murkrow. These 2 days were very productive for both, filled with a sense of satisfaction mixed with intensity. If we talk about changes, the most evident one is in appearance. After consuming yellow poke blocks for an entire week, Murkrow has finally emerged from the great slump it was in. Although it's unclear if it has reached its full potential, Murkrow is very pleased. Previously, its size didn't match that of a common Murkrow, but now it has grown to reach 60 centimeters in height, making it 10 centimeters taller than the average Murkrow. Its black plumage is firmly attached to its body, and each feather shines with an intense black, making its streamlined body even faster in flight. Its powerful wings reflect great explosive strength, and thanks to daily training, it can now perfectly use flying-type energy. It has even started to master Gust, an advanced flying-type move. Although its body has grown and its weight has increased, its speed hasn't decreased. In fact, it has increased. One could say that both its attack capability and speed have improved significantly. Although the change in Cain is not as obvious as in Murkrow, it is noticeable that he has more energy, and his muscles have begun to strengthen. During Murkrow's daily training, he doesn't fall behind either. Although his clothes remain worn out, his eyes shine with renewed energy. Even the Zubat cave, which used to be very simple, has been completely renovated. The cold floor is now covered with soft straw and tree leaves, and along the wall are 2 wooden shelves filled with medicinal herbs and berries Cain has collected during his outings. A small, simple bed is spread out on the floor, covered with the skin of some animal. Murkrow, the effect of the yellow poke blocks has fully manifested, and since the cycle is over, continuing to eat them won't have much effect. From now on, you can eat those black poke blocks you've been craving, Cain said with a smile as he watched Murkrow preening itself. Upon hearing about the black poke blocks, Murkrow immediately stopped its actions, remembering their previous taste, and involuntarily swallowed, fixing its gaze on Cain. Seeing Murkrow's gluttonous expression, Cain smiled resignedly and pulled out the black poke blocks, which he had been preparing for days, from his storage space, placing them in a special bowl for Murkrow's food. From now on, you can eat as much as you want, Cain said. Unlike the yellow poke blocks, black poke blocks can help improve Pokémon subtly, as they contain a large amount of dark and flying-type energy. The more they eat, the more they can absorb. Cain believes that in the near future, Murkrow will continue to grow alongside these poke blocks. In fact, as an intermediate-level poke block, it contains a large amount of energy. Normally, Murkrow would have to eat many fish to feel full, but after just a few poke blocks, it already feels satisfied. Enjoying the perfect flavor, Murkrow lightly tapped its beak, wishing it could eat more if it weren't already full. While Murkrow enjoyed its lunch, Cain also quickly finished his own meal. The afternoon was reserved for combat training and forest exploration. The Team Rocket base was to the west, so there was no need to explore in that direction. During these 2 days, Cain and Murkrow had been exploring the forest to the east, where they encountered many different Pokémon and learned about some Pokémon groups in the area. One of them is a Spearow group 8 kilometers away, and another is a Pidgey group 15 kilometers away. These 2 groups are mortal enemies and frequently fight each other. However, due to their large numbers, Cain didn't dare provoke them. The Spearow group has a level 22 Fearow, while the Pidgey group has a pair of level 21 Pidgeotto. Both groups are quite strong and well-balanced. Today's goal was to explore southward, taking Murkrow on a light journey. With Murkrow's current size, it can no longer perch on Cain's shoulder, so Murkrow now circles above his head, staying alert to its surroundings. Cain doesn't know the exact size of the trial island, but it must be quite large. After being away from the Team Rocket base for several days, he still hasn't encountered anyone. Although not everyone stays outside all the time, like the first-place contestant in the first trial, Xander, who only goes out to explore the forest during the day and returns to the base before sunset. However, today that situation might change. After walking 3 kilometers south, Cain encountered 3 participants who were exploring as a group, sitting under a tree, resting. Murkrow was the first to spot them and, after informing Cain, they quietly approached the trio's position. The 3 were sitting together, as if discussing something, with their Pokémon by their side. Of the 3, the one who seemed to be the leader was a sturdy man with a coughing. Another was a rather short guy with an oddish, and the third had a very ordinary appearance, dressed in a green t-shirt, and his Pokémon was a Zubat. Are we heading in the right direction if we keep going, big brother? The shortest of the group asked. The sturdy man glanced at the short guy and said disdainfully, "Don't you trust me?" His gaze toward the short guy was full of scorn. Oddish is a very weak Pokémon at low levels, and it can easily be found in this forest. No, big brother, of course we trust you. You're a top competitor who placed 10th in the first trial, the young man in green quickly replied. The sturdy man seemed more satisfied with the young man's response, and the flattery clearly pleased him, as seen in the smile that appeared on his face. If it weren't for the fact that my coughing isn't good at direct attacks, my position would have been much higher, the sturdy man said, though his tone softened. Of course, with your strength, you could definitely be in the top 3, the short guy quickly added, realizing his mistake. With an Oddish as his Pokémon, which is relatively docile, he didn't have much trouble taming it. However, Oddish is a rather weak Pokémon, and since this guy is interacting with a Pokémon for the first time, he doesn't know how to train it. He needs someone strong to support him if he wants to advance in this trial. Seeing that the short guy was starting to understand how to talk, the sturdy man, known as Big Brother, nodded with satisfaction. Although the short guy wasn't very strong, at least he was obedient, so the sturdy man agreed to let him follow. After a pause, he said, I got this using my ranking points to exchange for it at the base store. It's a treasure map. Although the area it shows is small, it's clearly marked with the nearby Pokémon groups. The Rattata group we found earlier was marked on the map, meaning we're heading in the right direction. As the 10th place finisher in the first trial, the sturdy man exchanged all his points for a treasure map. Not everyone has a clear plan like Cain, who knows what he and his Pokémon need. That's why Team Rocket made many treasure maps available in the store, some real and some fake, with different prices. Many people, like this sturdy man, choose to take a risk and buy a treasure map. Clearly, this sturdy man is one of those who decided to bet on a map. Listening to the conversation of the 3 people not far away, Cain maintained a calm expression, but his eyes gleamed. He knew that Team Rocket had many treasure maps, and he also knew that some of them hid real treasures. However, due to his needs, he hadn't redeemed them immediately. He planned to do so later, but he didn't expect his first encounter with someone would be with the treasure hunting trio. Cain had some impression of the chubby boy. He used a yellow quality coughing. Although its level wasn't very high, its talent was notable. As for the other 2, he didn't have a strong impression. However, regardless of the situation, since he had encountered them in the wild and they were carrying something that interested Cain, there was no other choice but to fight. His mind began to work quickly. If he was going to attack, he had to be fully prepared. The chubby boy's coughing was a fairly strong opponent, but Cain wasn't sure if it had learned the move self-destruct. They were too far away now, and the system couldn't scan the data. The green-clad boy's Zubat seemed to have grown well, judging by its appearance. As for the little one's Oddish, it was doubly weak to Murkrow's flying type, so it wouldn't be much of a problem. Facing 3 trained Pokémon is different from facing wild ones. Fortunately, Murkrow had grown quite rapidly in recent days. With a quick glance, Murkrow's stats appeared before his eyes. Pokémon, Murkrow, green. Gender, male. Level, 12. Type, dark, flying. Ability, prankster. Held item, none. Egg moves, punishment, feint attack, roost. Basic moves, peck, astonish, pursuit, haze. Learned moves, snatch, tailwind, gust. TMS, none. After 2 days of combat, Murkrow had leveled up once more and learned the moves haze and gust. Cain crawled along the ground, advancing cautiously. The dense forest undergrowth provided excellent cover, and Murkrow stuck to his back, not daring to make the slightest sound. When they were less than 5 meters from the trio, Cain stopped. This was the limit. Getting closer could get him discovered. This distance was enough for the system to perform a scan. A flash in his eyes, and the information of the 3 Pokémon appeared before him. As he had suspected, a yellow quality coughing at level 14, which hadn't learned self-destruct, an orange quality Zubat at level 13, and, to Cain's surprise, the little one's Oddish was also yellow quality, though only at level 11, indicating it probably hadn't been trained properly. Now that he knew their data, Cain's plan became clearer. Although Oddish's level was low and its combat power weak, it was still a Pokémon. Fighting 1 against 3 was much harder than fighting 1 against 2, and Oddish was doubly weak to Murkrow, so his first target had to be Oddish. Murkrow, activate Tailwind. Then, directly attack Oddish, use Gust for a long-range strike, and then close in with Peck to finish it off, Cain said softly, making sure only he and Murkrow could hear him. Murkrow nodded resolutely. After several days of fighting, he and Cain had developed a great sense of synchronization. With just a slight instruction, Murkrow knew what to do. Cain raised 3 fingers, signaling the countdown. As the fingers began to fold, a white stream of air appeared around Murkrow. Amidst the white and black colors, his eyes became sharper and sharper. 1. The last finger dropped. Whoosh! Murkrow's wings flapped powerfully, and a strong wind blew through the underbrush, flattening the vegetation and exposing Cain, who had been hiding. Cain shook his head in resignation and stood up slowly. In an instant, Murkrow rushed toward Oddish. Amid the surprised expressions of the trio, a wind as sharp as a blade surged from Murkrow's wings, heading straight for the terrified Oddish. Gust, a flying-type move that, if it hit, would deal significant damage to Oddish. The 3 reacted quickly, moving away from Murkrow's attack zone. Surprisingly, the chubby boy was the most agile of them all. As they moved, Coughing and Zubat also reacted, dodging the attack. The strong wind reached Oddish in an instant, striking hard against its astonished expression. Bang! Bang! With 2 blows, Oddish fell to the ground, even leaving a slight dent in the earth, showing the great power of Murkrow's attacks. Taking advantage of everyone being occupied dodging, Murkrow, after launching Gust, quickly closed in and attacked Oddish with Peck. Coughing, tackle. Zubat, use bite. The other two reacted quickly and gave orders. Murkrow, dodge. Cain, now that he had been discovered, didn't try to hide anymore. Seeing the two issue attack orders, he swiftly commanded Murkrow to evade. Murkrow lifted off, barely dodging the attacks from the two Pokemon. Although he didn't manage to finish off Oddish, it was already on the verge of defeat. Oddish, the little one cried, tears in his eyes, seeing his Oddish fall to the ground, unable to get up. Although worried, he didn't dare approach. His small, thin body couldn't withstand even a single attack from Murkrow. The chubby boy shot a glance at his companion, who was sobbing on the ground, and spat two words with a rigid expression, useless. Finally, both recognized who had attacked them. The chubby boy and the green-clad boy frowned, clearly also recognizing Cain. After all, he had come in second in the first trial. It's you, the lucky one who got second place, the chubby boy said coldly. Cain flashed a slight smile and looked at them without saying a word. Apparently, Cain's tactics in the trial had spread throughout the base, and most people thought it had just been a trick and that he was nothing special. Cain didn't bother to correct that perception. Don't think that just because you got second place through tricks, you're something special. Those are just cheap tricks. Instead of hiding well, you dare to attack us by surprise, you're asking for your death. The chubby boy said this while performing a series of movements, signaling the green-clad boy to start an attack. The green-clad boy understood the signal. Zubat, close in and use wing attack. Coughing, smog. Murkrow, gust. Disperse the smog, Cain calmly responded to the attack. Influenced by Cain, Murkrow also showed no signs of nervousness. Zubat, facing Murkrow's gust, quickly approached while taking damage, with one of its wings glowing faintly as it aimed to attack Murkrow. The smog was dispersed by gust, but at the same time, Coughing quickly moved closer. Struck by Zubat's wing attack, Murkrow was sent flying several meters back. Although he took damage, his current body wasn't affected enough to interfere in the battle. Coughing, assurance. Seeing Murkrow had been hit, the chubby boy quickly issued the command. Assurance is a move that doubles its power if the opponent has taken damage beforehand. At this moment, Assurance's power was at 120, which would be devastating if it hit Murkrow. Murkrow, don't forget your speed. Use all of Tailwind to dodge. Cain remained calm in the face of such a powerful move as Assurance. No matter how strong the move's power was, only the moves that hit count. Feint attack and strike Zubat. With Tailwind at its maximum power, Murkrow moved faster, dodging Coughing's attack and quickly closing in on Zubat. Zubat, dodge quickly, the green-clad boy ordered, seeing Murkrow approach Zubat rapidly. But unfortunately, feint attack is a move with a high hit rate. Bang! Murkrow's sharp beak struck Zubat with force, and then he quickly retreated, not staying to fight. It didn't take long before Murkrow repeatedly dodged Coughing's attacks and then struck Zubat. After a series of blows, Zubat was also knocked out, lying on the ground. Cain flashed a cold smile. Once Zubat was dealt with, Coughing, which was slower, wouldn't pose much of a threat. The chubby boy gritted his teeth, desperately wanting to face Murkrow, but he couldn't even touch a feather of the Pokemon. The boy in green looked at Zubat lying on the ground, his face pale, not knowing what to do. Idiots, what are you standing there for? It's just one person. Why don't you attack him directly? Are you waiting for him to kill you? The chubby boy shouted, his neck reddened with rage. If Coughing lost the ability to fight as well, the fate of the three would be clear. Thinking about this, sweat started running down his forehead. Hearing the chubby boy's words, the boy in green gritted his teeth and pulled a knife from his belt, gripping it tightly in his hand. He too knew very well what would happen if Coughing fell. Even the small boy, who had been in shock, recovered, stood up trembling, and his eyes began to redden slightly. As if in agreement, both of them rushed toward Cain at the same time. Cain remained impassive. As a former member of Team Rocket in his past life, he had seen it all. These were just two inexperienced teenagers. Though his body was still somewhat weak, thanks to his training in combat techniques, he had nothing to fear from these two boys. But, since it had come to this, the three of them no longer posed a threat to him. Murkrow, finish off the chubby one first, Cain said as he knocked the two boys to the ground and addressed Murkrow. Caw! Murkrow screeched while flapping its wings. Under the terrified gaze of the chubby boy, Murkrow's sharp claws slashed his throat. The chubby boy tried to say something as he grasped his throat with both hands, but he couldn't utter a word and slowly fell to the ground. Without anyone to guide it, Coughing became an easy target, and under Murkrow's consecutive attacks, it too lost its life. In the end, the three boys and their Pokemon fell under the attacks of Cain and Murkrow. Cain ignored the desperate looks of the three. He was used to death and knew very well that this wasn't a kind world. This was a cruel world, a real world where only those prepared for death could survive. Showing mercy to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. In this trial, those who survived would be the winners. With skill, Cain removed the storage belts from the three and, together with Murkrow, quickly left the scene. The smell of blood would soon attract wild Pokemon from the forest, and their bodies would satisfy the appetites of those Pokemon. He didn't know how long they had walked when Cain and Murkrow sat under a tree. Cain took out some black poke blocks for Murkrow to recover energy, and then emptied the contents of the three belts, leaving a pile of miscellaneous items scattered on the ground. There wasn't anything particularly useful among the items, so Cain kept a knife, some food, and a few survival tools. What surprised him the most was finding a healing spray bottle among the green-clothed boy's belongings. He had no idea where he had gotten it from, probably stolen from someone else. Looking at the crumpled treasure map in his hand, Cain felt speechless. Though he knew these treasure maps had been placed by Team Rocket as rewards for newcomers, the quality of the drawing left much to be desired. Even the letters were crooked, which wasn't surprising considering they could be redeemed for just 100 points. Based on the earlier conversation of the three, the direction of the treasure map should be south of the cave, and according to the map's information, after passing through 2 Pokémon territories, they should reach the location. The chubby boy had said they had already passed through Rattata territory, so the next step would be entering Weedle territory. The exact location of the treasure was probably within Caterpie territory. Compared to Caterpie territory, where the treasure was buried, Weedle territory was much more dangerous. It's important to note that bug-type Pokémon usually grow quickly, which means that in Weedle territory, there were almost certainly Beedrill. A group of Beedrill dominates any forest, not because they're extremely strong, but due to their strong sense of community. If you provoke one Beedrill, you will face an endless pursuit from the entire swarm. Additionally, Beedrill is an extremely territorial Pokémon with a strong urge to attack. I hope there are few Beedrill in this group, otherwise, I'll have to take another route, Cain said with a sigh. At this moment, both he and Murkrow shuddered at the thought of facing a swarm of Beedrill. However, the map only showed a simple path, and no one knew what they might encounter if they took an alternative route. They could run into a river that would push them further away from their goal, or they might meet an even stronger Pokémon. Faced with unknown dangers, known dangers were much more acceptable. Since he already had the treasure map, not seeing what was there wouldn't be in Cain's character. He stored the treasure map in his storage space, stood up, and dusted off his clothes. He had Murkrow dig a small hole in the ground and buried the 3 belts along with all the useless items, covering them with a layer of dirt and stomping it down a bit. Shortly after, in a dense forest, Cain held a knife in his right hand, cutting through the thorns and branches blocking his path as he crouched. Murkrow flapped its wings softly in the air, not making much noise, a scene that looked a bit comical. Cain and Murkrow had entered the Weedle territory shown on the map. After their battle with the 3, they had traveled about 7 or 8 kilometers, entering Weedle territory. Once inside this zone, both Cain and Murkrow moved cautiously, hoping to cross without drawing the attention of the Beedrill. After carefully advancing for a kilometer, Cain let out a small sigh of relief. Up until that point, he hadn't seen any trace of Weedle, Kakuna, or Beedrill. However, just as he was beginning to relax, he spotted an area of the forest where trees large enough to be surrounded by a person were covered in golden cocoons. Almost every tree had 3 or 4 cocoons hanging from them, and from a distance, the green of the forest was speckled with golden spots. Cain took a deep breath and stopped to observe for a moment. Fortunately, he didn't see any Beedrill. However, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. If Kakuna was startled while in its cocoon, it would immediately evolve into Beedrill. Given the current situation, if one appeared, an entire swarm would soon follow. Although the newly evolved Beedrill wouldn't pose much of a challenge for Murkrow, the sheer number would be enough to make Murkrow feel intimidated. Moving even more cautiously, after 2 hours they finally managed to cross Weedle territory. However, it wouldn't be long before this area became Beedrill territory. Given the nature of Beedrill, if no unexpected events occurred, they would soon become one of the most powerful groups in this forest. Cain wiped the small drops of sweat that had appeared on his forehead. Despite everything he had seen in his life, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If, in the middle of his path, a Kakuna suddenly turned into a Beedrill, even if he could escape, he would likely end up seriously injured. It's important to remember that Beedrill is a bug and poison-type Pokémon. If he were to get poisoned and didn't have an antidote, surviving would be a stroke of luck. Finally, Cain left the terrifying forest of Kakuna behind. The sense of relief was immediate, and even the air felt much fresher. Murkrow, who had been restrained for a long time, flew energetically in the sky. The tension of the previous situation had weighed heavily on him. Despite being a flying-type Pokémon, facing a swarm of almost 100 Beedrill, his only option was to flee in terror. The next place they headed was Caterpie's territory. If it followed the same logic as Weedle's territory, it had probably also become a forest of Metapod. However, unlike Kakuna, Metapod is a docile Pokémon. As long as they weren't attacked first, passing through their territory shouldn't pose any danger. Even if the forest contained Butterfree, which are also peaceful by nature, there wouldn't be any major problems. After checking the map again to make sure he was going in the right direction, Cain was finally able to straighten up and walk with more confidence. Murkrow flew in circles in the air, like a bird newly freed from a cage, with no intention of stopping anytime soon. According to the landmarks, after walking a few more kilometers, when he found a small hill, the treasure would be there. The sun was beginning to set, and the shadows of the trees and Cain intertwined on the ground. The Caterpie forest didn't pose a great threat, and Cain passed by several Metapod patiently waiting for their time to evolve into Butterfree. Finally, he reached the small hill marked on the map. At the top of the hill was a tree so large that it would take 3 people to wrap around its trunk. The treasure was buried under that tree. However, what surprised Cain was seeing a Pokémon with 2 large horns on its head clinging to the tree, moving slightly as if searching for something. Cain raised his hand and signaled Murkrow to come down. Seeing Cain's signal, Murkrow stopped flying in circles and quickly swooped down to him. Cain, along with Murkrow, began to approach the hill. About 5 meters away, Cain used the system to scan the data of the Pokémon in front of him. Pokémon, Pinsir, Orange. Gender, female. Level, 18. Type, Bug. Ability, Hyper Cutter. Held item, Resin. Egg move, Faint. Basic moves, Vice Grip, Focus Energy, Bind, Seismic Toss, Harden, Revenge, Vital Throw. Learned move, Bite. TM moves, none. After seeing Pinsir's data on the screen, Cain frowned slightly. He knew this type of Pokémon very well, as in his previous life he had a Pinsir of exceptional quality that played a key role in his team. With a base attack stat of 125 and 100 in defense, plus a speed of 85, Pinsir could have been an extremely sought-after Pokémon if it weren't for its low health and inability to evolve. Even in its current state, Pinsir was known as a trainer killer for beginners. Bug-type Pokémon grow quickly, and with Pinsir's high offensive power and the moves it learns early on, it becomes a deadly threat to opponents. Pinsir has a fierce temperament and will attack any Pokémon that comes near. And if it catches you with its large horns, escaping is almost impossible. The Pinsir that Cain is facing is at level 18. Although it's only of orange quality, it is still the strongest opponent that Cain and Murkrow have faced so far. It was clear that this Pinsir was the guardian of the hill. If Cain wanted to get the treasure, he would have to face it, and with Pinsir's temperament, a battle was inevitable. Murkrow, be careful not to get caught by its horns, Cain warned seriously. Fortunately, Murkrow is a dark and flying type Pokémon, giving him a double advantage against Pinsir. Murkrow also sensed that the opponent wouldn't be easy to defeat and nodded in understanding. Cain began devising a strategy in his mind, trying to avoid a direct confrontation with Pinsir. Murkrow, use Gust. The Pinsir, who was enjoying its meal, was suddenly attacked, and on top of that, it was a flying type move, its least favorite type. It felt a sharp pain in its body. A wave of rage surged in Pinsir's heart. As the leader of the area, she had always been the one intimidating others. How dare they attack her, and while she was enjoying her meal? This was like adding fuel to the fire. Grr. Pinsir roared in fury as it charged towards Murkrow. It knew that little Pokémon was the one who had interrupted its moment of enjoyment. As Pinsir ran, it took a deep breath, concentrated its energy, and a gust of wind surged from its feet. It was using Focus Energy, a move that increases the chance of landing a critical hit. With its high attack power combined with the possibility of a critical hit, a single blow from Pinsir could be deadly. Murkrow, use Snatch, Cain ordered quickly upon noticing Pinsir's shift. A dark energy emerged around Pinsir, and the gust of wind it had accumulated instantly dissipated, appearing around Murkrow in the form of a black shadow. Feeling the power contained in that shadow, Murkrow's eyes sharpened. Snatch is a dark-type move that, with Murkrow's prankster ability, allowed it to steal the effect of Focus Energy before Pinsir could benefit from it. Enjoying the effect of Focus Energy, Murkrow kept a close eye on Pinsir, observing every movement of its body, noting small inconsistencies that could be weak points to exploit. Murkrow, use Gust again. With the prankster ability, any attempt by its opponent to power up became useless and could even be turned against them. Upon hearing the command, Murkrow flapped its wings, generating an even sharper gust of wind than before, aimed at the inconsistencies it had noticed in Pinsir's body. Bang! Bang! 2 blasts of wind hit Pinsir. Grr! Pinsir cried out in pain. Not only was it confused by the ineffectiveness of its usual move, but now it felt an even sharper pain than before. Its eyes filled with rage. Without the ability to fly, Pinsir found itself powerless against Murkrow's cunning tactics, like a child facing an adult, unable to do anything. It was being attacked but couldn't strike back, and that powerlessness only fueled its frustration. Resigned, Pinsir decided to use one of its least favorite moves. Concentrating all its strength, its body tensed. It was using Harden, a move that increases its defense. Watching Pinsir's actions, Cain almost laughed out loud. This was one of the differences between wild Pokémon and those with a trainer. Without someone to guide them, they rely on their own intelligence and instincts to fight. How could he not take advantage of that? Keep using Snatch. Pinsir was tensing its body tightly, but what it didn't know was that its opponent was waiting for it to use that move. The familiar dark aura surrounded it once again, and the effect of Murkrow's Snatch move manifested once more. Pinsir was puzzled after trying to use the move Harden. Although it didn't use it often, it shouldn't have any effect, right? Unwilling to give up, it used Harden again. This time, it finally saw the dark aura flying from its side toward Murkrow. Although it didn't know what it was, it realized it was all the work of that annoying dark bird in the sky, which it had never seen before. And at that moment, Murkrow was feeling incredible. With the double boost from Harden, it felt like it was covered in armor, and its feathers had become so tough that they made a metallic sound when they rubbed together. Pinsir could only roar in frustration, powerless to do anything else. After enduring another gust of wind, Pinsir gave up, turned around, and fled. Against such a shameless opponent, all it could do was run away. But, while Pinsir had a base speed of 85, Murkrow also had a speed of 91 points, and it was boosted by Tailwind. Could Pinsir escape? The answer was clearly no. Under a series of powerful attacks from Murkrow with the effect of Focus Energy, Pinsir finally collapsed, helpless in its attempt to flee. However, this time Cain didn't let Murkrow finish it off. It wasn't that he felt sorry for Pinsir or wanted to catch it, but he thought this Pinsir was an excellent Pokémon to train against. Defeating Pinsir caused Murkrow to level up, reaching level 13, which showed that defeating such a high-level opponent gave it a great amount of experience. Craw! Murkrow cried out energetically after defeating Pinsir. It had never had such a satisfying battle, or rather, such a satisfying attack. Who wouldn't want to attack without having to worry about being attacked back? Paying no more attention to the fallen Pinsir, Cain ignored it. Since he had already decided that Pinsir would be the perfect target to train and level up Murkrow, whether Pinsir should feel grateful or sorry for its luck remained unknown. Slowly walking toward the large tree, Cain looked up and realized the tree was much bigger up close than it had seemed from a distance. Its dense branches and leaves stretched out like a green cloud, blocking the sun and casting a refreshing shadow on the ground. Cain grabbed a nearby dry branch and began digging into the soft soil beneath the tree. Without tools, he could only do it in a rudimentary way. Fortunately, the earth was soft, and with a bit of effort, he could drive the branch into the ground. As Cain concentrated on digging, Murkrow had already made a complete circle around the tree and was now perched on one of the larger branches, nodding repeatedly as if admiring the tree. As a flying-type Pokémon, it had a natural affinity with trees. Bang! As he dug hard, Cain hit a solid object. He put the branch aside and used his hands to clear the dirt from the object, revealing a metal box that glimmered in the sunlight. He had only dug about 10 centimeters deep. Cain realized why it had been so easy to dig. They probably hadn't tried to bury it very deep, just enough to hide it. Carefully, Cain pulled the metal box out of the ground, shook it slightly. It wasn't heavy. After brushing the dirt off the surface, it revealed a completely silver box. Murkrow flew down quickly and stood beside him, curiously eyeing the box. Cain sat cross-legged, placing the silver box on his lap. There was a small lock securing the lid. Murkrow, gently open this lock, Cain instructed Murkrow. With a clink, the lock was easily destroyed by Murkrow, with no effort. Slowly opening the box, Cain found a palm-sized disc emitting a white glow. Apart from this disc, there was nothing else inside the box. Seeing the contents of the box, Cain couldn't help but feel his facial muscles twitch. First, a treasure map valued at just 100 points, then a rudimentary map drawn with questionable accuracy, a barely hidden burial site, and finally, a big box with just one disc inside. The whole rocket team's operation seemed so careless that Cain didn't know what to think. Although he knew these treasures were just to entertain the trial participants, this was the first time he had encountered something so random. He shook his head to clear the disorganized thoughts. Although this 100-point treasure box didn't contain much, Cain was satisfied with its contents. If he wasn't mistaken, that disc was a technical machine, also known as a TM. As for what move it contained, it could only be known by using a special machine, unless there was some special indication. However, since the disc emitted a white glow, it was likely a normal type move. Regardless of the move, it was definitely worth more than 100 points. After closing the box, he stored it in the storage system. Since he didn't need it now, he would check it the next time he returned to the base to see if Murkrow could learn the move. If not, he could sell the disc to Team Rocket and exchange it for some points. Team Rocket had a points system that allowed participants to earn points not only through the trials but also by trading items or completing missions. Both outside and on this trial island, Team Rocket maintained this system. However, earning points wasn't easy. On the island, Cain had taken a look at the available missions at Team Rocket's base. Most of them were simple tasks like cleaning or collecting berries and herbs. Even though Cain had spent only 80 points to trade for berries, gathering berries would only give a few points. Tasks like cleaning awarded only 1 point per completed task. However, Cain guessed this was because the new recruits had just arrived on the island, and the more difficult missions weren't available to them yet. Although Team Rocket had no qualms about the participants' deaths, they didn't want to waste this resource without reason. After all, the participants were trainers with Pokémon, and even if they weren't very strong, they were more useful than ordinary people. Additionally, Team Rocket offered 70% of the exchange value for items sold to them. That is, an item worth 100 points would only give you 70 points if sold, ensuring that Team Rocket never lost out in a deal. Despite this, many still traded valuable items for points due to the rare things Team Rocket offered. Thus, the only person likely willing to spend 100 points on a treasure map was that fat guy who wanted to try his luck. But in the end, Cain and Murkrow benefited. Though Cain found Team Rocket's careless attitude ridiculous, he was satisfied with this treasure. If he was lucky and the disc contained a rare move, it could be worth thousands of points. After storing the box with the disc in the storage system, Cain didn't rush to leave. Instead, he rested his head on his hand and began to ponder. The plan he had set for Murkrow over the week was now complete, and it seemed that Murkrow had regained much of its strength. Whether it had reached its optimal state, Cain didn't know. Since the plan was complete, and with more than 2 months left on the island, it was necessary to design a detailed plan for the future. First, due to limited resources and time, Cain didn't plan to capture more Pokémon on the island. After all, only 1 Pokémon could be used in the trial. Focusing on training Murkrow was the priority. Second, leveling up Murkrow was crucial. Since it hadn't dared to battle much in the past, Murkrow's level was relatively low compared to the other participants. During the treasure hunt, Cain developed a plan. And after defeating that level 18 Pinsir, He was confident in its viability. Murkrow, being a dark and flying type Pokémon, was strong against psychic and ghost types, although those types were rare on the island. But Murkrow also had an advantage over grass, bug, and fighting types, and these Pokémon were abundant on the island. Additionally, the two areas Cain had passed earlier, the Weedle and Caterpie territories, were practically perfect training grounds for flying type Pokémon. Although Weedle would evolve into Kakuna and Caterpie into Metapod, that wouldn't be a significant problem. Even if swarms of Beedrill or Butterfree appeared, Murkrow, with Tailwind and the Prankster ability, could employ guerrilla tactics without much risk. However, today's time is not enough. The sun is about to set, and fighting a swarm of Beedrill at night is not ideal for guerrilla tactics. Although Beedrill has poor vision at night and may not see Murkrow, who blends into the darkness, Cain wouldn't be able to orient himself well in the dark either, and there are too many unknowns at night. No one can guarantee that a powerful Pokémon won't suddenly appear. All they could do at that moment was wander around the hill, investigating which Pokémon groups lived nearby, to help plan an escape route later. Before the sun fully set, Cain and Murkrow returned under the large tree at the top of the hill. Even now, Cain and Murkrow couldn't fully handle the dangers of the forest at night. The area around this tree probably originally belonged to Pinsir, but now that Murkrow had defeated him, they legitimately claimed this territory, so they weren't afraid of other Pokémon coming to bother them during the night. As for that Pinsir defeated by Murkrow, when Cain and Murkrow returned from their exploration, it was nowhere to be found. Whether it had left on its own or been taken by another Pokémon was unknown. Around the small hill, the central territory belonged to Caterpie and Metapod. To the north was the Kakuna territory. To the east, a group of Oddish, among which there were some fairly strong Gloom. To the south, some Pinsir lived scattered around, with a similar level to the one Murkrow defeated today. To the west, there was no particular group of Pokémon, only some weaker ones. Setting irrelevant matters aside for now, Cain lit a campfire under the tree with dry branches and leaves, placed the poke blocks in a wooden bowl, and, under Murkrow's eager gaze, indicated it could start eating. After a day of battling, Murkrow's appetite had noticeably increased. With the current poke blocks, the more it ate, the more it could absorb. Watching Murkrow devour its food, Cain smiled, pulled out some strips of dried meat from his storage space, lightly roasted them over the campfire, then drank some warm water and solved his dinner simply. Though the meal was modest, it still allowed him to replenish the energy spent during the day. As night fell, the forest, which had been quiet, began to fill with noise, with the sounds of insects and frogs echoing everywhere. Cain and Murkrow didn't seek trouble. They climbed the tree, chose the largest branch as a bed, and soon fell asleep. The night passed without incident. Time went by peacefully, and when the sun rose in the east, Cain and Murkrow were already awake. After living in the forest for so long, Cain had left behind all the bad habits he'd acquired in his previous life when he reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer and began to enjoy life. Just like the previous night, they quickly dealt with breakfast, and under the morning sunlight, they headed to the Kakuna territory, their target for the day. Today, the place to conquer was Kakuna territory. Just like before, Cain safely crossed the Caterpie and Metapod territory and headed straight for the forest where he had previously seen Kakuna hanging everywhere. Seeing the forest full of Kakuna, Cain was speechless. If someone with entomophobia saw this, they would surely run away immediately. Weedle, Kakuna, and Beedrill are a classic example of the rapid evolution of bug-type Pokémon. A Weedle can complete its final evolution in about 15 days, as long as resources are sufficient and nothing goes wrong. The final form, Beedrill, has good speed and attack power. In large numbers, few Pokémon would dare provoke them. But when they are still in the Weedle and Kakuna forms, they are very vulnerable. As Weedle, unless they experience something unusual, they basically only know String Shot and Poison Sting, with very low defense and health. After evolving into Kakuna, although their defense improves, the only move they learn is Harden, and they're even easier to attack due to their lack of mobility. According to the Team Rocket map, this place should have been just Weedle territory, which is why it was labeled as such. The treasure should have been buried before the trial participants arrived on the island, but not too long before, so based on the timing, these Kakuna shouldn't be ready to evolve yet. Cain approached and briefly scanned the area. The Kakuna were levels 7 or 8. Though not high level, there were enough of them to provide a good amount of experience, right? This was part of his plan. For the defenseless Kakuna, Cain would show no mercy. Besides, if these Kakuna ever evolved en masse, they would be a great threat to everyone in the forest. This could also be seen as an act of protection for the rest of the forest. Murkrow, use Tailwind and Gust on the Kakuna. Increase the attack range and destroy them all, Cain ordered after preparing. Caw, caw. Murkrow nodded, thumping its chest as if to say, don't worry, these immobile prey are no problem. Murkrow didn't remember how scared it had been crossing this very forest before. The situation now was different from before. Earlier, they had to cross the forest and were in the middle of all the Kakuna. If something went wrong and they triggered the premature evolution of all the Kakuna, they would have really been surrounded. But now, the advantage was clearly on Murkrow and Cain's side. With their speed, they could hit and move easily, without anyone being able to stop them. This forest was just a small part of Kakuna territory. 2 small whirlwinds formed in Murkrow's wings. As the whirlwinds spread, they grew in size and power. Under the horrified gazes of the Kakuna, dozens were caught and destroyed. Woo, woo, woo. The Kakuna screamed. No one knew that while they rested, they would fall into such an unexpected disaster. Seeing their companions fall, the Kakuna still hanging from the trees shook desperately and screamed. Murkrow showed no mercy in battle. Though the opponents were weak, as long as they were enemies, they had to be defeated. Without any hesitation, Murkrow created 2 more gusts and hurled them at the remaining Kakuna, taking them down again. Being a flying type move, and given the great difference in level and quality, no Kakuna could withstand even a single attack from Murkrow. Under its continuous tailwind plus gust attack, all the Kakuna in the forest lost their lives. Cain was satisfied with Murkrow's capability. This territory was just the tip of the iceberg, and the task was still arduous. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Suddenly, Cain heard a sound approaching quickly, like the buzzing of bees. Cain frowned. Had he miscalculated, and the beedrill had already formed? If so, his plan could not be carried out. He didn't have to wait long. In a moment, 5 red-eyed beedrill appeared before him. Seeing that there were only 5, Cain relaxed a little. If there had been more, he would have had to retreat. Cain was familiar with beedrill, either from his previous experiences or from the shows and games of his past life. Initially, when Cain saw beedrill in the animated series, he thought their power was mediocre but that they appeared in large numbers. Until later, when Giovanni's beedrill, the Team Rocket leader, appeared, Cain completely changed his opinion of this Pokémon. Suddenly, beedrill was no longer an ordinary Pokémon but one with great speed and attack power. If enough resources were invested in its training, the results would be worthwhile. Though it wouldn't be possible to raise a beedrill to the level of a champion-level Pokémon like Giovanni did, with proper training, it could reach the level of an elite trainer or even an elite 4. Giovanni's initial Pokémon was a beedrill, and being the only son of the previous Team Rocket leader, and the current leader, the resources he had at his disposal were unimaginable. Giovanni surely invested more resources than he got in return, but he had the money to do so. It's important to remember that in the manga, Giovanni's beedrill defeated Lance's Dragonite, the Johto League champion. On one side, there was the Team Rocket leader, and on the other, the League champion, both in a similar position but with Pokémon of different levels. On one hand, a beedrill, one of the most common bug-type Pokémon, and on the other, Dragonite, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. However, beedrill was the victor. Though much of the credit went to Giovanni, this shows that beedrill's potential is not low. Most importantly, with the appearance of Mega Evolution, beedrill became a highly sought-after Pokémon. The Mega Beedrill with the Adaptability ability has impressive attack power and speed, making it a machine of destruction in battle. With a rapid growth process, in just half a month, Beedrill can become a competent fighter, and with a little additional training, it can reach considerable power. Moreover, with the arrival of Mega Evolution, Beedrill became one of the most popular Pokémon. On Earth, when Mega Beedrill appeared, nearly everyone had one. Not having a Mega Beedrill meant you weren't a true Pokémon player. In this world, Beedrill is practically the ideal Pokémon for novice trainers. In this world, most trainers come from the working class. Not everyone is lucky enough to receive a starter Pokémon with excellent potential upon turning 10, as shown in the animated series. Only the children of key members of the Pokémon League, or those who have made significant contributions, can receive one of these Pokémon, after paying a high annual fee from the child's birth until they reach the appropriate age. For commoners, obtaining one of these starter Pokémon is almost impossible. So, what do they do if they want to become trainers? If they have a family member who is already a trainer, they could help them catch a Pokémon. But if they don't, and they still want to become trainers, Beedrill is an excellent choice. Weedle is easy to catch. With a little care to avoid its poisonous attacks, you can have a Pokémon right away. Moreover, Beedrill's growth cycle is extremely short. Without needing to invest much time or resources, you can obtain a Pokémon with decent combat ability, opening the possibility of capturing other Pokémon later. Even those with family members who are trainers often choose Beedrill as their first Pokémon due to its rapid growth, decent potential, and reasonable combat capability. Of course, more privileged trainers are not interested in Beedrill. Not everyone is lucky enough to encounter a high-potential Pokémon and have the resources necessary to develop it, as Giovanni did. If they have the resources, it's better to invest in a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, which, once mature, becomes an elite fighter. In his previous life, Cain also wanted to raise a Beedrill, but in the end, he abandoned the idea. It was too difficult. Getting Beedrill to a standard combat level is easy and quick, but when you try to push it further, you realize the investment isn't worth it. Moreover, Beedrill has too short a lifespan. Before you can fully develop it, its power will start to decline due to its lifespan limitation. Not everyone possesses Giovanni's forest power to resist the passage of time. However, as a transitional Pokémon, Beedrill is still a good option. Besides, in this world, Mega Evolution has not yet been discovered, which gives Beedrill some training value. But all those considerations are for the future. Now, Cain and Murkrow have to face 5 furious Beedrill flying towards them. When the 5 Beedrill approached, Cain used his system to scan them. 5 almost identical data profiles appeared. Pokémon, Beedrill, red. Gender, male. Level, 14. Type, bug, poison. Ability, swarm. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, twin needle, fury attack, rage. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. The 5 Beedrill had identical data, as if they had been cut from the same mold. Cain sighed in relief. Luckily, there were only 5, and their level and quality weren't high. Murkrow, use Astonish. Cain gave the most suitable order to deal with the 5 enraged Beedrill. Astonish could cause Pokémon to flinch, which would reduce the number of Beedrill Murkrow would have to face directly, thus easing the pressure. Even if no Beedrill flinched, the group attack from Astonish would deal considerable damage. Caw. Murkrow let out a sharp, piercing cry directed straight at the 5 unsuspecting Beedrill. The sharp sound penetrated the brains of several Beedrill, and 2 of them froze in place, trembling with fear. The other 3 continued flying toward Murkrow, their stingers glowing with a purple light, ready to use Twin Needle. Murkrow, use Gust on the 3 Beedrill in front. Finish them first. Cain continued giving orders. In an instant, Murkrow flapped its wings, gathering flying-type energy with impressive speed. A white tornado appeared in front of the 3 Beedrill, enveloping them completely. Due to the type advantage, the 3 Beedrill were swept up by the tornado and began spinning in the air. When the tornado dissipated, 2 of the Beedrill fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight, while the third barely remained standing. With a single move, Murkrow had defeated 2 Beedrill and left the third barely hanging on. Only 2 Beedrill remained, who had just recovered from their paralysis. Cain was satisfied with this outcome. Although part of the credit was due to the type advantage, much of it was also thanks to Murkrow's growing strength. With a superior natural ability, Murkrow was mastering its energy better, and its Gust attack was becoming increasingly powerful. Use Peck to finish off the remaining 1, and then use Gust again to finish off the other 2. Murkrow responded instantly, flying at high speed, its wings leaving a dark trail. Maintaining the tailwind state, Murkrow struck the remaining Beedrill with a peck, knocking it out. Without wasting any time, Murkrow rushed toward the last 2 Beedrill, who had just recovered. The Beedrill, who initially had a clear numerical advantage, suddenly realized they were the weaker ones. Although they were frightened, Murkrow gave them no respite. With a swift movement, another white tornado appeared and enveloped them. The cutting wind hit them mercilessly, leaving them gravely wounded. When the tornado disappeared, both Beedrill lay on the ground, incapacitated. With Murkrow landing in front of Cain, all the Kakuna and Beedrill in this area of the forest had been eliminated. A buzzing sound echoed through the forest again. Beedrill is truly a terrifying Pokémon, always acting in swarms. If one of them is attacked, the entire swarm mobilizes to defend it. Perhaps Beedrill is the most united Pokémon in the Pokémon world. This time, the buzzing was even louder than before, with at least dozens of Beedrill approaching. Cain called Murkrow and turned to retreat. There was no need to face the entire swarm. A good strategist knows when to retreat. When the Beedrill swarm arrived at the scene, they found only chaos and the bodies of Kakuna and Beedrill. Filled with fury, they began to search for the culprit. Just when the swarm was about to panic, an even louder buzzing was heard. A Beedrill, clearly larger than the rest, appeared at the center, its face fierce and stern. With a roar, the large Beedrill ordered the entire swarm to calm down and organized them into a disciplined formation before disappearing into the forest. If Cain had been there, he would have known that this Beedrill was the leader of the swarm. Its larger size was due to its leadership position. But Cain had already returned to the Metapod territory. As he walked, he took out some poke blocks from his storage and gave them to Murkrow to recover its strength. Although Murkrow hadn't taken any damage, it was important for it to always be in top shape for any eventuality. Murkrow, grateful for the poke blocks, devoured them eagerly. The energy began to flow within its body, mixing the dark and flying types. With each battle, Murkrow absorbed the energy from the poke blocks more effectively, growing stronger. The use of poke blocks was proving to be a great advantage. While other Pokémon might need time to recover after a battle, Murkrow, thanks to the poke blocks, recovered much faster and more effectively. Are you ready, Murkrow? Today's work won't be easy. Cain gently stroked Murkrow's shiny black feathers, asking softly. Craw. Murkrow nodded eagerly, its wings flapping with determination. Cain smiled. Everything was set to execute the day's plan. For almost the entire afternoon, Cain and Murkrow employed guerrilla tactics to the fullest, attacking one area and immediately retreating, resting briefly, and then attacking another part of the forest. Thanks to this strategy, they managed to wipe out 4 groups of Kakuna throughout the afternoon. Although each Kakuna provided minimal growth for Murkrow, little by little, it accumulated experience and managed to level up, reaching level 14. However, every time they wiped out a group of Kakuna, a few, in their extreme rage, evolved prematurely into Beedrill. But for Murkrow, even a level 13 or 14 Beedrill was as easy to defeat as a Kakuna, not to mention those that had just evolved. Moreover, Murkrow was becoming increasingly familiar with Beedrill, and hardly wasted any energy in defeating all its enemies. With the help of his system, Cain scanned each Beedrill that appeared, recording all the data into his system. Of the dozens of Beedrill they encountered, most had red potential, with only a few having orange potential. This fact showed how rare it was to find Pokémon with high potential. Murkrow, with its green potential, was practically 1 in a million. The difference between red and orange potential Beedrill was clear. Orange potential Beedrill had an additional egg move and, in general, their growth was much more robust. At the same level, a red potential Beedrill was incapacitated after a single attack from Murkrow, while an orange potential one required at least 2 attacks to be defeated. It is for this clear difference that Pokémon with higher potential are so valuable. This also showed how much Team Rocket was investing in this test, given that the Pokémon with the lowest potential among the 300 participants had orange potential. The constant battles were beginning to affect Murkrow. Although it had the energy from mid-level Pokeblocks, mental fatigue was starting to outweigh physical exhaustion. Can you still keep going? Cain carefully massaged Murkrow to help it recover faster. Noticing the look of relief on its face, he asked gently. Murkrow nodded, though it wasn't much in the mood to speak, enjoying Cain's attention. Then let's make one last attempt before it gets dark. After a short rest, Cain and Murkrow left the safety of the Metapod territory and ventured into Beedrill territory. After wiping out several groups, the forests with Kakuna on the outskirts were fewer and fewer, and to find more, Cain had to venture deeper, which increased the risk since the Beedrill appeared faster. This time, after advancing for about 20 minutes, Cain finally found a forest teeming with Kakuna hanging from the trees. Upon seeing the large number of Kakuna, Cain couldn't help but wonder how it was possible for Beedrill to have such a high reproduction capacity. If there were no natural predators, these Pokémon could dominate the entire test island. Fortunately, nature follows the law of the strongest. Some Pokémon are so powerful that not even a large number of Beedrill could defeat them, which prevents these Pokémon from completely dominating. Just as Murkrow was preparing to use Gust to finish off all the Kakuna in one fell swoop, several Beedrill emerged from the trees. Cain frowned as he saw them appear so quickly. Something wasn't right, those Beedrill had to be guarding the area beforehand. This situation indicated that the Beedrill colony was taking Cain and Murkrow very seriously. As a species that lives in swarms, it's not common for them to leave a place under the watch of just a few members. So their appearance could only mean one thing: they were prepared for Cain and Murkrow's arrival. As if they had stirred up a hornet's nest, a deafening buzzing resounded as more and more Beedrill emerged from the forest. The sound was like a scream of fury, and the Beedrill, already aggressive by nature, glared with rage at the duo who had wiped out nearly 100 of their companions and countless Kakuna in just one day. This act, bordering on genocide, had unleashed their full wrath. Upon seeing the approaching horde of Beedrill, Cain adopted a serious expression. It seemed the Beedrill colony had a formidable leader who even knew how to set traps. It was like facing a wolf pack. One or two might not be dangerous, but a pack led by an alpha wolf was far more fearsome. The Beedrill colony was behaving like a wolf pack, with more and more members appearing, gradually forming a circling trap. They couldn't afford to be surrounded. If they were, they'd be in serious danger. Cain began to quickly think of an escape route. The system was active, analyzing the situation. Craw craw, Murkrow roared at the Beedrill colony. For him, even if the number of Beedrill doubled, he would still be faster than them. But this would put Cain in danger, so he began to grow impatient, challenging the Beedrill. Before the drill's encirclement was complete, Cain slowly started retreating with Murkrow. Bzzz. A louder buzz came from the rear of the Beedrill colony. Suddenly, as if they had received an order, all the Beedrill seemed to go mad. Their red eyes became even more intense, and their wings buzzing grew louder, like a rising wave. Murkrow, use Gust in front to block them. Then quickly use Peck to finish off the Beedrill behind us. We need to retreat now. Cain gave the order calmly. Fortunately, the drill's circle wasn't complete. Most were in front, while only a few were behind. If they could eliminate the Beedrill behind them before the front ones broke through the wind barrier, they could escape. In an instant, Murkrow summoned all the flying-type energy it could and created two massive white whirlwinds that rose between the Beedrill and them, blocking their advance. Any Beedrill that tried to pass through the whirlwinds was immediately swept up and incapacitated. Without looking back, Cain pulled a brown cloth from his belt and wrapped it around his head, covering everything except his eyes. He then dashed into the forest's depths. As for the two Beedrill coming directly at him, Cain ignored them, trusting Murkrow to finish them off after using Gust. Bang, bang. Just as Cain expected, Murkrow didn't disappoint. With a dark flash, Murkrow used Peck and knocked out the two remaining Beedrill, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Peck was also a flying-type move, making it especially effective against Beedrill. With the Beedrill eliminated, Murkrow flew over Cain, ready to escort him during the escape. Buzz, whoosh, bang. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged from one of the whirlwinds, unfazed by Murkrow's attack. With a roar, a sharp stinger pierced through the tornado, dispersing it. Finally, Cain could see it was a giant Beedrill, at least twice the size of a regular one. Cain glanced quickly behind him, and his heart skipped a beat. It was the leader of the Beedrill colony, a Pokémon with the potential to become the absolute ruler. The distance was too great for the system to scan its data, but by its presence, it seemed even more formidable than the pincer they had defeated earlier. However, now wasn't the time to stay and fight. Although the leader Beedrill was a special Pokémon, Cain knew he couldn't stop. He picked up speed, and together with Murkrow, swiftly retreated. Murkrow launched several more Gust attacks to block the way as they fled until they finally managed to leave the Beedrill colony behind. After about half an hour, Cain and Murkrow successfully evaded the Beedrill colony entirely. Deep within the Metapod territory, Cain collapsed, exhausted, against a tree, breathing heavily as he finally took a break. Fortunately, the nutrition he had been receiving had given him the necessary energy, and along with the breathing techniques he had learned in his previous life, he was able to endure the run. While catching his breath, Cain reflected on the number of Beedrill he had seen during the escape, feeling a growing headache. Initially, he had thought the Beedrill colony wasn't fully formed yet, and that even if there were many of them, with the right strategy, they could be eliminated little by little, turning it into the perfect place for Murkrow to train. But he hadn't expected the colony to quickly develop a leader capable of leading them so skillfully, which now posed a major challenge for Cain. In a colony, the difference between having a leader or not is immense. A competent leader can unite the group and turn it into a cohesive and lethal force. The appearance of the leader Beedrill had almost brought Cain and Murkrow's days to an end. Although the situation was complicated, it would be a shame for Cain and Murkrow to give up now. During their escape, Cain barely managed to catch a quick glimpse of the leader Beedrill, with no time to scan its data. But it was clear that, to have taken control of the colony so quickly and without dispute, it must have considerable potential and strength. This is a real challenge, isn't it? If all opponents lacked resistance, Murkrow would get bored too. In eliminating the Beedrill, Murkrow found no pleasure in the battle, only following Cain's orders strictly. Cain had noticed this, but he had no other choice until the leader Beedrill appeared. Cain could clearly feel the excitement emanating from Murkrow. While gently stroking Murkrow's sleek feathers, Cain shook his head and smiled resignedly, saying, "You're really a warrior, huh? As soon as a decent opponent shows up, you get all excited like this. Caw, caw. To defeat a strong opponent with our own hands is the highest form of respect." Murkrow, excited, hopped back and forth, unable to contain his joy. Cain rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache. The Beedrill colony was now like a hedgehog curled up, difficult to attack. He decided to put that issue aside for now. Looking at the sun hanging in the sky, he jumped down from the tree. Night was approaching, and if they were to face the Beedrill, it would have to wait until the next day. He returned to the small hill he knew, lit a campfire, and, as usual, gave Murkrow a full massage. "Murkrow, if you want to face the Beedrill leader, you still lack a bit of strength. Prepare for a tough battle," Cain said while roasting some dried meat on a stick. Caw. Hearing this, Murkrow nodded seriously. If he could become stronger, enduring a bit of hardship was nothing. Cain smiled slightly. "Then let's start now, with some exercise after dinner," he said, while looking for 2 logs, each weighing about 5 kilograms. He tied them to Murkrow's wings with ropes he had prepared beforehand. As Murkrow flapped his wings lightly with the logs attached, he felt a noticeable weight. What was once as easy as flying like drinking water now became much more difficult. After a while, Murkrow finally adapted to the new pressure, needing more effort with each wing beat. Seeing that Murkrow had already adjusted to the weight, Cain nodded. "It looks like you've gotten used to it. Now fly around this tree 100 times. The tree was so large that 3 people together could barely wrap their arms around it. Its branches extended wide, and flying around it was about 20 meters per lap. Without hesitation, Murkrow began flying around the tree, lap after lap, not stopping. Night fell. Cain and Murkrow, having finished their training, gradually fell asleep. Another day had passed, 4 days since the last trial. Today was the 5th day, and in 2 days there would be another test. So regardless of whether or not they could resolve the Beedrill problem, in 1 more day, they would have to return. Cain lay alone, hidden in a bush, his body flat against the ground, covered with leaves and grass, with a scarf made from pieces of cloth wrapped around his head and camouflage paint on his face. Only his eyes were visible. His body emitted a strong scent of tree sap. If someone didn't get close, it was impossible to realize that there was a person there. Some small yellow Pokémon with red eyes flew over the bush where he was hiding, not noticing him at all, until the last of them flew by. That's right, the person hiding was Cain. In his previous life, as a member of Team Rocket, he had carried out all kinds of missions. This simple camouflage technique was no problem for him. Why was he in this situation? Because, at this moment, Cain's presence interfered with Murkrow's performance. If it weren't for protecting him, with Murkrow's speed, the Beedrill wouldn't have been able to catch him. So Cain decided to hide, waiting for all the Beedrill to chase Murkrow, so he could then calmly escape. The Pokémon that had flown over him were, of course, the enraged Beedrill. He waited for another 10 minutes until a black Pokémon landed softly next to the bush and let out a gentle caw. The Pokémon that had returned was Murkrow, who had just lured away the Beedrill. Following Cain's orders, Murkrow maintained a steady speed, slow enough for the Beedrill to follow but not so slow that they could catch him. When the distance was sufficient, Murkrow used Tailwind to fly at full speed, leaving the Beedrill behind and then returning to Cain's hiding spot. Finally, Cain, who had remained completely still, slowly stood up, dusted off his clothes, and stretched his stiff legs. His untrained body was not used to staying hidden for so long. Cain took out a black poke block from his storage space and gave it to Murkrow to replenish his energy, nodding in satisfaction as a smile appeared on his face. Now that the Beedrill colony had been lured away, he could calmly explore the center of their territory. Walking through a forest where it seemed no human or Pokémon had stepped, Cain noticed that the ground was covered in weeds and bushes, with no clear path. There were nibbled leaves on the trees and ground, and some branches were wrapped in silk, probably left by the Weedle in their earlier stages. The air was filled with the smell of fresh leaves. Cain, along with Murkrow, headed straight to the center. After walking for about 10 minutes, they reached the heart of the territory. There they found an ancient tree, almost 3 times the size of the tree Cain usually stayed at, with a structure similar to a bird's nest but made of mud. With Murkrow's help, Cain climbed to the edge of the nest, and when he saw what was inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the huge nest, there were a large number of beedrill eggs, all nearly identical. If all these eggs hatched, they would turn into a large number of Weedle, which would eventually evolve into an army of beedrill. Bug-type Pokemon, although they have the disadvantage of a short lifespan, reproduce so quickly that other Pokemon can't match them. Still surprised, Cain activated the system to scan all the data of the Pokemon eggs. A series of data flashed quickly before his eyes. Most of the eggs had a red quality, with a few orange ones occasionally standing out. Given the huge number, there were even 1 or 2 with yellow quality. After a while, all the data had been scanned. Out of a total of over 500 beedrill eggs, only 3 had yellow quality, and 25 had orange quality. Cain took a deep breath, feeling a headache. What should he do with all these Pokemon eggs? Destroying them held no value or purpose, and while Cain could be ruthless, it was only towards his enemies. As Cain pondered, Murkrow, who was nearby, patted his leg. Caw, caw. Murkrow tapped his leg, raising his head and pointing toward the upper branches. Following Murkrow's direction, Cain saw a smaller, more elaborate nest at the top of the tree. With Murkrow's help, Cain approached the upper nest. This must have been the leader Beedrill's nest. Inside the nest were 3 Pokemon eggs. He activated the system again, and the data that appeared left him speechless. Of the 3 eggs, 2 had yellow quality, and 1 even had green quality. Pokemon, Weedle, egg form, green. Gender, female. Level, 1. Type, bug, poison. Ability, unknown. Held item, none. Egg moves, bug bite, focus energy. Basic moves, none. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. Cain swallowed unconsciously. This was the first time he had seen a green quality Pokemon before it was born. Although it was just a Weedle, when a Pokemon had green quality, the limitations of its species were much smaller. This egg must be the child of the leader Beedrill. Seeing the quality of these 3 eggs, the leader Beedrill's quality must be yellow, or even green. In quality inheritance, unless something unusual happens, a Pokemon's quality is usually within a similar range to its parents. This means that if the parents have yellow quality, their offspring will be at least orange, and generally yellow. If they are especially talented, they could even be green. If the parents have different qualities, there will be various combinations, but the lowest quality will be no more than 1 level below the lowest parent, and the highest will not exceed the highest parent by more than 1 level. So, the parents of the green quality Weedle egg likely had yellow quality and might even be green. Cain took a random piece of cloth and wrapped the green quality Weedle egg in it. He tied it firmly to his back and jumped lightly to make sure it wouldn't fall. Pokemon eggs can't be stored in the storage space, as they would lose their vitality and become dead eggs. The storage space is generally for inanimate objects. If something alive is placed inside, it dies instantly. Cain wouldn't let a green quality Pokemon egg slip away. Whether he used it himself in the future or sold it to Team Rocket or someone else, he could get something valuable in return. As a former Pokemon hunter, Cain was entirely familiar with just this green quality Pokemon egg. Cain could already consider the operation a complete success. As for the other 2 yellow quality Pokemon eggs, if he could take them, Cain would gladly do so, as the parents of these eggs were also quite talented. Although they were relatively weaker compared to the green quality egg, they were still valuable and rare. Even though both were yellow quality, there was a significant difference between those whose parents were yellow quality and those whose parents were green quality. But since he couldn't take the other 2, it was no longer necessary. The value of a yellow quality Pokemon didn't compare to that of a green quality one. The difference was almost exponential. With Murkrow's help, Cain packed the Pokemon egg and returned to the surface. Taking advantage of the fact that the Beedrill swarm hadn't returned yet, Cain left the dangerous area. Unlike the path he took to enter, Cain and Murkrow walked in the opposite direction from the center of the forest to avoid crossing paths with the returning Beedrill. Just as Cain was leaving the Beedrill nest with the Pokemon egg, the swarm's leader, who was far away, suddenly felt a pang in her heart, as if she had lost something very important. She immediately thought of the 3 Pokemon eggs she had left in the nest and was alarmed. Bzzz, bzzz. As if she had gone mad, the Beedrill leader began screaming frantically, scaring the other Beedrill around her, who didn't dare to breathe. Without hesitation, she flew rapidly toward the nest, the first to leave. By that time, Cain had already fully exited Beedrill territory and had successfully avoided the frantic group of Beedrill flying back to the nest. He now found himself back in Metapod territory. The original plan was to avoid all the Beedrill and then destroy their nest. That way, the Beedrill, suddenly homeless, would surely search for the enemy frantically and be preoccupied with rebuilding their nest, allowing Cain and Murkrow to seize the opportunity without falling into another Beedrill ambush. In fact, if they played it right, they might encounter a reduced number of Beedrill each time and gradually wipe out the entire swarm. However, he hadn't expected to find a green quality Pokemon egg in the Beedrill nest. Changing the plan for this was perfectly acceptable. But what Cain didn't know was that stealing that Pokemon egg would have far more severe consequences than merely destroying the Beedrill nest. The Beedrill leader flew back to the nest at top speed, leaving behind the other Beedrill who couldn't keep up. When she saw that only 2 of the 3 Pokemon eggs remained, a wave of fury overtook her, and madness reflected in her eyes, which were already red by nature. Her murderous intent enveloped her entire body. The Beedrill that arrived after her, upon seeing that one of their leader's eggs had been stolen, also went insane. To the entire colony, the leader was everything. Her high quality elevated the whole colony. But now, someone had stolen the leader's highest quality offspring, which meant the hope of the entire colony had been taken away. Bzzz, bzzz. The entire forest was filled with enraged, out of control Beedrill. Suddenly, an image appeared in the Beedrill leader's mind, that small black Pokemon and the human who accompanied it. Perhaps due to the connection between parent and child, the Beedrill leader sensed that her child had been taken by that human and his Pokemon. Full of rage, the Beedrill leader let out a loud cry. Upon hearing it, all the Beedrill raised their heads and looked at her, like soldiers awaiting orders from their supreme king. The two pairs of wings on her back vibrated frantically, making her figure blur. The Beedrill leader flew out of the nest, following the scent of the Pokemon egg in the air. All the Beedrill followed her. With the entire Beedrill colony mobilized, the whole forest began to stir. All the Pokemon that saw the Beedrill pass by quickly moved aside. Any Pokemon with even a little awareness could feel the tension in the air, and upon seeing them, immediately backed away. Following Cain's escape route, the Beedrill approached the Metapod territory, finally stopping at its edge. In the entire forest, the Pokemon the Beedrill hated the most were Butterfree, and their biggest rivals were also Butterfree. However, since Butterfree were peaceful and didn't usually initiate conflicts, and the Beedrill didn't want to provoke an enemy with the same reproductive capacity, both groups had lived in relative peace. But as the furious Beedrill flew into Butterfree territory, the Butterfree, sensing the threat, quickly gathered as well. On the border between the two territories, the two colonies finally faced each other for the first time. Bzzz, bzzz. Sensing the scent of her child's egg in the air, the Beedrill leader completely ignored the presence of the Butterfree. The smell of the egg clearly came from enemy territory. Fwee fwee, fwee fwee. The Butterfree leader flew out to confront the Beedrill, issuing warnings. Paying no attention to the Butterfree leader's words, the Beedrill leader let out a cry and charged into Butterfree territory. The Butterfree leader tried to stop her, but two Beedrill blocked him. Without proper preparation, the Butterfree colony wasn't fully assembled, and their numbers were much smaller than the Beedrills. Moreover, the Beedrill were full of fury, fighting with all their might. Though the Butterfree tried their best to stop them, about 10 Beedrill managed to break through the defenses. Of course, the first to break through was the Beedrill leader. Fwee fwee. The Butterfree leader screamed in desperation, but he couldn't immediately defeat the two Beedrill holding him back and could only watch helplessly as the Beedrill leader rushed deeper into his territory. Meanwhile, Cain and Murkrow were resting at their camp. The Beedrill leader's egg was wrapped in a pile of leaves and lay on the ground, while Murkrow enjoyed his favorite poke block. Cain, with his hands behind his head, had no idea that his actions had triggered a war between two great colonies. Having reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer in his past life and gained some status in Team Rocket, he no longer needed to capture Pokemon personally to trade for resources, which had led him to forget that Pokemon eggs shared a special connection with their parents. By not blocking the egg's scent in time, he had only wrapped it in leaves to hide its trail. Caw. Murkrow, having stopped eating, raised his head, sensing danger approaching with his sharp instincts. Cain slowly sat up, looking curiously at Murkrow and asked, "What is it, Murkrow?" Just after asking, Cain faintly heard the buzzing of bees in the distance. His face changed, and he stared toward the north. A yellow figure gradually appeared on the horizon, followed by smaller but similar ones. Beedrill, Cain said, recognizing the familiar silhouettes of the Pokemon he'd been dealing with in recent days. I can't believe they followed us here. It seems we really hit a nerve. Cain couldn't help but smile when he saw the Beedrill leader. Murkrow, on the other hand, was excited, having always wanted to fight him but never getting the chance. He completely ignored the other Beedrill accompanying their leader. Cain suddenly grinned. It seemed the Beedrill colony had paid a heavy price to reach them. However, if it was only a few Beedrill, Cain and Murkrow had nothing to worry about. The Beedrill leader, suddenly losing the egg's trail, immediately spotted the two familiar figures. At that moment, all her suspicions were confirmed, and enraged, she charged toward them without hesitation. Murkrow, get ready to fight, Cain said softly, watching the approaching figures. Caw. Murkrow, having just finished eating, let out a cry and soared rapidly into the sky. Use Tailwind right away, and when you reach them, use Whirlwind to stop the Beedrill leader while taking out the wounded Beedrill with Astonish and Peck. After that, you will finally get your long-awaited fight with the Beedrill leader. In the next instant, a gust of wind surrounded Murkrow, transforming him into a black shadow as the flying-type moves increased his speed. Without hesitation, he unleashed a whirlwind, forming a wall of wind that blocked the Beedrill leader's advance. The black shadow of Murkrow flickered repeatedly, his speed enhanced by training his wings. With a series of pecking attacks, he took down several wounded Beedrill, leaving them out of commission. The Beedrill leader broke through the whirlwind barrier, but 6 Beedrill in good condition remained, attacking Murkrow with fury attack. Though Murkrow dodged skillfully, he was hit by 2 Beedrill in a moment of weakness. The battle began to intensify, and Cain finally had a chance to scan the Beedrill leader. Pokemon, Beedrill, leader, light green. Gender, female. Level, 17. Type, bug/poison. Ability, swarm. Held item, leadership, can improve a Pokemon's talent by 1 rank lower. Egg moves, bug bite, pin missile. Basic moves, fury attack, rage, fury, pursuit. Learned moves, drill run, agility. TM moves, none. Leadership is an ability possessed only by leader Pokémon. It can improve the talent of a Pokémon and gain the loyalty of others of its species. Upon observing the data on the Beedrill leader, Cain couldn't help but feel surprised. He had his own assumptions about the Beedrill leader's situation, but he hadn't expected something like the leadership ability. In his previous life, as a Pokémon hunter for many years, and having reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer, Cain had only encountered the leadership ability twice. This phenomenon is incredibly rare, as it can elevate a Pokémon's quality by one minor rank, which is extremely valuable. Moreover, as the leader of the entire colony, all the resource support is focused on this Pokémon, meaning that those with the leadership ability usually don't have insignificant achievements. In terms of Pokémon quality, there are 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. However, upon closer inspection, each color can be subdivided into 3 sub-levels based on the intensity of the color. For example, the quality of the Beedrill leader is light green, just at the lowest green level, meaning there is still a significant difference compared to green and dark green. Murkrow has green quality, though in a darker shade, very close to dark green. Without the help of special items, Murkrow may never reach the dark green level. Therefore, the Beedrill leader's original quality should have been dark yellow, but due to the leadership ability, its quality was raised to light green. As the leader's offspring, the Weedle egg with green quality is the most valuable in the entire colony. If raised properly, it could become the strongest member of the colony and even improve the overall quality of all the Beedrill. It's no wonder the Beedrill leader was so furious upon discovering that its best offspring had disappeared. This also explains why the entire Beedrill colony went into a frenzy after the egg's disappearance. Cain's actions had shaken the very foundation of the Beedrill colony, with more severe consequences than if he had eliminated a large number of Kakuna. These thoughts quickly passed through Cain's mind. Meanwhile, after taking down the injured Beedrill, Murkrow received some attacks. Although they weren't severe, they did pose a danger. Caw! Murkrow cried, its sharp screech affecting the nearby Beedrill. 2 of them were paralyzed with fear. Taking advantage of their confusion, Murkrow channeled flying energy between its wings, and with a slight flap, it used the gust ability, enveloping all the nearby Beedrill. Flying-type energy is extremely powerful against bug-type Pokémon. After releasing the gust move, Murkrow didn't stop flapping its wings, increasing the attack's damage and keeping the Beedrill leader at bay. As the intensity of the attack grew, the Beedrill trapped in the gust were hurled to the ground, knocked out. Bang! Finally, the last Beedrill fell to the ground, unable to continue the battle. With a powerful flap, Murkrow stopped the gust, and the swirling air dissipated with a dull sound. Now, only the Beedrill leader and Murkrow remained in the air. The Beedrill leader was the first to move, transforming into a white flash, its stingers aimed at Murkrow. It was the agility move. Murkrow, use Peck, Cain commanded. With the order, Murkrow's eyes narrowed, its beak glowing with a white light charged with flying energy, and it shot towards the Beedrill leader. Bang! The 2 Pokémon collided instantly and were thrown back by the force of their attacks. The Beedrill leader's body showed signs of distortion as an uncontrollable fury began to burn. It activated the Rage move, which increases its attack power when it takes damage after using a move. Cain wasn't concerned about the Beedrill leader's use of the Rage move. As long as enough distance was maintained, Murkrow would still have the advantage. Murkrow, maintain Tailwind and use Gust, Cain calmly ordered. After the first collision, the 2 Pokémon distanced themselves again. In an instant, Murkrow formed another gust and launched it toward the Beedrill leader. The Beedrill leader grew increasingly frustrated by the tornado blocking its path, charged with flying energy. With mounting fury, it rushed toward Murkrow, ignoring the gust. It quickly flailed its stingers, dispersing the wind with its Fury attack move. Murkrow was startled to see the Beedrill leader ignoring its attack, but before it could react, the Beedrill leader appeared in front of it with another agility move. Murkrow, don't just stand there, use Astonish. The Beedrill leader struck fiercely with its stingers, causing intense pain to Murkrow, who, enduring the pain, let out a screech that interrupted the Beedrill leader's attack. Murkrow then retreated, keeping a safe distance. The battle continued like this, with Murkrow retreating and using Gust, while the Beedrill leader pushed through to get close and attack. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times. Murkrow began to feel its body growing numb from the pain, and its wings felt heavy. The Beedrill leader was also exhausted, panting in the air. Despite having light green quality and a powerful body as a leader, it had endured multiple gusts, which were highly effective against its type, yet it still hadn't fallen. Its strength was truly impressive. Although the Beedrill leader's level was 3 times higher than Murkrow's, Murkrow had the advantage of speed and attack type. Cain, who had been watching and directing the battle, continued to give precise orders. Murkrow, use Roost. As both Pokémon started losing speed, whoever could last longer would be the victor. There was no denying that the Beedrill leader had remarkable abilities, worthy of a Pokémon raised with the colony's resources. At Cain's command, Murkrow descended to the ground. Its numb body nearly caused it to lose balance, but the effect of Roost quickly began to take hold. The Earth's energy flowed through its legs, spreading throughout its body, and the comforting warmth helped restore sensation to its aching body. The Beedrill leader didn't understand why its opponent had suddenly landed, but its combat instinct warned that Murkrow was recovering while it weakened. It couldn't allow this to continue. The Beedrill leader decided to attack immediately to interrupt Murkrow's recovery. Although its decision was correct, its state no longer allowed it to move as quickly as before, and it couldn't even use agility. By the time the Beedrill leader finally reached Murkrow, it had already finished recovering with Roost and opened its eyes suddenly, filled with determination. Although they were rivals, Murkrow respected the Beedrill leader as an opponent. Cain, who knew Murkrow well after so much time together, understood its intentions when he saw the look in its eyes. With a resigned smile, he said, "Murkrow, do as you wish." Caw! Murkrow cried, flapping its wings, and rushed toward the Beedrill leader. This time, Murkrow didn't dodge. The exhausted Beedrill leader could only attack mechanically. The blows echoed through the air as both Pokemon's bodies clashed repeatedly. Little by little, the Beedrill leader lost its strength. The fury in its eyes faded, and it saw the respect Murkrow had for it. With one final, powerful strike, Murkrow hit the Beedrill leader, who fell to the ground, unconscious. Murkrow, who had braced for an attack, stared in surprise at the Beedrill leader on the ground, finally realizing it had won. Caw! Caw! It cried in excitement, celebrating its victory over the strongest opponent it had ever faced. Cain approached slowly, observing the unconscious Beedrill leader on the ground. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had always trusted Murkrow, he couldn't help but worry until the opponent was definitively out of the fight. Suddenly, Cain was surprised and then smiled. He hadn't expected Murkrow to level up after defeating the Beedrill leader. The system responded to his thought and scanned Murkrow. Pokemon, Murkrow, green. Gender, male. Level, 15. Type, dark, flying. Ability, prankster, allows status moves to go first. Held item, none. Egg moves, punishment, feint attack, roost. Basic moves, peck, astonish, pursuit, haze, wing attack. Learned moves, snatch, tailwind, gust. TM moves, none. Murkrow had successfully reached level 15 and learned wing attack, a flying type move with a power of 60, now its strongest flying attack. After the euphoria, Murkrow nearly collapsed due to the side effects of roost. Its body was completely exhausted, and after so many consecutive battles, it barely had any strength left. Cain quickly caught Murkrow as it fell. With a resigned smile, he gave it a gentle pat on the head. "I told you not to be reckless. See what happened." His tone was full of affection and exasperation. Although Murkrow had lost its strength, Cain was satisfied, knowing it had defeated a formidable opponent. Cain gently placed Murkrow on the ground and took out the emergency healing spray, carefully spraying each of the Pokemon's wounds. Immediately, Murkrow felt a cool sensation on the wounds, and the pain began to subside. After a moment, the wound, which had regained sensitivity, started to hurt again. It was the disinfectant taking effect. While Murkrow made a sound that was uncertain whether it was of relief or irritation, Cain finished using the entire spray. After eating some poke blocks, Murkrow slowly regained control of his body and managed to stand up. Cain stopped Murkrow when he tried to fly and lifted him in his arms. With Murkrow's current weight, Cain had to exert some effort to carry him. Meanwhile, at the border between the Butterfree and Beedrill territories, the air was filled with the scent of death. On the ground, the trees, the bushes, and the fallen leaves, there were corpses of Beedrill and Butterfree everywhere. The Beedrill swarm, which initially had the advantage, lost their numerical superiority when more Butterfree arrived at the battlefield from different places. Moreover, the Butterfree leader was still in the fight, while the Beedrill leader had disappeared into the forest, leading to heavier losses for the Beedrill. As more of their members died, even the usually peaceful Butterfree became enraged and started attacking the Beedrill with all their might, resulting in even more Beedrill deaths. At the moment when Murkrow defeated the Beedrill leader, all the Beedrill seemed to sense something. The energy surrounding them suddenly vanished. For an instant, all the Beedrill froze, forgetting they were in the middle of a battle. After taking some attacks from the Butterfree, several Beedrill permanently lost their ability to fight. But despite this, the Beedrill began to scream desperately. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz. They had already realized what they had lost, their leader. The aura of their leader was fading. The leader was like their king, and with the king's death, his subjects were left devastated. Some Beedrill lost their minds and, regardless of the Butterfree's attacks, tried to break through enemy lines, but fell before they could get close. More and more Beedrill went mad. Suddenly, a noticeably stronger Beedrill stopped screaming and made a few sounds toward the others. All the Beedrill shuddered, as if they had been doused with cold water on a hot day. The Beedrill, who previously seemed desolate, started to regain the light in their eyes. Finally, under the leadership of the stronger Beedrill, they began to retreat. The Beedrill that returned, after arriving with such momentum, numbered less than 100. If someone looked closely, they would notice that a sort of mysterious aura was beginning to envelop the leading Beedrill. This aura was the origin of the leadership ability. When all members of a group are tightly united, this energy appears, which eventually turns into the leadership ability. The Beedrill swarm retreated, and the Butterfree also returned to the forest with the bodies of their fallen comrades. Thus ended the fierce battle between the two species. After nearly 3 hours, Murkrow finally recovered from the side effects of Roost, and that was thanks to the poke blocks that sped up his recovery. So, while Roost is a useful move, it shouldn't be used frequently or considered a routine move. For today, and at Cain's insistence, Murkrow did not train but continued recovering under Cain's careful massage. When dawn arrived again, Murkrow had fully recovered. Cain was preparing breakfast under a tree, while Murkrow, full of energy, flew around the tree at full speed, with 2 thick branches tied to his wings. During the close combat with the Beedrill leader the previous day, Cain and Murkrow realized they needed to strengthen Murkrow's wings. After leveling up, Murkrow felt his body had grown stronger. Before, he would tire after flying 100 laps, but now, after 100 laps, he still had energy left. After a short break and eating some poke blocks prepared by Cain, Murkrow continued training. He untied the branches from his wings and began striking the tree, the sound of his blows echoing. After finishing breakfast, Cain joined the training. He started with sprints up and down a slope, followed by sit UPS and push UPS. Mornings are the best time for training, and after an exhausting session, both the human and the Pokémon collapsed on the grass, gazing at the blue sky, feeling completely relaxed. After lunch, Cain and Murkrow set off on the road back. Today was already the 6th day, and tomorrow was the day when Team Rocket would regroup. As they passed the border between the Butterfree and Beedrill territories, Cain fell silent at the devastation in the forest. He couldn't believe that a simple impulsive act had triggered a war between 2 species. Looking at the now ravaged forest, with corpses everywhere, Cain could imagine the magnitude of the losses for the Beedrill swarm. Not only Beedrill, but as they crossed Butterfree territory, the once visible Metapod were missing, and Butterfree had become extremely rare. For both species, the losses were enormous. After a brief reflection, Cain continued on toward Beedrill territory. Cain, who had already gone through many hardships, was used to such things. This had always been a cruel world. If you don't have enough strength, death is inevitable. That kind of useless compassion was something Cain had abandoned a long time ago. Apart from the people closest to him and his Pokémon, Cain trusted no one and showed no mercy. Compassion is for the weak, the strong are used to facing death. Cain had been a Pokémon hunter in his previous life and had witnessed far worse massacres than this. Weakness is the original sin. Upon re-entering the forest in Beedrill territory, Cain felt a sense of familiarity. However, the forest, once teeming with life, now seemed desolate. Kakuna were no longer seen in the trees. I hope they're smart enough not to seek trouble, Cain murmured. Given the current state of the Beedrill swarm, Cain wasn't afraid of them at all. Without their leader, the Beedrill were a disorganized gang that Murkrow could easily defeat. Cain and Murkrow crossed the forest, which had once taken them nearly 2 hours to traverse, in just 1 hour. Throughout the journey, they didn't encounter a single Beedrill. It seemed they had all retreated. Cain was satisfied with the Beedrill's attitude. They could no longer offer Murkrow much in terms of experience. If they didn't cause more problems, Cain and Murkrow wouldn't pursue them. After crossing Beedrill territory, signs of other Pokémon began to appear. The return trip was almost identical to the way in. Passing the place where they had fought the trio, the signs of the battle had vanished, except for a few bloodstains on the ground. Arriving at the Zubat cave, Cain retrieved the items he had stored there and packed them into his storage belt. Originally, Cain had only planned to explore a little, but he ended up staying out for several days, though the rewards were great. Moreover, this place was still the border between the forest's peripheral and central zones, and the Pokémon here were no longer strong enough for Murkrow's training needs. Even if it wasn't for treasure hunting, Cain probably would have left this place within a day or 2. Inside the cave, there were no signs of Pokémon activity, but outside the cave, footprints of various Pokémon could be seen passing through. Perhaps the accumulated fear of the Zubat had been enough to keep other Pokémon away, but sooner or later, they would enter the cave. In fact, in a few days, the cave would likely become home to other Pokémon. Cain didn't look back as he walked away from the cave. This cave was just a small stop in the lives of Cain and Murkrow, one that wouldn't leave a lasting mark. Just like this trial island, which was only another station in their lives. It may be important, but it definitely wasn't the most important. Team Rocket had managed to bring so many children to this island without anyone noticing and conduct what they called trials. So, this island wasn't just a simple island. Although the Pokémon on the island weren't high level, their quality was significantly better than those elsewhere. In the outside world, one might encounter thousands of Pokémon before finding one of excellent quality, but on this island, Cain had already found 2 outstanding Pokémon just in the Beedrill swarm. Additionally, Pokémon of decent quality were much more common here. It's likely that this was just one of many secret islands controlled by Team Rocket, and its secrets were something that Cain, even in his past life as a quasi-elite level trainer, had never had the right to know. Cain's thoughts wandered as he walked, and before the sun set, Cain and Murkrow finally arrived again at Team Rocket's base. Looking at the entrance to the base, Cain felt like he was staring at a large mouth that devoured everyone who approached. Without hesitation, he clutched the bag containing the Weedle egg against his back and disappeared into the darkness. Through the long entrance, as Cain entered the base, his view gradually widened. Compared to when he left, there were almost no significant changes to the entire base. The only difference was that the crowd seemed a bit thinner, and the empty base gave off a sense of desolation. It was possible that some people who had left had not yet returned. After all, tomorrow was when the real test would take place. If it weren't for the need to get rid of the valuable Pokémon egg he carried on his back, Cain wouldn't have returned so early. Compared to life in the wild, the base seemed more comfortable and safe. A person who was training their Pokémon in a corner saw Cain enter and showed an expression of joy. He quickly stopped his training and disappeared from the plaza with his small Pokémon. Cain also noticed that person out of the corner of his eye but didn't pay much attention. He was just a weakling who depended on others to survive. He headed straight to the exchange center, occasionally passing by a few people in small groups. When they saw him, they always showed slight confusion, a hint of surprise, and a touch of malicious satisfaction. In the accommodation area reserved for the testers of the base, in a room clearly larger than the others, a young man was sitting in the center of the room, smiling as he stroked the scales of an acans coiled beside him. On either side of him, there were about 8 people, all accompanied by their Pokémon, but none dared make the slightest sound, or even look directly into the eyes of the young man sitting in the center. Xander, Boss Xander, that boy has returned. A shadow quickly rushed from the door toward the young man, but upon reaching him, all the words he had in mind got stuck in his throat, and he finally managed to say only that one sentence. Indeed, the young man sitting in the middle of the room was Xander, first place in the first trial. According to the original course, he should also have been the undisputed winner of the base's final test. Oh, is it that boy who came in second place? Hearing what the newcomer said, Xander's smile faded, and he straightened in his seat. His eyes sharpened, focusing intensely on the person who came to report. Sensing his master's murderous intent, the acans, which had been calm until that moment, also raised its body, flicking its forked tongue and showing a cold, deadly intent in its elongated eyes. Gulp. The young man who came to report felt Xander's gaze and Akan's killer eyes, as if a sharp blade brushed against his skin. He swallowed hard, nodding stiffly, yes, yes, yes. Upon hearing the confirmation, Xander's body relaxed, and he leaned back in his chair. Akan's also returned to its previous position, but for some reason, the young informant felt even colder. No wonder I took notice of him, he managed to survive out there for so long and has returned safe and sound. Ha, ha. Xander laughed, but there was no joy in his laughter. Among the 8 people sitting below, a robust young man of about 17 or 18 suddenly stood up, speaking in a deep voice. Boss Xander, that boy who came in second only did so with some tricks. Let me bring him to you. With that, he turned to leave. However, before he could move, Xander stopped him with his hand. Rockwell, there's no need. I want to see how he performs tomorrow, Xander said with a smile. Yes. The young man called Rockwell responded again in a deep voice and then sat down again. In reality, he was just pretending. If he were asked to risk his life for Xander, he wouldn't. Despite his clumsy appearance, he was shrewd inside. After Cain had left the base for a few days, Xander had openly organized his own force within the base. A key reason for this was his strength. To survive in a place like this, strength was crucial, but it wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was ruthlessness. Defeating those who opposed him, then killing their Pokémon, and finally forcing the opponent to watch as his acans devoured them. With these ruthless actions and his great power, he quickly attracted a group of followers. In such a ruthless place, only 50 people would survive in the end. The weak would be eliminated sooner or later, so the only way to survive was to rely on a strong person, becoming their follower. If that person was strong enough to come out on top, they could ensure the lives of some of their followers. This was the mercy that Team Rocket showed to the strong. The entire test was designed to provide talent for Team Rocket. All who managed to survive would be highly valued and take on important positions in the future. Therefore, this test was a hellish battlefield, but it could also be seen as a ladder to power. If one managed to survive, they would eventually become a powerful trainer. With Team Rocket's backing, becoming someone of great influence wouldn't be impossible. Perhaps for those who belonged to the Pokémon League, following their normal growth path would make them respected Pokémon trainers, living a carefree life. But for those born as commoners, or in poverty, this might be their only chance. And most of the people brought to this island were commoners or people who couldn't even afford a proper meal, like Cain. Raised in a poor neighborhood, he ate food he found in dumpsters, so when he arrived on the island, his body was weak and thin. But there were also people like Xander, who already lived in good conditions. Coming to the island was both a way to train and a means of gaining prestige. In fact, Xander's brother is a Team Rocket officer, who also rose from the trial island. Now, he has reached a nearly high-ranking position in Team Rocket. That's why Xander, as his younger brother, didn't believe his own talent was inferior. Upon hearing about this trial from his brother, he used his influence to join the testers and be sent to the island. Also, through secret dealings, he obtained an acans of excellent quality. As the unevolved version of Arbok, which his brother uses as his emblem, Xander knew perfectly well how to train an acans. And he believed that his current acans had already reached the best state possible for its level. Everything had gone smoothly so far, leading him to his current position. Perhaps influenced by his brother's personality, Xander was also an unpredictable man. After showing his cruel side, he gathered a group of followers to gain more resources and better train his Pokémon. As for who would stay or go after the final test, that would depend entirely on his mood. Xander, filled with ambition, had no intention of being just a decorative figure in Team Rocket. If he was going to do it, he was going to do it to the best of his ability. His minimum goal was to surpass his brother, and the first step to achieving that was to become an executive of Team Rocket. By becoming an executive of Team Rocket, he would have truly entered the upper ranks. Then, relying on his talent, it wouldn't be impossible to go even further. Whenever he thought about his future, Xander would get excited, licking his lips with a dark smile. Cain, who had gone straight to the exchange center, had no idea about any of this, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. In his second chance, he had only one goal, to become strong. Anyone who stood in his way would be destroyed. Xander was someone Cain had been subordinate to in his past life, someone he could never investigate or confront. But in this life, even if he knew about him, he wouldn't flinch. With his system activated ahead of time, Cain was confident he wouldn't lose to anyone. He untied the straps that secured the Pokémon egg to his back, and under the astonished gaze of the exchange clerk, he gently placed the Weedle egg on the counter. Cain decided to use this Pokémon egg to get points. Although this Pokémon might not be of poor quality when born, and as a bug type, it would grow quickly, making it useful in combat in a short amount of time, Cain decided to abandon it. This is because it was only a Pokémon egg, and there was no way to know how long it would take to hatch. If it hatched just as the trial was ending, what use would it be to Cain? Even if it hatched in a few days and Cain managed to train it, in the final battle, only one Pokémon could be used. For Cain, it would not only be of no help but would also cost him resources to train, becoming a burden. And most importantly, the lifespan of Drill's final evolution is too short. If Cain invested effort in training it and it became a key member of his team, due to its short lifespan, its performance would decline, eventually becoming almost useless. As for Drill's Mega Evolution, it's worth remembering that not even the Pokémon League knows about Mega Evolution at this time, and Mega Stones are extremely rare. Even if one were to be found by chance, what are the odds that it would be a stone specifically for Drill's Mega Evolution? For all these reasons, Cain decided to trade it for points, to obtain more valuable resources now, and focus on training Murkrow. Ignoring the astonished gaze of the clerk, Cain calmly said, "I want to trade this for points." "Are you sure?" the exchange clerk asked symbolically, looking at Cain as if he were seeing a fool. Cain nodded without responding. Although Pokémon eggs are not common in the wild, they are not impossible to find either. So why do many people choose to ignore them rather than bring them into exchange for points? You must know that if a Pokémon is born and raised with its trainer from the beginning, the bond and trust between them become very strong. This makes Pokémon eggs, with the same quality as a hatched Pokémon, often more valuable. However, since Pokémon eggs found in the wild cannot be assessed for their quality until the Pokémon hatches, people generally don't risk bringing them back. The Pokémon League scientists have already developed portable instruments that can measure Pokémon quality. Although they are extremely expensive, rich, and demanding, trainers do not hesitate to use them. However, to assess the quality of a Pokémon, you not only need to catch it, but you also must use costly materials, something most people can't afford. As for instruments to assess Pokémon egg quality, technology hasn't advanced enough to make them portable yet. Moreover, they also require significant resources. Unless it is known for sure that the egg's parents have good potential, usually, no one bothers to evaluate the quality of an egg. Even if, against all odds, an egg has yellow level quality, those who can afford these instruments wouldn't be interested in a yellow quality Pokémon. And green quality eggs are even rarer. That's why, when Cain said he wanted to exchange the Pokémon egg for points, the exchange clerk looked at him like a fool. But Cain didn't want to give more explanations. Should he say that he could evaluate that the Pokémon inside the egg had green level quality? That would likely alert even Instructor Viper at the base. Have you thought this through? Just assessing the quality of a Pokémon egg costs 100 points. Even if the egg turns out to have basic quality, it will only be worth 100 points. If you don't have enough points. The clerk trailed off, not finishing the sentence. If you don't have enough points, well, you'll have to pay with your life. In Team Rocket, there's no such thing as credit. Cain nodded again, somewhat resigned. If he didn't evaluate it, the egg would only be worth 1 point, as if it had red level quality. Seeing Cain was determined, the exchange clerk said no more. Although he didn't know why the boy was so sure, if the Pokémon inside the egg didn't reach basic quality, unless Cain could pay the 100 points, he'd have to say goodbye to it forever. Basic quality is one of the categories Team Rocket, and indeed the entire Pokémon world, uses to classify Pokémon quality. The categories are no quality, basic quality, medium quality, high quality, and superior quality. These categories correspond to red, orange, yellow, green, and higher qualities. Cain placed the Weedle egg in the evaluation machine's compartment, closing the transparent lid. He took a test tube from the shelf and poured the liquid into the machine's inlet. This liquid, known as analysis fluid, is expensive to produce, making each evaluation costly. After pressing the start button, the machine began humming to life. Ding! The first light, representing no quality, lit up immediately. All Pokémon eggs activate this light since the minimum quality of any Pokémon is red. In the blink of an eye, the second light turned on, indicating the Pokémon inside the egg had basic quality, equivalent to the orange quality detected by Cain's system. Not bad, at least it has basic quality, so you won't have to worry about covering the cost of the evaluation, the exchange clerk smiled. Cain shrugged indifferently. After all, it was just orange quality. The evaluation didn't stop there. With the basic quality light growing brighter, 10 seconds passed, and the medium quality light began to blink. The exchange clerk began looking at Cain differently. Initially, he had taken him for a fool, but it turned out to be a medium quality Pokémon egg. When a Pokémon egg reaches medium quality, the minimum exchange is 1000 points. This meant the young man was about to obtain over 1,000 points. In the entire trial, this would represent a huge advantage. Aside from a few testers with existing connections, this boy could surpass everyone else with these resources. The medium quality light continued to intensify until it reached its full brightness after 30 seconds. Then, the high quality light began to shine faintly. High quality? It actually reached high quality. The exchange clerk exclaimed loudly before covering his mouth with his hand, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. After working for Team Rocket for so long, he knew the value of a high-quality Pokémon egg. We're talking about points in the tens of thousands. Even after all these years of work, he had never acquired that many points. This was high quality, and on top of that, it was a Pokémon egg, which is even more valuable than a wild Pokémon of the same quality that has already grown. Once this egg enters the Team Rocket exchange system, higher-ranked members will seek it out desperately. Even officers might show interest. Cain frowned, annoyed by the clerk's exclamation. This was a trial, and if anyone found out he suddenly possessed so many points, everyone would be willing to join forces to eliminate him and split his points. For those aiming to be at the top, Cain, with so many points, would become the biggest obstacle. The exchange clerk realized his mistake as well. Luckily, it was nighttime, and no one else was in the exchange center, or he might have caused serious trouble for the young man. When he looked back at Cain, there was only astonishment in his eyes, along with a trace of well-hidden greed. Though it was well concealed, Cain noticed it. Knowing full well the value of more than 10,000 points, Cain perfectly understood the temptation. Although the clerk wasn't participating in the trial, as a Team Rocket member, he could still feel greed for those points. When the evaluation machine finally stopped, the high-quality light reached its maximum brightness. Mid-high quality, almost the same level as Murkrow. On the screen, it read, Mid-high quality, Weedle. Seeing the evaluation was complete, the clerk hesitated before saying, Sorry, but I don't have the authority to exchange a high-quality Pokémon egg. Please wait a moment. He quickly left the counter, opened a hidden door, and went inside. A few moments later, the hidden door opened again, and the clerk, who had entered before, came out with an extremely respectful attitude, bowing and holding the door open. A figure wrapped in a black robe slowly emerged from the hidden door. The mysterious figure walked with slow steps, like an elderly person, approaching the counter. The mysterious man glanced at the Pokémon egg in the testing machine and at the blinking light representing its high quality. With a cold, emotionless voice, he asked, How did you obtain this Pokémon egg? The question carried a slight sense of pressure. Sir, I found it in a Beedrill's nest. It should be the offspring of the Beedrill leader. I'm willing to offer this Pokémon egg as a gift to you, Cain replied respectfully, not daring to hide anything. Although he felt somewhat reluctant to hand over the Pokémon egg, he didn't dare to do otherwise. The mysterious man nodded in satisfaction at Cain's attitude. Waving his hand, the man said, There's no need, and I won't take advantage of someone like you. This Weedle Pokémon egg is worth about 18,000 points, so add 20,000 points to his account and deduct it from mine. The first part was directed at Cain, and the second to the exchange operator who stood waiting nearby. Yes, the exchange operator quickly bowed and nodded. Cain remained respectfully in place, his head lowered, without responding. The mysterious man stared at Cain for a moment before saying, You've done well. Would you be interested in helping me with something? Cain inhaled deeply and respectfully replied, It would be an honor to serve you, sir. When you finish this trial, come to see me, he said, placing a black badge on the counter. Yes, Cain responded, still with his head bowed. Out of the corner of his eye, Cain glanced at the black badge on the counter. When he got a clear look at it, Cain was stunned. Nodding once more, the mysterious man gave Cain one last look before disappearing through a hidden door. As for the Weedle Pokémon egg, someone else would take care of delivering it. There was no need for him to worry about it. The operator waited respectfully until the mysterious man had fully departed, letting out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Cain also exhaled softly, putting the black badge into his storage space while receiving envious and jealous glances from the exchange operator. Staring at the black badge with mixed emotions, Cain noticed its shape resembled a cloud, completely black without any trace of impurity. The black cloud badge belonged exclusively to the most secret unit of Team Rocket, known as the Shadow Unit, which reported directly to Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni. And the only people who could grant this badge, aside from Giovanni, were the leader of the Shadow Unit and its two sub-leaders. The Shadow Unit didn't belong to Team Rocket's regular structure. All its members were personally selected by the three leaders. There was no other way to join. The three leaders of the Shadow Unit were all elite-level trainers, so the mysterious man from earlier must have been one of them. Although this badge only designated Cain as a reserve member, its significance was undeniable. If Cain fulfilled the task the mysterious man had given him, he could become an official member of the Shadow Unit. Since the Shadow Unit answered directly to Giovanni, it could be considered his main force, automatically outranking others of the same level. In other words, a soldier from the Shadow Unit ranked higher than a regular Team Rocket soldier and was equivalent to a Team Rocket captain. The legends of Team Rocket's Shadow Unit had always been passed down, but Cain had only heard of them in his previous life, never seeing any until now. Why did he choose me? Was it just because of that Pokémon egg? Cain frowned, deep in thought. It didn't make sense that during their first meeting, he would be given a reserve member's badge, especially considering that with his current strength, he he shouldn't have caught the man's attention. Even if he had, Cain's current identity was just that of a trial participant. If he hadn't lived through this life again, he wouldn't have known what the badge represented. Suppressing all his guesses, Cain showed a puzzled expression and pretended to ask, "Excuse me, this badge?" The exchange operator immediately gave him a wide grin, a completely different attitude from before. "I can't say anything about that. You'll have to wait for the man himself to explain." Cain nodded and didn't ask further, storing the badge in his space. Although he had just gone through several events, he hadn't forgotten the main purpose of his visit. The Weedle Pokemon egg earned him 20,000 points, far exceeding his expectations. It was 20,000 points, enough to exchange for many useful items. Aside from the important figures on the island, Cain should now have the most points. However, having points, no matter how many, was useless if they remained unspent. He needed to convert them into power for them to have any meaning. He opened the point exchange manual and went straight to the technical machines, TM, section. When he reached the TM section, Cain already had a clear idea of what his Murkrow needed. First, Murkrow already had decent speed, and with the move Tailwind, he could enhance it further. As for offense, being a dark and flying type, the flying type moves Murkrow had learned were quite good and could deal effective damage. This was likely because he had mostly been battling bug-type Pokemon, which accelerated his mastery of flying-type energy. However, dark-type moves had become a weakness. Even though Murkrow's strongest talent was in the dark-type moves he could master required a higher level to learn. Therefore, to improve Murkrow's dark-type energy capabilities, Cain would consider choosing some dark-type moves. Additionally, while Murkrow was very fast, he might encounter other equally fast Pokemon with high attack power capable of defeating him in one hit. Even if that didn't happen, in group battles, Murkrow, being fragile, would be an easy target. Thus, Cain prioritized selecting survival moves. Also, Murkrow's special ability is Prankster, which allows him to use status moves with priority. It's a very powerful ability, and not taking advantage of it would be a waste. Suddenly, he remembered something and pulled out a silver box from his storage belt. It was the box he had dug up from a treasure map, and inside was a TM, probably a normal type move, though he didn't know which move it was. He placed the box on the counter and said to the now friendly exchange operator, "Could you tell me what move this is?" The exchange operator, somewhat curious, opened the box. Upon seeing the TM inside, he showed an expression of understanding and couldn't help but think, "This kid is lucky." He placed the TM into the teaching device, and an electronic screen displayed the information. He didn't block Cain from seeing it, so Cain also read, "Move, Screech, normal type, status move." The description read, "Emits a loud screech that makes the opponent want to cover their ears, significantly lowering their defense." Cain was delighted to see that the move was Screech. He had gotten lucky again, as it was a useful move. While not as valuable as Protect or Substitute, it was still fairly rare. And it was perfect for Murkrow. Screech could significantly lower the opponent's defense, which was ideal for Murkrow. After all, Murkrow's special ability is Prankster, allowing him to use status moves with priority, and Screech is precisely one of those moves. Cain had already been considering exchanging for some status moves to enhance Murkrow's combat ability. Now, with Screech, Cain could save some points. No wonder the exchange operator had thought of Cain's luck when he saw the TM. Cain smiled slightly at Murkrow, knowing that after this exchange, Murkrow's combat ability would increase by at least one level. Cain refocused on the exchange manual, searching for the moves he needed. "I want to exchange for these two moves," Cain said, pointing at the moves in the manual. The manual described the following. Move, Protect. Type, Normal. Category, Status. Power, 0. Description, forms a protective shield around the body, completely blocking the opponent's attacks for a limited time. Cannot be used consecutively, the cooldown time is 10 minutes. Price, 5,000 points. Move, Substitute. Type, Normal. Category, Status. Power, 0. Description, sacrifices some of the user's HP to create an identical substitute that takes the hit in place of the user. If the attack's intensity doesn't exceed the substitute's endurance, it can remain on the field. Price, 4,000 points. The total for both moves came to 9,000 points, proving that moves are extremely expensive. Cain was quite fortunate this time, obtaining a valuable Pokemon egg with green aptitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know if he could exchange for Protect after leaving this trial. Seeing Cain exchange for two such expensive moves without showing any emotion, the exchange officer couldn't help but tremble a little. Does he have no idea how valuable his points are, he thought. Though he mumbled to himself internally, his hands moved without pause. He opened a safe that contained various moves and carefully took out two TM discs emitting a white glow, handing them to Cain. This is the difference in thinking between people. To Cain, points are nothing but useless numbers if they aren't converted into effective combat power. Only by turning points into strength can their value be maximized. If Cain's Murkrow could master the moves Protect and Substitute, its survivability would increase significantly. Coupled with its original speed, as long as it didn't face opponents with a vast power gap, it would have a decent chance of winning. With 11,000 points remaining, Cain decided to exchange for a Dark-type move for his Murkrow. Flipping through the pages filled with normal-type moves, he went directly to the Dark-type section. Without much hesitation, he exchanged for Dark Pulse, which cost 3,000 points. As a Dark-type offensive move, Dark Pulse has decent power and high accuracy, with the added bonus of potentially causing the opponent to flinch. With 8,000 points left, Cain decided to save them for now. Exchanging for 3 moves at once, plus the Screech TM he already had, would allow Murkrow to learn 4 moves in one go. Although he could exchange for more, rushing the learning process wouldn't be wise. There's a significant difference between just learning a move and mastering it. What Murkrow needed now wasn't more moves but to focus on mastering the ones it already knew to the point of using them instinctively. Also exchange for a training device that allows free weight control, for flying-type Pokémon. The weight limit should be 30 kg, Cain said after some thought. During this time, Murkrow had been using wood as a weight tool. Though it worked, it wasn't ideal to constantly search for heavier wood as it adapted to the weight. Luckily, Team Rocket scientists had stumbled upon research into such a device. Though they couldn't replicate it exactly, they had created one that allowed for adjustable weight control. It had become one of the various training devices of Team Rocket, proving to be quite useful. The weight device doesn't use much advanced technology, so its price wasn't high. The 30 kg limit device cost only 200 points. Give me 10 Great Ball as well, Cain said after storing everything in his storage belt. Each Great Ball cost 50 points, totaling 500 points. Although Cain hadn't originally intended to catch more Pokémon on the island, after speaking with the mysterious man, he decided that training other Pokémon was necessary. The final trial wouldn't be hard for Cain, aside from Xander and 2 or 3 others who might be a challenge, the rest wouldn't pose much of a threat. But now the situation was different. Cain not only had to face the final trial but also take care of the small matters the mysterious man had mentioned before the final trial began. What seemed like a small matter to the mysterious man could be a huge challenge for Cain, so training more Pokémon was essential. After storing the 10 Great Ball, Cain handed his ID card to the exchange officer. The officer swiped it through a machine, and the remaining 7,200 points were stored on the card. Cain spent a total of 12,700 points, plus an additional 100 points for the Pokémon Egg Appraisal. In a corner of the exchange center stood a lone machine, a Pokémon learning machine. This machine allowed TMS to transfer move information directly into a Pokémon's brain, making them learn the move instantly. It was one of the most advanced technologies in the Pokémon world. Using the learning machine was free. However, before using the TMS, Cain took out a Great Ball and switched Murkrow's original Pokeball for the new one. For the interior space of a Pokeball, it was like moving from a small apartment to a mansion. Although Murkrow rarely stayed inside its Pokeball, when you have the money, it's better to give it a good place to rest, even if it doesn't use it much. After storing Murkrow in the newly acquired Great Ball, Cain placed it in the slot of the learning machine. Then, he took the TMS from his storage space and inserted them one by one. Luckily, it was nighttime, and there was no one else in the exchange center aside from Cain and the exchange officer. Otherwise, if someone had seen Cain use 4 TMS at once, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist shouting, "What a waste!" For most Pokémon, learning too much at once could backfire. But for a green-quality Murkrow, mastering these moves was only a matter of time. After using the discs, they turned into ordinary, worthless discs. Each TM took 1 minute to use. After finishing, Cain released Murkrow from the Great Ball. Caw! Murkrow immediately flew out, flapping its wings. Although the interior space of the Great Ball was vast, it never felt as comfortable as being outside. Cain gently stroked Murkrow's feathers and asked, "How did it go? Did you learn everything?" Although he knew there wouldn't be a problem, he couldn't help but ask. Caw, caw. Murkrow quickly nodded. It felt like something magical. The moves it didn't know before had suddenly appeared in its mind as if it had known them from birth. To demonstrate, Murkrow squinted its eyes, and a light green energy shield appeared, enveloping its body. The shield lasted for about 2 seconds before fading. "Protect," Cain said with a smile. He was quite familiar with the move Protect. When a certain level of skill is reached, nearly every Pokémon must learn Protect, as it's an invaluable survival move that can prevent damage. Seeing the light green shield disappear so quickly, Murkrow tried to use it again but couldn't. Cain raised his hand to stop Murkrow, who was about to try again, and said with a smile, "This move can only be used once every 10 minutes. Come on, let's head back." Cain and Murkrow then left the exchange center, disappearing into the darkness of the night. The exchange officer watched Cain's back as he left and couldn't help but murmur, "What a lucky kid," catching that man's attention. However, what he didn't know was that Cain was more familiar with the mysterious man and his team than he was. The only question was whether this would be a blessing or a curse. Inside the Team Rocket base, there are always 300 rooms prepared for trial participants, which never change. Each door has a number corresponding to each person. Walking through the base at night, barely any shadows could be seen. Only the outlines of Cain and Murkrow stretched under the moonlight. The dormitory rooms were arranged neatly, and Cain quickly found his own. Although he had never been there before, the room was relatively clean, with a simple single bed, a small desk, and a chair. That was all. The dorm had quite austere, but for someone like Cain, who had been sleeping outdoors, having a soft bed was enough. Cain locked the door and collapsed onto the bed, enjoying the softness he hadn't felt in a long time. Murkrow, being in a human room for the first time, began curiously flying around the room. In the central room of the Team Rocket base, where the trial supervisor was, Chief Instructor Viper was in his office, with the same two people sitting across from his desk. Viper held a luxury ball in his hand, gently wiping off invisible dust with a handkerchief, looking at the ball with eyes that seemed to be gazing at a lover, and said to himself, "I've heard there's a boy who caught your interest." The mysterious man, sitting across from him, hidden in his black cloak, remained motionless like a monk in meditation, not responding to Viper's question. The silent atmosphere between the two didn't hold even the slightest sense of discomfort. It didn't surprise the mysterious man in the least that Viper had quickly found out what he had done. After all, this place was Viper's territory, and everyone here was his subordinate. If he hadn't known about it, now that would have been surprising. After a moment, a faint hum came from the mysterious man's mouth. Upon hearing the mysterious man's response, Viper smiled. Combined with the scar on his face, it was the kind of smile that could definitely stop children from crying. Both were quite renowned. As one of Team Rocket's high-ranking members, Viper had a certain understanding of the mysterious man's identity and the shadow unit he belonged to. Since the mysterious man had taken notice of Cain, it meant there was something unique about him. However, since the mysterious man didn't mention it, Viper didn't ask. As if he had sensed Viper's thoughts, the mysterious man hesitated for a moment and said, "I can sense a darkness coming from that boy, and also a faint hint of familiarity." He paused, and his tone became more solemn. "He gives me the feeling that he's like him." Viper, who had been leisurely cleaning his luxury ball, suddenly froze when he heard the mysterious man's last word, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Both remained motionless. After a moment, Viper's hand trembled slightly before he resumed polishing his ball. Anyone observant could notice that the mysterious man's words had greatly impacted him. The way he handled the ball revealed the turmoil within him. Knowing that he had touched on something important, the mysterious man remained silent. "It's truly surprising," Viper said after a long while. Indeed, it was surprising. The person the mysterious man was referring to was none other than the leader of the Shadow Unit, an individual directly under Giovanni's command, the most mysterious figure in Team Rocket, with a status just below Giovanni himself. In comparison, the 3 commanders, the 4 generals, and the 3 beasts couldn't come close to his position. He was, in essence, a person subordinate to one but wielding authority over thousands. Moreover, while outsiders only knew about the 3 powerful commanders, the invincible 4 generals, and the terrifying 3 beasts of Team Rocket, they were unaware of the Shadow Unit's existence, a unit even more mysterious and fearsome than the others. Since he didn't want to continue on that subject, Viper coughed lightly to hide his unease. "They say you got a high-quality Pokémon egg from him, right?" Quite in sync, even the mysterious man being the deputy leader of the Shadow Unit didn't want to delve into matters concerning his direct superior. He nodded slightly and pulled out a Pokémon egg from his cloak, the green Weedle egg Cain had used to trade for points. "Weedle," Viper said, identifying the egg at a glance. He extended his hand, which only had 2 fingers, and placed it on the egg, feeling the warmth it emitted. "Yes, it's a Weedle. Its final evolution is Beedrill, which will serve me as a transitional Pokémon." The mysterious man didn't hide anything. After escaping from the powerful trainers of the League, he had lost 3 of his main Pokémon, and the others were severely injured as well. They needed time to recover, and he had no plans to use them in battle unless absolutely necessary. Its growth cycle is quick, and it can become an effective combatant soon. With some training, it can reach a near elite level. Although its lifespan is short, it's enough to use it as a transitional Pokémon, the mysterious man continued. He was fully aware of Drill's weaknesses but didn't intend to train it as a main Pokémon. He only needed it as a temporary solution. "Do your Pokémon still need a lot of time to recover?" Viper asked curiously. Although he knew they were severely injured, he hadn't expected him to need to train a new one to replace them. The mysterious man remained silent for a moment before sighing softly. "That's to be expected when you face an elite-level poison-type trainer. I don't know when they'll fully recover, so I'll treat this Beedrill as a backup plan." Upon hearing this, Viper understood the situation and didn't ask further, continuing to polish his luxury ball. Once again, the two fell into silence. The night passed in the blink of an eye. During the night, Cain and Murkrow didn't stop their training, only this time it took place in their small cabin rather than the expansive forest. Cain personally equipped the weight gear he had acquired onto Murkrow. When inactive, the device was very light, like the weight of clothing. The weight device resembled a small backpack that could be freely adjusted to fit perfectly. Cain tested it to ensure it wouldn't fall off. The device was small and fit snugly to Murkrow's body, hidden well beneath his feathers. Unless someone got up close and looked closely, it was almost impossible to notice. Cain adjusted the weight of the device using a remote, setting it to around 5 kilograms, which was the weight Murkrow was used to during his training. When the device was activated, Murkrow felt his body grow heavier and had to exert more effort to flap his wings and fly as before. However, compared to the wooden weights he used to tie to his wings, this new device was much more comfortable, as the weight was evenly distributed across his body, allowing for more balanced training. After a few adjustments, Murkrow adapted to the new gear, which was far better than the wood. "We'll keep it at this weight for now. Increasing it too quickly isn't good. Once you get used to it, we'll gradually raise it," Cain said, smiling as he watched Murkrow adapt to the new device. "From today on, unless necessary, you'll keep this weight on all the time. You need to get used to it gradually." Cain appreciated Murkrow's attitude, always striving to grow stronger. Though he himself was eager to constantly improve, he also cared about the desires of his Pokémon. If Murkrow had been a Pokémon that didn't enjoy battling, Cain wouldn't have forced him, but he would likely have looked for a Pokémon more suited to his needs. Caw, caw. Murkrow cawed enthusiastically, feeling stronger already with the device on. After a simple morning training session, Cain prepared some poke blocks for Murkrow and settled his own breakfast with some dried rations. When he left his room, the sun had already risen, and the doors of the surrounding cabins were starting to open one by one. People came out, all heading toward the central plaza of the base. Today was the 7th day again, the day of the second test. Almost everyone had returned, and the crowd was gathering in the plaza. Team Rocket staff also began to appear, and the low-ranking soldiers responsible for maintaining order were trying their best to fulfill their duties. After a week, out of the original 150 people, approximately 120 remained. The other 30 either hadn't made it back from the forest, or they never would. Those who remained showed faces that had once been naive but were now cold and hardened. Their eyes reflected a certain coldness and madness. The cruel test had devoured their kindness, beauty, and innocence. The crowd in the plaza was clearly divided into 4 areas. Most were in the section where Cain stood. Most of these people were alone, though some were in pairs, keeping a wary eye on each other. This group made up almost half of the remaining participants. The second largest group was to the south of the plaza, led by Xander, whom Cain recognized. Several strong individuals were gathered around him. When Cain looked in that direction, his eyes met Xander's, who had been watching him for a while. Xander flashed him a malicious smile before turning his gaze away. Cain didn't pay him much attention. The third largest group was to the west, led by a woman whose Pokémon was a Zubat, noticeably larger than average. Cain remembered her specifically because of that oversized Zubat. The smallest group was in the eastern corner, composed of only 9 people, led by a young man with a bright smile. Although his appearance seemed harmless, Cain couldn't help but notice the coldness in his eyes. He was a smiling tiger. The 8 surrounding him were deceived by his appearance. If they had been in the Pokémon League, they might have been pillars of the organization. But this was Team Rocket, and this was the test island, where the mortality rate was extremely high. As time passed, the crowd in the plaza began to quiet down. Instructor Viper, accompanied by his subordinates, moved to the center of the raised platform. Unlike before, there were now 2 chairs on the platform. Viper sat in one, while a mysterious hooded man, who was at the end of the group, took the other. The mysterious man. Cain narrowed his eyes. It was the same person who had given Cain the member badge in preparation for the Shadow Unit. I didn't expect him to be here as well, Cain thought as he saw the mysterious man. As if sensing Cain's gaze, the mysterious man turned his attention toward him. Although his face was hidden under the cloak, Cain felt that he was being watched. After a few seconds, Cain felt the mysterious man look away and let out a sigh of relief. Facing a trainer of this caliber with his current power level still put some pressure on him. When the mysterious man sat down, Viper began observing the situation in the plaza. After seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, he nodded with satisfaction. Now, the expressions and behaviors of the participants had more of the look of true competitors in a test. A week earlier, they all seemed like children playing. Viper completely ignored the reduction in numbers. Compared to previous years, the number of participants was still high. In fact, this was one of the highest quality intakes. In the end, only 50 people could pass, and that was the maximum limit. In all previous trials, that number was rarely reached. In the edition with the fewest participants, only around 20 people made it through. Now, after passing the initial phase, which was also the hardest part, more than 120 people remained, leaving Viper quite satisfied. With a glance at his assistant, he indicated that they could begin the second trial. The content and method of the second test were almost identical to the first. It was a test of attack power. Although this type of test couldn't fully reflect a participant's skill, if they couldn't even achieve an acceptable level of attack, how could they speak of true strength? During the staff's explanation, Cain learned that although the trial was exactly the same as before, a new rule had been added. From now on, whoever came in last would be immediately eliminated. The plaza immediately filled with commotion. Eliminated directly for finishing last? Cain frowned slightly. This rule directly targeted those attempting to exploit the system. While only 50 people would pass the final test, not everyone who failed would lose their life. Obviously, Team Rocket wouldn't conduct business at a loss. As long as they survived to the end and achieved an acceptable level of skill, they could still start as low-level servants. Although they wouldn't receive any additional resources, at least they'd keep their lives, wouldn't they? Plus, if they managed to catch the attention of an important figure, they might even rise further. But now, with this new rule, those who wanted to rely on the strong and stay in the base until the end were bound by an unyielding chain. If they weren't careful and finished last, they'd be eliminated immediately. It was like a herd of sheep in the savannah. When chased by lions, the slowest one was always the first to die, so the herd ran faster and faster. No one wanted to be last. The survival of the fittest in nature. Now, Team Rocket had become the lion of the savannah, and the participants were the sheep. Whoever lagged behind would become food. The noise in the plaza grew louder, and the most anxious were the weakest. Silence. Viper frowned and roared angrily. As a powerful figure who had climbed over countless corpses, what he hated most were the senseless complaints of the weak. If you don't want to take the test, don't. You'll all be treated as if you came in last. With Viper's fury, those who had been frantically discussing immediately fell silent. No one wanted to anger this man who held their lives in his hands. Under the organization of the Team Rocket soldiers, they nervously began lining up, though no one wanted to be first, as that meant facing the unknown. What if those who came after had higher scores? The test wasn't starting, and Viper's face grew darker. Noticing Viper's expression, the Team Rocket soldiers present grew sterner, glaring at the participants with more ferocity. They understood better than these still naive participants just how terrifying Viper could be. TCH, how slow? I'll go first. The one who spoke was Xander, showing disdain as he walked to the front of the line with his acans. With someone taking the lead, the others began lining up gradually, following the established direction. For the strong, the order in the line didn't matter at all. According to Team Rocket's organization, Cain was assigned a position toward the back of the line. Now, let the test begin, announced the test supervisor next to the measuring stone. As the first in line, Xander didn't hesitate at all and walked step by step toward the stage, with Acans following closely, flicking its forked tongue. Acans, as a fierce Pokémon, constantly emanated a sense of danger. Acans, use bite. SSS. Acans flicked its tongue and its coiled body suddenly shot forward. Its two fangs gleamed with a dark light as it explosively bit the test stone. After the attack, it quickly withdrew without pausing. Acans' execution efficiency was flawless. After an attack, it always returned to its initial position. Though Xander was arrogant, his training of the Pokémon was commendable. Attack value, 258, announced the presenter with surprise in his eyes upon seeing Xander and Acans' data. Immediately, the plaza was filled with exclamations. No wonder Xander is the leader. His attack value reached 258 points, almost triple the 98 from the first time, exclaimed one of Xander's underlings from below the stage. Wow, starting off with such a high score, another person shouted in surprise. This is troublesome, commented someone feeling the pressure. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Xander smiled and calmly stepped off the stage. Then, according to the line order, participants stepped up one by one to take the test. After completing the test, some showed joy and excitement, while others looked sad and worried. Each time someone finished the test and found themselves in last place, their face turned pale, clenching their hands tightly, sweat beading on their forehead as they stared intently at the next participants, praying internally for someone with a lower score to appear. And when finally someone did score lower, that person would breathe a sigh of relief, almost collapsing to the ground. The one taking their place at the bottom would repeat the same actions, anxiously awaiting someone with a worse result. As the tests progressed, most participants had already been evaluated. So far, first place remained Xander with 258 points. Second place was a girl named Jasmine, who had been in the west corner of the plaza and owned an unusually large Zubat. Her score was 227. Third place was a lone participant with a common face. His Pokémon was a Poochyena, and he scored 225 points. As a solo participant, being only 2 points below Jasmine surprised many. Fourth place was the young man Cain had earlier labeled a smiling tiger. This young man kept a bright smile at all times, deceiving everyone around him. His name was Saurus, and his Pokémon was a coughing, scoring 215 points. Thanks to his friendly appearance, Saurus attracted several solo participants to join his team, forming a sizable group of followers. With no more surprising results, it was finally Cain's turn for the test. Xander, who was waiting on the side, upon seeing it was Cain's turn, put aside his scornful smile, and his face grew more serious. Even Viper and the mysterious man seated on the platform directed their attention toward him. This young man, who had surprised many before, what score would he achieve this time? As Cain stepped onto the stage, some also recognized him. It's him. Last time he got second place using some tricks, someone exclaimed, recognizing Cain. So that's him. I wonder what his score will be today. Pfft, what score could he possibly get? This time, those tricks won't work, someone said bitterly, recalling how Cain had taken second place in the first test, bumping him from 10th to 11th and costing him 100 points. But that Murkrow doesn't look weak, someone with a good eye commented, noting that just by its size, one could sense the Pokémon's strength. Ignoring all the comments, Cain calmly said, Murkrow, use wing attack with all your might. Caw. Murkrow flapped its wings upon hearing the command, let out a cry, and soared quickly. The powerful flying-type energy concentrated under its control in its wings. Boom. Without any pause or tricks, Murkrow's wing attack firmly struck the test stone. After a moment, a line appeared on the stone, attack value, 265. The presenter, surprised by the result, swallowed involuntarily, and after a brief pause, announced, attack value, 265 points, currently in first place. Next. The crowd below the stage was stunned. In their impression, Cain had always been someone who had gotten second place in the first test through tricks, with real ability similar to theirs. But this test left many with their jaws dropped. They had to remember that Cain was a solo participant, with no subordinates helping him find resources, growing entirely by his own means. Upon seeing Cain's result, Xander was also shocked. He had had a confrontation with Cain and knew that he wasn't the opportunist others said, but someone with real skill. Even though he had rated Cain highly, he hadn't expected his score to be even higher than his. Could it be that training in the wild really makes you grow faster? Xander began to question his own decisions. Was it better to gather a group of people to help him grow, or to head out into the wild for training? In truth, Xander's subordinates were the most terrified, especially those who had been clamoring to capture Cain the day before. They were sweating cold, thankful that Xander had stopped them before they did anything extreme. Due to Cain's performance, Xander probably wouldn't dare to send anyone to trouble him in the future. Although the results of an exam don't fully reflect a person's strength, they do reveal part of it. Besides, who could withstand such a high attack power? Cain had no knowledge of or interest in others' opinions or reactions. From the moment he activated the system, it meant that none of the other participants could keep up with him. This was part of his confidence. Cain descended from the stage with his Murkrow and headed to a corner, leaning against the wall and closing his eyes to rest. He wasn't interested in knowing the results of the others. In the stands, Viper frowned. He wasn't surprised by Cain's result, for if someone caught the attention of the person next to him, wasn't such a result normal? In fact, he thought it was even a bit low. However, he had a suspicion. That Murkrow, seems like. Viper voiced his doubts to the mysterious man beside him. The mysterious man understood Viper's suspicion. After a brief surprise, he nodded and, with a hoarse voice from under his black cloak, said, "You're not mistaken, it's still carrying weight." Viper had been almost certain of his assumption but was amazed at how much Cain had improved that Murkrow, which originally had deficiencies. Adjusting his posture, Viper said, "Oh, well, this kid's not bad. If your shadow unit doesn't choose him, why not give him to me?" The mysterious man smiled slightly under his hood and replied, "What do you think?" Viper pouted, disappointed. "You're so boring. You people from the shadow unit always take things so seriously." Viper understood the rules of the shadow unit. As long as a mission from the shadow unit wasn't completed, no member of Team Rocket could intervene, unless the mission failed or the chosen candidate died. Since Cain accepted the reserve member badge of the shadow unit, he was already considered partially part of the team. Members of the shadow unit were usually very reserved, even with others from Team Rocket. However, the mysterious man and Viper were an exception. They had been good friends before joining Team Rocket. So, as long as Cain didn't complete his mission with the shadow unit or wasn't declared a failure, no other department within Team Rocket had the right to recruit him, not even High Command. This was a rule personally established by Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. As their most powerful force, each member of the shadow unit was carefully selected. "Watch what you say, Viper." The mysterious man's voice grew more serious. Although they were good friends, the mysterious man had deep respect for the shadow unit, and even greater devotion to Giovanni. Even Cain respected Giovanni from the bottom of his heart. Giovanni's charisma was the highest Cain had ever seen in his life. Whether being stern or kind, Giovanni handled interpersonal relationships perfectly, and his ability to command his subordinates was masterful. Had Cain been born into this world and raised within Team Rocket, he would undoubtedly have become one of Giovanni's most loyal followers. However, being a time traveler who knew the plot, Cain had an innate resistance to Giovanni. Even so, in his previous life, Cain deeply respected and admired Giovanni. It's worth remembering that a decade ago, Team Rocket was just a small organization in the Kanto region, led by Giovanni's mother. At the time, Team Rocket didn't have much power. If wealth had been abundant, who would have chosen Weedle as their child's starter Pokémon? Though in the end, that Beedrill became the strongest in the world, the resources invested in it could have been enough to raise several pseudo-legendaries. In short, a decade ago, Team Rocket was a small regional organization, but in just 10 years, Giovanni turned it into the largest criminal organization in Kanto. All other criminal groups were either eliminated or absorbed. In Kanto, aside from the Pokémon League, the largest and most powerful organization was Team Rocket. This demonstrates how capable Giovanni is. Not only is he a competent leader, but also a formidable fighter. He can face off against a champion in direct combat and hold his ground, earning him the title of the King of the Earth in the Shadows, a nickname not given lightly. Since Giovanni became the leader of Team Rocket, the Shadow Unit was the first department he created. Given his charisma, how could the members of the Shadow Unit not idolize him? Viper knew he had touched a sensitive topic with the mysterious man and wasn't bothered by his warning. To the other departments within Team Rocket, each member of the Shadow Unit was seen as a fanatic, willing to do anything, so it was best not to provoke them. After a brief conversation, both fell silent. The tests continued quickly. Each person only had to make their Pokémon attack the testing stone and then record the data. Soon, everyone had finished. The final results were as follows. No one surpassed Cain's result. First place, attack, 265 points, Cain. Second place, attack, 258 points, Xander. Third place, attack, 227 points, Jasmine. Fourth place, attack, 225 points, Alec. Fifth place, attack, 215 points, Saurus. Last place, attack, 45 points. The top positions didn't change much. Cain and Xander continued to lead all participants. The point difference between second and third place showed that the two had already distanced themselves from the rest. The last place only scored 45 attack points. Even in the first test, they had only been in the middle of the pack. Although their Pokémon was a Rattata, if it had been trained and raised well, it could have also reached an explosive attack level. Hadn't someone with a Rattata ranked in the top 10 of this test? The last participant, with a pale face, stood motionless, waiting in vain for someone to score lower. He muttered continuously that it wasn't possible, that it couldn't be. Finally, when Team Rocket soldiers with malicious intent approached and grabbed his hands, ready to take him away, he reacted. He struggled violently, but his untrained body couldn't do anything against the two experienced soldiers, whose iron hands gripped him tightly. No, 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 give me another chance. Give me another chance, he cried, begging, but it had no effect. With snot and tears running down his face, and a yellow stain appearing between his legs, the unpleasant smell spread. It was all in vain. When he had been enjoying life at the base, he should have expected this outcome. Rattata, come save me. He finally remembered that he was a trainer and had a Pokémon. However, before Rattata could act, two Mytyena appeared in front of it, baring their teeth and staring intently. Although Rattata wanted to save its trainer, it didn't dare move. Everything's settled, right? Viper, who had been watching from the beginning, showed no emotion, even feeling somewhat irritated. He despised those who wasted resources and lacked ambition. Rattata, which could have been valuable if trained, ended up in the hands of a useless person. Wasn't that a waste of resources? Under the ruthless fangs of the Mytyena, Rattata lost its life. Seeing his last hope die, the last ranked participant stopped resisting as well. Team Rocket soldiers dragged him out of everyone's sight, and no one doubted what his fate would be. In front of everyone, Team Rocket once again displayed its brutality, treating human lives as worthless. Cain, leaning against the wall, watched without the slightest disturbance. After all, it was just a life. He had killed dozens of people. Any member of Team Rocket had several kills under their belt. If anyone thought Team Rocket was like in the cartoon, where they were defeated with one hit, they were truly just watching a cartoon. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, a good tactic, Cain thought. Cain understood the reason behind Viper's action. It was nothing more than a way to put a chain on those who merely ate and waited to die. No one can stay still in a fast current. If you don't move forward, you perish. For the strong present, there was no emotional reaction, only mild contempt. After all, this had nothing to do with them. It's like the catfish effect. If you put sardines in a net, they will all die quickly. But if you introduce a catfish, the sardines, threatened by the catfish, will swim frantically, allowing them to reach the market alive, where they will be sold at a high price. Now, they were like the sardines, and Team Rocket was the catfish. Only under the pressure of the catfish could they survive and reach a high value. Only with this pressure could the participants grow stronger, and Team Rocket reap more talents with potential. The test's conclusion was quite uneventful. The top 10 participants stepped onto the stage and swiped their identification cards through the magnetic strip, each receiving a reward of 200 points. For others, 200 points might be considered a significant amount of resources, but for Cain, who still had over 7,000 points, it was merely an additional resource. However small it might be, it still had value. In reality, Team Rocket tightly controls the distribution of points. Cain had only been lucky to stumble upon a green quality Pokémon egg, and with the system's help, he was able to recognize its value and quickly earn 20,000 points. This type of success isn't easy to replicate. The main way to earn points within Team Rocket remains through completing missions. Completing missions is the most stable source of points. Capturing rare Pokémon or finding rare items to exchange for points are things that depend on each person's luck and skill. Cain's advantage lies in having the system. As long as rare quality Pokémon appear in front of him, they cannot escape his scan. Therefore, his most stable way to earn points would be capturing various Pokémon. The only thing that could limit him is luck. However, some things must be done in moderation. If Cain were always capturing rare Pokémon to exchange for points, what would others think? Someone who can identify a Pokémon's quality without instruments, wouldn't they be taken to a lab to be studied? Therefore, it's important to know when to stand out and when to keep a low profile. That's the best way to act. With the end of the test, the crowd gradually dispersed. Everyone wore a serious expression. What had just happened was like a ticking time bomb, constantly reminding them of the need to push themselves. After this, everyone would surely intensify their efforts. If not, they would die. Viper and the mysterious cloaked figure left the square as soon as the test ended, surrounded by Team Rocket soldiers. Given their positions and status, they wouldn't pay much attention to these minor matters, as they had subordinates to handle everything. If it weren't for the fact that the quality of each group of participants affects Viper's annual earnings, he wouldn't even bother with a group of novices. Besides assessing the quality of the participants, the mysterious figure also wanted to learn more about Cain. Although he had given Cain the reserve member badge of the Shadow Unit, he didn't really know Cain well. He took advantage of the test to observe him a little, and based on the results, Cain met his minimum standards. As Cain prepared to leave, Xander and his group blocked his path. Seeing someone approach with bad intentions, the first to react was Murkrow. Flying into the air, it let out a threatening cry at Xander. Ikans. Xander's snake didn't fall behind, coiling its body in a threatening posture, ready to attack at any moment. Cain gently stroked Murkrow's feathers, signaling it not to worry too much. Seeing Cain's gesture, Xander raised an eyebrow and combed his Ikans as well. With a slight glint in his eyes, Cain used the system to scan Ikans. Pokémon, Ikans, green. Gender, male. Level, 16. Type, poison. Ability, intimidate. Held item, none. Egg moves, Pursuit, Poison Fang, Scary Face. Basic moves, Wrap, Leer, Poison Sting, Bite, Glare. Learned moves, Snatch. TM moves, Double Team. Actually, Xander's Akan's wasn't weak and had been trained very well. The reason its performance was slightly inferior to Murkrow's was that Akan's had a green quality, slightly lower than Murkrow's, and Akan's base stats weren't as high. Although base stats are only a theoretical concept and good training can compensate for this difference, it can't be denied that the distinction exists. That's why there's a difference between pseudo-legendary Pokemon and regular ones. Is there really no difference between a Dragonite and an Arbok? Of course, there is. Cain was surprised to see that Akan's had learned Double Team. He remembered that the exchange price for it was 1,000 points. He hadn't expected Xander to gather that many points in a week, probably with the help of his subordinates. Both fell into an awkward silence, waiting for the other to speak first. With the two strongest leaders silent, Xander's subordinates didn't dare say a word either. Those who had wanted to teach Cain a lesson the previous day were now quiet, staring at the ground, not daring to provoke him. I didn't expect to underestimate you in the end, Xander said seriously, unable to hold back anymore. Xander had thought that no one in the entire test could compare to him, and his absolute confidence reflected in his performance. Without Cain's interference, Xander would have smoothly risen to the top. Even a high-ranking position within Team Rocket wouldn't have been impossible. In Cain's previous life, Xander had only missed that by one step. Cain understood Xander's thoughts. Someone who believed they were the protagonist but had now been surpassed would surely feel greater frustration than they showed. However, while Cain understood Xander's thoughts, he wouldn't change his attitude. Now, Xander barely had the right to be considered his rival. So what? Cain replied indifferently, his expression unchanged. Xander's face gradually darkened. Cain's carefree attitude made him feel belittled. As Xander's expression changed, his subordinates lowered their heads, avoiding the situation. Normally, in such a situation, Xander's cronies would have immediately jumped in to reprimand Cain. But facing someone who had surpassed Xander stopped them. They didn't want to get into trouble. Xander quickly realized the behavior of his subordinates, which only darkened his expression further. Cain didn't harbor any particular enmity toward Xander, he simply stood there, waiting for Xander's next move. After an internal struggle, Xander realized that his greatest backing now was his brother, an officer of Team Rocket. But as someone who had always wanted to surpass his brother, he didn't want to rely on his name to intimidate others. Though, even mentioning him might not scare Cain. In the end, Xander didn't say anything, letting out a grunt as he turned to leave. If he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold back. He wasn't even sure he could beat Cain now. As Xander left, his subordinates quickly followed, as if they feared Cain would devour them if they stayed. After Xander departed, another group of people approached Cain. The leader was Saurus, who had placed 5th in the test, the same young man with a bright smile. Cain frowned when he saw Saurus approaching. Compared to hypocrites like him, Cain preferred people like Xander who were openly hostile. Saurus approached with a big smile. Ha, ha. Cain, you're amazing? You took first place and surprised everyone. As he spoke, Saurus tried to give Cain a pat on the shoulder. Cain took a step back, avoiding the contact. Saurus was momentarily surprised but quickly recovered his composure, smiling again, though his eyes couldn't hide a flash of coldness. Cain, with an ironic smile in his mind, asked, "What do you want?" Ha, ha. Saurus laughed, masking his discomfort. "It's nothing important, I just wanted to ask if you'd be interested in joining a mission I just accepted. The reward's good, but I think it'd be hard to complete alone. What do you say? We could split the points." A mission? Cain's heart skipped a little. Missions are the best source of points for participants. But why seek him out? Cain smiled inwardly, seeing through Saurus' low attempts to recruit him into his team. "I'm not interested." Cain turned away without looking back, leaving Saurus talking to himself. Saurus was momentarily frozen, the smile fading from his face, though he quickly regained his composure. "If Cain's not interested, we'll handle it ourselves. In the end, we have to rely on ourselves," Saurus said to his subordinates. His followers regretted not being able to recruit Cain, but they had even more faith in their leader. After all, Saurus was the one doing the work and allowing them to share the points. When Cain turned around to leave, he took a quick glance at Saurus coughing. Pokemon, coughing, dark yellow. Gender, male. Level, 17. Type, poison. Ability, levitate. Held item, none. Egg moves, stockpile. Basic moves, poison gas, tackle, smog, smokescreen, assurance, clear smog. Learned moves, haze. TM moves, none. It was a coughing with decent strength. Although its potential was somewhat low, its level was relatively high. Based on its training status, it also seemed well developed. "He definitely has some skill," Cain murmured. "A person as cunning as him could manage well, as long as he wasn't caught." Cain returned to the exchange center. Since the tests had just been carried out, there weren't many people there yet. As soon as Cain entered, the employee who had helped him swap moves the day before recognized him immediately. They exchanged a brief glance, and upon seeing Cain's inquisitive look, the employee nodded silently, indicating for him to lead Cain to the mysterious person. With a simple look, the employee quickly led Cain toward a secret door. To be honest, he was more anxious than Cain. He knew that person had returned, and since Cain had taken his time arriving, the employee was feeling uneasy. Once Cain showed up, he could breathe a bit easier. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then used his knuckles to knock on the secret door in a specific rhythm. Crack. With a soft click, the secret door opened. He motioned for Cain to enter quickly. When Cain stepped through the door, he saw a long hallway. The dim candlelight provided a faint glow, barely enough to see the way ahead. Accompanied by Murkrow, Cain silently walked down the hall for a few minutes until they finally arrived at a spacious room. Half of the room's space was taken up by bookshelves filled with books. Cain estimated there were more than 10,000 volumes. He couldn't help but be silently surprised. Gathering so many books in a place like Judgment Island wasn't easy. In the center of the room was a desk with a lamp. A mysterious man in a black robe sat there, reading intently. He didn't seem to notice Cain's arrival. Cain wasn't naive enough to think the man wasn't aware of his presence. He motioned for Murkrow to perch on the ground and respectfully approached the desk, waiting for the mysterious man to finish reading. Noticing Cain's action, the corner of the man's lips under the black robe curled slightly, but he quickly refocused on the book. Time passed swiftly, and just when Murkrow was starting to lose patience, the mysterious man slowly lifted his head. He looked at Cain and Murkrow, and spoke in a hoarse, slow voice, "Go fetch me something. When you return, I'll reward you with 10,000 points." As he spoke, he pulled a map from his robe, placed it on the table, and slowly pushed it toward Cain without asking if he accepted the mission. When Cain saw the man's hand, with only 2 fingers left, his pupils contracted abruptly. Cain recognized that wound immediately. It was the result of poison damage. The fact that someone as strong as this mysterious man, who must have been at least an elite-level trainer, had suffered such damage and been forced to amputate his poisoned fingers, was proof of how powerful his opponent must have been. Cain quickly hid his surprise and took the map the man handed him, examining it closely. He couldn't deny that, compared to the crude treasure maps made by Team Rocket, this map was of extreme precision. Every feature of the path, every detail, was drawn meticulously. Without making the man wait long, Cain nodded, stowed the map in his storage belt, and said, "Yes, sir." The mysterious man gave a barely perceptible nod and waved his hand to indicate that Cain could leave. Without hesitation, Cain prepared to depart along with Murkrow. Suddenly, the man, with his head bowed, murmured, "My name is Umbra." Hearing this, Cain halted his steps and replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Umbra." Seeing that Umbra gave no further instructions, Cain and Murkrow slowly left the mysterious room. When they stepped through the secret door, the bright light disoriented them a bit. After spending so much time in the dark, their eyes didn't adjust well to the sudden change in light. Cain closed his eyes to adjust, while Murkrow covered his with his wings, creating a humorous image. "Umbra." As he walked out, Cain murmured, making sure no one was paying attention before leaving the exchange center. He recalled a rumor from his previous life that circulated within Team Rocket. The 2 sub-leaders of the Shadow Unit were called Umbra and Tenebris. It was said that Giovanni had taken them in as orphans and given them those names. Though traces proving the existence of the sub-leaders Umbra and Tenebris could be found, no one, except Giovanni, had ever seen the leader of the group. It was even rumored that the leader's position was vacant because no one had met Giovanni's standards. Cain shook his head slightly. Those matters were far beyond his reach. It was better to focus on how to complete the Shadow Unit's trial mission. Even though Umbra believed Cain didn't understand the significance of the badge, Cain had hidden it well, but that didn't mean he was truly unaware. Cain had no objections to joining the Shadow Unit. Although they would face greater dangers, the opportunities and resources would be proportional, which aligned with his initial intentions. However, would the Shadow Unit's trial be that simple? Cain gave a wry smile. This is just the beginning, he thought. He prepared all the necessary supplies for the expedition. Honestly, Cain was already feeling that the 1 square meter storage space wasn't enough. He filled it with all kinds of medicine and food. He donned the white Team Rocket uniform, put on the exclusive belt, and fully transformed into a Team Rocket member. Cain and Murkrow's departure didn't attract attention. Following the route marked on the map Umbra had given him, they ventured into the forest. Judgment Island belonged to a semi-developed forest area. As one of Team Rocket's important resources, the island hadn't been overly exploited for its resources. With a slow but steady policy, the forest was well preserved. The trees in the forest were tall and lush, so much so that the dense leaves blocked the sun, leaving only spots of light on the ground. Because of this, the light in the forest wasn't very good, and when occasional clouds blocked the sun, the forest seemed a bit dark. Due to the favorable environment, there were also many Pokémon in the forest. Over time, they had left paths in the forest. If you could find one that took you in the right direction, traveling through the forest would be much easier. As they moved forward, Pokémon appeared more frequently. Grass-type Pokémon, hidden in the grass, camouflaged themselves when they saw Cain and Murkrow. Weedle and Caterpie could be seen scattered around, slowly moving along the trees or diligently eating leaves, waiting to evolve. Sometimes, Spinarak and Ledybah could also be spotted. There were also Pidgey and Spearow hidden in the treetops, hunting bug Pokémon in a struggle for survival. Of course, besides Pokémon, there were also many wild animals that frequently appeared before Cain. Cain was always alert to his surroundings, and the system was activated, scanning every Pokémon that entered his range. Even those well-camouflaged grass-type Pokémon were detected, and their data was stored in the system. Since they were still in the outer part of the forest, the Pokémon that appeared weren't very strong, so Cain didn't pay much attention to them. The objective for Cain wasn't clear on the map, so he had to rely on his intuition to navigate. The day slowly passed as Cain and Murkrow moved forward without encountering any significant danger. Cain stopped by a stream to let Murkrow drink some water. The sound of the running water had a calming effect, allowing Cain to reflect on the situation he was in. Aware that the trial wouldn't be easy, he decided to stay alert. In the sky, the sun was beginning to set, casting the forest into growing twilight. We need to move faster, Cain thought, determined to find a safe place to camp before total darkness fell upon them. With the fading light, Cain and Murkrow resumed their march, venturing deeper into the mysterious and dangerous forest. The night didn't bring many surprises. With the sound of insects and the whisper of leaves, Cain and Murkrow fell into a deep sleep in the tent. Time passes unnoticed while one sleeps, and when Cain opened his eyes again, the sun was already peeking over the horizon with a reddish glow. Lighting the fire, cooking, training, it all followed the same routine as every morning. Cain trained his body, while Murkrow practiced its moves. Both firmly believed that consistency in training always brought rewards. It's said, the year's planning depends on spring, and a day's planning depends on the morning, so morning training always yields better results. Murkrow had recently learned 4 new moves thanks to the TMS obtained: Dark Pulse, Protect, Substitute, and Screech. Learning 4 moves at once required good training and mastery. Except for Protect, which couldn't be trained in the usual way, the other 3 moves needed constant practice to be used effectively in battle. Especially Protect and Substitute, essential for survival in the wild. And as Murkrow's main Dark-type move, Dark Pulse also required training. In reality, these 4 moves were crucial since each could be decisive in specific situations. In addition to these moves, the recently learned Wing Attack from leveling up also needed practice. However, due to the weight Murkrow always carried, it constantly trained the strength of its wings, naturally improving the power of Wing Attack. Murkrow, use Dark Pulse on that tree, Cain ordered. After finishing his physical training, he began helping Murkrow with its specific training. Murkrow nodded upon hearing Cain's command and unleashed Dark Pulse on a tree of medium thickness. Suddenly, a wave of sinister energy, filled with extreme malice, gathered around Murkrow and shot toward the tree. The small forest in front of Murkrow began to tremble, and a whisper of leaves could be heard where Dark Pulse impacted. On the tree, a few black marks appeared. As the move ended, a soft hiss emerged from the marks, an additional effect of the dark type. Did you see the damage you caused with Dark Pulse? With that power, you could hardly do much harm to an enemy. You've barely scraped some bark off this tree. Probably, it would only cause significant damage to Psychic-type Pokémon. But don't worry, you just learned this move. If you train properly and control the dispersion range, you'll be able to concentrate the energy and increase its power. Then, some powerful Psychic and Ghost-type Pokémon will fall to your move. Cain explained to Murkrow the points to improve on with the move. Murkrow quickly nodded upon hearing Cain's instructions. As a Dark-type Pokémon, how could it lose to a Psychic or Ghost-type? Though it had just learned the move, Murkrow could feel its great power. It just needed more practice to master the move. With the prospect of mastering a powerful attack, Murkrow became filled with determination. The malice continued to manifest around Murkrow, and Dark-type energy surged again. But this time, Murkrow didn't release the move right away. It began controlling the energy, reducing its dispersion, trying to focus it to maximize damage. After a moment, when Murkrow felt the energy was sufficiently concentrated, it launched Dark Pulse at the tree again. Boom! The surrounding trees didn't shake as before, there was only a slight tremor. However, the tree hit directly by the attack now had a black hole the size of a finger, with black smoke rising from it, clearly more powerful than the first attempt. Seeing Murkrow's improvement in using Dark Pulse, Cain nodded in satisfaction. There was no doubt Murkrow had an exceptional talent for controlling energy. This kind of talent wasn't reflected in a Pokémon's stats but discovered through consistent training. As long as you control the energy concentration well and avoid unnecessary losses, you'll be able to increase the power of your moves. This time was much stronger than before. However, the concentration speed is still slow, you'll need to work on that. This type of progress comes with continuous practice, and you're doing very well, Murkrow. Cain praised Murkrow for its progress. This kind of monotonous and arduous training requires the trainer to give recognition and praise to encourage the Pokémon to keep trying harder. And indeed, after Cain's praise, Murkrow nodded excitedly and resumed its training with even more enthusiasm. With a slight smile, Cain sincerely approved of Murkrow's effort. Winning the loyalty of such an outstanding Pokémon is an honor for any trainer. After about an hour, Cain and Murkrow resumed their journey. Although their main goal was to find what Umbra had indicated, they couldn't neglect basic training, otherwise, it would be a waste of time and life. Murkrow's somewhat fatigued body quickly regained its energy after consuming some poke blocks, and even its aura seemed to strengthen a little. This is the subtle effect of poke blocks. Energy that would normally take 2 or 3 hours to recover was restored in just a few minutes with the help of poke blocks. Additionally, a fatigued body acts like a dry sponge, quickly absorbing the enormous amount of energy from the poke blocks more than it would normally absorb during recovery. With a steady supply of poke blocks, the difference between Murkrow and other Pokémon will become increasingly apparent. Yesterday, in their search for water, they strayed slightly from the original route, so the task now was to return to the path. As the sun rose higher, the temperature in the forest increased, and the daytime Pokémon began to appear. Under the sun's rays, the forest radiated vibrant energy. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the strength of the Pokémon they encountered also increased. However, the number of Pokémon decreased compared to before, as higher-level Pokémon began establishing their own territories. Occasionally, injured Pokémon were seen along the path or in the trees, or even the bodies of Pokémon. Cain and Murkrow ignored these signs, but as they ventured further, their alertness grew. Murkrow carefully watched its surroundings, ready to act at any moment. Fortunately, thanks to the system's ever-active scan feature, no Pokémon could approach Cain undetected. That's how Cain noticed several Pokémon approaching them with intent, having followed them for quite a while. As they neared, just as Cain suddenly stopped, a pincer burst from the bushes, quickly aiming for the weak Cain. Squawk. Murkrow, who had been on alert, reacted instantly when Pincer appeared, and with the help of Tailwind, used feint attack to knock down the Pincer attempting to strike Cain. Seeing the Pincer's failed attack, Cain couldn't help but laugh. This Pincer was the same one Murkrow had defeated before. But this time, Pincer had learned and decided to attack Cain first. Unfortunately, it underestimated the situation. Even without Murkrow's presence, the system had already detected the danger, and the moment Cain stopped, his body was ready to dodge. Squawk. However, this time Pincer wasn't alone. Hearing its cry, 3 more Pincer jumped from the bushes, and according to the system's data, they were as strong as the first. Cain smiled and said, "They have no idea the danger they're in. They came together just to be taken down together." A few days ago, Murkrow could already easily take on Pincer, and now, with its improved strength, facing 4 Pincer was nothing more than a simple exercise. Squawk, 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 squawk. The 4 Pincer exchanged glances, and with considerable coordination, rushed toward Cain, aware that this seemingly defenseless being was now their greatest threat. Murkrow, use Screech. Cain, unperturbed, calmly ordered. Crawl. A sharp sound came from Murkrow's mouth, so piercing that anyone would want to cover their ears, especially the 4 Pincer standing in front of him. They had never heard such a horrible sound, and the dreadful vibration seemed to pierce their minds through their ears. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, and they even felt their tough armor loosen. Murkrow, try to show the results of your training. Cain smiled, pulling a remote control from his belt and pressing a button. It was Murkrow's weight controller. As soon as Cain deactivated the weight, Murkrow felt his body lighten completely. With the advantage of the tailwind movement, in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between him and the Pincer. Craw, craw. Murkrow had never felt so fast. Without the weight restricting him, his body moved like the wind, and he let out a cry of excitement. He hadn't imagined that in just a few days, his speed could improve so much. Seeing Murkrow's unleashed speed, Cain's smile became more evident, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. For a Murkrow this fast, the Pincer in front of him were nothing more than a group of insignificant opponents. Murkrow, stop playing. Use Gust to block the 2 Pincer in front, then take out the other 2 with wing attack. Cain gave a series of instructions, and Murkrow nodded before flapping his wings forcefully. Without the weight, the Gust movement was unleashed even faster and with greater power. In an instant, 2 white tornadoes of flying energy formed, blocking the 2 Pincer charging toward him. Without hesitation, Murkrow turned and charged at the other 2 Pincer. As he flew, flying-type energy accumulated in his wings. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 2 Pincer, and his wings struck the Pincer on the left with force, sending it crashing into a nearby tree, where it fell to the ground motionless, unable to continue fighting. A total defeat in a single blow? After the defense reduction caused by the Screech move, and with Murkrow's full strength unleashed after removing the weight, plus the double damage flying-type moves inflict on bug-type Pokémon, the Pincer was instantly defeated. Seeing his companion fall, the remaining Pincer roared in anger and launched a direct attack at Murkrow with his large horn, using the takedown move. Murkrow, use Protect, then attack again with wing attack to finish him off. Following Cain's order, Murkrow immediately activated the mysterious energy stored in his body, enveloping himself in a green energy shield. Under the mystical glow of the barrier, Murkrow appeared to be wrapped in a halo of mystery. The barrier shattered under Pincer's attack, but it had already fulfilled its purpose, neutralizing the enemy's offense. While Pincer stared in disbelief at his failed attack, Murkrow's wings, charged with flying-type energy, struck him mercilessly. With the sound of Pincer's shell cracking, the Pokémon was sent crashing to the ground, following the same fate as his companion. At that moment, the 2 Pincer who had been blocked by the Gust move finally managed to break free, their armor marked by damage. Realizing that their initial advantage of 4 against 1 had turned into a 2-on-1 battle, the Pincer leading the attack was left bewildered. He barely understood how Murkrow, who hadn't been that strong before, had managed to change the situation so drastically. Murkrow, use Gust again, then attack with wing attack and finish them off. Although the Pincer were confused, Murkrow was not. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment of unrestricted combat, and he wasn't going to waste the opportunity. With a war cry, 2 tornadoes surged once more, trapping the Pincer inside. Without hesitation, Murkrow dove into the tornado. Under the white glow of his wings, boom, boom, 2 figures flew out of the whirlwind, and even the tornadoes dissipated instantly. Craw! Murkrow cried out loudly, not bothering to look at the two fallen pinsir. There was no need to check, both had lost the ability to fight the moment they were thrown into the air. It was the first time since following Cain that Murkrow had enjoyed such a satisfying battle. Cain gently stroked Murkrow's proud head and jokingly said, "This is just the result of short-term training, don't get too confident. Keep working hard." Although Cain was quite pleased with Murkrow's strength, he didn't want him to become arrogant, so he gave a small warning. Craw, craw. Murkrow quickly protested, assuring that he wasn't being arrogant, just a little excited. "Hehe, you did very well this time." Cain smiled and shook his head. He didn't mean it seriously, he was just teasing. "Now do you say the results of your training?" Cain continued, but his tone was full of humor that he wasn't trying to hide. Murkrow nodded quickly, his small eyes shining with admiration. He was becoming a devoted little follower of Cain. "You." Cain gave him a gentle tap on the head with his finger and raised the remote control, waving it in front of Murkrow. "I'm going to reactivate the weight, are you ready?" Murkrow was a little surprised. He had just started enjoying the feeling of freedom, and now he was about to be restricted again. But he understood the reasoning behind Cain's actions and, though reluctantly, nodded to show his agreement. Cain noticed Murkrow's disappointment, but he knew it still wasn't the time to leave him unrestricted. Murkrow still needed to improve his strength. With Murkrow's eyes filled with expectation, Cain reactivated the weight, keeping it at the previous 5 kilograms. Murkrow immediately felt the weight on his body, causing his flying height to drop a bit, but he quickly adapted and returned to the same altitude as before, looking at Cain at eye level. He was already used to that weight, and with a small adjustment, he could move normally. While Cain performed an automatic scan with his system, he was surprised to discover that Murkrow's level had risen again after the recent battle. This level increase was so natural that even Murkrow probably didn't realize it, attributing it instead to the relief of the weight. Cain didn't mention it and let Murkrow think that the advancement was due to the weight training, so he would continue to train enthusiastically. One of the advantages of fighting in the wild is that, after a battle, there's no need to clean up the field. Due to the sounds of the recent fight, the forest was completely silent. Taking advantage of the absence of other Pokémon, Cain and Murkrow left the area and returned to their marked path on the map. The earlier fight had been just a small distraction for them, but the only significant outcome was that Murkrow leveled up again. Following the map's route and constantly comparing the surroundings with landmarks, Cain made sure not to stray too far from the path. Almost 4 hours had passed since the battle with the pincer, and Cain had ventured nearly 30 kilometers deeper into the forest. They were now completely outside the forest's periphery, beginning to head toward the center. The trees in the forest were becoming increasingly larger, their trunks thicker, the leaves denser, and the spaces allowing light to pass through were getting smaller. Consequently, the temperature dropped, and a chill began to spread through the forest. Although they still saw traces of Pokémon, Weedle and Caterpie were no longer visible, and there were no signs of battles between Pidgey and Spearow. The strength of the Pokémon was increasing, and Murkrow's aura could no longer completely intimidate other Pokémon. As they entered territory after territory, the number of Pokémon daring to follow them increased. Just a moment ago, when Cain was picking berries from a tree, he accidentally entered the territory of a group of powerful Pokémon. A Raticate emerged from the ground and launched a fierce attack. Since the system couldn't scan underground, Cain wasn't prepared for the Raticate's attack. However, his reflexes, honed over the years, allowed him to dodge the attack, but even so, he received a scratch on his arm. It was a level 20 Raticate, and its claws, used to digging, left a deep wound on Cain's arm. Had he not dodged in time, his entire arm could have been rendered useless. Seeing Cain injured, Murkrow became enraged and attacked with all his might, launching a barrage of moves at Raticate. Under the torrential attack, Raticate was left stunned by Murkrow's skill, having thought he had found easy prey, only to realize he had run into a wall of iron. After easily defeating a level 20 Raticate, Murkrow wasn't happy at all, as Cain had been hurt. Fortunately, Cain had brought enough medical supplies. Enduring the pain, he washed the wound with water, disinfected it with a spray, and then covered it with a bandage. The entire process was smooth, and he didn't make a sound during the disinfection. From his past life, Cain had developed excellent wound treatment skills, and he was already accustomed to this type of injury. Humans are too vulnerable against Pokémon, any mistake can be fatal. Additionally, one cannot rely too much on the system, as its scan range is limited and cannot provide timely feedback for long-range or fast-moving Pokémon, let alone those underground. Thinking that by defeating Raticate the problem was solved, Cain soon realized he had stirred up a hornet's nest. One Raticate after another began emerging from the ground, baring their teeth and attacking Murkrow, determined to avenge their companion. While it seemed Murkrow was strong, there were many of them, and they were determined not to let him go. Murkrow, already burning with fury, showed no mercy. It defeated one after another under Cain's precise orders, making the Raticate fall one by one. However, as time went on, the speed at which the Raticate appeared increased. Realizing something was wrong, Cain quickly stopped Murkrow, who kept attacking. This place was clearly a Raticate nest, and if they didn't retreat now, soon they wouldn't be able to. Facing so many Raticate, Cain decided to avoid further confrontation for now, and both he and his Pokémon began to flee. A group of Raticate, with an average level of 20, along with some small Rattata, relentlessly chased after Cain. Curiously, the small ratata, about the size of puppies, were the most persistent, although the dense bushes on the ground slowed their advance. Noticing this, Cain ran toward areas with more vegetation. With his Team Rocket uniform, he could minimize the damage caused by the thorns in the bushes. While Cain was busy running, Murkrow didn't worry in the least, as the Raticate couldn't catch up. From time to time, he launched moves like Gust and Dark Pulse. The Raticate became perfect targets for Murkrow to train his moves. Finally, the Raticate that were chasing them realized they couldn't catch Cain, and their numbers quickly dwindled under Murkrow's furious attacks. The Raticate, abandoning the pursuit, angrily burrowed underground to avoid further attacks from Murkrow. UF. Cain stopped running, resting his hands on his knees, breathing heavily as if he were a bellows. His chest rose and fell, and his heart pounded so hard it seemed about to burst. My body is still too weak, Cain thought as he gasped. Even though he had been recovering and training his body, running at that speed for so long nearly left him breathless. With the frantic pace of his breathing, blood started seeping through the freshly applied bandage on his arm, and the sweat dripping onto the wound caused a sharp pain that stimulated his nerves to the limit. Now that he could finally look around, Cain realized he had seriously deviated from the original path in his attempt to escape the Raticate. The first thing he had to do was get back on track. After resting for a bit, Cain began to treat the wound on his hand. Comparing his position with the marks on the map, he realized he was quite far from the path. If he kept moving away, he would soon be in an uncharted area. The clear sound of running water, accompanied by a slight humid breeze, came from the distance. He noticed that nearby there was a small waterfall, which was the furthest point marked on the map. After thinking for a moment, Cain decided to head to the water source to rest. The wound that had reopened was starting to bleed again, and the area around it was becoming pale, an effect of the sweat soaking it. Following the sound of the water, Cain advanced with Murkrow, not forgetting to give his Pokémon some poke blocks, as it had expended a lot of energy. When he passed through a forest and finally reached the waterfall, Cain was surprised by the scene he saw. The waterfall's water flowed continuously, generating a thick mist. The ancient trees surrounding the area were lush, and the sunlight filtering through the leaves created small rainbows in the mist. Noticing Cain and Murkrow's arrival, the Pokémon playing in the water quickly submerged, while the birds searching for food flapped their wings and flew away, leaving the small valley, which had been full of life, in silence. This didn't bother Cain, who kept moving forward in this unexplored valley, letting the refreshing mist touch his face. However, among all the Pokémon, there was one that didn't budge, a Slowpoke lying by the river, its small pink tail submerged in the water, staring blankly ahead. This small pink Pokémon was, indeed, a Slowpoke. Cain looked surprised at the Slowpoke, who showed no fear of him. As he approached, Slowpoke's figure in the mist became clearer. "What is this?" Cain exclaimed as he saw Slowpoke up close. Although Slowpoke's color was still pink, it was a whiter shade than other Slowpoke. A shiny Slowpoke? A gleam passed through Cain's eyes, and the system activated, displaying the data of the Slowpoke in front of him. Pokémon, shiny Slowpoke, green, deteriorating. Gender, male. Level, 20. Type, water plus psychic. Ability, own tempo. Held item, none. Egg moves, rest, rain dance, teleport. Basic moves, curse, yawn, tackle, growl, water gun, confusion, disable. Learned moves, calm mind, size hawk. TM moves, none. Green quality, and deteriorating? Cain was astonished by Slowpoke's moves. What kind of moves were these? It was like a warehouse of psychic moves. Especially teleport, an extremely useful move in any situation, whether for escaping or pursuing. Any Slowpoke with this move would be far more valuable than a normal one. This indicated that this Slowpoke had exceptional talent in psychic moves. Slowpoke glanced at Cain and Murkrow, showing no reaction. He was used to it. Since he was little, his color had always been different from the other Slowpoke. Although Slowpoke weren't particularly exclusionary Pokémon, there had always been a slight difference in how they interacted with him. Other Pokémon looked at him with curious eyes, as if he were a rare species. But he was just a Slowpoke. Moreover, his personality was completely different from the rest of his group. While Slowpoke were typically lazy and barely moved when an enemy appeared, he was the opposite. If there was an enemy, he was the first to jump into battle. In every fight, he discovered that he truly enjoyed battling. After living with his group for 2 years, his restless nature finally led to his rejection. While all the Slowpoke basked in the sun, he trained. While everyone took naps, he trained. Even when Slowpoke were lost in their thoughts, he kept training. He had become an outcast within his own group. After multiple failed attempts to fit in, he finally decided to leave alone, hoping to change and learn how to be like the other Slowpoke, able to spend an entire day simply meditating and able to return to his group. That's why when Cain and Murkrow approached, he didn't react, as he was trying to imitate how a true Slowpoke should behave. His restless mind prevented him from stopping his thoughts, but now he was almost perfectly imitating a Slowpoke. As funny as it may seem, a Slowpoke was learning to be a real Slowpoke. But to him, that was all that mattered. He wanted to be accepted by his peers. He didn't want to be alone. But Cain knew none of this. What he saw was a Slowpoke with astonishing talent, that, although outwardly no different from the others, was special. Without hesitation, Cain decided to capture it. Murkrow, go ahead. Greet your future teammate. Use Dark Pulse. Cain told Murkrow with a smile. He was determined to capture that Slowpoke. Both because of its green quality and the moves it had, Cain was resolved to act. Caw. Murkrow nodded excitedly. He was happy that he would soon have a new companion, but when it came to fighting, he wasn't planning to hold back. If Slowpoke couldn't withstand a single attack, that meant he wasn't fit to be his companion. An intense sinister energy surrounded Murkrow, followed by black tendrils that quickly gathered. After a morning of training, although Murkrow hadn't fully mastered Dark Pulse, his ability had improved significantly. Since Dark-type moves are effective against Psychic-type Pokémon, Slowpoke immediately sensed the sinister energy as he focused. Although it was an energy he detested, his battle experience allowed him to react smoothly. Slowly, his blank expression became serious, and his large eyes began to glow with determination. Huh. Cain couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the change in Slowpoke. Without a doubt, this Slowpoke was special. But now wasn't the time to be distracted. Murkrow had already gathered all the necessary dark energy, and Dark Pulse was ready to be unleashed, with Slowpoke as the target. Slowpoke, showing no signs of panic, stood firm. Even though he detested Dark-type energy, his vast battle experience allowed him to stay calm. He slightly opened his mouth, and a jet of water shot out like a bullet, fast and precise. The water pierced through the Dark Pulse, heading directly for Murkrow. Bang! The Dark Pulse hit Slowpoke hard, and the Dark-type damage caused him to cry out in pain. But in his eyes, a fighting spirit and ferocity began to emerge. He had repressed his true nature for a long time, trying to imitate the other Slowpoke, but Murkrow's attack had awakened it. Bang! The water gun also struck Murkrow, who had been too focused on launching the Dark Pulse and hadn't expected Slowpoke to counterattack without trying to dodge. Slowpoke had chosen a direct exchange of blows. Cain once again removed the remote control of Murkrow's additional weight. Facing a level 20 Slowpoke with the same green quality, Murkrow couldn't afford to be restricted in the slightest. Freed again, Murkrow wasn't as excited as at the beginning. Against this Slowpoke, it felt the pressure. However, despite Slowpoke's strength, its specialty was Psychic-type moves. But for a Dark-type Pokémon like Murkrow, what were Psychic moves? They had no effect. Therefore, Slowpoke was at a disadvantage from the start. Even so, Slowpoke showed no intention of giving up. On the contrary, it became braver and more excited as the battle progressed. Even with the simple water gun move, it executed it masterfully. Thanks to its level advantage and excellent physical condition, it held its ground firmly in the battle against Murkrow. After another confrontation, Murkrow was panting, and Slowpoke lay on the ground, not as active as before. However, its eyes shone brightly, reflecting emotions of excitement, satisfaction, and happiness. During the battle, although Cain constantly directed Murkrow, he also paid attention to the changes in Slowpoke. He gradually learned about this Slowpoke. The reason this Slowpoke was alone here was likely not just because of its color but also due to its personality. If it weren't for its Slowpoke appearance, Cain might have mistaken it for another water-type Pokémon full of fighting spirit. Murkrow, use Dark Pulse one more time. Let's give this future companion a little rest, Cain said, observing Slowpoke's exhausted state. A Dark Pulse with double damage would be enough to knock it out. Although Murkrow was very tired, it still had the strength to launch a few more moves. With one breath, the Dark Pulse formed and launched the final attack on Slowpoke. Slowpoke, already exhausted, had lost the ability to resist. Although it had a higher level than Murkrow, being a Pokémon specializing in psychic moves it couldn't use, its disadvantage was evident from the beginning. Defeat was only a matter of time. It would be great to keep fighting like this. Slowpoke didn't feel much about its defeat, but its obsession with battle made it remember this thought as it lost consciousness. At the moment it fell, a super ball hit it, capturing it inside. The super ball shook on the ground, its red light flashing, indicating Slowpoke's internal struggle. Cain approached the super ball and, watching it shake, couldn't help but say, "Slowpoke, if you join me, there will be endless battles." As if it had heard Cain's words, the super ball stopped shaking after a few seconds, the red light stopped flashing, and it finally stayed still. Seeing that he had finally captured Slowpoke, Cain quickly picked up the super ball from the ground and, under Murkrow's eager gaze, released it. When the Pokeball opened, a red flash appeared, and a small pale pink Pokemon appeared on the ground. The Slowpoke, previously unconscious, had now regained consciousness. Although its body was still injured and it couldn't move, its eyes were open. Cain gently lifted Slowpoke and sat on the damp ground, placing it on his lap. Seeing Slowpoke's hesitant and frightened gaze, Cain softly said, "Don't be afraid, Slowpoke. From now on, we are companions. This is Murkrow, and although you fought earlier, you must get along from now on." Caw, caw. Murkrow nodded quickly. It didn't want a newly joined companion to hold a grudge against it. Surprisingly, Slowpoke didn't hold any resentment towards Murkrow. In fact, it somewhat liked it for having provided such an enjoyable fight, as could be read in its big eyes. "Yaden," it said weakly, indicating that it didn't mind. Hearing Slowpoke's sound, Murkrow visibly sighed in relief and began flying around Slowpoke, curiously observing it, trying to understand this new and powerful companion better. Cain also understood their interaction and, smiling, took out a healing spray from his belt. Under Slowpoke's faint groans, he sprayed it over all its wounds. The scars caused by the dark energy faded a little. Yaden, Slowpoke murmured after all the spray had been used, looking at Cain with a mix of curiosity and longing in its eyes, which, along with its shy expression, contrasted with the stubbornness and madness it showed during the battle. Slowpoke, we are companions now. I'm counting on you in the future, Cain said with a smile, taking a light yellow poke block from his belt, the same one Murkrow had used before to recover some of its depleted potential. Yaden. Slowpoke immediately swallowed the poke block Cain gave it, its wide eyes growing even larger, showing an expression of great satisfaction as it made a delighted sound. After a few seconds, Slowpoke came to its senses, but it noticed a different feeling in its body. Since it left its group, it had been trying to imitate a normal Slowpoke, but it always felt that something wasn't right, as if it could only use 80% of its strength. But after eating this poke block, it felt that now it could use 90% of its strength. Although it wasn't at its best yet, it was surprised by the improvement. I see you like poke blocks, Slowpoke. You don't have to imitate other Slowpoke, just be yourself. Cain had guessed that Slowpoke's loss of potential was due to it no longer being itself, trying to mimic others. Yaden Slowpoke looked at Cain, noticing there was no disdain or rejection in his eyes. Although Slowpoke wasn't good at expressing itself, it could feel the kindness emanating from Cain and his lack of concern for the differences between it and other Slowpoke. Finally, Slowpoke began to lower its guard and show its true self. Although it still looked like a Slowpoke, its gaze became sharper, and its large eyes were no longer as vacant. Like windows to the soul, they reflected its desire to fight, a desire it no longer repressed. Cain smiled. Only when Slowpoke freed itself to truly be itself could it be the real Slowpoke. What did it matter if it was different from the others? Time would prove what was right. Indeed, using poke blocks and rediscovering its true self had reversed Slowpoke's loss of potential. During the next period, Slowpoke would need to continue using poke blocks. The supplies Murkrow had left weren't enough for it, so Cain would have to make more. Additionally, Slowpoke's wounds needed more treatment. Although the healing spray helped, it wouldn't recover immediately. For Slowpoke's future growth, Cain would also have to create some specific poke blocks for it. Although there were few recipes for poke blocks combining water and psychic types in the system's database, some did exist. Slowpoke, can you walk? Let's find a place to rest. This place was too damp to camp, but it was a good point to refill their water supply. Slowpoke, which was 1.2 meters tall and weighed almost 40 kilograms, wasn't something Cain could easily lift. Yaden Slowpoke nodded but didn't move. Instead, its eyes emitted a soft blue glow, enveloping itself in psychic energy. Cain felt the weight on his body begin to lessen until there was none at all. Slowpoke had lifted itself about 10 centimeters off the ground. Seeing Slowpoke's psychic ability, Cain's eyes lit up. With such strong psychic power and fine control, it seemed he had found a real treasure. Unless it faced a dark-type Pokémon, with Slowpoke's psychic power at that moment, it would probably be unstoppable against any opponent of a similar level. With Slowpoke floating and Murkrow flying in the air, Cain left the mist-filled valley and searched for a relatively dry and flat spot. After a long time searching for dry wood, he finally lit a fire. Just in time for lunch, Cain began preparing food. Since Slowpoke was injured and needed to recover its potential with poke blocks, Cain ordered Murkrow to go find food by itself. Murkrow had great survival skills and could find food on its own. Cain didn't need to worry about it. Then he turned towards Slowpoke, who was lying on a dry rock. With the help of Murkrow and Cain, Slowpoke's external wounds had healed, but the fatigue from the battle still left it a bit exhausted. Just rest, Slowpoke, Cain said, gently stroking Slowpoke's head, remembering that it was also a water-type Pokémon and probably wasn't used to being on land. Yaden Slowpoke seemed to enjoy Cain's care, and with half-closed eyes, it soon fell asleep. What a sincere Pokémon. Cain laughed and, to not disturb its rest, lowered his voice and began preparing poke blocks for Slowpoke. It might sound strange, but Cain's two Pokémon currently have flaws in their potential and need to be adjusted through poke blocks. However, as a trainer, a Pokémon's potential is not the most important thing. What matters most is their attitude towards battles and training. As they say, diligence can make up for a lack of talent, and there's some truth to that. Of course, this doesn't mean that a Pokémon with green potential has no desire to fight, while one with red potential does, or that a Pokémon with red potential can always defeat one with green potential. Under normal conditions, that wouldn't be possible. A famous person once said that success is 1% talent and 99% effort, but this only applies when the potential is similar. If there's a huge difference in talent, that 1% can become a chasm, the greatest enemy on the path to success. So, when Cain discovered that Slowpoke had green quality and loved to battle, he knew he had found a treasure. Moreover, its outstanding psychic ability was so impressive that Cain wouldn't trade it even for a blue-quality Pokémon. Murkrow's level also increased by 1 after the day's battle, reaching level 17, which shows rapid progress. With a level 17 Murkrow and a level 20 Slowpoke, Cain now has the confidence to explore the entire forest. Moreover, with Slowpoke's teleport move, they'll always be in a safe position, even when facing strong opponents. The scent of roasted fish filled the air from the campfire. It had never smelled so delicious, and Slowpoke, amazed, stared at the roasted fish as its mouth began to water. Although it had grown tired of fish, the touch of its trainer and a bit of seasoning made it irresistible, causing its salivary glands to work overtime. Caw, caw. Murkrow, seeing Slowpoke's expression, approached and patted its head with its wings, displaying pride in its trainer. Yadin Yadin. Slowpoke responded as if asking what that delicious thing was and when it could eat it. Caw. Murkrow was puzzled by Slowpoke's question, as all it knew was how to eat and didn't know when the roasted fish would be ready. Cain watched his two Pokemon exchange friendly words and couldn't help but smile. Though he didn't understand what they were saying, he knew the aim of their conversation. With both of them staring hopefully, Cain took the roasted fish from the fire and placed it in a bowl, serving them 3 pieces each. As soon as Murkrow saw its food, it began devouring it, completely ignoring the bones, as its strong digestive system made the bones a joke for it. Yadin. Slowpoke looked at the food in front of it, swallowed its saliva, and looked at Cain, as if asking, "Is this for me?" Cain patted Slowpoke's soft pink head and nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's for you. Enjoy." Since it was born, Slowpoke had never tasted anything so delicious or received such kindness. As it ate, its big eyes began to fill with tears. Slowpoke ate so fast that it even finished before Murkrow, quickly devouring its 3 pieces of roasted fish. Happy, Slowpoke let out a small burp while Murkrow finished eating at a slightly slower pace. "Well, we've eaten and had enough to drink. Murkrow, let's start training. Slowpoke, you can rest and recover." Since Cain had decided to stay and rest during the day, he didn't want to waste time. Murkrow's use of dark-type moves was still in its early stages, and improving its skill required constant practice. On the other hand, Slowpoke had just been captured, and it wasn't the right time to subject it to intense training, even if it wanted to. It needed to recover not just its body but also its potential, which would determine its future growth. However, once its body fully recovers, it will be able to join the training, as only then will the Pokeblocks help it maximize its potential. Yadin. Slowpoke looked enviously at Murkrow, who was training hard. Although it didn't care much about losing today, it knew it had been defeated. It attributed the loss to Murkrow's effort, as it had been neglecting its training. But even though it wanted to join, Cain wouldn't allow it, and Slowpoke knew its body wasn't in the right condition. Training would only make things worse. Cain noticed Slowpoke's expression and patted its head with a smile, saying, "Don't rush. First, recover. If you have nothing else to do, use your psychic power to lift that rock." He pointed to a human-sized rock. In the previous battle, when Slowpoke discovered that its psychic moves didn't work against Murkrow, it stopped using them. Therefore, although it was injured, its psychic energy was still abundant, and training its telekinesis wouldn't affect it. Hearing Cain, Slowpoke realized that even though it hadn't often trained its psychic abilities, this was still a form of training. Its big eyes began to glow blue, and the distant rock seemed to be wrapped in magical energy, slowly rising. If Cain knew that a Slowpoke with such strong psychic abilities had never trained its powers, he would have been surprised. While Murkrow and Slowpoke entered their training state, Cain was able to enjoy his lunch in peace. A peaceful, yet busy afternoon for Cain and his Pokemon. Murkrow and Slowpoke were absorbed in their training while Cain began preparing a new type of Pokeblock for Slowpoke, which it would use in the future. Once the yellow berry Pokeblocks are finished, it will be time to start with water and psychic type specialized Pokeblocks. The illusory blue Pokeblock is the ideal option Cain has chosen for Slowpoke, as it effectively enhances the absorption of psychic and water energy. It has a sweet taste and is a transparent, light blue Pokeblock. One can't help but mention the crafting of Pokeblocks. Why, if everything has advanced, are Pokeblock making tools still made of wood? Is it because Team Rocket's base lacks specialized tools? Of course not. It's because those tools are too obvious and have no other purpose besides making Pokeblocks. If Cain bought those specialized tools, it would raise suspicion. Even if no one asked him directly, it would cause unnecessary trouble. How would an orphan who had never had contact with Pokemon explain that they knew how to make Pokeblocks? So, even though the process is slower, as long as the quality is satisfactory, it's not that important. Moreover, in the Team Rocket base on this test island, there are no tools for making advanced Pokeblocks. With the help of the system, Cain cut, crushed, ground, mixed, and separated all the materials for the Pokeblocks with precision. Every step was smooth, with no pauses. After completing each step, the system indicated what to do next, so within just 2 hours, Cain finished making the Pokeblocks that Slowpoke would need for the next few weeks. Looking at the containers filled with pure energy, all that was left was to wait for them to solidify and become valuable intermediate-level Pokeblocks. During those 2 hours, Murkrow and Slowpoke didn't stop training. Although Cain was busy making Pokeblocks, he dedicated part of his attention to his Pokemon, offering them guidance in their training so they wouldn't stray from the right path. In his past life, Cain had reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer, and although he had never trained a Slowpoke, he had enough experience to identify weaknesses in Pokemon at that level, especially in Murkrow, his starter Pokemon in his past life. Although he eventually decided not to continue with Murkrow, the effort he put into it cannot be denied. As for Slowpoke, being a water and psychic type Pokemon, Cain also had knowledge of how to train its underdeveloped psychic abilities. With its outstanding psychic talent, Slowpoke wouldn't find it difficult to follow Cain's directions. Once its body fully recovers, Cain will feel more confident in his mission. As they delve deeper into the forest, the level of the Pokemon will surely increase. Aside from necessary battles, Cain will avoid encounters with high-level Pokemon as much as possible. And if they come across one, Slowpoke's teleport move will allow them to escape quickly. After 2 hours, Slowpoke had also gradually regained its energy. After training its psychic abilities for an extended period, and with Cain's guidance, Slowpoke also began training its body and water-type moves. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the sky roared with a rumble, and lightning tore through the firmament in an instant, quickly disappearing into the increasingly dark clouds. The sky, which had originally been a clear blue, began to fill with black clouds that covered the sun. These clouds, accompanied by lightning and thunder, expanded rapidly, eventually dominating the entire sky. Sensing the change in the sky and being especially sensitive to moisture, Slowpoke approached Cain, tugging at his pants with his small pink hand, saying, "Yaden, Yaden," while pointing toward the sky. He was telling Cain that rain was coming, and it wasn't going to be just a drizzle, but a torrential downpour. "I know, we need to find a place to take shelter from the rain," Cain said, also noticing the change in the sky. After all, the thunder wasn't for nothing. However, this sudden storm took Cain by surprise. Hearing that Cain wanted to find shelter, Slowpoke rolled his eyes, suddenly remembering a place. He tugged at Cain's pants again, saying, "Yaden, Yaden. Oh, you're saying you know where we can take shelter." Cain, observing Slowpoke's actions, quickly understood his intent. Looking into Slowpoke's eyes, Cain could always understand what he wanted to convey. Perhaps this was one of the peculiarities of psychic-type Pokémon. "Murkrow, let's go. We'll follow Slowpoke to find shelter," Cain signaled for Murkrow to stop training. The wounds on Slowpoke's body had mostly healed. With a blue glow in his eyes, he used his telekinesis to lift himself slightly into the air. Although he normally never used his psychic powers to levitate, inspired by Cain, Slowpoke began to lift his body to move more quickly. Leading Cain and Murkrow, Slowpoke returned to the waterfall. Due to the impending rain, the air became denser, and the Pokémon in the water, suffering from a lack of oxygen, began to surface. Magikarp, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Goldeen, Seeking, Wooper, Marill, and other common Pokémon from the Kanto region surfaced one by one. Although Cain was used to seeing them, his eyes gleamed as the system in his mind quickly analyzed each Pokémon, displaying their data in front of him. Most of the Pokémon had red quality, and a few were orange. Cain looked at them but wasn't interested in capturing or training them. Yaden, Yaden. Upon reaching the edge of the lake beneath the waterfall, the atmosphere became even more humid. Just by staying for a while, their bodies became noticeably damp. For Murkrow, the humid air was very uncomfortable. His black, shiny feathers became heavy with moisture, making each flap of his wings harder. Moreover, the sensation of sticky feathers gave him the impression of falling into the water. Gah! Murkrow flapped his wings in displeasure, trying to shake off the moisture, but it was futile since the air was filled with water. Seeing Murkrow's disgusted expression, Slowpoke hurried up. He headed for the waterfall and pointed towards it, saying, "Yaden, you mean there's a cave behind the waterfall?" Cain asked, intrigued by Slowpoke's action. He had originally thought it was just a regular waterfall, but it turned out there was a cave behind the water curtain. Slowpoke nodded, and his eyes gleamed with an intense blue glow as he increased his telekinesis, creating a gap in the waterfall large enough for a person to pass through. Normally, Slowpoke would have just crawled through, but knowing Cain and Murkrow didn't enjoy getting soaked, he used his psychic power to create a passage for them. Seeing Slowpoke was slightly fatigued, Cain and Murkrow wasted no time and quickly entered the cave behind the waterfall. After they went in, Slowpoke stopped controlling the waterfall and crawled inside under the water pressure, which only slightly pressed down on his body. "You're amazing, Slowpoke. Thanks for the effort." Cain praised Slowpoke before continuing deeper into the cave with Murkrow. For Cain, it was customary to explore any unknown cave first. However, considering Slowpoke's situation, it seemed likely this was where he had been living lately. It wasn't unusual for him to crawl out of the water frequently, allowing him to discover this place. Unlike the outside, full of humidity, the inside of the cave became drier the further they went. This could be because the waterfall blocked contact with the outside, preventing moisture from entering. Finally free from the humid environment, Murkrow flew quickly around the cave, drying himself off as he moved. Not long after they entered the cave, it began to pour outside. The roar of the water, combined with the sound of the waterfall, created a symphony of nature in the jungle. As the rain began, the air ceased to be so dense, and the Pokémon in the water became immediately more active, appearing in the lake and on the shores. Cain approached the waterfall and, through the clear water, could see a bit of what was happening outside, though not clearly. Finally, Slowpoke used his telekinesis to form a small hole in the waterfall, allowing Cain to see fully what was happening outside. Cain watched as several Pokémon, usually hidden under the water, surfaced. In addition to the common Magikarp and Goldeen, a few relatively rare Pokémon appeared. "What's that?" Cain couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the figure of a Pokémon quickly pass by. "It can't be. Besides those common Pokémon, she's here too." Before Cain's eyes passed a figure adorned with shining multicolored scales. Her elongated, elegant body had 2 long antennas, and her tail moved like a fan, glimmering under the rain. "Melodic? I can't believe the water quality here is so good that there's even a wild Melodic." Melodic, being the evolved form of Phoebus, only evolves when it carries a prism scale. Given how extremely rare the prism scale is, it's very unlikely for a wild Phoebus to obtain one, so finding a wild Melodic is almost impossible. In Cain's mind, at this point, no one in the Pokémon League knew that Phoebus could evolve, much less that its evolution resulted in the beautiful Milotic. To them, Milotic had no pre-evolved form, and they considered Phoebus, which didn't have a known evolution, as a Pokémon even inferior to Magikarp. For a moment, Cain felt a strong temptation to rush out and capture that Milotic, regardless of its quality. After all, a Pokémon that managed to evolve in the wild couldn't be an ordinary Pokémon. However, that temptation was quickly dismissed. It would be madness to go out during a storm to capture a Milotic that was being admired by all the other Pokémon. Additionally, due to the distance, it wasn't clear what level Milotic was, and attacking rashly could mean the end for Cain and all his Pokémon. Shaking his head, Cain abandoned that idea and continued to observe the Pokémon in the water. Besides the surprise of seeing a Milotic, Cain also noticed the presence of some other rare Pokémon. What caught his attention the most was the occasional appearance of Squirtle. There was more than one wild Squirtle here. This was something Cain hadn't expected. And considering how frequently they appeared, it seemed like there was a small group of Squirtle in the area. As one of the water-type starter Pokémon from the Kanto region, Squirtle had always been controlled by the Pokémon League. If the League found out about the existence of a wild Squirtle group, they would quickly take action to ensure they were captured and prevent starter Pokémon from spreading beyond their control. Although there were always some starter Pokémon left in the wild, it was becoming increasingly difficult to find them due to the efforts of the Pokémon League. This place, being controlled by Team Rocket, was outside the League's reach. That's why Cain wasn't surprised to find wild Squirtle here. However, he was excited by the idea of capturing one, as obtaining a water-type starter would be extremely useful in the future. Nevertheless, after thinking for a moment, Cain decided to wait until the storm passed. It wasn't safe to go out during a storm just to capture a Squirtle, especially considering he already had enough on his plate. However, the calm didn't last long. The Pokémon who had been happily playing in the rain under Milotic's guidance were interrupted by the arrival of another Pokémon. Roar. With a thunderous dragon's roar, a large Pokémon appeared in the lake. With the impact of the water and its intimidating presence, all the Pokémon were frightened. A Gyarados surfaced in the lake. Milotic. Seeing Gyarados, Milotic swam toward all the Pokémon and cried out to the enraged Gyarados. However, Gyarados paid no attention to Milotic. Annoyed by his nap being interrupted by the joyful Pokémon, he was extremely angry and needed a fight to vent his fury. Roar. A yellow glow quickly gathered in Gyarados' mouth, followed by a devastating hyper beam. Water currents gathered around Milotic, and swimming at great speed in the water, she moved ahead of all the Pokémon, enduring Gyarados' attack. This cave is such a unique place. If I get the chance in the future, I might consider coming back to capture those Squirtle or even Milotic, Cain murmured, contemplating the vast world of Pokémon and the surprises that still awaited him. With the sky still cloudy, Cain and his Pokémon took shelter in the cave, waiting for the storm to pass. While thinking about their next steps, Cain didn't have much time to observe, as the battle between Milotic and Gyarados followed the flow of the water, moving further and further away until the noise faded. From a distance, only the beams of Hyper Beam could be seen shooting columns of water across the forest before disappearing completely. Whew, what a terrifying battle. I'm glad I didn't try to capture that Milotic. Judging by the remnants of the fight, both Pokémon are probably over level 40, Cain thought, feeling relieved. With the departure of the two Pokémon, the small frightened Pokémon also hid, and the once bustling lake fell silent. Apart from the constant rain, there were no signs of life. Cain signaled Slowpoke to release his control over the waterfall, then returned deeper into the cave to wait for the rain to stop. I really want to reach that level of combat. That way, I won't have to follow anyone's orders. Influenced by the battle between Gyarados and Milotic, Cain thought to himself, but in this life, I won't abandon them. Looking at Murkrow, who had almost finished drying off, and Slowpoke, who always accompanied him, Cain made a silent promise to them. After half an hour, the rain began to gradually subside, and with Slowpoke's help, Cain slowly exited the cave behind the waterfall. Since the rain had just stopped, the forest was soaked, but at the same time, under the sunlight peeking through the clouds, the place radiated a completely new atmosphere. It was as if everything had come back to life. Walking through the meadow drenched in water droplets, Cain, accompanied by Murkrow and Slowpoke, left the lake area. Originally, he had planned to stay there for a day so Slowpoke could recover and to make some poke blocks, but the rain had interrupted his plans. Fortunately, Slowpoke had recovered well, and the poke blocks were already made, they just needed to fully solidify. Taking advantage of the clear sky after the rain, Cain walked along the river with Murkrow and Slowpoke, hoping to find the Squirtle he had seen earlier. He guessed there was a small colony of Squirtle in the area. The water level had risen due to the rain, flooding the paths where the Pokémon walked. Now they could only walk through the grass, which was full of water droplets, and it didn't take long for Cain's pants to get soaked. Despite everything, the clear water after the rain often allowed him to see small water-type Pokémon, but Cain felt a bit disappointed as most of what he saw were common Pokémon like Magikarp, with the occasional Goldeen appearing. Eventually, he resigned himself to the situation. After all, Squirtle is a valuable starter Pokémon. It was already surprising to see it in the wild. Capturing one would depend on luck. Cain walked about 10 kilometers along the river without finding a trace of Squirtle, although he did see some relatively rare water-type Pokémon. But since he already had a Slowpoke, He wasn't interested in water types with mediocre abilities, and it wasn't worth spending resources on them. Looks like finding Slowpoke was just a stroke of luck, Cain thought after walking a bit further. He was quite satisfied with having captured such a talented Slowpoke. Searching for Squirtle had been an impulse, and if he didn't find it, it didn't matter. After reaching that conclusion, Cain stopped focusing so much on the water Pokemon. I'll walk a little further and then head back, he thought as the sky began to darken. However, just as Cain was about to walk a bit further, he encountered an unexpected situation that made him immediately retreat. A light blue Pokemon, covered by a flow of water, jumped directly out of the water, landing not far in front of Cain. Golduck! Cain exclaimed, frowning as he saw the Pokemon that had suddenly appeared. This Golduck wasn't one Cain had seen earlier during the storm, and in fact, he hadn't seen a Psyduck during the storm either. Seeing the Golduck that had appeared out of nowhere, Murkrow quickly positioned himself in front of Cain, while Slowpoke approached seriously. His water-type instinct told him that this Golduck was strong, very strong. Cain's eyes flashed as Golduck's data appeared in his mind. Pokemon, Golduck, yellow. Gender, male. Level, 38. Type, water. Ability, damp. Held item, none. Egg moves, Mud Bomb, Yawn. Basic moves, Aqua Jet, Water Sport, Scratch, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Confusion, Fury Swipes, Water Pulse, Disable, Screech, Zen Headbutt, Aqua Tail, Soak, Psych Up. Learned moves, Hydro Pump, Iron Tail, Ice Punch. TMS, none. Cain instantly became serious, his expression turning grim. I didn't expect to run into a level 38 Golduck. What luck. Originally, Cain thought that after the battle between Gyarados and Melodic, no strong Pokemon would appear in this water area, so he felt safe searching for Squirtle. But unexpectedly, a level 38 Golduck appeared. What Cain didn't know was that this Golduck was actually the true owner of this area, while Gyarados and Melodic were just temporary visitors. Due to the immense power of Gyarados and Melodic, Golduck hadn't dared to confront them, so he had hidden along with his colony of Psyduck. It was only after the two Pokemon left following their battle that Golduck emerged from the water's depths. At that moment, he saw Cain and his group wandering through his territory. Filled with fury, Golduck thought, I can't face those two powerful Pokemon, but you little ones dare to provoke me. Fortunately, Cain was unaware of the situation. If he had known, he would have thought, disaster falls from the sky. Looking at the two Pokemon advancing toward him, Golduck eyed them with disdain. As a Pokemon that had reached such a level, he had his own method of judging the strength of other Pokemon. Although Murkrow and Slowpoke showed good eyes and presence, to him, they were still too inexperienced. As the ruler of the region, Golduck generally didn't bother dealing with weak Pokemon like Murkrow and Slowpoke, but his anger needed an outlet, and Cain and his team had just crossed his path. I'll show you who the real owner is here. Golduck roared internally as a powerful water-type energy began to concentrate in his closed mouth, where the turbulent water began to overflow. He was charging an attack. Cain's heart skipped a beat. Is he really going all out right from the start? He's going to attack us with his full power, he thought quickly. Slowpoke, teleport, let's go. Seeing that Golduck was about to unleash his attack, Cain quickly gave the order. Yadan Slowpoke immediately responded, and with his blue eyes full of psychic power, a blue wave enveloped Cain, Murkrow, and himself. Golduck, sensing Slowpoke's movement, who was also a psychic-type Pokemon, stopped charging the move and fired his Hydro Pump, his strongest water-type move. A column of water the size of a person shot out from Golduck's mouth, quickly approaching Cain. Murkrow, use Protect. With a cold gaze, Cain gave the order just in time. A light green energy shield surrounded Murkrow, and with great effort, he expanded the shield, blocking the Hydro Pump. Slowpoke, quickly. Murkrow could barely maintain the shield as the Hydro Pump, under Golduck's control, continued to fire. Yadan Slowpoke, realizing the situation, ignored the limit of his psychic power and, with a flash of blue light, enveloped Cain and his team in an increasingly powerful wave of energy. In an instant, the psychic wave reached its peak, and with a flash of blue light, Cain, Murkrow, and Slowpoke disappeared from the spot. Bang! The suppressed Hydro Pump exploded in the spot where Cain had been. Golduck watched helplessly as the weak insects vanished before his eyes and felt his majesty as the supreme ruler had taken another hit. But when he thought of Cain's eyes, an inexplicable chill arose from his heart. Golduck couldn't help but shudder and abandoned his intention of pursuing them. With a whistle, he dived back into the water and disappeared. With a fluctuation of psychic energy, the trio reappeared in the cave behind the waterfall. Murkrow stumbled and fell to the ground, exhausted after barely holding on. Slowpoke also collapsed to one side, his spirit drained. Cain's expression was unusually solemn as he said, "There really are many powerful Pokemon in this forest." He helped Murkrow up, gave him a few poke blocks, and then let him rest for a while. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind to restore your psychic energy, Cain said apologetically after looking at the Slowpoke. If Slowpoke hadn't explosively used his psychic energy at the last moment, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yadan Slowpoke let out a faint cry, then closed his eyes and began using Calm Mind. A slight wave of psychic energy appeared around him. This move not only increased the user's special attack and special defense in battle, but it also enhanced the effects of psychic energy during regular training. After organizing Murkrow and Slowpoke, Cain sat beside the cave. This time, it truly was an unexpected disaster. He was merely walking near the river when he encountered a powerful ruler of the area. Both Pokémon took a significant hit. However, for Cain, who had explored wild areas in his past life, encountering powerful Pokémon in their territory and being driven off like this was nothing new. Don't look so down, it's just about living a few more years. As long as we train hard, sooner or later, we'll regain what we lost today, Cain said to console them. With Cain's words, they began to relax as well, transforming their frustration into an inexhaustible source of motivation. We must become stronger and reclaim what's ours. Although they wanted to start training right away, both Murkrow and Slowpoke were injured to varying degrees, so Cain ordered them to train only after they had fully healed. Thus, in the cave at night, only the sounds of the waterfall and the crackling firewood could be heard, there were no other sounds. Murkrow lay obediently against the cave wall, eyes closed, digesting the poke blocks. Each time it finished absorbing the energy, it would eat another poke block and continue the digestion process. Although poke blocks are automatically absorbed after being consumed, the process can be sped up by mobilizing the body's internal energy, increasing the flow to digest the poke blocks faster. On the other hand, Slowpoke also closed its eyes, lying on the ground. Its mysterious psychic energy enveloped its body, and even the surrounding space showed slight waves of distortion. Cain watched his Pokémon's efforts with keen attention. Since his Pokémon were working so hard and wanted to grow, as their trainer, he could only support them and think about the most suitable training methods and growth directions for them. If I could make advanced poke blocks, it would definitely accelerate their growth, Cain thought silently. As for how to obtain the tools to make advanced poke blocks, that was something he had to solve. After all, it was his responsibility as a trainer. Murkrow's growth path was very suitable for him, a nimble assassin with low endurance and defense. If he continued daily weight training, his speed would surely reach extraordinary levels. But regarding Slowpoke's growth direction, that was something Cain needed to consider. Slowpoke has two types of evolutions, Slowbro and Slowking. Slowbro specializes in physical defense, while Slowking excels in special defense. Cain hadn't yet decided which type he wanted Slowpoke to evolve into, and besides, this was a decision he needed to discuss with Slowpoke. Though evolving into Slowking is exponentially more challenging than becoming Slowbro, if Slowpoke wanted to become Slowking, Cain would support him with all his strength. In Cain's view, Slowpoke, who is a bit slow but has good endurance and exceptional talent in psychic skills, should aim toward Slowking, focusing on special attack and special defense, without worrying too much about physical defense. However, if Slowpoke wanted to evolve into Slowbro, Cain would also support him. The night in the cave beneath the waterfall was especially cool. Sitting by the fire, Cain became lost in his thoughts, while his two Pokémon were working hard to heal their wounds and return to training as soon as possible. Soon, the night passed. After thinking everything over, Cain instructed Murkrow and Slowpoke to stop and rest. Sometimes, the body's natural recovery ability shouldn't be underestimated. The morning, as always, was dedicated to training, but unlike other days, today Murkrow trained with particular intensity. Yesterday's experience had been a harsh blow for him. Although Slowpoke couldn't train physically, his psychic abilities weren't affected. After overusing teleport yesterday, Slowpoke felt a great increase in his psychic energy and a deeper understanding of that move. Originally, Slowpoke could only lift a single stone with telekinesis for practice, but today, to Cain's surprise, he could lift 2 stones simultaneously. Although the overuse of psychic powers yesterday had been exhausting, the growth achieved was significant. Cain concluded that Slowpoke had always had great psychic potential but had only been using that power superficially. If Slowpoke's psychic energy was compared to a glass of water, his previous use of psychic powers was like drinking through a thin straw. But after yesterday's excessive use, the straw had become twice as wide, exponentially increasing his energy usage. Seeing Slowpoke's growth, Murkrow pushed himself even harder. He knew that in a battle against Slowpoke, part of his success was due to Slowpoke's psychic moves not affecting him, and another part due to Cain's leadership. In terms of overall strength, Slowpoke's combat ability was likely twice as much as his. Of course, as a teammate, Murkrow didn't envy Slowpoke. But that didn't stop him from seeing Slowpoke as a goal. Only through continuous training and improvement could he grow enough. He didn't want to lag behind when Cain captured other powerful Pokémon in the future. As Cain's first captured Pokémon, Murkrow had his pride and didn't want to become a burden to the team. In fact, he wanted to be the strongest Pokémon on the team to protect the others in future battles. While his Pokémon trained, Cain also exercised. Accompanying his Pokémon in their training helped to bring their hearts closer together. When one is busy, time flies. The 3 hours of morning training vanished in the blink of an eye. Although he wanted to continue, Cain didn't forget that he had a mission given by Umbra. Beyond whether completing the mission would allow him to advance in the organization, the 10,000 reward points were something he urgently needed. Now that he had 2 Pokémon to raise, the resource consumption would multiply. The resources needed to raise these 2 Pokémon were astonishing. It didn't seem like raising Murkrow had consumed many resources, partly because Cain made the poke blocks himself, so the investment wasn't as high. But for an ordinary trainer, doing something like this would be impossible. You have to know that a single medium-level poke block costs 5 points on Team Rocket's exchange list. Murkrow consumes around 30 poke blocks a day, meaning a daily investment of 150 points. And if we add the poke blocks that Slowpoke needs, the required points increase. Furthermore, we must remember that a Pokemon not only needs physical strength but must also master important moves. Cain had already spent over 10,000 points on teaching Murkrow 3 moves and would need to invest more as both Pokemon learned additional moves. That's why it's so challenging for an average trainer to stand out in this world. Without special opportunities, the resources required to raise a single Pokemon would take a lifetime, and by then, the Pokemon would have passed its peak. Cain had always relied on the system. In his previous life, even with the system's help, he had to become a Pokemon hunter and leverage Team Rocket's resources to reach the level of a quasi-elite trainer. But being a quasi-elite trainer only placed him in the mid-upper ranks among Team Rocket members. In the league, there were countless hidden quasi-elite trainers. Only by becoming an elite-level trainer does one barely have the right to live freely in this world. But just barely. After all, being an elite-level trainer doesn't mean being one of the Elite Four. They are two different concepts. He stepped out of the cave, and after yesterday's heavy rain, today the sky was clear. The warm rays of the sun touched Cain's skin as he exited the cave, bringing him a sense of comfort like drinking cool water when thirsty. Walking again on the smooth stones by the lake, Cain noticed that the water, which had risen significantly yesterday, had miraculously returned to its original level. The stones, washed by the rain, shone softly under the sun, showing their cleanliness. Looking at the water's surface, Cain said to Murkrow and Slowpoke, "The next time we come here, it'll be to take revenge." Craw, Yadin. Though Cain's words were calm, the determination in them made Murkrow and Slowpoke feel completely convinced. Both responded with a sound to Cain. This desire for revenge was also what they now believed. 10 minutes later, Cain, along with his Murkrow and Slowpoke, set off again to complete the mission. Holding a dagger in hand, Cain walked through the forest, comparing his surroundings with the marks on the map. If he wanted to keep searching for the mission items, the first thing he had to do was return to the path drawn on the map. Murkrow hovered above Cain's head, constantly watching the surroundings. In a forest as dangerous as this, the limited detection range of the system wasn't enough to respond to unexpected situations. Slowpoke closely followed Cain, its eyes glowing with a blue shimmer. Under the effect of telekinesis, Slowpoke, usually slow, could now keep up with Cain's pace. After learning the lesson from the encounter with Golduck, Murkrow, as Cain's first line of defense, was able to spot enemies and attack them before they could approach Cain, neutralizing the threat. If an enemy was strong enough to break through Murkrow's defense, it didn't matter, as Slowpoke, closely following Cain, served as the second line of defense. Slowpoke could use its psychic power to control an enemy once it got past Murkrow, and with Murkrow's help, quickly defeat it. Even if an attacking Pokemon was extremely powerful, and Murkrow and Slowpoke couldn't defeat it together, Slowpoke had the ultimate resource of using teleport to ensure everyone's safety. Perhaps due to the intense battle between Gyarados and Melodic the day before, today in the forest near the lake, wild Pokemon were scarce. Thus, Cain walked for almost an hour without encountering any powerful Pokemon. Gradually, the distance from the waterfall increased, and the humidity in the air became less dense. As they progressed, more Pokemon began to appear in the forest. According to the map, if they continued at this pace, in an hour they would return to the marked path. After cutting a vine blocking the way, an animal trail hidden behind it was revealed. Walking along an animal trail, though with more chances of encountering Pokemon, was easier than pushing through branches and bushes. Cain didn't hesitate and began walking along the trail. Now, with the dual protection of Murkrow and Slowpoke, safety was almost guaranteed. Even if they couldn't win a battle, they could always flee. As expected, it wasn't long before a battle occurred. Maybe due to his earlier luck, things weren't going so well now, or perhaps it was because he was walking along the animal trail. Several wild Pokemon attacked Cain one after another. Though none of them were high level, under the protection of Murkrow and Slowpoke, none managed to get close to Cain. In fact, few managed to surpass Murkrow's first line of defense. In the forest battle, Murkrow moved as freely as a dragon in the sea, and its body, increasingly accustomed to the weight load, was also getting faster. Now, carrying 5 kilograms of weight, its speed almost matched what it had initially. It quickly moved between trees, toying with its enemies. For instance, the Mankey Murkrow had just taken down tried to use its ability to move quickly between trees to attack Cain, but was discovered by Murkrow the instant it tried. Under the flying type advantage over fighting type, this level 19 Mankey was defeated in a single wing attack from Murkrow. This was just one of many attempted attacks, but in all cases, the fate of the Pokemon trying to ambush Cain was the same. Cain showed no mercy, and all Pokemon that attacked were eliminated by Murkrow and Slowpoke. In this forest where only the strongest survive, the lack of mercy sent a clear message to the other Pokemon. Each time one of these standout Pokemon fell, no others dared to attack for a while until Cain left the area. Upon reaching a new area, other Pokemon would start attacking again. Since the Golduck incident, Murkrow and Slowpoke had been ruthless with each Pokemon daring to attack them, venting their frustration on them. However, as they eliminated more Pokemon, Murkrow and Slowpoke's aura of danger increased, and fewer Pokemon dared to attack them. Many who initially intended to attack were intimidated by the bloodlust they emanated. The 1-hour stretch of road took them almost 2 hours due to the number of attacks they faced. Though annoying, the progress was evident. Murkrow leveled up once more, reaching level 18, and though Slowpoke didn't level up, its mastery over its moves improved significantly. It also became more familiar with battling under its trainer's orders. If today's Slowpoke faced the Murkrow from when it was captured, the capture wouldn't have been as easy, even though Murkrow, as a Dark-type Pokémon, has an advantage over Slowpoke's Psychic type. In just 2 hours, Slowpoke not only improved its Psychic move mastery but also increased its Water-type move proficiency. The most important thing is that Slowpoke started learning its own battle rhythm, able to react quickly to attacks. Finally, they returned to the path. Initially, Cain had fled from the Rathicate to the waterfall, where he encountered Slowpoke and ultimately captured it. You could say it was fate. After a brief reflection, Cain said, "We're finally back on the path, but it took longer than I expected." A bit resigned, he added, "Let's take a break and prepare some lunch, and we'll continue later." He chose a relatively flat spot under a tree, gathered some dry branches and leaves, and lit a small fire. Finally, Cain took out 2 of the 4 rabbits he had caught on the way from his Team Rocket belt, along with salt, pepper, and other spices he had specially bought. Skillfully, Cain skinned the rabbits with his dagger, removed their guts, and with Slowpoke's help, cleaned them with water. Soon, the rabbits, previously covered in fur, were transformed into juicy pieces of meat. Before long, Cain, after carefully roasting them, had before him 4 golden, crispy pieces of rabbit meat, and Murkrow and Slowpoke, tired from the morning battles, were already beside him, eagerly watching the golden, juicy meat. Though it was better for Murkrow to feed on poke blocks, which also tasted great, it couldn't resist Cain's excellent roasting skills, so it always ate roasted meat before supplementing with poke blocks. Slowpoke, after tasting Cain's roasted fish for the first time, couldn't forget that flavor, and now, seeing what seemed like even more delicious rabbit meat, waited eagerly. Cain smiled, using the dagger to cut one of the pieces of meat and eat it, leaving another on Murkrow's plate, and giving the other 2.5 to Slowpoke. Slowpoke's appetite was much larger than Murkrow's, and only with 2.5 pieces of rabbit meat could it feel barely satisfied. Cain saved the rest for later, gathering berries from the trees as they walked and eating them along the way. Well, time to eat. After serving the food, neither Murkrow nor Slowpoke moved until Cain gave the order, and only then did they start eating quickly. Murkrow was the first to finish and glanced at Slowpoke's plate, where some meat remained, before returning to its poke blocks. Slowpoke wanted to share a bit with Murkrow, but seeing its refusal, decided to finish it alone. Soon, lunchtime ended. Some wild Pokémon were attracted by the smell, but seeing Murkrow and Slowpoke and sensing the bloodthirsty aura surrounding them, they decided to move away. After the meal, Cain took out the map. Now that they were back on the original path, though the distance seemed like a day, considering the encounters with Pokémon and the fact that as they progressed, the Pokémon would be stronger and the path more difficult, he calculated it would take 2 days. But with Murkrow and Slowpoke once again in full form after a midday rest and lunch, the trio set off once more, into the depths of the forest. Shortly after they left, a group of people appeared at the spot where Cain had just roasted his meal. The group's leader, a man with a slender, white hand and a malicious smile, approached the ashes left behind, extending his hand and touching the warm ashes, then bringing them to his nose and sniffing. Turning his back to his companions, he wore a grim smile and murmured, "What a coincidence, Cain." He spoke the last 2 words through gritted teeth. One of the men behind him, noticing his actions, stepped forward and touched his shoulder. "Have you found something, Saurus?" His expression shifted from grim to cheerful in an instant, showing a very friendly smile. He turned to that person and said, "Oh, it's nothing, I just discovered someone quite dangerous." Upon hearing this, the person's expression changed slightly. "Someone? Do you know him?" It's worth noting that finding someone on this vast trial island is no easy task. Even if participants enter the forest, most return the same day. Being this far from the base means it's not a one-day round trip. Therefore, if someone can survive alone in the wild, they're definitely not to be underestimated. Additionally, according to what Saurus said, this person is dangerous, which means he likely knows him. Saurus gradually stopped smiling and nodded seriously. Yes, he's the first place in the trial, who wouldn't know him? The person he was speaking to also became serious. Although his impression of Cain was based solely on that calm expression after taking first place, he felt a slight apprehension toward someone who could surpass Xander. Saurus's expression turned solemn, very different from the smile he showed others. With the person in front of him, there was no reason to hide anything. As someone who had grown up with Saurus, this person knew him well. Even back at the base, Saurus managed to create a small yet influential force thanks to his help. Thus, as the one who knew him best, upon seeing Saurus's expression, his face changed drastically. "Don't tell me you plan to attack him, right? And how can you be sure it's him?" After all, everyone knew this guy wasn't afraid to challenge Xander, someone clearly different from the rest, probably with connections in Team Rocket. And yet, this same guy was beaten by Cain, coming in second, and all he did was throw a few empty threats. There was no reason to hide it. With the corner of his eye, Saurus glanced at the group chatting amongst themselves, nodded, and said, "Sky, don't you find it surprising that a commoner like him could surpass Xander? He must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter, or his Pokémon has extremely high potential." Saurus looked at Sky and continued, "I watched him before he left, saw him go in this direction. Do you think I chose this mission at random? With a dark face, Sky couldn't help feeling a slight twitch in his eye. Although Soros had valid reasons, Sky knew the real motivation was that Cain had ignored Soros's invitation last time, hurting his pride. However, Sky was smart enough not to say it out loud, and he had to admit Soros was right. If they could uncover Cain's secret, he, too, might achieve a position in the top 10. Sky's eyes gleamed, reflecting his inner turmoil. If it hadn't been for his bad luck in receiving a low-potential Pokémon, he wouldn't have had to help Soros climb the ranks, depending on him to have any influence at the base. To be honest, apart from Soros's dazzling smile and his fairly strong coughing, Sky considered himself superior in every other aspect. However, circumstances forced him to lean on Soros if he wanted to stand out in the trials. He had to admit that the Pokémon distribution by Team Rocket, except for Xander, was entirely random. Whether one received a high-potential Pokémon or not depended solely on luck. Soros didn't notice Sky's hidden thoughts, busy fantasizing that if he discovered Cain's secret, he could become first in the trials and secure a prominent position in Team Rocket, standing above everyone else. But we're not sure we can beat him, Sky commented with respect for the first place. After all, he himself was only in the 20s in the ranking, a big difference. Don't worry, we won't know how strong he is until we try. And if we can't beat him, we'll still have others covering our backs, Soros replied, glancing toward the group of 5 people accompanying them. Shortly after, the two exchanged looks and made the decision to test Cain's abilities. He quickly changed expressions, putting on his characteristic smile, and turned to the 5 behind him. Those discussing Pokémon stopped talking and looked at Soros when he turned toward them. There was no denying Soros knew how to present himself effectively. Pleased to have everyone's attention, Soros smiled and said, I just discovered a great opportunity. If we seize it, we can all pass the trial without any issues. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 5 lit up immediately. Although they were relatively strong, securing their place in the trial was a bit uncertain. If there was a chance to guarantee it, they had to seize it. Although they didn't doubt Soros's words, someone still wanted to be sure. Really, brother Soros? Soros looked at the one who asked, smiling and nodding. That's right. I just confirmed it with his brother, Sky. Everyone turned their gaze to Sky, who looked at them one by one and nodded to confirm. With confirmation from both leaders, the 5 were encouraged. The 50 spots in the Team Rocket final trial had always weighed on their minds. If they could pass with their own ability, they wouldn't need to rely on anyone else. After all, living in someone's shadow wasn't easy. Seeing the confidence in the others' eyes, Soros and Sky smiled internally. When the time comes, follow my orders without any hesitation or delay. If I see anything, we won't include you again, and you'll have to fend for yourselves, Sky warned, taking on the role of the bad cop in the group. The others felt a slight fear in their hearts. No one wanted to lose an ally, as it would make life much harder at the base. They quickly nodded, indicating they understood. If you have any doubts, wait until everything is over to ask. Don't make everyone suffer, Sky continued warning. If they knew their opponent was the first place, Cain, they might desert at the last minute, so Sky made sure to prepare them. Everyone nodded again. At that moment, Soros stepped forward and smiled. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. If we face danger, I'll stay behind to cover the retreat. His smile and confidence reassured the 5 a bit. After all, they trusted Soros's actions thus far. However, when they weren't looking, a cold expression crossed Sky's eyes. He knew Soros's true intentions well. All right, let's go as soon as possible. The warmth of the ashes suggests he's not far. If we hurry, we'll catch up to him, Sky said, hiding his displeasure behind a smile. Soros didn't suspect a thing, nodded, and raised his hand for everyone to quickly move in the indicated direction. Elsewhere, Cain walked at a steady pace through the forest, unaware that someone had ill intentions toward him, nor that the ashes he'd left behind had revealed his location. In reality, even if Cain knew, he wouldn't worry. Had this happened before capturing Slowpoke, he might have avoided confrontation due to the number of opponents. But now that he had Slowpoke, he could challenge any participant from the base. Slowpoke, use Confusion to control Meowth. Murkrow, use Screech and then finish it off with Wing Attack, Cain ordered calmly, watching as a wild Meowth fell under the combined attacks of Murkrow and Slowpoke, lying on the ground like a corpse. That level 20 orange quality Meowth had tried to take advantage of its speed to attack Cain, who appeared vulnerable. But before it could approach within 3 meters, it was stopped by Slowpoke's Confusion move. When it tried to escape, it was caught by Confusion again, and Murkrow used Screech to lower its defense before finishing it with a Wing Attack. This was the battle method Murkrow and Slowpoke had perfected. Slowpoke would use its powerful Confusion to immobilize the opponent, while Murkrow would weaken and finish them off. Few Pokémon could withstand this type of combined attack. The Meowth on the ground was just one of many Pokémon they had defeated along the way. Murkrow, Slowpoke, good job, Cain praised his Pokémon without holding back on compliments. That said, he took a mid-level Poke Block from his belt and gave it to Murkrow to restore its energy. Slowpoke, on the other hand, still only ate yellow berry Poke Blocks, so it didn't receive one. Luckily, Slowpoke mainly consumed psychic energy, so with a little use of the Calm Mind move, it could quickly recover. The training goal Cain set for Slowpoke was to be able to restore its psychic energy through Calm Mind while walking, just as Murkrow maintained its Tailwind state at all times. Yaden, suddenly, Slowpoke tugged on Cain's pant leg and made a sound. Craw, Murkrow also flew toward Cain and cawed softly. Seeing his two Pokemon's reaction, Cain felt slight concern. With the help of Slowpoke and Murkrow, Cain finally understood what they meant. Are you saying someone is following us? Cain narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Through Murkrow and Slowpoke's gestures, Cain realized it wasn't just one person following him. In this forest, apart from participants, there shouldn't be any other humans. It seems I haven't asserted my authority. Everyone wants to test my limits, huh? Cain's face grew dark, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since they want to measure my strength, I'll make them see just how great the gap truly is. Suppressing his intent to kill, Cain signaled his Pokemon, Murkrow and Slowpoke, to act normally but stay alert. I wonder who it could be? Xander. Although his face remained emotionless, Cain couldn't help but speculate on who it might be. Thinking of Xander, Cain couldn't resist a slight smile. If Xander were so petty, he wouldn't have kept him beneath him in the past life. Or could it be him? A certain figure flashed in Cain's mind. At the base, besides Xander, whom he had clashed with, there was only one other person, Saurus. Moreover, Saurus was someone who, despite his sunny facade, had a petty heart. Confirming his suspicion, Cain was now 90% sure. Following his original route, Cain avoided drawing Saurus and his group's attention, who trailed closely behind. To follow him undetected, they kept a significant distance. Deliberately, Cain led Murkrow and Slowpoke down an overgrown path, gradually moving off the main trail. The followers suspected nothing, with some impatiently suggesting to Saurus that they strike immediately, taking advantage of Cain's supposed unawareness. What they didn't know was that the person they planned to attack was the top rank in the trials. If they knew, they'd probably reconsider their aggressive stance. Once Cain reached an ideal location, he stopped abruptly and told Slowpoke, "Slowpoke, teleport us back to where we were before." As soon as Cain finished speaking, Slowpoke's eyes, already prepared, glowed with a blue light. Using its psychic power, it surrounded Cain and Murkrow, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Saurus and his group, who had been following from afar, lost sight of Cain. To avoid detection, they had only been tracking his footprints. However, when they cautiously reached the spot where Cain had disappeared, the footprints stopped. Saurus and Sky paled simultaneously. "Damn it, he vanished," said Sky, staring at the last of Cain's tracks. Since Slowpoke always floated using its psychic power, it left no tracks on the ground. Moreover, they had no idea Cain had captured a new Pokemon. To them, the best strategy in the trial was to focus on training a single Pokemon. Spreading resources to train others would be a recipe for disaster. "He found out we were following him," Saurus said, his expression turning serious. Vanishing abruptly could only mean one thing: Cain had realized he was being followed. Thinking of the devastating power of Cain's Murkrow, Saurus's expression darkened further. He motioned for his coughing to stay close, ensuring his own safety. "What's going on, Brother Saurus?" one of the five trailing them asked, noticing the change in the situation. Saurus looked at him without answering. Sky, with a somewhat alarmed expression, explained, "We've lost him." The man seemed somewhat relieved, though. Losing track wasn't a big deal. With careful searching, they could find him again. Saurus and Sky didn't want to go into more detail. If Cain had only discovered he was being followed and decided to flee, there'd be no problem. But they feared Cain wasn't someone who'd accept provocation without a fight. They could only hope Cain would see their numbers and wouldn't dare to confront them. Meanwhile, Cain reappeared where he had first detected his followers. Imagining the frustration on their faces upon reaching the spot where he'd vanished, a cold smile crossed his lips. From now on, the roles of hunter and prey will be reversed. Using numerical superiority is usually effective, but Cain wasn't an ordinary person. In his past life, he'd learned an important lesson: in the presence of overwhelming force, the number of combatants doesn't determine victory, especially when one holds the advantage and the initiative. Aside from Saurus, the others were merely people who had never seen real bloodshed. Over the past few weeks on the trial island, not only had his Pokemon improved tremendously, but Cain had also reaped many benefits. While his Pokemon trained, Cain also strengthened himself. Now, his physical condition was far better than when he arrived on the island. In this Pokémon world, human constitutions are far more robust than those on Earth, and growth is faster. After weeks of intense training and a proper diet, Cain had drastically improved his physical condition. Although he didn't have a muscular build, compared to Saurus and his group, who lived comfortably at the Team Rocket base, Cain surpassed them not only in Pokémon strength but also in physical condition. Now that the hunt had begun, he would show no mercy. With his knowledge of the forest, something Saurus and his group couldn't even imagine, Cain moved like a leopard, gliding swiftly between trees and underbrush. What would be an obstacle for others was merely a fence for him. He quickly closed in on Saurus's group. If he moved fast enough, they'd still be in the dense foliage where the grass grew tall. If he hid well, he could attack and seize the upper hand. Saurus and his group's Pokemon were mainly Team Rocket classics: Saurus's Coughing, Sky's Akans, and Pokemon like Rattata, Zubat, and Oddish for the other five. Though their Pokemon weren't strong individually, together they could form a considerable force. Cain knew their capabilities well, but they only had a shallow understanding of Cain's power. Blindly seeking trouble with confidence, it's undeniable that greed can cloud judgment. To track Cain's whereabouts, the group dispersed slightly through the foliage. Sky reminded them that they could spread out a bit but had to keep communication at all times. However, in doing so, their numerical advantage disappeared, giving Cain the chance to take them down one by one. Cain's field skills far exceeded theirs. As he neared the foliage, none of them noticed. He drew the dagger kept at his Team Rocket belt, holding it in a reverse grip. Glancing at Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had hidden nearby, he said, "Get ready, we're starting the hunt." The two Pokémon had been with Cain long enough to understand his intentions. They nodded to indicate their understanding. In an instant, their bodies moved like arrows, swiftly cutting through the person-high grass. Their feet emitted a faint glow, touching the ground soundlessly, all thanks to Slowpoke's psychic control as it followed closely beside him. Murkrow stayed flying low, just above the height of the grass, allowing it to avoid detection while searching for nearby people. Slowpoke also extended its psychic energy to search for silhouettes in the grass. The first person Cain encountered was one of the 5 following Saurus. This person, too focused on tracking Cain to seize the opportunity Saurus had promised, had slowly drifted away from the group. He thought that, given their numbers, even if they lost sight of their target, the target wouldn't dare counterattack. Although he wasn't wrong if an ordinary person knew these 7 were after him, he would have already fled. But this wasn't just anyone, this was Cain. However, the person wasn't entirely defenseless, as his Rattata was close by in case a wild Pokémon suddenly appeared. Upon detecting his trace, Cain didn't hesitate and quickly approached, ordering Slowpoke to use its psychic power to immobilize both the man and his Pokémon. Murkrow acted swiftly, transforming into a dark shadow that slid through the grass, its wings glowing with a white light as it launched an attack infused with flying-type energy. The startled Rattata was attacked and eliminated immediately. It was merely a poorly raised, low-level Rattata, even weaker than some wild Pokémon, and was instantly defeated by Murkrow's move. The man, his eyes wide open, witnessed his Pokémon's death, but due to Slowpoke's psychic control, he couldn't make a sound. Only upon seeing Cain's figure did he realize that the person they had sought to confront was this ruthless rival who had placed Xander in second place. His eyes filled with pleading as he let out a strangled sound. Cain ignored him, sliding his dagger across his throat. The man died without understanding how Cain had approached or how he had been paralyzed on the spot. Cain wiped the dagger on the man's clothes, took his belt, and stored it in his storage space, then disappeared back into the grass. It was all swift and clean, like a professional assassin. "I didn't intend to confront you, but you volunteered. If you want to kill, you should be prepared to die," Cain murmured as he ran, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. In the end, he had never shown his true fangs to the other participants in the trial. This time, he would become their nightmare, if they still had the chance to dream. Only dead enemies are the best enemies. If you decide to attack, show no mercy. Cain, who had always held to this principle, would not show mercy due to weakness. Weakness is the original sin. In just 5 minutes, Cain silently eliminated 2 more people. Although Cain acted with precision and speed, Saurus and the others soon regrouped. Cain wasn't thrilled about the situation, but he had expected there might be some noise after acting, and there were some alert individuals among Saurus's group. But it didn't matter. Even if they detected him, Cain wasn't worried about his abilities, it would only make things a bit more complicated. Before they could fully regroup, Cain began moving again. He headed straight for the nearest person, and this time Cain didn't hide. As he ran swiftly, the grass rustled noticeably. Saurus and the others detected the movement and quickly began approaching. Before they could come together, Cain intercepted another individual. His Pokémon was an Oddish. When Cain appeared before him, the man was already prepared. Oddish stood in front of him with a serious expression, waiting for the enemy. But upon seeing Cain, he exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be you, Cain, number 1. His pupils dilated sharply, and his expression of surprise left no doubt. Only then did he understand that the opportunity Saurus and Sky had mentioned was actually to confront Cain, the first place in the trial. But it was too late to regret it. The air was thick with the smell of blood, evidence of Cain's ferocity. "He's here," he shouted calmly, assuming a defensive stance. The best defense is offense. "Oddish, use poison powder." Preparing for defense, he ordered Oddish to attack. He knew that if Oddish also defended, against the power of Cain's Murkrow's initial strike, and with the dual-type advantage, it probably wouldn't withstand even a single move. Cain smiled slightly. "Why didn't I eliminate him immediately? Because I wanted him to shout that." Now that he had achieved his goal, he had no further use for him. "Murkrow, don't hold back, use Gust and send the poison powder back." "Slowpoke, use Confusion." Cain ordered the attack. With Cain's command, Murkrow, already prepared, flapped its wings rapidly. The flying-type energy condensed into 2 small tornadoes, swirling around the poisonous powder emitted by Oddish and returning it to the man and his Pokémon. Hearing Cain's order, the man, who was in a defensive position, attempted to roll to evade, but just as he moved, he felt an explosion in his head and then lost all sensation. Slowpoke's Confusion move was incredibly powerful, evidenced by the blood flowing from the man's nose. There was no doubt, with the dual-type advantage, and Slowpoke's Confusion move, both the man and his Oddish lost their lives. At that moment, Saurus and Sky, along with the last remaining follower, finally appeared before Cain. Upon seeing his companion lying on the ground, motionless, the last follower froze. He had thought that joining Saurus on this mission would involve no danger, that they'd merely earn points. Even when they decided to face someone, He believed that, with their numerical advantage, they would have no problem defending themselves, no matter how strong the opponent was. But in the end, the situation hadn't turned out as he expected. Seeing that their opponent was Cain, besides the surprise on his face, he instantly understood why. He never would have guessed that Saurus planned to face Cain, the number one. As Saurus appeared, Cain smirked slightly, flashing a malicious grin, and said, "We meet again, Saurus." Upon hearing Cain's words, Saurus's face turned pale. He hadn't expected things to reach this point. Observing the Murkrow flying above Cain's head and the pink slowpoke by his side, Saurus understood everything. He realized that he had underestimated Cain. While everyone else struggled to train their first Pokémon, Cain had already captured a second, and both were incredibly powerful. Comparing the forces in the field, Saurus realized that his team was at a disadvantage. Glaring at Cain, if looks could kill, Cain would have died 1,000 times. Finally, gritting his teeth, Saurus spat out a few words. "This time, we lost. Let's go." With that, he grabbed the dazed man and tried to retreat. Cain sneered and said, "Now you want to leave? Don't you think it's a little too late? Murkrow, use Gust." Hearing this, Murkrow flapped its wings, and a whirlwind appeared behind them, blocking their retreat. "Cain, don't push it. If we keep this up, we'll die together." Saurus's face twisted with rage, his eyes burning. He had never felt so humiliated. Even when Xander spoke to him, it was never with such disrespect. "Die together? If the fish dies, the net won't break. Want to test it out?" Cain said as he stepped forward, followed closely by Slowpoke. Someone who had tried to kill him couldn't just leave like that, without consequences. That wasn't Cain's style. Caw. Murkrow cawed. If Cain hadn't stopped it, Murkrow would have already attacked. Saurus remained motionless for a moment and cast a meaningful look at Sky, who hadn't spoken. It was a signal for him to talk. Noticing the gesture, Cain turned his gaze to the young, unremarkable man. He observed his icons, and the system displayed the data of this Pokémon. Pokémon, icons, orange. Gender, female. Level, 19. Type, poison. Ability, shed skin. Held item, none. Egg move, poison tail. Basic moves, wrap, leer, poison sting, bite, glare, screech. Learned moves, acid. TM moves, none. Cain looked at Sky with some surprise. He hadn't expected Sky to have trained icons up to level 19. If not for the limitations of its potential, Sky might have been the leader of his group. With a small flicker of interest, Cain had an idea. "What's your name?" Cain asked Sky indifferently. In this situation, being asked for his name surprised Sky, but after a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Sky." In a situation where they were at a disadvantage, it was better not to provoke Cain's anger. Besides, talking to him might buy some time to think of an escape. Fight Cain? Don't even think about it. Couldn't he see the corpse on the ground? Initially, Sky had only thought Cain had a powerful Murkrow, and even then, they only decided to attack after careful consideration. But now Cain clearly had an equally strong Slowpoke, while they were only 3 people, one of whom hadn't even recovered from the shock. There was no comparison in terms of power. Sky wasn't foolish enough to provoke Cain and invite death. Yet, even after considering all factors, Sky couldn't find a way to escape. Despair began to creep into his heart. He had worked hard to elevate Saurus, using his power and position to gain many resources that had allowed him to train his icons to its current level. But what he hadn't expected was that Cain's next words would leave everyone speechless. "You're not bad. Are you interested in working for me?" With a simple question, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. The follower in despair suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. If Cain wanted to recruit Sky, that meant he still had a chance to survive. Even if he were a fool, he understood that Saurus had used him as a pawn. In front of the powerful Cain, he had no intention of resisting. The most dramatic change was seen on Saurus's face, showing a mix of emotions. He never would have imagined that Cain would try to recruit Sky. Saurus was ready to fight alongside Sky against Cain, hoping for a slim chance to escape. But that hope vanished with Cain's single statement. On the other hand, Sky's reaction was the calmest. He only stared at Cain, trying to gauge his intentions. Did Cain truly want to recruit him, or was he merely trying to divide their forces and then defeat them one by one? But after observing for a moment, he couldn't read anything from Cain's face. Cain said nothing more, merely watching him in silence, awaiting his response. In fact, Cain hadn't made this offer on a whim. With his experience in Team Rocket, Cain knew very well that in an organization where power groups dominated, a lone person would never get far. There were 2 options, join a group or become a leader. Though the first option was far easier than the second, Cain chose the second without hesitation. If he wanted to obtain more resources, he needed to be in control. Although he might not be able to form his own group immediately, nothing stopped him from planting the seeds of his future influence now. And the best time to start was while everyone was still trainees. In his past life, Xander had quickly risen through the ranks in Team Rocket. Part of his success was because he had built his base of followers on the trial island, paving the way for his future development. Thus, Cain had always planned to form his own group. Even if he didn't need it in the future, it would be a safety net. Sky had caught Cain's attention partly due to luck but also because he had some potential. Cain believed that if he provided Sky with a good Pokémon, Sky could perform much better. It didn't take long for Sky to grit his teeth and nod. All right. What other choice did he have in this situation? If he said no, he would die. Cain was satisfied with Sky's response. Though it was partly a forced answer, Sky proved to be aware of the situation, which was useful. With a good Pokémon, his power wouldn't be inferior to Soros's. When Soros heard Sky's response, his eyes filled with rage, and he shot a look of hatred at him. Now, his resentment towards Sky surpassed even that he felt for Cain. However, Soros was quick to react. In that moment, he turned and began to run. Before, when he and Sky joined forces, they might still not have been a match for Cain. Now that he was alone, staying meant suicide. If he didn't flee now, what else could he do? Wait for his death? Cain watched Soros's movements and laughed disdainfully. If Soros had chosen to attack, Cain might have found him more worthy of respect. Slowpoke, confusion, Cain ordered. In such an uneven situation of power, Soros was nothing more than a sheep waiting to be sacrificed. Slowpoke's eyes shone with a red glow, and a wave of psychic energy spread from its body, directed at the fleeing Soros. Coughing, stop him. Soros cried, his eyes wide and his face twisted in despair, prepared to abandon coughing if necessary. Cough. Coughing hesitated briefly, but it obeyed its trainer's command and positioned itself to intercept Slowpoke's confusion move. The psychic type has a double advantage over the poison type. Moreover, Coughing's low special defense meant that, with a single hit, it fell to the ground, unable to continue the battle. Sky narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm appearance, though inside his mind was in turmoil. When Cain had recruited him, Sky had simply thought of accepting to buy time and see how things unfolded. However, seeing how Soros's powerful Coughing was defeated in a single strike by Cain's Slowpoke, he began to think that following Cain might not be a bad option after all. Cain, keeping an eye on Sky, noticed that while his expression hadn't changed, his eyes revealed his inner agitation. The defeat of Coughing was not only meant to showcase Slowpoke's strength but also to send a clear message to Sky. Cain knew Sky wouldn't submit so easily, and that his initial acceptance was more out of fear than genuine loyalty. But Cain was confident in his ability to keep Sky under control, ensuring he wouldn't dare think of rebelling. Realizing his Coughing had been defeated, Soros ran even more desperately. But as a human, he couldn't hope to escape a Pokémon. Murkrow, finish him off, Cain ordered, uninterested in Soros's desperate escape. Murkrow nodded and, with a flap of its wings, quickly caught up with Soros. With a slash of its claws, it added another body to the ground. Soros, who had once had his moment of glory at the base, would never have imagined this would be his final fate. As for the last survivor of the group, Cain decided not to kill him. If he planned to form a team, a single follower like Sky wouldn't be enough. He would need more members for his group. Cain approached Soros's body, observing his open eyes filled with horror and regret. Skillfully, he removed his rocket belt, and after a moment's thought, he also took the Pokeball at his waist. He pressed the button on the Pokeball to recall Coughing, then locked it. Under Sky's surprised gaze, Cain tossed him the Pokeball containing Coughing and said disdainfully, "This Pokemon is yours now. I hope you won't disappoint me." Soros's Coughing had a dark yellow quality, much better than the orange quality of his Acan's. "This is for me?" Sky asked incredulously, wanting confirmation. Ignoring the other man's envy and jealousy, Sky gripped the Pokeball in his hand like a lifeline, clutching it so tightly his fingers turned white. This was the Pokemon that had ranked 5th in the previous trial. For anyone who could control it, it was like leaping directly to that position, something that would be tempting to anyone. "What's wrong? Can't you handle it?" Cain frowned. For a Pokemon with a previous trainer, adapting to a new one wasn't easy. It often wasn't simple to gain its loyalty. But Cain believed Sky had the necessary skills to achieve it. No, thank you." Sky shook his head repeatedly, bowing slightly, showing respect, though unsure how to address Cain. "Call me Cain," Cain said, unconcerned about formal titles. "Yes, thank you, Sir Cain," Sky said, bowing further, quickly adapting to his new role. Cain nodded, approving of Sky's response. Sky was older than Cain, who was only 15 and still growing. Sky, at 18, was already taller than Cain. However, to show respect, he bowed so deeply it was almost like a reverence. First the punishment, then the reward. This was a tactic Cain often used in his past life, one of the most effective. Cain looked at the man who had been silent the entire time. Aside from a glance filled with envy when Cain handed Coughing to Sky, the man seemed to be in a state of shock. For him, that day had been a nightmare. His 4 companions were dead, and the man he had so admired, Soros, hadn't escaped that fate. Sky, whom he considered his second-in-command, had betrayed him. Now, he didn't even know what his next step would be, let alone if he'd survive. Seeing his dazed state, Sky frowned and kicked him to snap him out of it. The man reacted immediately, his face pale as he looked at Cain and Sky, stammering. Boss, my name is Fox, my nickname is Fox. My Pokemon is a Coughing. I am willing to swear loyalty. Please don't kill me." Cain had already scanned his Pokemon, a level 16 Coughing with orange quality, quite common. However, if he survived, he could be a useful asset. "From now on, follow Sky," Cain said indifferently. Yes. Fox responded, bowing deeply. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, for now, his life was safe. Moreover, working for Cain seemed far safer than following Soros. Cain was the first in the rankings, and Soros hadn't been able to withstand even a single attack from him. "Sky, when you return, start recruiting people. You can use my name, but we don't need those who act one way and then do something else behind our backs. Cain had only this requirement for the people they would recruit in the future. As for people with a good nature, forget it. Once they become trial trainers, people with that kind of personality don't survive long, much less when they enter Team Rocket. Cain isn't a saint, his subordinates may have their flaws, but the only ones he can't stand are hypocrites, like that miserable Wormsaurus. Understood, Sir Cain. Sky gladly accepted Cain's demand. Now that he had Soros's Pokémon, he just needed to tame it a bit to gain considerable strength. Plus, with Cain's power, he could confidently recruit those loners. He felt slightly excited. He hadn't expected that, after this disaster, he wouldn't lose his life and would also obtain a high-quality Pokémon. Over time, he was sure he could surpass Soros. He gripped Coughing's Pokeball tightly in his hand, controlling his trembling. Cain seemed to be a leader who didn't fuss over details, so the task of building the organization would fall to him. This would be far more powerful than being Soros's assistant. However, for now, he didn't dare to entertain any traitorous thoughts. Cain not only had outstanding strength but also immense potential. If he stayed close to him, his position in Team Rocket would rise significantly. Cain thought for a moment, then tossed Soros's Team Rocket belt to Sky. Here are all the resources that originally belonged to you. You'll be in charge of keeping them. Cain wasn't particularly interested in Soros's points, but even small amounts add up. He gave them to Sky as initial funding, to be used efficiently. Sky looked at Soros's Team Rocket belt with a complicated gaze. He and Soros had played together since childhood, in a relationship of both friends and rivals. However, luck had always favored Soros, and he had always been one step ahead. Perhaps due to so much good luck, it only took one stroke of bad luck for him to fall into an abyss from which he couldn't escape. Now he would no longer have anyone to compete against, and his heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Well, if you can't complete the mission this time, leave it for now. Your main task now is to tame Coughing. Try to achieve good results in the next trial, Cain said calmly as he looked at Sky. I'm going to continue with my mission. With that, Cain headed into the depths of the forest. He wasn't interested in worrying about how Sky and Fox would return, or whether they would do so safely. If they didn't even have the ability to survive in the wild, then Cain would have misjudged them. As Cain walked away, Murkrow and Slowpoke followed closely. They didn't question why he hadn't eliminated the two people who had originally planned to attack him. That was Cain's decision, and as his Pokémon, they didn't question such things. Fox, seeing Cain's figure disappear into the forest, exhaled a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, not caring that there was a corpse nearby. Although Cain seemed easy to deal with, he generated immense pressure, especially with the two corpses still on the ground, reminding him of what had just happened. Cain didn't have high expectations for Sky and Fox. This act was merely an experiment. If it worked, it would be a gain, and if it failed, it didn't matter much, as it was only a dark yellow quality Pokémon. After all, this was only on the trial island. It's really annoying. We veered off the path again, Cain murmured with a wry smile. Earlier, to confront Soros and the others, he had strayed from his original route, leading them through this grassy field and using the terrain to defeat them one by one, as well as recruiting two new subordinates. I have no other choice. Slowpoke, use teleport to get back on the path, Cain said, realizing the situation. Fortunately, he had Slowpoke, which meant that even if he veered off, he could use teleport to return to the correct path. Slowpoke didn't react much. After all, it was just another use of the teleport move. Its eyes shone with a blue light, enveloping Cain and Murkrow, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Upon opening his eyes again, they were back on the original path. It's a really useful move. Well done, Slowpoke. Slowpoke's teleport was an invaluable move for survival in the wild, useful for both advancing and escaping. However, the teleport move has its limitations. The first is that it can't cover too long a distance. The range depends on the Pokémon's psychic strength. The stronger the Pokémon, the further it can travel. The second limitation is that it can't teleport to unknown places. It can only move to locations it has visited and has a clear memory of. The third limitation is that during the use of teleport, there should be no psychic interference, otherwise, it could cause spatial distortion, making it end up in an unexpected place. In fact, there's a fourth limitation: the greater the distance, the longer it takes to prepare the move. This makes sense, as selecting the correct point among various coordinates containing psychic energy takes time. Observing the familiar path and known surroundings, Cain couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he would have to walk it again. Fortunately, he hadn't gone back to the place where he first met Slowpoke, but to the point he had just left. Since he had traveled this path before and knew what awaited him, Cain quickened his pace. According to the map, there was still a long way to the mission's destination. According to the map's directions, Cain had to pass through several Pokémon territories before reaching the mission site. Continuing on his path, the first territory he would reach was that of the Scyther. Cain had always had a certain fascination with Scyther. If he had the chance and found one of good quality, he'd consider capturing it. Although Scyther doesn't have a direct evolution but only a branching evolution into Scizor, which gains metal armor, it doesn't improve in terms of overall stats. It simply transforms its speed into physical defense, shifting from an assassin to an excellent warrior. However, according to Cain's memories, Scizor can mega evolve, which would mean a big boost in its power. As he neared the Scyther territory, Cain couldn't help but feel a slight anticipation. However, unlike the aggressive Beedrill or the Pinsir who enjoy intimidating the weaker ones, Scyther are proud and confident. As long as they're not provoked, they generally won't attack first. Facing these wild Pokemon in a one-on-one duel didn't worry Cain, but these Pokemon that live in groups tend to work as a team. If you upset one, the whole group will quickly appear. If they all attacked at once, they would easily overwhelm Cain by sheer numbers. Additionally, as Cain ventured further into the forest, the level of the Pokemon also increased. Cain had no idea what level the Scyther he would encounter might be. Thinking about it now wouldn't be of much help, so Cain quickened his pace while Slowpoke and Murkrow constantly guarded him. Cain's endurance had also improved recently. After walking for an hour, he didn't feel especially tired, just a bit short of breath. For Murkrow and Slowpoke, this was like breathing, something very easy. If it weren't for the wild Pokemon that attempted to ambush them along the way, this would have been easier than training for them. Finally, Cain arrived at the Scyther territory marked on the map and proceeded with more caution. Although capturing Slowpoke had greatly increased his power, one should never lower their guard in the wild. The journey had been fairly smooth, aside from a few overly confident wild Pokemon who tried to attack them and were easily defeated by Murkrow and Slowpoke, there were no major incidents. Most Pokemon, sensing the threatening presence and the scent of blood from his team, preferred to keep their distance. Finally, upon entering Scyther territory, in the center of the area, Cain found a group of the Pokemon he had so longed to see, about 10 of them. Proud as they are, Scyther prefer to fight opponents of similar level. In this forest, there weren't many Pokemon worth their while, so they mostly spent their time training with each other. When Cain saw them, they were in the middle of a fierce battle. Upon spotting Cain, they also noticed him. 2 of the Scyther, who were in the midst of an intense fight, stopped. One of them, more robust, stepped forward and took the lead, looking at the 3 newcomers with a serious expression. Cain's eyes sparkled a bit, and the system displayed the leader Scyther's data. Pokemon, Scyther, Dark Yellow. Gender, male. Level, 23. Type, Bug plus Flying. Ability, Technician. Held item, none. Egg move, Endure. Basic moves, Vacuum Wave, Quick Attack, Leer, Focus Energy, Pursuit, False Swipe, Agility, Wing Attack. Learned moves, Bug Buzz, Bug Bite. TM moves, none. It was a powerful Pokemon. Cain glanced at the other Scyther, all were above level 20. In addition to the dark yellow quality leader, there were 2 others of yellow quality. However, Cain decided not to attempt capturing any of them. Not only would it be difficult to capture one of these powerful Scyther in the middle of a group, but the leader Scyther itself was quite troublesome. As a speed-based Pokemon, although Murkrow had a type advantage, his main advantage speed wouldn't be as significant, and Scyther, with its high physical power, could deal considerable damage if it struck. Additionally, the numerical advantage was considerable. Even if he managed to defeat the leader, he wasn't certain Slowpoke could protect him from all the attacking Scyther. It's important to remember that, being so fast, they could prevent Slowpoke from using teleport to escape. Moreover, none of the Scyther in the group met Cain's standards for potential, so capturing them wasn't worth much. Some Scyther in the group showed interest in fighting, feeling the threat posed by Murkrow and Slowpoke. For them, lovers of combat and challenges, these were perfect opponents. However, before they could attack, the leader stopped them. It could see beyond what its companions perceived. Not only did it feel the threat of the Pokemon, but it also sensed an aura of gravity from the human, as if he didn't fear its group. This feeling could only mean 2 things, either the human was a fool who didn't understand the situation, or he possessed real power. Its instinct told it that if they attacked, they should be prepared for half of the group to perish. Although they enjoyed fighting, that didn't mean they were unafraid of death. Thus, the leader Scyther held back its impulsive companions, watching as Cain and his Pokemon cautiously retreated. Scyther respect strength. If they believe in an opponent's power, they will allow them to pass through their territory without issue. The reason Scyther had their own territory wasn't due to a strong sense of territory but because of their combative nature. The neighboring Pokemon feared them so much that they gradually abandoned the surrounding areas, turning them into Scyther territory. After crossing the Scyther territory without incident, Cain finally passed through the forest marked on the map Umbra had provided. All that remained was to cross a rocky region to reach the place where the mission item was located. However, after a day of travel, Cain had not only fought with attacking Pokemon but had also gained a better understanding of the territory of the more powerful Pokemon indicated on the map. Along the entire route, the only complicated territory had been that of the Scyther at the beginning, with a level 23 Scyther and 10 others of level 20 or higher, a formidable group. Then he crossed the Paras territory, where many types of mushrooms grew. The Paras's activity area centered around these mushrooms, which served as their food. The Paras's leader, a level 24 Parasect, led the group. Paras are peaceful, and unlike other Pokemon that attack intruders in their territory, they don't. Both Paras and Parasect have a great weakness against flying types, so Murkrow was a considerable threat to them. However, due to Cain's hurry, he chose not to attack them. Furthermore, within the Paras group, there weren't many with good potential. Although the group was large, they were the calmest Pokemon in the region. In Paras's land, many other Pokemon coexisted, mostly in harmony. When Cain passed through with Murkrow and Slowpoke, he was almost never attacked. After crossing the Paras territory, there lies the territory of a group of Mankey. Unlike the Paras, Mankey are extremely aggressive and will mercilessly attack any Pokémon that dares to enter their territory. The Mankey group occupies a vast berry forest, the largest Cain has seen on the trial island. These Mankey have a very strong sense of their territory, and any Pokémon that enters without permission will suffer their furious onslaught. They are like a gang ruling the mountains. Within the Mankey group, there is a leader with the leadership ability at level 23. With its leadership skill, its potential barely reached green quality, but it's still very powerful. Furthermore, it is backed by an endless number of common Mankey, making it a dominating force on the outskirts of the trial island. So, when Cain and his team entered, the entire group of Mankey went completely mad. To them, any intruder is suspected of trying to steal their berries. When Cain unknowingly allowed Murkrow to gather the first berry, it was like stirring a hornet's nest. Hundreds of Mankey launched themselves at them. Luckily, Mankey are fighting-type Pokémon, making them vulnerable to flying and psychic types, giving Murkrow and Slowpoke an advantage. As they fought and retreated, they launched relentless attacks, and Cain even removed Murkrow's extra weight so it could defeat the Mankey more quickly. It was a race to escape Mankey territory, but they managed to get out. However, the Mankey group suffered great losses from their encounter with Cain and his team, losing about a third of their strength. It's important to remember there were nearly 1,000 Mankey, and Cain, with Murkrow and Slowpoke, defeated almost 100. As a result of this battle, Murkrow and Slowpoke leveled up. Murkrow reached level 19, and Slowpoke reached 21. Not only did they gain experience, but they also improved their control over their respective types, flying for Murkrow and Psychic for Slowpoke. So, although it was a tough battle, the rewards were abundant. After crossing the Mankey territory, Cain and his team were exhausted. They spent the entire night camping in a relatively safe area to regain their strength. Thanks to the yellow berry energy Pokeblocks Cain had been giving to Slowpoke, its previously stagnant potential began to recover. After the battle with the Mankey, Slowpoke's potential returned to dark green, a level higher than Murkrow's. This small advancement in potential improved Slowpoke's control over its psychic abilities by 20%. Slowpoke was already outstanding in its control over psychic abilities, but this increase made it even more precise. Murkrow watched Slowpoke's progress with envy and motivation, eager to push itself harder, and asked Cain to increase its weight training load by 10 kilograms. However, after Cain's persuasion, it begrudgingly accepted a more modest increase of 5 kilograms. Cain understood Murkrow's desires, but he also knew that progress couldn't be rushed. Increasing the weight too much could cause physical problems, potentially leading to hidden injuries. Thanks to his previous training experience, Cain knew how dangerous these injuries could be. Some Pokémon with great potential end up with less success than others with lesser potential due to poorly treated injuries. Hidden injuries are hard to treat. They can only heal with a long period of rest, which means the Pokémon cannot train or fight, wasting valuable development time. By the time they recover, they've already been outpaced by others. That's why Cain decided to increase Murkrow's extra weight by only 5 kilograms, an amount that wouldn't significantly affect its combat ability. After crossing a relatively safe area without large groups of powerful Pokémon, they arrived at the territory of the strongest group Cain had seen. Although this group is small, with only 5 Pokémon, including 3 under level 10, they occupy the largest territory, and no one dares to challenge them. This group is dominated by a level 32 Nidoking and a level 30 Nidoqueen, along with lower level Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign. The Nidoking occupy an area rich in resources. In their territory, there is a natural lake and a low hill, with a green meadow by the lake, where some weak Butterfree live as playmates and bodyguards for the Nidoran. On the hill, a variety of berries and herbs grow, and the lake is full of peaceful Pokémon and many fish, which are the main food source for the Nidoking family. Normally, Nidoking and Nidoqueen don't leave their self-sufficient territory, and thanks to their great strength, no other Pokémon dares to challenge them. When Cain saw Nidoking and Nidoqueen, he was surprised. These Pokémon only evolve from Nidorino and Nidorina with the help of a moonstone, so finding even one of these species is rare, but seeing 2 at once was unexpected. Driven by curiosity, Cain stealthily approached the lake to see if there was a source of moonstones in the area. However, before he could get close, Nidoking detected him. Nidoking showed no kindness and launched a fierce attack on Cain. If it weren't for Murkrow's protect move, they would have been crushed in a single blow. Cain had no choice but to flee, using his team's speed to escape Nidoking's territory. However, Nidoking pursued them for quite a stretch. Cain decided to leave the search for moonstones for later, when his team is stronger. For now, Nidoking alone is strong enough to pose a problem for them, and with Nidoqueen's assistance, their combined strength would be even more devastating. It's no wonder they can dominate such vast territory and resources. Although the Mankey group was numerous, they were just a bunch of weaklings in the face of Nidoking. If it weren't for fatigue, Nidoking could wipe out the entire Mankey group by himself. Thanks to his tough armor that practically ignores their attacks, and with his powerful arms, he could sweep away dozens with a single blow. With Nidoqueen by his side, the Mankey don't dare challenge his authority. This shows how formidable Nidoking is. Cain had barely escaped the Mankey group, and Nidoking could already destroy them with ease. Fortunately, after crossing Nidoking's territory, Cain finally reached a stone field. Looking at the map in his hand, Cain murmured, "I just need to cross this stone field to reach the mission location." Finally, Cain was close to the mission's objective and could breathe a little easier. If he wanted to return before the next trial, he didn't have much time left. They're finally about to reach their destination, so there's no longer a rush. After a long trek, the priority for Cain and his team is now to have lunch and let Murkrow and Slowpoke rest a bit to recover their energy. They found a large, relatively flat rock, and Cain took out all his tools. Although this is a stone forest, not everything is just rock. In fact, there's more dry grass and withered reeds here than in a forest. They lit a fire and, using the stones abundant in the area, built an improvised oven. Then they placed a small pot on top and carefully poured in the water they had collected earlier from the lake. In the wild, it's best not to drink unboiled water. Even if it looks clean, no one can say how many bacteria it might contain. Murkrow and Slowpoke, being Pokemon with bodies and resistance much stronger than humans, wouldn't have any problems, but Cain can't take the risk. Getting sick from drinking unboiled water, without the right medicines, could be very dangerous in the wilderness. Cain doesn't want to face a situation where, after surviving all the battles, he ends up sick due to a careless everyday detail. While the water boiled, Cain took out food for Murkrow and Slowpoke. In addition to their usual poke blocks, Murkrow had a rabbit they had caught earlier, while Slowpoke enjoyed his favorite fish. Cain has spoiled their tastes. Slowpoke used to enjoy eating raw fish, but ever since he tried Cain's grilled fish and meats, he's lost interest in raw fish. Murkrow has also developed certain preferences. Although he always has enough poke blocks to stay nourished, he needs a bit of meat in every meal to feel satisfied. With Slowpoke's help, they cleaned the rabbit and 5 fish as thick as an arm, covering the organs and blood with dirt. In the wild, Cain doesn't want to attract a bunch of Pokemon with the smell of blood while eating. Once the water boiled, he poured it into a bottle to have enough drinking water for the afternoon. Then, like an expert, Cain started grilling the food, applying oil, turning it over, and adding seasonings. The delicious aroma filled the air as he prepared the meal. For Cain, a rabbit leg and half a fish are enough to satisfy him, leaving the rest for Murkrow and Slowpoke. Murkrow and Slowpoke quickly devoured their lunch. After a brief rest, they continued on their way. Traveling through the stone forest was much more comfortable than crossing a regular forest, though the terrain was uneven with raised stones everywhere. But compared to the dense foliage of a forest, where every step can hide an obstacle, the terrain in the stone forest is visible, so there's no risk of tripping unexpectedly. The best part is that the Pokemon inhabiting this stone forest are mostly Geodude, who, although numerous, are calm and peaceful. As long as they aren't stepped on, they won't cause trouble. Geodude prefer tranquility and can spend the whole afternoon motionless in a pile of rocks. The Geodude in this area are relatively low level. Cain hasn't encountered any above level 20, and he hasn't even seen a Graveler, their evolved form. The path was easy to traverse, and without the hassle of occasional Pokemon attacks, Cain made good progress. In just half an hour, he had crossed half of the stone forest. At this rate, he would soon reach his destination. However, as often happens, something unexpected occurred. A Pokemon blocked his path, though unintentionally, its massive size simply obstructed the way. The Pokemon blocking the path was an imposing Onix. Pokemon, Onix, dark yellow. Gender, male. Level, 30. Type, rock/ground. Ability, sturdy. Held item, none. Egg moves, defense curl, rock climb. Basic moves, mud sport, tackle, harden, bind, curse, rock throw, rock tomb, rage, stealth rock, rock polish, gyro ball, smackdown, dragon breath, slam. Learned moves, iron head. TM moves, none. This Onix rested on a huge rock, blocking the way. If they wanted to pass, they would have to climb over its body. Although Onix isn't an aggressive Pokemon, letting Cain and his team climb over him would probably make him furious. Taking an alternative route wasn't a viable option, as the stone walls on both sides stretched as far as the eye could see. Cain sighed and murmured to himself, a level 30 Onix, this is tricky. The stone forest lacks resources, so there aren't powerful groups of Pokemon claiming this vast area. Only Geodude and Onix, who don't require large resources, thrive here, as the rocks rich in minerals are their favorite food. The stone forest abounds with rocks, their greatest treasure. However, since the Geodude here are low level, the stones in this place probably don't contain rich minerals. Otherwise, the Geodude would be at higher levels. But then, how did this Onix reach level 30? Cain observed the Onix again, resting comfortably in the sun, and suddenly an idea came to him. Slowpoke, use Rain Dance on Onix, Cain ordered, using one of Slowpoke's egg moves. Slowpoke nodded, slightly opened his mouth, and began to emit a soft sound, almost like a chant with a peculiar melody. As Slowpoke sang, small black clouds began to appear in the sky, gathering right over Onix. Onix. The Onix, who was happily enjoying the sun, suddenly felt the temperature drop. Its half-closed eyes noticed the light disappear. Bewildered, it opened its eyes and saw that the sun had vanished, and a black cloud had appeared above its head. Seeing the cloud about to release rain, Onix looked around, searching for anything suspicious, but found nothing. However, it noticed that a few meters away, the sun was still shining brightly. Despite its massive size, Onix had a rather naive nature. With its limited mental capacity, it didn't think much about what was happening. Finding nothing suspicious, Onix had no choice but to give in. When the first raindrop fell on its body, Onix, reluctantly, began to move. Although the area where it was lying was its favorite sunbathing spot, and it had been lying there for years, for Onyx, who is extremely vulnerable to water, the rain was much more annoying than losing his favorite spot. From their hiding place behind a stone pillar, Cain and Slowpoke watched as Onyx quickly moved away once the rain began to fall. The rumble of rocks being dragged by Onyx's massive body gradually faded until finally, the path was clear. As soon as Onyx was out of sight, Cain ordered Slowpoke to stop the rain dance. The clouds quickly dispersed, allowing the sun to shine again, with only a few puddles on the rocks as evidence of what had just happened. After waiting a few minutes to make sure Onyx wouldn't return, Cain moved forward with Murkrow and Slowpoke. They saw that between the tall cliffs, there was a path wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. The path rose toward the sky, forming a landscape known as a line in the sky. Onyx had been resting right at the entrance of this passage. Entering this narrow passage made the temperature drop immediately, with a cold, enveloping feeling, as if they were standing in front of a refrigerator in the middle of summer. The air inside the passage was also very dry, creating a cold and dry atmosphere. As they moved forward, life around them dwindled until it disappeared entirely, not even a single blade of grass grew there. It's understandable, as the sun never reaches this place, the air is cold and dry, and it rarely rains. Even moss, which is incredibly resilient, needs at least some water to survive. Suddenly, about a third of the way through this narrow passage, they noticed a huge cave in the rock wall. The cave entrance was over 2 meters high and wide enough for 3 people to pass through at the same time. From the outside, the cave looked like an abyss of darkness. Cain looked at the hole, momentarily stunned. How can there be a cave in a place like this? And it looks like it's been here a long time. The cave showed signs of having been dug, yet parts appeared natural. Clearly, it had originally been a natural cave that some Pokémon had expanded. The claw marks on the dugout sections were already somewhat faded. Based on Cain's knowledge, it was clear that these marks could not have been made by a Geodude or a Graveler. Slowpoke, sense if there's any Pokémon inside, Cain instructed his Slowpoke. Yadin Slowpoke slightly closed its eyes, and a subtle psychic wave began to spread from its body. A few moments later, Slowpoke shook its head toward Cain, indicating it didn't sense any Pokémon presence. Seeing Slowpoke's confirmation, Cain relaxed a bit. He took a flashlight from his rocket belt and turned it on, illuminating the cave. The end of it was out of sight. After a brief hesitation, he decided to move forward. The space was relatively tight, so Murkrow perched on top of Slowpoke, who used its psychic power to stay close to Cain. After walking for several minutes, Cain noticed the cave expanding. He quickened his pace slightly, and finally, after 5 minutes, he reached the end. The end of the cave was a spacious area, but aside from rocks, there was nothing else. How strange, could it just be an empty cave? Cain murmured to himself while examining the area. Yadin. At that moment, Slowpoke gently tugged on Cain's leg, indicating a direction within the cave with a soft grunt. Cain's heart quickened as he followed the direction Slowpoke was pointing to. On the dark cave wall, there was a stalagmite as thick as a person, stretching from top to bottom. At the tip of the stalagmite, a drop of thick, milky liquid hung, full and rounded, yet not falling, clinging to the tip of the rock. A soft, comforting aroma emanated from that drop of milky liquid, spreading less than a meter before dispersing into the air. It was no wonder Cain hadn't detected it initially. This is geocentric cleansing milk. Cain exclaimed in surprise. Geocentric cleansing milk is one of the natural wonders of the Pokémon world, formed by an accumulation of minerals in nature. It's filled with energy and minerals. Consuming it can strengthen a Pokémon's body and increase its physical defense. When mixed with other ingredients to create Pokeblocks, its effects are even greater. Even humans can consume geocentric cleansing milk. Not only does it prevent diseases and improve immunity, but it also extends life and strengthens the body. Within Team Rocket, geocentric cleansing milk can be exchanged as well, but due to its extreme rarity and powerful effects, as soon as it appears, it's quickly acquired by various factions, being an incredibly sought-after item. Cain recalled that in his past life, when a batch of geocentric cleansing milk appeared on the exchange list, it sold out in less than a minute, even at a price of 1,000 points per drop. Due to its life-extending properties, it's highly sought after by great families and powerful organizations. Unless in extreme need of money, no one would be willing to sell it. Geocentric cleansing milk takes months to form a single drop. It's a shame there's so little of it. Cain sighed again. Without needing further instruction, Slowpoke looked at the ground, and its eyes began to glow blue. A rock the size of a pot lid was lifted by its psychic power. Immediately, a strong, pleasant aroma filled the air, and just inhaling it, Cain felt his entire body relax. Underneath the rock, there was a pool of geocentric cleansing milk. The drop that had been hanging from the stalagmite finally fell, merging smoothly into the milk pool. The impact of the drop created tiny ripples on the surface, but it didn't splash at all. Cain watched in amazement, unable to believe so much geocentric cleansing milk had accumulated here. Looking at the milky liquid emitting a faint glow, he couldn't help but swallow hard. In the silence of the cave, the sound of his gulp was extremely clear. Finally regaining his composure, Cain took out several flasks and containers from his belt. Slowpoke cleaned them carefully, and Murkrow dried them with a gust, making sure not a single drop of water remained. Then, Cain used a spoon, usually for preparing Pokeblocks, to carefully scoop up the geocentric cleansing milk and fill the containers. However, to Cain's surprise, as he filled one of the flasks, he discovered a Pokémon egg inside the pool of geocentric cleansing milk. A Pokémon egg had been kept in this geocentric cleansing milk, which had likely accumulated over many years. Immediately, Cain remembered the claw marks at the cave's entrance and in various parts of the interior. Could it be that a Pokémon placed this egg here? Cain thought to himself. With how much time has passed, this egg is probably already dead. Even seeing the egg's shell, not even the system could scan its status. Without rushing, Cain continued filling the flasks with geocentric cleansing milk. As the containers filled, the milk pool's level dropped, finally revealing the entire egg. The system activated in Cain's mind, and the complete data on this egg, which had been here for an indeterminate time, appeared before him. Pokémon, Larvitar, egg form, cannot be incubated, blue. Gender, male. Level, 1. Type, rock/ground. Ability, guts. Held item, essence of geocentric cleansing milk. Egg moves, dragon dance, outrage, ancient power, stealth rock. Basic moves, bite, leer. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. Cain looked at the egg in disbelief, letting the spoon in his hand drop to the ground. He would never have imagined that the egg inside the geocentric cleansing milk was a Larvitar egg. This also explained the claw marks at the entrance and the cave's size. Additionally, looking at Larvitar's inherited moves, which included Dragon Dance and Outrage, two incredibly powerful moves, he could imagine how strong and talented its parents must have been. A blue-ranked and quasi-legendary Pokémon, with proper training, reaching the quasi-elite level was almost inevitable. In his past life, thanks to the advantage of the system, Cain had also owned a quasi-legendary Pokémon, though it wasn't a Larvitar. It was because of that Pokémon that Cain was able to reach the threshold of a quasi-elite trainer's strength. What does it mean that it cannot be incubated? Cain noticed that after the egg's description, the words cannot be incubated appeared. Since he had access to the system, this was the first time he had seen such an annotation. If the egg were dead, it being unincubable would make sense. But just by looking at it, the egg seemed full of life, which made the situation even more puzzling. Cain gently lifted the egg from the geocentric cleansing milk and placed it on a cloth on the ground. The egg, which radiated a soft glow, looked almost identical to the geocentric cleansing milk. Murkrow and Slowpoke moved closer. As Pokémon, their sensitivity was even greater. They could clearly sense the life within the egg but also noticed something unusual, as if a sadness emanated from it. Slowpoke gently brought its round pink head close to the egg. Cain observed Slowpoke's gesture and didn't stop it, understanding what his Pokémon wanted to do. Slowpoke rested its head on the egg and, with one of its front paws, pulled Cain, signaling him to place his hand on its back, while also indicating to Murkrow to do the same. Without hesitation, Cain placed his hand gently on Slowpoke's back. In that instant, the scenery before them changed. The dark cave from before had disappeared, and now Cain, Slowpoke, and Murkrow were in a meadow under a sunny sky. The place was full of flowers, birdsong, and a scene so pleasant that it was truly comforting. Suddenly, an enormous creature covered in light green armor appeared in the meadow. Everything changed. The pleasant scene vanished, and a sky filled with yellow sand began to spread everywhere, flying with the wind, gradually covering all the trees and grass. Roar! With a roar from that creature, the entire meadow finally turned into a desert. The creature, with spikes on its back and green armor, was none other than the final evolved form of Larvitar, Johto's pseudo-legendary Tyranitar, also known as the Tyrant of the Desert. After arriving here, Tyranitar turned the entire meadow into a desert and then found a relatively comfortable spot to sit. It sat, and who knows how many days and nights passed. During that time, Tyranitar did not move from its place. Its originally violent nature had calmed down, becoming very quiet. However, while Tyranitar remained sitting, an unexpected group of intruders arrived in that desert. It was a group of houndooms, about a dozen of them. When they saw Tyranitar, they did not hesitate at all and attacked immediately, as if they had already planned it. Tyranitar, who had been sitting in the desert for almost a month without eating or drinking, was at its weakest. But, when faced with the attack of the Houndoom pack, it showed no hesitation or fear and stood up to face them. A pseudo-legendary is worthy of its title. Despite not having eaten or drunk for so long, it was able to easily repel the Houndooms that charged at her. However, when Tyranitar stood up, Cain saw that the spot where it had been sitting all this time had left a deep pit, and in the pit, there was a Pokémon egg radiating a soft yellow light, identical to the egg they had found earlier in the geocentric cleansing milk. It turned out that Tyranitar had been sitting there for so long to give birth to that Pokémon egg, to give birth to her own child. The weakness after giving birth, along with a month without food, had left Tyranitar at her weakest since she evolved from Larvitar. That group of Houndooms had probably carefully planned the timing, intending to bring down the pseudo-legendary in that place. However, Tyranitar's strength far exceeded their expectations, especially now that she was in the desert. This was her domain. After a day and night of combat, the battered Tyranitar finally buried all the Houndooms in the desert forever. However, due to the intensity of the battle, Tyranitar had not been able to constantly care for her child. When she returned to the pit where she had been sitting for a month, she became enraged, desperate, lost, and also sad. Because her child, who had not yet been born, had been affected by the shockwaves of the battle, and a crack had appeared in the egg. As a mother, Tyranitar could clearly feel the life fading inside the Pokémon egg. Tyranitar knelt before the egg, with tears falling from her seemingly fierce eyes. Another day passed this way. When Tyranitar stood up again, the sadness in her eyes was undeniable. Regardless of her wounds, she gently picked up the Pokémon egg and began a journey to save her child. Cain and his group's gazes moved along with Tyranitar. It's unknown how much time passed, but Tyranitar's body weakened more and more, though she never let go of her child. As a pseudo-legendary who had fought around the world, she couldn't protect her own child, and in her eyes, a deep sense of guilt and self-condemnation could be seen. When the scene changed again, Cain recognized the place. They were in the familiar stone forest and also in the narrow passage known as One-Line Sky. Tyranitar walked with staggering steps, but the presence of a pseudo-legendary remained intact, and no Pokémon dared appear to obstruct her path. When Tyranitar reached One-Line Sky, her eyes, which had lost their brightness before, began to light up, and a glimpse of joy could even be seen on her face. She walked directly into One-Line Sky, and halfway through, she stopped in front of a cave in the mountainside. As a rock and dark-type pseudo-legendary, Tyranitar had a much higher sensitivity to rocks than Geodude and Onix, Pokémon whose bodies are strong but whose minds are simple. She perceived a faint fluctuation coming from the cave, telling her that inside might be something she needed. But the cave was too small for her to enter. So, with one hand protecting the Pokémon egg and the other frantically starting to dig into the rock wall, the hard rock wall crumbled under Tyranitar's sharp claws as if it were tofu, easily creating a space large enough for her to pass through. The interior of the cave was the same as the place where Cain stood now, practically unchanged. Tyranitar, with her sharp perception, walked directly toward the geocentric cleansing milk well. At that time, the geocentric cleansing milk had not yet been covered by the rock. Seeing the geocentric cleansing milk, Tyranitar became excited. As a rock-type Pokémon, she understood the energy and mystical powers contained in the geocentric cleansing milk. With trembling hands, she carefully took out the Pokémon egg she was carrying. After so much time, the appearance of the Larvitar egg had worsened considerably. The shell that had once been crystalline and translucent was now very opaque, and the smooth surface had become quite rough. Tyranitar looked at the Pokémon egg deeply, with a gaze full of emotions that Cain, who had never had children, could not fully understand, but he grasped one thing: a mother's love. Tyranitar carefully placed the Pokémon egg into the well. Perhaps it was fate, as the geocentric cleansing milk completely covered the Pokémon egg, leaving not a single space. Seeing her child's fading life finally stop flowing away, Tyranitar could finally relax. But she also relaxed her tired body. The weakness after childbirth, the intense subsequent battle, the trauma of seeing her child almost die, and then the long journey made it so that, even though she was a pseudo-legendary, her body could no longer keep going. Clenching her teeth, with her last strength, she covered the geocentric cleansing milk well with rocks and then collapsed heavily to the ground. With an expression of relief, the light in her eyes began to fade. In fact, given the magic of the geocentric cleansing milk, if Tyranitar had drunk a little, she could have fully recovered from her injuries, and as a rock-type Pokémon, the geocentric cleansing milk could have had a highly beneficial effect on her, even increasing her power to another level. But she did not hesitate for a moment, not even considering it, because she knew that if her child was not completely submerged in the geocentric cleansing milk, the crack in the egg could not stop the loss of life. As a great mother, she preferred to give up her own life to give her child a chance to live. Tyranitar, born of rock, nourished by rock, over time her body also turned into a pile of rocks, accompanying her child, waiting for the day they would be reborn. The light changed, and Cain slowly opened his eyes. Slowpoke had mentally connected with Tyranitar's lingering obsession in the Pokémon egg, allowing them to see the entire story. Cain looked at the Larvitar egg with a complex expression, feeling the weight of maternal love. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had also witnessed everything, had tears shining in their eyes, but thanks to their strength, they had not yet fallen. He crouched down, placing his hand on a nearby rock. He felt a cold sensation spread from his palm, but for some reason, it brought a sense of relief. Shaking his head, he tried to clear that feeling from his mind and carefully lifted the Larvitar egg. As he suspected, there was a small crack on the surface. Now, the crack was firmly sealed, thanks to the cleansing geocentric milk that had condensed over it, repairing the egg with nature's power. Additionally, the geocentric cleansing milk, known for its life-extending properties, had restored the life energy that Larvitar had lost. Feeling the vitality radiating from the egg, Cain reflected, a great mother, a great nature. By a series of coincidences, Cain had found this Larvitar egg. Perhaps it was meant to be. The layer of geocentric cleansing milk had allowed the egg's vitality to recover. If it could hatch, Larvitar would surely show extraordinary talent for the rock type. However, blessings can sometimes be a double-edged sword. The energy contained in the geocentric cleansing milk was so powerful that, after enveloping the egg for so many years, it had fused with the shell. This made hatching nearly impossible. So, according to the system's reading, this valuable pseudo-legendary Pokémon egg had become an egg full of life but unable to hatch. With mixed feelings, Cain handed the egg to Slowpoke, asking it to carefully hold it with its psychic power. Though it was a shame the egg couldn't hatch, Cain would still try to find an alternative method to make it happen. He gathered all the geocentric cleansing milk. Whether he sold it at the Team Rocket Exchange Center or traded it with other organizations or individuals, Cain could obtain a large amount of materials. With these resources, training his Pokémon would be much easier. It was a beneficial cycle. As the most important resource he had found so far, he couldn't afford to waste even a drop. He gathered all the geocentric cleansing milk from the small pool, filling 10 glass bottles. He even used bottles originally intended for water to hold the geocentric cleansing milk. If Cain decided to turn these 10 bottles of geocentric cleansing milk into points, he could earn nearly 1,000,000 points. However, he couldn't do that. Sometimes, having too many resources can be dangerous if others find out. In this situation, he needed to be discreet. Of course, exchanging a small amount for resources wouldn't be a problem. This would solve Cain's major concern about how to train his future Pokémon. From now on, any Pokémon that met his criteria could be captured. He would first gather his main 6 for the team. However, that didn't mean he would catch just any Pokémon. Only those with good natures and that met his requirements would be considered. He stored the 10 bottles of geocentric cleansing milk in his belt and sighed in relief. The journey to complete this mission had been worth it, if only for the cleansing milk. Geocentric cleansing milk is not just a medicine. If a ground or rock-type Pokémon uses it as a catalyst, its power could increase tremendously, Cain thought. He was considering capturing a ground or rock-type Pokémon. Better to finish the mission first. If I find one, I'll consider it, but it's not a priority. He restrained himself from immediately searching for a rock-type Pokémon with excellent potential. In this area, the dominant rock-type Pokémon were Geodude and Onix, but neither was on Cain's list of preferred Pokémon. Therefore, unless he found one with great potential, he wouldn't consider them. In fact, deep down, Cain harbored a small hope. If Larvitar could hatch, nothing would be better to take advantage of the geocentric cleansing milk than a pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Cain pulled a small egg incubator from his belt. It was something he had prepared in advance for cases like when he found the Beedrill egg. It turned out to be perfect for this Larvitar egg. Although it couldn't hatch now, that didn't mean it couldn't in the future. If he found a way to remove the geocentric cleansing milk fused with the shell without harming the Pokémon inside, or if he weakened the shell, maybe it could hatch. Pokémon eggs can't be stored in storage, so Slowpoke would have a new task from now on, holding the egg incubator with its psychic power. This would also serve as good training for its psychic ability. When Cain returned to the entrance of the crevice, he understood why, despite the abundance of mineral resources in the area, the rocks contained so little energy. This had prevented Geodude from reaching high levels. It turned out that at the heart of this rocky formation, the geocentric cleansing milk had been accumulating, absorbing minerals and nutrients from the surrounding soil and rocks. This also explained why Onix had reached level 30 and why it was always seen basking in that spot. It was the area closest to the geocentric cleansing milk, so the rocks there contained more minerals than elsewhere. Onix had obtained enough energy to grow. Onix had developed the habit of staying there because it found that the rocks in that area accelerated its growth. This might be another example of nature's law of opposites. In extremely cold places, the warmest objects can be found, and in places blessed by light, the greatest darkness can arise. Thus, in a rocky forest with few minerals, geocentric cleansing milk, rich in minerals, had emerged. That's the wonder of nature, and Pokémon are just one part of that wonder. Once we pass through this crevice, we'll reach the location, said Cain, finally recovering from the influence of Tyranidar's motherly love, ready to continue his mission alongside Murkrow and Slowpoke. Although the geocentric cleansing milk had been a great find, he wasn't willing to give up the mission, especially since the reward points were related to his entry into the Shadow Unit. After nearly 5 days of travel, upon passing through the crevice, he finally reached the spot marked on the map as the mission site. Seeing that the mission location was another cave, Cain couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I'm destined to explore every cave on the trial island, huh? Though he joked a bit, he wasted no time. After coming this far, he wouldn't abandon the mission over a simple cave. For instance, when Cain and his team entered the cave, the slight noise they made caused a great stir among the Zubat resting on the cave ceiling. Fortunately, Zubat is a poison-type Pokémon, weak to Slowpoke's psychic-type moves. After a quick cleanup thanks to the psychic energy, the cave fell silent, except for the Zubat bodies lying on the ground. The slippery ground, covered in moss, made every step produce a squeak, and one had to pay close attention to force and angle to avoid falling. Yaden. Suddenly, Slowpoke let out a cry, its eyes lighting up with a blue glow, clearly preparing to attack. Hearing Slowpoke's cry, Cain felt a slight discomfort. Everything was too quiet. This place wasn't like Tyranidar's cave, which was cold and dry, an environment few Pokémon enjoy. This cave was cold and damp, a favorable habitat for many Pokémon. However, as they ventured deeper into the cave, aside from a group of Zubat at the entrance, they hadn't encountered any other Pokémon. Perhaps thanks to Slowpoke's warning, a spherical Pokémon began to slowly appear. A purple gas spread in the air, surrounding a black sphere in the center. Its eyes took up half its body, and below them was a large mouth with 2 prominent fangs. The Pokémon that appeared was a Ghastly, a ghost and poison-type Pokémon known for its mischievous nature and love of pranks. Slowpoke had detected Ghastly's presence. Being a psychic-type Pokémon, it was naturally sensitive to ghostly energies. When Ghastly appeared to scare them, Slowpoke had already warned them. Caw. Murkrow flapped its wings, dispersing some of the purple gas surrounding Ghastly, positioning itself in front of Cain. As a dark-type Pokémon, Murkrow had a natural advantage against ghost types, so it showed no fear, even when faced with a sudden Ghastly. Kakeek. Ghastly smiled broadly and, with an exaggerated laugh, made a mocking face. Wow, this Ghastly is quite cheeky, Cain remarked with a slight smile. Slowpoke, catch it. It was only a level 16 Ghastly, and its potential wasn't high. It wouldn't be a challenge for Slowpoke. An invisible hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Ghastly. Got it? Ghastly was startled. Its body, made entirely of gas, was usually untouchable by other Pokémon, except for its fellow ghosts. However, this invisible force made it feel very uncomfortable, like water meeting fire, causing a sharp pain. Kakeek. Ghastly let out a sharp cry. Kakeek, kakeek, kakeek. As Ghastly's cry intensified, more and more Ghastly began to appear around it, their large eyes glaring at them with hostility. However, the energy emanating from Slowpoke and Murkrow stopped them from attacking. As the number of Ghastly increased, Cain's smile widened. Amazing, it seems we've walked into a ghost nest. Cain wasn't worried about the number of Ghastly. With Psychic-type Slowpoke and Dark-type Murkrow protecting him, plus the move Teleport, his safety was guaranteed. Yaden. Faced with so many Ghastly, Murkrow and Slowpoke showed no fear, and with a cry, they released their energy. Despite its cute appearance, Slowpoke had an imposing presence when angered, especially in front of Ghost-type Pokémon, against whom it had a natural advantage. The front rows of Ghastly immediately halted, sensing a deadly threat emanating from Murkrow and Slowpoke. Just as both sides were about to clash, an opening appeared in the midst of the Ghastly crowd, and a Ghastly that looked different from the others slowly floated forward. With its arrival, the cries of the other Ghastly began to calm down. Young human, greetings. Suddenly, an old voice echoed in Cain's mind. Hearing the voice in his mind, Cain was slightly surprised. Looking at the Ghastly in front of him, he saw its eyes emitting a soft black glow. Telepathy? Is it you who's speaking? Cain asked, though he already suspected it. The Ghastly nodded, and the old voice echoed again in Cain's mind. Human, your companions are very strong. If we fight, it won't benefit either of us. The old Ghastly spoke fluently, with no difficulties communicating with Cain. Cain nodded, discreetly activating his system to scan this Ghastly's data. Pokemon, Ghastly, yellow. Gender, male. Level, 28. Type, ghost plus poison. Ability, levitate. Held item, none. Ag moves, scary face, disable. Basic moves, mean look, curse, nightshade, confuse ray, sucker punch, payback. Learned moves, astonish, psywave, smog, foul play. TM moves, none. Level 28 and still in Ghastly form. Seems like this is an old one refusing to die, Cain thought while reviewing the data. Without showing his thoughts, Cain said, I need to find something inside this cave. Once I have it, I'll leave. Facing such an ancient Pokemon, Cain decided to be straightforward and express his purpose. If you agree to help us with a task, we can let you pass and even help you find what you're looking for. Don't worry, it's a simple task, said the old Ghastly bluntly, proposing his condition. Cain felt tempted. In such a dark place, he didn't know how large the cave was. If he searched on his own, it could take a long time. Without showing any emotion, Cain coldly replied, I'm going in regardless. You can't stop me. The old Ghastly was taken aback, calculating the consequences of a battle with Cain. After a moment of silence, the old voice echoed once more in Cain's mind. We can offer you a substantial reward. As a Ghastly who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, it had dealt with humans before. It knew humans were greedy, but with the right reward, they would do anything. That's not enough. But Cain wasn't playing by the rules. Just when Ghastly was about to reveal his offer, Cain interrupted him, saying it wasn't enough. The old Ghastly felt a tinge of frustration. Noticing Ghastly's expression, Cain smiled and pointed at Slowpoke. Teach it how to use telepathy. Ghastly was surprised. He thought Cain would ask for something outrageous, but instead, he made such a simple request. Telepathy was extremely difficult for most Pokémon to learn, even for him, who had mastered it after centuries of accumulating mental power. However, in this world, Psychic-type Pokémon had a special affinity for mental abilities. As one of the most intelligent species in the Pokémon world, they often possessed telepathic skills comparable to those of humans. Ghastly had already noticed that Cain's Slowpoke was a Psychic-type Pokémon and perceived that its psychic power was considerable, though he couldn't understand why it didn't know telepathy. In fact, Cain had always had this doubt. Given Slowpoke's psychic ability, mastering telepathy should be something easy to achieve. However, Slowpoke had been unable to learn it, and Cain had found no solution. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a Ghastly who knew how to use telepathy, which would allow it to teach Slowpoke how to master this skill. Alright. This time, Ghastly showed no reluctance. Teaching telepathy to a Pokémon that should already know it wasn't complicated, nor was it difficult. After agreeing, Ghastly felt relieved to see that Cain wasn't making more demands. It feared that Cain might ask for something excessive. Even though it thought that if its entire tribe joined forces, they could still defeat Cain and his team, the cost would be too high. Besides, it needed Cain's help with a task they couldn't perform themselves. Gathering its words, Ghastly explained, I have lived here for many years and haven't seen many humans. However, not long ago, someone arrived here. Recalling its vast memory, the old Ghastly continued, "That human was very powerful, much stronger than you." Ghastly looked at Cain, who showed no reaction. At that time, I only dared to observe him from afar, not daring to get close. But I could feel that, in reality, he knew I was there. Speaking about that person's strength, Ghastly couldn't help but tremble. He left an object in the center of our old dwelling and then disappeared. At first, we thought everything was over, but it wasn't. That object began to absorb the ghost-type energy that was here. Taking a deep breath, Ghastly continued, "The longer it stayed, the faster it absorbed the energy. Soon, the ghost energy that filled this cave was completely absorbed, and we had to retreat to the outskirts of the cave." Although Ghastly couldn't express many facial emotions, Cain felt its helplessness and asked, "Why didn't you destroy that object or remove it from there?" "That's precisely what we want your help to do. We can't get close to that object, but you can," replied Ghastly in a resigned voice that Cain clearly heard. "If all of you can't remove it, what makes you think I can?" Cain responded. The old Ghastly showed an obviously frustrated expression and, after a moment of silence, said, "Come with me. When you see it, you'll understand." After saying this, it turned and motioned for Cain to follow. The Ghastly around them began to disperse, leaving enough space for Cain to pass. Although the Ghastly made faces and tried to scare them as they passed, they didn't dare touch Cain. With an impassive expression, Cain followed the old Ghastly, while Murkrow and Slowpoke stayed close, watching the surrounding Ghastly to prevent any suspicious moves. The old Ghastly didn't stop their behavior, as it knew that these gestures were part of the Ghastly's nature and couldn't be corrected. It continued guiding Cain deeper into the cave. The cave was truly complex. In comparison, Tyranitar's cave seemed like child's play. After passing through several forks, turning here and there, they finally arrived at a larger cavern. This cavern wasn't completely dark. Some unknown objects emitted a faint glow on the walls and floor. As they got closer, Cain realized they were glowing mosses. The old Ghastly stopped at the entrance to the cavern. With its voice in Cain's mind, the old Ghastly said, "This is it. This was our home, but now, due to that object, we don't dare get close." Following the direction indicated by the old Ghastly, Cain saw, under the dim light, that in the center of the cavern was an elevated stone with a pokeball resting on it. Cain was surprised to see it. He had already suspected the identity of the person who had been there, and if he wasn't mistaken, it had to be Umbra, the deputy head of the Team Rocket Shadow Unit. With his power and presence, it was no wonder the Ghastly didn't dare approach. But why leave a pokeball here? Perhaps the mission's objective is this pokeball, Cain thought. Since the old Ghastly didn't dare approach, Cain decided to move forward on his own. Murkrow and Slowpoke followed closely, always alert to the surroundings, ready to react to anything. Why did Cain trust the old Ghastly's words so much? Part of the reason was that Pokemon tend to be simpler in their thoughts than humans. If they like something, they show it. If they don't, they show that too. They don't tend to hide or disguise their feelings. Although the old Ghastly had learned some human customs due to its long life, it still had the natural habits of a Pokemon, especially when it didn't even realize those habits. Another reason was Cain's confidence in his own power. With Slowpoke and its teleport move, he could quickly escape if necessary. As for the reward promised by the old Ghastly, Cain didn't give it much importance. He didn't expect to find anything valuable in such a desolate place. With this mindset, Cain approached the stone column. When the Pokeball entered the system's scan range, it activated. Inside the Pokeball, which bore the Team Rocket emblem, a Pokemon flickered. Pokemon, Gengar, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 48. Type, ghost plus poison. Ability, cursed body. Held item, none. Egg moves, scary face, fire punch, astonish, taunt. Basic moves, hypnosis, lick, spite, mean look, curse, nightshade, confuse ray, sucker punch, payback, shadow ball, dream eater, dark pulse. Learned moves, snatch, foul play, giga drain. TM moves, rest, protect, sleep talk, toxic, hidden power, water, thunderbolt. Cain was surprised to see this Gengar's characteristics. Is this Umbra's Pokemon? Cain murmured. After seeing Gengar's wide range of moves, he couldn't help but think so. Just the learned and taught moves represented a huge investment of resources. Moreover, with Team Rocket's immense wealth, only Umbra could possess such a Pokemon on the entire island. Since this was a mission assigned by Umbra, Cain was almost certain that this was Umbra's Gengar. With this thought, Cain felt more at ease. As an elite-level trainer, this Gengar clearly wasn't part of Umbra's main team, probably just part of his second team. In Team Rocket's ranking, Light Blue is considered an elite quality. Among trainers, a Pokemon with elite qualities is already considered exceptional. A Pokemon's innate quality varies, and this translates into different talents. While it may not be evident at lower levels, as they level up, these differences become clearer. A Pokemon with high innate quality is superior in all aspects, learning, battling, and synchronization with its trainer, compared to a Pokemon of lower quality. In essence, a Pokemon's innate quality almost always determines its maximum potential. Returning to the main point, if this Gengar was placed here, then what Ghastly said makes sense. Since it was stationed in this spot, it has been absorbing the ghost-type energy that inhabits the area. This was likely the main reason Umbra left Gengar here. Ghastly mentioned that this cave was originally brimming with ghost-type energy, enough to sustain the entire colony. Even some ghastly with good innate quality could evolve into haunter. However, since Jengar's arrival, the energy in the cave began to decrease drastically. So much so that even those who had already evolved into haunter reverted back to their former ghastly form, which is extremely harmful to a Pokemon. Jengar, being the final evolutionary stage of ghastly and haunter, naturally exerts great pressure on them. And moreover, this isn't just any Jengar, with such high innate quality, the ghastly most of whom are of red quality stand no chance of resisting its influence. To avoid being absorbed by Jengar, the ghastly were forced to move to the outer areas of the cave. Even though the energy is much scarcer there, it's still something. Cain carefully picked up the Pokeball marked with the R from his belt. The Pokeball's switch was already locked, obviously to prevent Jengar from coming out on its own and absorbing the surrounding energy. As soon as he lifted the Pokeball, a thread of black mist began to float from the base of the pillar. Is this such dense ghost-type energy? Cain observed the mist with curiosity. As if confirming what Cain had said, the black mist was instantly absorbed by the Pokeball. Through the partially visible parts of the Pokeball, Jengar could be seen comfortably resting inside while absorbing the ghost-type energy. In Cain's system data, there was a small but noticeable improvement in Jengar's attributes, though it wasn't very significant. Did Umbra leave Jengar here to increase its level? Or perhaps to heal some injury? These were the only reasons Cain could imagine for Umbra leaving Jengar in this place. He didn't believe Umbra had left Jengar there just to test it. However, this wasn't something Cain needed to consider. His mission was simply to take the Pokeball back. Now, Cain wondered if he should try digging around the stone pillar to see what was producing such dense ghost-type energy. But after thinking it over, he decided not to. First, because this place wasn't like Tyranidar's cave, where there were no other Pokemon to oppose his actions. The ghastly at the entrance were carefully watching Cain, worried that he might do something to affect their home. If Cain tried to remove the pillar, the first to oppose him would be the ghastly. This pillar was their main source of sustenance. If it were destroyed, many ghastly would die, and those who survived would lose any chance of growth. Additionally, Cain suspected that if Umbra, an elite-level trainer, hadn't touched the pillar, there was surely a good reason for it. If a trainer of his level had decided not to act, Cain also thought it best not to get involved. In the end, Cain decided to leave the pillar alone, hoping that perhaps in the future he could return and discover more. He placed Jengar's Pokeball back on his belt. Seeing Cain put away the Pokeball, the ghastly, who had been holding back, slowly approached, deeply inhaling the ghost-type energy that had begun to disperse into the air. This restored some of their vitality. Meanwhile, Slowpoke, who had been by Cain's side the entire time, frowned. Since Cain had picked up Jengar's Pokeball and the energy began to expand, Slowpoke had felt uncomfortable, as if it were being enveloped by an increasing heat that was slowly melting it. "Thank you, young human," said the old ghastly sincerely. Cain noticed Slowpoke's discomfort and suggested they continue the conversation outside. The old ghastly also noticed Slowpoke's unease and followed them to the exit. Once outside, Slowpoke finally relaxed, leaving behind the oppressive sensation it had experienced inside the cave. "Young human, now that you've fulfilled what we asked of you, tell me, what is it that you're looking for?" asked the old ghastly, with a somewhat anxious tone. Cain had a curious expression. At first, he didn't know that the old ghastly's request coincided with what he had already intended to do. But now that he had completed the task, the old ghastly was asking him what he was seeking. "Well, have you seen any stone about the size of a palm that contains a great amount of energy? It doesn't matter what type of energy, whether fire, water, electric, anything will do," Cain said after thinking about it. He decided to take advantage of the situation and ask for something else. To be honest, Cain didn't really want to take advantage of the ghastly. After all, although they appeared cunning and terrifying, after a brief period of interaction, he discovered that ghastly were not very different from other Pokemon. They were also a simple and honest species, although their appearance might not seem so benevolent. What Cain mentioned was, in fact, the evolution stone. Whether or not the ghastly had seen it before, he was only going to mention it once. Being able to obtain the mission item smoothly and teach Slowpoke the telepathy skill had already fulfilled his goal. What surprised Cain was that after he finished speaking, the old ghastly, with a strange expression, pulled out 2 black stones from a corner of the cave, floated over to Cain, and said, Are you talking about these stones?" Cain watched as the ghastly used gases to form 2 virtual hands in the air, holding 2 black stones in its gaseous hand, stones known as dusk stones. Cain couldn't help but be speechless. He had only spoken without much intention, and didn't expect the ghastly to actually pull out evolution stones, much less 2 at once. The first to react upon seeing the 2 dusk stones in the ghastly's hands was Murkrow, who made a slight sound and then tugged on Cain's pant leg with its claw. Murkrow stared at the 2 dusk stones, and though it didn't know why, a deep desire arose within, telling it that it must obtain those 2 strange stones. Those stones could make it much stronger, to the point where it would experience a qualitative change. Although it didn't know why it had that thought, Murkrow tugged at Cain's pant leg again, signaling that it needed those stones. Cain looked at Murkrow, knelt down, and gently stroked its feathers, softly saying, "Murkrow, I know, but don't rush. It's not time for you to use these stones yet." Hearing Cain's voice, Murkrow also calmed down. Although the thought persisted in its mind, it knew Cain wouldn't hurt it. All it had to do was follow Cain's instructions. Cain also understood why Murkrow was so excited. It was a kind of instinct in its blood. With a dusk stone, it could evolve into Honchkrow, and its power would increase tremendously. But according to Cain's plan, Murkrow was still far from meeting the conditions necessary for evolution. Evolving now would be a total waste of its exceptional talent and potential. Originally, Cain had no intention of coveting the Ghastly's evolution stones, but he didn't expect the old Ghastly to be so direct. He barely mentioned the stones, and Ghastly actually pulled out 2 dusk stones. Oh, right. Cain had a small idea and quietly activated the system in his mind. The quality of the 2 dusk stones was scanned and revealed. Dusk Stone, mid-level, a magical stone that allows specific Pokemon to evolve. It is black as night and can slightly enhance the Pokemon's potential. Dusk Stone, initial level, a magical stone that allows specific Pokemon to evolve. It is black as night. It enables the Pokemon to evolve, but does not optimize its potential. As I thought, just like in my past life, even evolution stones have different qualities that affect their effects. A mid-level evolution stone can slightly enhance a Pokemon's potential. If Murkrow uses a mid-level evolution stone, its potential might increase even more after evolving. Reaching dark green quality wouldn't be impossible. Cain reflected silently. So what if it were a higher-level evolution stone? Cain couldn't help but think of the possibility. Although the chances of finding a high-level evolution stone were very low, Murkrow wasn't at the point where it needed to evolve yet. It could wait, right? Without rejecting the offer, Cain silently stowed the 2 evolution stones into his Team Rocket belt and said, "Thank you. It's only fair. You help us, and we help you. Besides, these 2 stones are of no use to us. We only kept them because they contain too much power, otherwise, we wouldn't have found what you were looking for so quickly," the old Ghastly explained. Cain nodded slightly. In fact, dusk stones are only effective for Pokemon that need an evolution stone to evolve, and they serve no special purpose for the Ghastly. After finishing, the old Ghastly's eyes filled with dark energy. A visible gas began to spread from its body toward Slowpoke. Caw. Seeing what the old Ghastly was doing, Murkrow was alarmed and prepared to attack. After all, Slowpoke was its companion, and Murkrow wouldn't allow anyone to hurt it. Cain raised a hand to stop the tense Murkrow, who was ready to attack, and observed the old Ghastly, narrowing his eyes. Although he didn't know what Ghastly was doing, he suspected it had to do with telepathy, and besides, Slowpoke wasn't showing any signs of resistance. They didn't have to wait long. The dark gas disappeared from Slowpoke's body and slowly returned to Ghastly. "All done, I've taught him telepathy." The old Ghastly's voice echoed in Cain's mind again. Just as he had suspected, it was teaching Slowpoke how to use telepathy. His talent is very high, he just needed a guide. The old Ghastly continued, "I can sense great power within him, but he hasn't fully mastered it. You'll need to guide him well, human." Cain nodded. He knew Slowpoke had immense talent, but didn't expect it hadn't yet reached its limit. "Master." Suddenly, a voice like that of a child appeared in Cain's mind. Cain looked at Slowpoke in surprise, whose eyes emitted a faint blue glow. Evidently, that was its voice. "Is that you, Slowpoke?" Cain asked. Slowpoke nodded, but didn't use telepathy again. It seemed it wasn't yet used to the ability, and being naturally shy, wasn't very talkative. Cain patted Slowpoke's soft pale pink head and smiled encouragingly, saying, "Don't worry, we'll take it slow. You'll learn how to use it eventually." Slowpoke's voice echoed again. Judging by human standards, Slowpoke was probably like an adorable child. Murkrow also heard Slowpoke's voice in its mind. As Pokemon, they didn't need mental communication, but it found it quite interesting. Murkrow flew around Slowpoke a few times, curious that its companion had learned such a fun ability, making Slowpoke feel a little embarrassed. Telepathy is a very special ability. It doesn't mean you can learn another species' language, but rather it's a form of mental communication. The voice you hear is just a mental simulation, not actual verbal communication. With that, Cain's journey was nearly complete. He was very satisfied with the results, the most valuable being the acquisition of the Larvitar egg. Although it was said that it couldn't hatch, as long as the egg wasn't dead, there must be a way to hatch it, he just needed to find it. The second major achievement was obtaining the 10 bottles of geocentric cleansing milk, which were an enormous fortune. If elite trainers knew about it, they might be tempted to act. After that, the 2 dusk stones were an unexpected reward. Following the old Ghastly, Cain and his team slowly walked out of the cave, which was as complex as a labyrinth. The Ghastly they encountered along the way no longer looked at them with hostility. On the contrary, there seemed to be a sense of familiarity. Even Slowpoke began to feel sympathy for them. Upon reaching the entrance of a new cave, the old Ghastly stopped. Inside, there were many Ghastly gathered together. Cain looked at the old Ghastly curiously. By now, they should be guiding them out of the cave, but instead, they had been led to another area. However, it didn't seem like the Ghastly were going to attack them, as there was no need to. If they did try, the Ghastly surely knew it would be a fight ending in losses for both sides. Before Cain could ask, the old Ghastly spoke. "I mentioned before that if you helped us with something, we would give you a reward." Saying this, it floated further inside, gesturing for Cain and his team to follow. As they entered, the Ghastly in the cave curiously watched them, gradually surrounding them. Seeing the Ghastly's behavior, Cain frowned. Although he didn't know what the old Ghastly was planning, being surrounded as if they were animals on display made him feel a bit uncomfortable. "Here are all our companions willing to join you," You can choose one of them to become your Pokémon, the old Ghastly finally said, revealing what the reward was. Cain was left speechless. It turned out the reward the old Ghastly had mentioned for completing the task was letting Cain choose a Ghastly. For the old Ghastly, allowing Cain to take a Ghastly was beneficial for both parties. When the old Ghastly was young, it had ventured into the human world and had been a companion to a person. However, at that time, human living conditions were difficult, and due to many lurking crises, that person didn't survive long, dying in an accident. Afterward, the old Ghastly returned to the place where it was born. For the old Ghastly, who had visited the human world, humans were not a mystery. In those days, humans and Pokémon helped each other, and that's how they managed to survive under harsh living conditions. Typically, wild Pokémon that received help from humans grew at an astonishing rate, much faster than they would have on their own in the wild. The old Ghastly knew that while life here was carefree, it also meant there wouldn't be any special growth. It was difficult for any Ghastly to become particularly strong, and even evolving into Haunter was a challenge, let alone reaching Gengar. Allowing a Ghastly to follow a human was an idea the old Ghastly had had since seeing the Gengar that ruled over the area where they lived. Then Cain arrived, and since Cain left a good impression on him, the old Ghastly decided to let Cain choose a Ghastly as his Pokémon. The Ghastly present had been curious when they saw Cain and his team, as it was the first time they had seen a human. These Ghastly were relatively young and had grown up hearing the old Ghastly's stories, so upon hearing about the human world, they felt a certain fascination. Seeing a human for the first time, their curiosity was hard to contain. Cain's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He never imagined, nor did it even cross his mind, that the old Ghastly would allow him to choose a Ghastly as his Pokémon. Ghastly was a Pokémon that Cain had always liked, both when he played video games on Earth and in his previous life as a member of Team Rocket. Although it was a ghost and not particularly pretty, that didn't diminish Cain's enthusiasm for Ghastly, or more precisely, for its final evolved form, Gengar. First, Gengar has very high base stat values in special attack and speed, which perfectly aligns with Cain's growth direction and battle style requirements. Additionally, Gengar is a ghost and poison-type Pokémon with a highly versatile battle style. Often, with the right strategy, it's possible to defeat stronger opponents. The most important thing is that Gengar is a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving. Upon Mega Evolving, it becomes a special attack cannon, with terrifying output power. For now, Slowpoke is the main one responsible for Cain's personal security, but when he enters the human world, there will be places where openly carrying Pokémon won't be allowed. In the event of a surprise attack, there might not even be time to throw a Pokeball. However, if Cain had a Ghastly, it could hide in his shadow and always be ready to protect him, capable of facing any unexpected situation. When the old Ghastly mentioned that Cain could choose a Ghastly, it was as if he had read Cain's mind. Ever since he entered this cave and encountered the Ghastly, Cain had been tempted to capture one with good potential for his team. But as more and more Ghastly appeared, Cain suppressed the idea, as capturing one and leaving the cave without issue would be extremely difficult. Moreover, a Ghastly captured under such circumstances would be very difficult to train and might even become uncontrollable. However, the old Ghastly's reward hit the mark, and Cain decided that if among all those Ghastly there was one with the potential he was looking for, he would capture it and take it with him. Of course, if there wasn't a Ghastly that met his requirements, he'd rather not take one at all, as he didn't want to waste resources training a mediocre Pokémon. Cain follows an elite training philosophy, and his standards for Pokémon are high. Since his resources are not abundant, he prefers to train fewer Pokémon but ensure each one is capable of performing excellently. Even so, Cain felt he was taking advantage of the Ghastly, and seeing them so happy made him feel a little uncomfortable, the first time since his rebirth that a Pokémon had made him feel this way. Cain nodded toward the old Ghastly, who returned his nod with a curious look. For others, selecting a Pokémon with good potential from hundreds of Ghastly might be extremely difficult, but for Cain, who had a system, it was nothing more than scanning several times. As his eyes scanned the place, multiple data screens appeared before him. Most of the Ghastly had red potential, some orange, and only one or two had pale yellow, all with lower potential than the old Ghastly. Cain's frown deepened. If all the Ghastly in this community had this level of potential, it wasn't worth capturing one to train, as it would be a waste of resources. Seeing Cain frown, the old Ghastly asked, "What's wrong? Haven't you found a suitable one?" With so many Ghastly there, the fact that Cain hadn't found one that interested him surprised the old Ghastly a bit, though that wasn't the whole group, it represented nearly half. Upon hearing this, Cain nodded, not wanting to insist further. He was about to turn around and leave with Murkrow and Slowpoke, as he wasn't really forcing the situation, so he didn't feel any disappointment. There was no Ghastly here that met his requirements, but he knew he would find one somewhere else eventually. Seeing Cain's actions, the old Ghastly hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make a firm decision and approached one of the nearby Ghastly, speaking a few words to it. "Wait a moment, there are a few more that haven't arrived yet," said the old Ghastly, stopping Cain, who was about to leave. Cain was surprised but nodded. After waiting for a moment, a Ghastly arrived with a few other Ghastly into the cave. Seeing the new Ghastly arrive, Cain's eyes lit up. Just by looking at them superficially, he could already tell they were different from the previous ones. First, their attitude was more lively, their eyes had more brightness, the purple gas surrounding them was denser, and their smiles couldn't hide their enthusiasm. A spark flashed in Cain's eyes, and the system began showing him the information about these ghastly. Yellow, yellow, dark yellow, yellow, light green, dark green, Cain murmured in his mind as each data card appeared for the ghastly, becoming more and more surprised until he finally saw the card for the last ghastly, which turned out to be dark green. Pokemon, ghastly, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 10. Type, ghost plus poison. Ability, levitate. Held item, none. Egg moves, fire punch, scary face, haze. Basic moves, hypnosis, lick, spite, mean look. Learned moves, rest, shadow ball, psychic, skill swap, snore. TM moves, none. The old ghastly, seeing that Cain had fixed his gaze on a specific ghastly, sighed and said, "It seems you can judge the quality of Pokemon. This ghastly is the most talented in our tribe and has been our main focus for training. Originally, we wanted it to grow here and become the tribe's leader when I'm no longer around." Cain was surprised, not because the old ghastly could see that he could evaluate Pokemon, but because of what he said about this ghastly. Although its level wasn't very high, it had learned many advanced moves, which was the result of extraordinary talent and dedicated training. The ghastly Cain had been watching also noticed his gaze and curiously looked him in the eyes. It was the first time it had seen a human. It had a great desire to explore the human world that the old leader often spoke about. When it learned that a human had arrived in their territory, it was excited and wanted to meet him immediately. But the old leader had stopped it at first, though for some unknown reason, they finally brought it here, and it was able to see the human it had longed to meet. It's decided, it'll be him. I believe he has great potential. With that, Cain approached the highest quality ghastly without hesitation. The old ghastly smiled sadly but didn't stop him. Since he had decided to allow these exceptional ghastly to be presented, he knew he wouldn't interfere with Cain's choice. He just didn't expect Cain to have such a good eye and pick the most talented one right away. "Very well," said the old ghastly with resignation, though he felt his heart break. Cain walked up to the ghastly and smiled, asking, "Would you like to come with me and explore the vast and colorful outside world?" Kakeek kakeek. Hearing Cain's proposal, the ghastly was momentarily stunned. It looked at the leader, and seeing no opposition, it nodded excitedly. Cain smiled even more widely. He took a super ball from his Team Rocket belt and said to Ghastly, "If you agree, enter here." Murkrow and Slowpoke were also watching the ghastly, excited. They knew they would soon have a new companion, which made them genuinely happy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the ghastly slowly approached the super ball Cain held, gently touched the button in the center, and was absorbed in a beam of red light. Click. With a crisp sound, Ghastly was captured without offering any resistance. Cain smiled with satisfaction. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to capture such a high-quality Ghastly, which had clearly been trained with great care. He was more than pleased. At the same time, a weight was lifted from his shoulders. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry so much about being ambushed. The old Ghastly watched nostalgically as the most talented Ghastly in their tribe was captured by Cain. Though it pained him, he had already made the decision and wouldn't change it for the sake of the tribe, even though there was no turning back now. Cain released the newly captured Ghastly and said, "Welcome to the team. Ghastly, I hope we can work well together." Craw. Yadan yadan. Murkrow and Slowpoke also joined in the welcome with smiles. Kakeek. The Ghastly, who seemed very active and energetic, began circling around Cain, Murkrow, and Slowpoke, clearly happy with its new situation. Though it seemed younger than Murkrow and Slowpoke, its attitude was more immature, which made Cain smile. Perhaps this would add some energy to the team in the future. The old Ghastly sighed in resignation, though he tried to maintain a facade of magnanimity, while enduring the pain in his heart. Seeing how happy Ghastly was gave him a bit of relief. After capturing Ghastly, the old Ghastly finally led Cain and his Pokemon toward the entrance of the cold, damp cave. Seeing the sunlight again, feeling its warmth on his skin, brought a deep sense of relief. After all, anyone who spends a long time in a damp, dark underground world, surrounded by ghosts, would feel uncomfortable. Cain stretched, hearing his joints crack, and prepared to say goodbye to the old Ghastly. When he looked back, he saw that the old Ghastly had stayed far inside the cave, avoiding the sunlight. Though it wasn't afraid of the light, as a ghost, it clearly didn't like it. Ghastly also seemed uncomfortable with the sun, though it showed no signs of physical discomfort. "Ghastly, you'd better hide in my shadow for now," Cain said with a smile. Though he had just captured it, Cain already fully trusted Ghastly. Ghastly nodded, knowing the shadow was much more comfortable than being in the sun. Besides, after living in a cave, there wasn't much difference between being in a shadow, though it was smaller, but for him, that was enough. Cain didn't put Ghastly in a Pokeball, considering that one of its main functions would be to protect him at all times. So he decided it was better for Ghastly to get used to it from the start. He gave a small wave to the old Ghastly, signaling that he was leaving. After all, he planned to return sooner or later. The mysterious stone pillar in the cave alone was enough reason to come back. Besides, now that he was taking Ghastly with him, he would surely return one day to show off his achievements. That day, he would surprise everyone. As Cain and the others walked away, the old Ghastly remained at the entrance of the cave for a long time. In the end, as if sighing, he returned to the cave alone, his silhouette reflecting an inexplicable melancholy. Shortly after, in a place where the old Ghastly couldn't see them, Cain and his team were standing under a tree, all looking at Slowpoke. Cain gently patted Slowpoke's back and, with a smile, said, "Slowpoke, use teleport to take us back. Don't push yourself too hard, go as far as you can and conserve your energy." That's right, Cain had no intention of retracing their steps. It was at least a 3-day journey back to the Team Rocket base from here, something they couldn't cover all at once. Luckily, Cain had already accounted for Slowpoke's use of teleport, or he wouldn't have been so calm and relaxed while training as they advanced. There's no doubt that teleport is a god-tier move for survival in the wild. Slowpoke's telepathy was not yet fully developed, so he didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, enveloping Cain and the others in his psychic power, even covering Ghastly, who was in Cain's shadow, with his energy. Ghastly began to take form in Cain's shadow, curiosity in his eyes. It was the first time he'd been pulled directly out of a shadow. Ignoring Ghastly's curious gaze, Slowpoke focused on locking in the coordinates. Teleporting so many beings over a long distance all at once was quite a burden for him at this point. As his psychic power intensified, Slowpoke's eyes shone brighter. With a flash of his energy, the entire group disappeared from the spot. Apart from a single leaf that slowly fell, there was no trace left of Cain and his companions. Boom! In a part of the forest on Test Island, Cain and his team suddenly appeared, having just arrived via teleport. Ugh! Cain shook his head slightly. The sudden shift in space left him a little dizzy, though his resilience had greatly improved. However, for Pokémon like Murkrow and Ghastly, it had no effect at all. Plop! With a light thud, Slowpoke, a bit exhausted, couldn't maintain his floating position and fell to the ground, showing signs of fatigue. Luckily, Cain had warned him at the start, so it wasn't severe, just mental exhaustion. Slowpoke, start meditating, meaning, use calm mind. Recover since you've pushed yourself quite a bit. Cain was serious. Although he wasn't entirely sure where they were, seeing how tired Slowpoke was, they must be very far from the Ghastly cave. Slowpoke nodded, using the last of his psychic power to return the egg incubator to Cain before lying down on the ground. A mysterious psychic wave enveloped him as he began to meditate. Without worrying about their location or potential dangers, Slowpoke started meditating, trusting his trainer. Murkrow, Ghastly, keep watch over the area. If anything approaches, attack immediately, Cain ordered firmly. Ka-geek. Murkrow and Ghastly nodded, fully aware of the importance of their teammates' safety. Even Ghastly, who had just joined, was putting in his best effort on watch duty. Ghastly, go scout around using the shadows. Don't engage in fights, just check for any powerful Pokémon, Cain told Ghastly. Not knowing where they were, sending Ghastly to scout was a necessary measure. Hehe. Ghastly nodded. Although he was very curious about the outside world, he knew that the safety of his teammates was the most important thing right now. He slowly disappeared into the shadows of the trees, going to explore. In a forest filled with shadows, he had the freedom to move as he pleased. Meanwhile, Cain sat down next to Slowpoke, unconcerned about the dirt on the ground, and examined the incubator he held. Inside was the Larvitar egg. The incubator's indicators showed everything was in perfect condition, with some values even above average, but the hatching time was still unknown. Now, with the incubator technology confirming that the Larvitar egg wasn't ready to hatch, Cain felt a bit frustrated. How can I get you to hatch? It's such a headache, Cain muttered to the egg in his hand. Time passed quickly, and when the sun started to set, Ghastly returned. Using the forms created by his gas, Ghastly communicated to Cain the information about the Pokémon and special areas he had found. With Ghastly's description, Cain finally understood where they were. So, we're already in Scyther territory. No wonder Slowpoke is so exhausted, Cain thought. They were actually on the outskirts of Scyther territory. Just a little further and they would have left the territory of these Pokémon. It wasn't surprising they hadn't encountered any powerful Pokémon in all that time. The Scyther, known for their love of combat, were rarely challenged by other Pokémon, because regardless of the outcome, another Scyther would always appear to fight. If they won, a stronger Scyther would challenge them. If they lost, a weaker one would come to fight them, until they were completely worn out. This constant battle frenzy would make any wild Pokémon tremble just thinking about it. However, for Cain, this meant he could relax. If Scyther was the strongest Pokémon in the area, he was confident enough to leave without much trouble. Moreover, the base wasn't far. If they hurried, they could reach it in a day. Of course, if Slowpoke used teleport again after resting, they would get there even faster. Finally, when the sun was just brushing the tops of the trees, Slowpoke recovered. Although each use of teleport drained much of his psychic energy, the benefits were huge. For example, the first time he used it, he could only teleport a few kilometers before exhausting himself, but this time he had covered more than 100 kilometers, a growth nearly tenfold. The most important thing was that this time, after using teleport, he still had energy left to deal with any unexpected situations. Of course, he wouldn't always grow so dramatically, but his understanding of the move teleport had definitely improved considerably. When Slowpoke opened his eyes again, the brightness and vitality in them made it clear that he had gained a lot this time. Slowpoke, how do you feel now? Cain was the first to notice Slowpoke's recovery, and seeing his renewed energy, he felt relieved. Master, I'm fine, I feel great now. Slowpoke's eyes gleamed with a blue light, and a telepathic voice echoed directly in Cain's mind. Hearing the youthful voice of Slowpoke, Cain couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed like Slowpoke was truly in good shape. Not only did he show no signs of weakness, but even his previously inconsistent telepathy now seemed to flow much more smoothly. Cain reached out and stroked Slowpoke's pink head, smiling. Next time, don't push yourself too hard, listen to what I say. Yadong Slowpoke, enjoying the pat on his head, made a sound of contentment. Then, his eyes sparkled again, and in Cain's mind, he said, Master, I'm fully recovered now. I can use teleport once more, and it won't be like last time. Oh. Cain's eyes lit up, clearly surprised by Slowpoke's words. If they could teleport again, they would be very close to the base. However, teleport only allows movement to places that have already been visited, so the closest location to the base where Slowpoke could teleport them would be the area around the waterfall they had been at before. Calculating the distance, it certainly wasn't far, especially compared to the distance they had covered this time. Cain was confident that once Slowpoke was fully recovered, teleporting that short distance wouldn't be difficult for him. So he didn't stop him and nodded with a smile. All right, let's do it again, and then we'll prepare dinner. After speaking, he signaled to Murkrow, who had been keeping watch in the tree. Once Murkrow swooped down, Cain said, Murkrow, Slowpoke has recovered, and we're going to use teleport again. Ghastly, come out too. Since finishing his exploration of the surroundings, Ghastly had been hiding in Cain's shadow, a place he found very comfortable. Kakik Ghastly slowly floated out of the shadow, circling around Slowpoke, curious about his special abilities. Yadong Slowpoke made a sound, connecting telepathically with Ghastly. It was clear that, as one of the older members of the team, Slowpoke felt a certain responsibility toward the younger, newer companion. All right, Ghastly, don't bother Slowpoke. Slowpoke, go ahead, Cain said with a smile after watching Ghastly play around for a bit. Ghastly, being the newest member of the team, was clearly a bit immature. He may have lived for quite some time, but in terms of a Ghastly's age, he was still a child, and with his mischievous nature, he hadn't yet started serious training, so Cain allowed him a bit more freedom. Kakik upon hearing Cain, Ghastly obediently floated to his side, as if to say, look, I'm being good. After Ghastly moved aside, Slowpoke began using teleport again. Clearly, he had gained more experience, as the activation time for the move was shorter, and his energy control was much more precise. When they opened their eyes again, they were in another forest. Looking around, Cain tried to recall where they were. Compared to their quick passage through Scyther territory, where they hadn't paid much attention to the surroundings, Cain remembered this place very clearly. This was where Cain and Murkrow had been chased by a pack of Earthycates, which had led Cain to meet Slowpoke at that fateful crossroads. Murkrow also clearly recognized the place, descending from the sky and pointing out some remnants on the ground to Cain. I know, that's where the Earthycates were chasing us, and we built those barricades to stop them. Cain smiled, patting Murkrow's wing as he spoke. Kakik. Hearing this, Ghastly became intrigued and started asking Murkrow questions. As the oldest member of the team, and thus the veteran, Murkrow began recounting to Ghastly the circumstances they had faced and how he fought his way through the Earthycates, defeating many of them. Cain smiled and shook his head. Ghastly's arrival had clearly made his Pokémon more lively. Murkrow, being Cain's first Pokémon, had always carried the most pressure, being a reliable and battle-hungry companion, though he didn't speak much. Slowpoke, as the second to join, was relatively shy but steady. When it was just the two of them, they often exchanged only a few words before everything fell silent. But Ghastly, with his mischievous and playful nature, had become a mediator between Murkrow and Slowpoke, causing both Pokémon, who normally didn't talk much, to start communicating more freely. Although Cain didn't want to interrupt their rare communication, the sun was about to set, and if they didn't light a fire soon, it would be harder to move around at night. All right, stop for a moment. Murkrow, go hunt some rabbits or wild pheasants. Ghastly, gather some firewood. Slowpoke, use your psychic power to set up the tent. Cain interrupted their conversation and assigned the tasks. Murkrow and the others stopped chatting immediately. They didn't show any complaints at Cain's orders and quickly set out to complete their tasks. That night, they sat around the fire. Murkrow, satisfied after the meal, lay on the ground unwilling to move, and Slowpoke, too, didn't want to do anything after eating. Only Ghastly remained full of energy and very active. As a ghost-type Pokémon, he didn't need to eat, though he could consume energy Pokeblocks. However, Cain had not yet prepared specific Pokeblocks for Ghastly, so his meal for the day consisted of residual energy from the beasts Murkrow had hunted. During the meal, seeing Murkrow and Slowpoke eating so enthusiastically, Ghastly became curious, wondering what was so special about the food that his older teammates enjoyed it so much. However, after trying once to put food in his mouth only for it to fall to the ground immediately, Ghastly decided not to insist. After resting for a bit following dinner, Cain said, "All right, we've rested enough. Before bed, let's do some exercises to digest the food." At these words, Murkrow and Slowpoke automatically stood up, accustomed to waiting for Cain's training plan. Ghastly, though not knowing what to do, imitated the others and stood still. Murkrow, 50 uses of Dark Pulse and 100 of Wing Attack, targeting that big tree. Cain pointed to a large tree, assigning Murkrow's night training. Slowpoke, continue training your psychic power. Today you need to lift 5 rocks, 500 times. As Slowpoke's psychic power was increasing rapidly, Cain immediately raised the requirements of his training. As for you, Ghastly. Cain paused for a moment to think. Today you'll just do sprints. Use your speed to run back and forth between those two trees. Let's do 2,000 reps first. I want to see what your stamina is like. Ghastly was participating in training for the first time, so Cain couldn't precisely estimate the right amount of training for him. Thus, he assigned a quantity that he deemed reasonable. After that, Ghastly went off to train on his own. The first move Murkrow trained was Dark Pulse, focusing on concentrating Dark-type energy into a single point to maximize the attack's damage. Then, he practiced Wing Attack, which is currently Murkrow's most powerful flying-type move. Part of the move's damage comes from concentrating flying energy into the wings to increase their power, while another part relies on physical strength and the impact of the flapping. As for Slowpoke, being a water and psychic-type Pokémon, although he has decent aquatic talent, his psychic talent is much greater. That's why Cain has always focused on training his psychic power. With enough development in this aspect, and complementing it with water-type moves, Slowpoke would become a kind of mobile cannon, capable of controlling and attacking, in addition to having good defense and endurance. Ghastly, being a ghost and poison-type Pokémon, although he has a high special attack value, his strategy shouldn't be based on quick battles, but rather on wars of attrition. By using the persistence of the ghost type and the continuous damage of the poison type, the longer the battle lasts, the greater the damage he inflicts on the opponent. Of course, he first has to survive the opponent's attacks. Although Ghastly has high special attack and speed stats, his endurance is very low. If he faces a Pokémon that counters him, he could be defeated in a single hit. Therefore, the main thing for Ghastly is to survive in battle, and then attack. The longer he survives, the more damage he will cause. In addition to his special attack, Ghastly shouldn't waste his talent in speed. The more speed he has, the longer he will survive. Moreover, Ghastly can learn a variety of control moves and techniques that irritate the opponent, further increasing his ability to prolong the battle. In Cain's strategy, if Ghastly masters the moves Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Rest, and Sleep Talk, along with the poison-type move Toxic, his strategy will be complete. He could even wear down higher-level Pokémon over time. Thus, Ghastly is, in fact, the main offensive Pokémon in Cain's team. Murkrow isn't built for long battles, and Slowpoke is too slow, making him easy to counter, but these problems don't apply to Ghastly. If we consider Ghastly's future evolution into Gengar, and if he manages to obtain a compatible Megastone, then battles against higher level or higher quality opponents will be possible. When Cain appeared once again at the entrance to Team Rocket's base, a day had passed. From Raticate's territory to the Team Rocket base, it took a full day to arrive. Of course, not all the time was spent traveling, most of the time was spent training the Pokémon's moves and leveling them up. The one who progressed the most was Ghastly, who originally had the lowest level. With the help of Murkrow and Slowpoke, Ghastly, who fought against higher-level Pokémon, quickly increased his level. In just one day, he went from level 10 to level 14. Thanks to the intense battles and the influence of Murkrow and Slowpoke, Ghastly, who was already restless, became a fervent fighter, eager to battle any Pokémon. This passion was what allowed him to level up 4 times in just one day. Slowpoke and Murkrow also leveled up, reaching levels 22 and 20 respectively. The main reason was that Ghastly caused many problems. He encountered powerful Pokémon and provoked them, and when they attacked him, he sought out Murkrow and Slowpoke for revenge, which naturally resulted in their levels increasing. After a full day of battles, they finally returned. Slowpoke, it's not convenient for you to be here. Rest a bit in your Pokeball, Cain said, taking out Slowpoke's Super Ball. Being a shiny Pokémon, even though he's pink, he's still very eye-catching. Anyone could notice him immediately, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, Cain decided to store him. Of course, Cain wasn't worried about other trainers, but about some Team Rocket members on the island. They are the ones who have truly survived fire and blood, and if the reward is big enough, they might take the risk. Figures like Viper and Umbra might not be interested, but their stronger subordinates could be unpredictable. Cain handed the incubator with the Larvitar egg to Ghastly, to keep it in his shadow, and then, along with Murkrow, confidently entered Team Rocket's base. The long, familiar hallway no longer caused him the same oppression as before. They say that when your power increases, your perspective on the world changes. This perfectly describes Cain's situation. He now has 2 level 20 Pokémon with great aptitude, in addition to Ghastly, who, although he is level 14, has outstanding talent. He also possesses treasures like the geocentric purifying milk and the Dusk Stone. He has both Pokémon and resources, so he no longer sees the world from the perspective of a mere apprentice. The pressure of Team Rocket no longer weighs on him as much. With an entirely different attitude from when he first revived, Cain exited the long hallway of the base. Unlike his first return, when everything was desolate, this time the Team Rocket Plaza was bustling with people in a hurry. Not only trainers but also Team Rocket soldiers seemed to be busy with something, going back and forth. When Cain entered the base, several observers disappeared from the plaza. Although he didn't pay much attention, at least 3 or 4 people saw him. Interesting, it seems the base has gotten more complicated. Cain smiled. Thanks to these informants, in no time, the news of Cain's return to the base spread among the strong trainers. A group quickly emerged from the dormitory area and, led by their captain, headed straight for the plaza. Each was accompanied by at least 1 Pokémon, and the leader had 2. They all displayed various emotions, nervousness, excitement, fear, but they moved as quickly as possible, afraid to miss something. When the leader reached the plaza and saw Cain in the center, he ran even faster, followed closely by the others, whose expressions grew increasingly complex. Mr. Cain, you've returned. The leader was the trainer Cain had spared in the wild, Sky, to whom he had given the coughing that belonged to Saurus. At this moment, beside Sky was an Acans that originally belonged to him, and a coughing that clearly showed an expression of fear. He quickly walked towards Cain and knelt down on one knee. Behind him, about 20 people followed and also knelt down on one knee, shouting loudly, Sir Cain. This unified shout echoed throughout the plaza, attracting the attention of those busy with their tasks. Seeing that the figure standing was Cain and that those kneeling were Sky and his group, everyone showed a look of understanding. Cain slightly narrowed his eyes, glancing at Sky, who was kneeling respectfully on the ground, and the 20 people behind him. Some of these people were familiar to Cain. They used to be loners with considerable strength. The system scanned the information of these people's Pokémon, and Cain took a quick look. He noticed that the average level of their Pokémon had reached level 17, and their aptitudes were quite decent. Although 2 of them had Pokémon with orange aptitude, their level was relatively high. Cain nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. He realized that he needed to reassess Sky's ability to handle tasks, as in just a few days, he had managed to gather considerable strength. Moreover, Sky had managed to tame Saurus coughing, not only fully controlling it but also raising its level. Stand up, Cain said after a moment of silence, in a calm tone. With Cain's words, Sky slowly stood up, then bowed and stood beside Cain, doing his best to keep his height below Cain's. Acans and coughing showed expressions of fear as they closely followed Sky. In particular, coughing, upon looking at Cain and Murkrow, immediately averted his gaze, and his expression of fear intensified. The 20 men who had knelt behind Sky also hastily stood up. They kept their heads down, not daring to speak, watching Cain from the corner of their eyes, who was now their true leader. Some, clearly more nervous, discreetly wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Seeing that Cain showed no displeasure, they breathed a sigh of relief. You've done well, Sky, Cain said with a smile after looking at Sky respectfully. It's my duty, and it's all thanks to your reputation and this. Coughing, Sky responded, hesitating a little when mentioning coughing. He was considering whether or not to mention certain matters. Although he had gathered so many people in such a short time, he had used some less than honorable methods. Among the 20 people, some had been recruited by Saurus during his time, and Sky had gathered them under Fox's command. Another part were loners who, for various reasons, decided that being a lone wolf was no longer a good option. Due to Cain's reputation and strength, they joined voluntarily. This group was the least afraid of Cain and had the fewest concerns about what Cain might do to them. However, the last group, which was clearly more nervous, was the most crucial. They were people Sky had forced to join through threats and promises, using Cain's actions and Saurus coughing as proof. This last part was the main reason these individuals had reluctantly accepted. This group was the most afraid of Cain, because, according to Sky's descriptions, Cain had been presented as a powerful, ruthless killer. In addition to the threats, there were also promises. Saurus coughing was the best proof. Cain had rewarded Sky with this Pokémon, elevating Sky from being an individual of mid to high strength to one of the few at the top among the apprentices. This fact was what made Sky speak hesitantly. Although he hadn't spent much time interacting with Cain, what little he knew of him was learned after being defeated. Therefore, he wasn't sure how Cain would react to this situation. Hearing the hesitation in Sky's voice, Cain stared at him intensely for a moment, which made Sky, who had been calm, begin to feel uncomfortable. Sweat started to appear on his forehead. Only then did Cain look away. I said you did well. I only care about the results, not the process, Cain said in a slightly more severe tone. Seeming to understand Sky's concerns, Cain, although not very interested in the details, felt the need to give him a subtle warning not to forget who was the boss. Yes, Sky responded as his already hunched posture bent even further. He didn't dare wipe the sweat from his forehead and nodded repeatedly. As for the 20 people standing beside him, they didn't dare breathe too loudly. They had clearly felt a strong aura of violence emanating from Cain, accompanied by a trace of murderous intent. They were awed by Cain's presence while adjusting their mental attitude. Cain was quite satisfied with the situation. Although he didn't know what methods Sky had used to gather so many people, as he had said before, he only cared about the results, not the process. He had enough confidence to believe that he could control them. Besides, this was nothing more than a side move for him. The final outcome wouldn't have a major impact on his current situation. However, since it was already considered that he had a faction, it was necessary to make a gesture. If you do a good job, there will be rewards. Give me your identity card later, and I'll transfer 1,000 points to you as a reward. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. It was 1,000 points. Most of those present had never seen so many points. For some, 1,000 points was an unreachable number, as even now, some didn't have 100 points on their cards. And you, Fox, you've also done well. I'll reward you with 200 points, Cain continued. Rewards and punishments, that's the way to manage subordinates. Fox, visibly excited, couldn't believe he had also earned a reward in points. So far, after completing so many missions, he had barely accumulated just over 100 points. Now, in one go, he had received double his total. How could he not be happy? Everyone present turned their gaze to Fox, with varying expressions of envy and jealousy. At the same time, in their hearts, they firmly decided to do something that would please Cain, so they could also earn rewards in points. As for Sky, who received 1,000 points, everyone felt envy. However, they understood that there was a great difference in strength, and he was the person closest to Cain, practically his right-hand man. But for Fox, the envy was pure. After all, they were all pawns, and the only difference was that Fox had been recruited a little earlier, but had already received a reward of 200 points. Especially those who considered themselves stronger than Fox, they were the most jealous. It's only when people's positions and abilities are similar that comparisons become more apparent. Cain noticed their expressions and said, "As long as you behave well, there will be rewards. Then you can choose between points, Pokémon, items, whatever you want." Upon hearing these words, everyone was filled with excitement, eager to prove their loyalty immediately and complete tasks to earn all the rewards. There's no need to mention the usefulness of points, they are the common currency within Team Rocket, far more practical than the League's currency. As for Pokémon, Sky, who is now Cain's administrator, holds his position today because he received a coughing as a reward from Cain. They believe that if they had such an excellent Pokémon, they too could take Sky's place. Items cover a broad range, from various berries and potions to rare moves and exotic treasures. Regarding Cain's promises, since Sky received 1,000 points, no one doubted the truth of his words. Thus, Cain has formed his own small faction on the Trial Island, or rather, a large faction among the participants. This is a characteristic style of Team Rocket. Under Giovanni, there are many factions, with smaller factions within the larger ones, competing and growing together. Giovanni transformed Team Rocket from a third-rate gang into the colossus that can now rival the League, and the factional rivalries have been a major reason for that. As long as the balance between factions is maintained, this vast power can be effectively managed. Moreover, Giovanni is an extremely confident person with a charisma that makes his subordinates compete only with each other, without any hint of rebellion. Of course, Giovanni's immense strength and the control of his powerful trump card, Mutuo, are also key factors. After teaching them a lesson and offering rewards and temptations, Cain had likewise ensured that this group would follow him without question. As long as his power was strong enough, all the small plots would be easily dealt with. "Let's go and prepare for when the trial begins," Cain said. "Yes, Lord Cain, we now have our own meeting place. The brothers in the dormitories have built a large hall as our base," Sky responded, bowing. "Oh." Cain's eyes lit up. Sky's ability to get things done was truly commendable. With Cain leading and Sky guiding them, the group headed toward the dormitories. "By the way, why are there so many people in the plaza? What are they doing?" As they walked, Cain suddenly recalled that the plaza, which was usually empty, was now filled with participants and Team Rocket soldiers bustling about. "This is because..." Sky hurriedly began to answer, but was interrupted midway. "This is because the trial rules have changed." Sky, who was about to get angry at being interrupted, immediately shut his mouth upon seeing who had approached. The person who interrupted Sky was Xander, who walked up with a group of people. With his white Team Rocket uniform, short light brown hair, and sharp eyes, Xander stared intensely at Cain. Xander stopped in front of Cain and continued, "The attack trial is just one part. If someone ranked lower believes they are stronger, they can challenge those ranked above them. If they win, they take their place. If they lose, they drop 10 ranks. Life or death won't be considered." When he mentioned life or death won't be considered, an intense murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Xander viewed Cain as his only rival and didn't hide his desire to kill him. Cain merely smiled, paying no attention to Xander's murderous intent. At this point, unless Xander had a fortuitous encounter, he wouldn't be a match for Cain. "So, do you want to face me now?" Cain asked. Xander came with such momentum that even Sky thought he had come to fight, though Cain didn't think so. His words were just a joke. Cain knew a bit about Xander. Though he was someone who easily showed his emotions and had a strong desire to compete, he wasn't foolish. If they fought here, wouldn't it turn into a group battle? In that case, it would be hard to predict who would win, as in such chaotic situations, unexpected events were more likely to occur. Humph. Xander let out a cold snort. What irritated him the most about Cain was his carefree attitude. "Don't think you're already number one. If you want me to challenge you, you'll have to be number one first. Perhaps it'll be you challenging me." Cain smiled and replied, "Oh, then I'll look forward to it." Cain's smile instantly ignited the anger in Xander's heart. Every time Xander approached with great momentum, he was met with Cain's indifference, like hitting empty air, which frustrated him deeply. "Move." Seeing that Xander wasn't speaking or moving, just standing there with a red face, blocking his path, Cain spoke. Xander's face alternated between green and red, and his fists cracked. If it weren't for the trial happening today, he wouldn't have held back. A glance at the Akans next to Xander said it all. The snake was coiled, its cold, narrow eyes fixed on Cain, awaiting Xander's command. However, while Xander had an Akans, Cain had a Murkrow. Murkrow was also watching Akans closely, ready to take it down at any moment. Murkrow was confident that if Akans attacked, he would react faster and stop it. Unable to find words, Xander let out a roar of rage and stormed off with his Akans and his followers. He realized that every time he confronted Cain, he only ended up humiliating himself. Cain completely ignored him, while he, time and again, desperately approached. As they left, Xander's face was grim, and none of his subordinates dared to speak. Xander, normally arrogant, had once again lost to Cain, and they didn't dare make a sound for fear of becoming the target of his wrath. Though Xander had to think twice before acting against Cain, he wouldn't be as lenient with them. Besides, they hoped Xander would lead them out of Trial Island. With his brother's power, they could have a good start in Team Rocket. But what they didn't know was that Xander had no intention of relying on his brother. He wanted to prove his worth on his own, and even if he left Trial Island, he would continue to depend on his own strength. Watching Xander's figure fade into the distance, Cain couldn't help but laugh. In truth, he didn't dislike Xander, although he was arrogant and extremely proud. As Cain always said, an honest villain is always better than a hypocrite. Of course, if Xander decided to be his enemy, Cain wouldn't show mercy. The distance from the plaza to the dormitory was just over 1,000 meters, but for the 20 people who had just joined, it felt like an entire day. The pressure of being around the number one was overwhelming. Moreover, they had encountered Xander along the way, and for a moment, they thought there would be a fight. They were even considering whether they should get involved if one broke out. Fortunately, it was just a scare. When they arrived at the hall Sky had mentioned, Cain was a little surprised. Although it was made of wood and looked rather rustic, its size exceeded Cain's expectations. Upon entering, the hall was quite spacious. In the center, an elevated platform had been built, and atop it, there was an imposing chair. Without hesitation, Cain headed directly for the chair and sat down. Murkrow, who followed him, flew to the top of the backrest, looking down at those present from above. Cain observed the 2 rows of people standing before him and couldn't help but feel surprised. No wonder so many people crave power and occupying a high position from which they can look down on others. The view from that position can indeed be addictive. Even in his previous life, Cain never had the opportunity to take a place like this, observing his subordinates. This was the first time he had experienced something like that. Sky was at the front of the group and stepped forward to speak. Lord Cain, we are now 25 people in total. Including you, we are 26. The average of our positions is around the 40th rank, and some are among the top 10 to 20. Here, we can consider ourselves a considerable force. Cain nodded without saying anything, signaling for Sky to continue. Additionally, with you being in first place, no one dares to confront us. Although it's been a short time, in these 2 days, we have gathered a total of 237 points, all of which are on my identification card, Sky continued. On this trial island, there's an unwritten rule: joining a faction grants you protection, but you must surrender 20% of your points as payment for that protection. Keep those points with you. If someone makes a contribution, you can reward them directly. For Cain, that amount of points was insignificant. He had recently given away 1,000 points without blinking an eye. This test group that Cain had formed only had some utility on the island. Outside of the island, in Team Rocket, this group would be nothing more than a small team within the organization. However, those who survived the trials would have more potential than regular members of Team Rocket. Cain formed this group primarily to have some followers he could recruit once he was established in Team Rocket. After hearing Sky's report, Cain dismissed the meeting. He wasn't the type of person who enjoyed walking around with a group of people following him. Both in his previous life and in this one, he had always preferred to be alone. Being with his Pokémon is the only thing that truly allows him to relax. He left the group's management to Sky, as Cain preferred to act as an absentee leader. However, Cain was surprised by Sky's talent and management skills. If Sky remained loyal, he could become Cain's first true subordinate in Team Rocket. I hope you don't disappoint me, Sky, Cain murmured as he left the hall with Murkrow. Due to Viper's changes to the trial rules, the test had been rescheduled for the afternoon. At the Team Rocket base, many training activities couldn't be done publicly, and Slowpoke also had to remain inside its Pokeball, as it wasn't suitable to appear publicly here. As for Ghastly, Cain preferred to keep it as an ace up his sleeve, so he wouldn't let it appear in public either. Since the test hadn't started yet, Cain decided to visit the exchange center to submit Umbra's mission. Unlike his previous visits, this time the exchange center was crowded. The testers, who had adapted to the environment and the way of life on the trial island, had finally learned how to earn points and exchange them for various items. However, not everyone was as lucky as Cain. After completing a mission, most only earned a few points. The missions with higher rewards were usually too difficult or had already been taken by others. Once they understood how valuable points were, the testers began using them very cautiously. When Cain entered the exchange center, he didn't attract much attention. Since the test would begin in the afternoon, everyone was busy exchanging items to enhance their strength at the last minute. Except for one person, who immediately noticed Cain's presence when he entered. Standing in a corner of the counter, that familiar exchange center employee raised his hand to signal Cain to come over. When Cain reached his side, the exchange center employee smiled and said, "I didn't expect you'd return safely. That important person told me that if you returned, you should go directly to see him." Cain nodded without saying anything, surprised by Umbra's instructions. He was nothing more than an insignificant tester, yet the subcommander of Team Umbra, an elite-level expert, had given specific instructions about his return. In a secluded corner, that exchange center employee once again opened the secret door for Cain. Cain walked through the dark hallway with a different feeling than the first time. The first time, he was filled with nervousness and confusing thoughts, but this time, he was much calmer. After 2 encounters with Umbra, Cain understood that as long as he had courage, Umbra wouldn't attack him. Besides, Umbra had even given him a badge as a reserve member of the Shadow Unit. The place was the same, the familiar room, with the bookshelf and the desk he knew. The difference was that this time, Umbra wasn't hidden under his mysterious black cloak. He was sitting calmly at the desk, reading a book. This was the first time Cain had seen Umbra's true appearance. He had light brown hair, and probably due to a lack of sun exposure, his skin was quite pale. His facial features were very defined, with a Western touch but also the delicacy of an Eastern person. One of his hands had only 2 fingers, while the other was perfectly intact, with long, slender fingers like those of a woman. Dressed in simple black clothes, Umbra had a vigorous and determined appearance. Noticing someone had entered, Umbra looked up and, this time, didn't leave Cain waiting. He smiled and said, "You've returned?" It seemed he wasn't surprised Cain had come back successfully. Cain nodded and slowly walked towards the desk, where he placed the pokeball containing Jengar, respectfully setting it on the desk. Upon seeing the pokeball that Cain had brought, Umbra's expression became complex. Umbra picked up the pokeball from the desk and, through the transparent window of the pokeball, saw the Jengar inside. Jengar, who usually seemed to be lazily resting inside the pokeball, immediately stood up upon seeing Umbra, showing an expression of longing. "You've been through a lot, Jengar." Umbra, with a complex expression, murmured these words to the Jengar inside the pokeball before attaching it to the hook on his belt. Then he looked up at Cain, who remained respectfully standing to the side, and nodded. "You did well. When you leave, find the person who brought you here to redeem 10,000 points. For someone at his level, 10,000 points were nothing, something insignificant that didn't catch his attention." "Understood," Cain responded without adding more words. Cain's discretion always pleased Umbra. He knew when to speak and when to remain silent, avoiding unnecessary problems. But even though Cain didn't ask, Umbra himself seemed interested in talking, and with a smile, he asked, "Aren't you curious why I left Jengar there?" Cain did not expect Umbra to ask such a question. In his impression, Umbra had always been a very efficient person, who never wasted time on unnecessary small talk. Has he changed his attitude today? Cain thought silently. Without showing any emotion on his face, he nodded honestly and replied, "I am curious, but if you don't mention it, I won't ask." Cain had always maintained sufficient respect for Umbra, not because he was a high-ranking official in Team Rocket or the sub-leader of the Shadow Unit, but because of his elite-level strength. The strong are always respected by others, and Cain firmly believed in the idea that only the strongest survive and rule. So, since Umbra was a true elite-level trainer, he gave him the necessary respect. Hearing Cain's words, Umbra was surprised for a moment but then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you really are something." From the first time he saw him, Umbra had said several times that Cain was something, although Cain wasn't entirely sure what exactly that meant. The first time, he understood. The second time, he reflected and understood again. But when Umbra repeated it for the third and fourth time, Cain started realizing that the something Umbra was referring to wasn't as simple as he thought. After laughing, Umbra's smile gradually faded, and he said, "In a battle, to protect me, he was severely injured. I knew that in the Trial Island, there was a place where his wounds could heal quickly, and it was the same place you went to, the one inhabited by Ghastly." His gaze began to cloud slightly, as if he was remembering something. "It was the first time I discovered that place on the Trial Island. Oh, by the way, I was one of the first to have participated in the trials of Team Rocket on this island." Cain was surprised to hear that. Umbra was one of the first on Trial Island? Umbra, as if reading his mind, continued, "Just as you imagine. Back then, the Trial Island had just been discovered, and out of the first participants, only 2 of us survived. I'm one of them, and you may meet the other one someday." Although Umbra didn't mention who the other survivor was, Cain had an idea it was probably the other sub-leader of the Shadow Unit, Tenebris. "Let's go back to that place where the Ghastly gather. You must have noticed the stone pillar emitting ghost energy continuously, right?" Umbra shifted the topic from his past memories. "The water there is deep, and you're not ready to explore it now. Fortunately, you didn't try to investigate too much, or you might not be here today," Umbra continued, talking to himself. "You just need to know that few people are aware of that place, and you should make sure to keep your mouth shut. When your power is enough, you'll understand it for yourself." Cain's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he returned to his usual expression and nodded, saying, "Understood." Cain had no intention of investigating that pillar for now, especially since someone as powerful as Umbra had decided to preserve it instead of destroying it, which suggested it was a rather special place. Umbra shook his head. Although Cain seemed respectful and his response was quick, Umbra could catch a fleeting expression in his eyes. Without dwelling too much on that, Umbra continued, "You've passed my first test, which means you now have the right to know who I really am within Team Rocket." Cain's heart raced. He already knew Umbra's true identity, but he couldn't prove it. After all, in Team Rocket, if you didn't have enough power, you wouldn't even have the right to know of Umbra's existence. "Show me the medal I gave you last time," Umbra instructed, referring to the black cloud-shaped medal he had given him before. Cain took it from his Team Rocket belt and handed it over. Umbra took it and rubbed the surface with a finger before continuing. "This medal represents the most mysterious department in Team Rocket, a medal for a reserve member of the Shadow Unit. From the moment you accepted this medal, the test began for you. The task you completed for me was the first step of this test. Without pausing, Umbra continued to explain, "My name is Umbra, as you already know. I'm the sub-leader of the Shadow Unit. If you manage to complete all the tasks I assign you, you'll be able to join us. Although I can't tell you now what benefits or responsibilities you'll have, I can assure you that many people in Team Rocket would do anything to join us, though most don't even know we exist. Now you have a choice: continue with the missions until you join us or quit and keep proving yourself on the trial island, starting as a grunt or a captain, slowly climbing up the ranks." Umbra presented Cain with a rather unbalanced choice. Cain had already made his decision a long time ago. Joining Umbra didn't conflict with his goal of rising within Team Rocket. In fact, with Umbra's help, it would be much easier. But to avoid appearing too eager, Cain tilted his head and pretended to think. Umbra didn't suspect anything. After all, the information about the Shadow Unit was so secret that he couldn't reveal too much. He could only rely on Cain's intuition to choose. "I choose to continue with the missions." After a brief pause, Cain said with determination. There was nothing to doubt. He had already made his decision a long time ago. Hearing Cain's response, Umbra smiled. "In the future, you'll be glad you made this decision." Cain nodded without adding anything. Some things can't be said, but he knew his decision was the right one. At that moment, a buzzing sound, bzz, 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 was approaching, growing louder and echoing in the room. Cain recognized that sound and was somewhat surprised. A beedrill slowly appeared from a corner, flying toward Umbra and rubbing its arms affectionately against his. "This is..." Cain's expression of surprise turned into understanding. If he wasn't mistaken. "That's right, this little guy hatched from the Pokémon egg I got from you." Umbra smiled, confirming Cain's suspicions. So it was true. Cain understood but then showed confusion again. Although bug-type Pokémon have a short growth cycle, the time between hatching and evolving in just a week was still extremely short. Umbra stroked Drill's triangular head, and noticing Cain's confusion, he said, "This little guy has quite a bit of talent, and he's been training hard every day. Today he just evolved into a beedrill." Pokémon, beedrill, dark green. Gender, female. Level, 11. Type, bug plus poison. Ability, sniper. Held item, none. Egg moves, bug bite, focus energy. Basic moves, twine needle, fury attack. Learned moves, laser focus. TM moves, protect, toxic, hidden power, fire. Upon seeing the datasheet of this beedrill, Cain was truly surprised, not only by its growth speed but also by its quality. Originally, the beedrill should have been of green quality, but now it had reached dark green, just a step away from light blue quality. Umbra truly lived up to being an elite-level trainer and one of the faction leaders within Team Rocket, with countless resources at his disposal, managing to raise Drill's quality by 1 grade. Although this small advancement may seem insignificant, if developed properly, its combat power could increase by at least 1 level in the future. In addition to Umbra's intensive training, with all the moves he had taught it, even a blue-quality Pokémon could have a chance of being defeated. What also surprised Cain was Drill's ability. Generally, Beedrill has the ability Swarm, which increases the power of bug-type moves when its health is low, a decent ability. However, Beedrill also has a hidden ability, Sniper, which increases the power of critical hits. Normally, critical hit power is increased by 1.5x, but for a Pokémon with the Sniper ability, the increase is 2.25x. This is a 0.75x power boost, which could result in an instant defeat if a critical hit is achieved. So, Sniper is really powerful. If Cain had known from the start that Beedrill had this ability, he probably would have decided to keep it. However, the chance of a hidden ability appearing is extremely low, so Umbra was incredibly lucky to hatch a Beedrill with the Sniper ability. Perhaps that's why he decided to invest so many resources to raise its quality by a grade. After overcoming his surprise, Cain quickly suppressed any expression on his face. Although this Beedrill was very impressive, he didn't regret his decision. Umbra observed the changes in Cain's expression, noting that aside from his initial surprise, he didn't show any other emotion, silently nodding. "This trial is quite special, so you should no longer hide your power, strive to show all your talent. I can't tell you exactly why this trial is special, but I can assure you that showing your talent won't put you in the crosshairs of people with ill intentions." Umbra's eyes became serious, and immediately, the imposing presence of an elite-level trainer emanated from him invisibly. Team Rocket, as a dark organization, had eliminated many talents before, and Umbra knew well what Cain was concerned about, but this trial was different. Hearing Umbra, Cain's eyes widened in surprise. "This trial is special? Why didn't I feel that way in my past life? Haven't you noticed? The quality of the participants in this trial is quite good, and most importantly, many of them received high-quality Pokémon. Do you think they all have a brother like Xander who gives them decent Pokémon?" Hearing this, Cain's eyes narrowed sharply. He was just now realizing it. It's true, why would they give green-quality Pokémon to participants if they were meant to be mere pawns? Wouldn't it be a huge waste if they died in the trial? Why didn't I notice this in my past life? Was it because my results were so poor that I wasn't entitled to notice? I know your Murkrow has good quality, and that you carried extra weight during the last trial. Although hiding your power isn't a bad strategy, I want to tell you that if you really want to rise within Team Rocket, this trial is a great opportunity. This time, it's different. Umbra said the last words almost one by one, without revealing why this trial was different, but Cain could sense the seriousness in his tone. Cain became thoughtful. If Umbra said so, then this trial must be truly special. Of course, he wouldn't be naive enough to think that simply standing out in the trial would guarantee him a high rank in the future within Team Rocket. If he really did what Umbra said and didn't hide his power during the trial, it might facilitate his future development, but it would be like dancing on a razor's edge, without any disguise. He couldn't take Umbra's words at face value, but they definitely changed his future plans. Next, Umbra said something that almost made Cain jump out of his chair. The little one in your shadow is also a Pokémon with great talent, you're really lucky. Saying this, Umbra gave Cain a meaningful look at the shadow behind him. Suddenly, cold sweat began to break out as he instinctively reached for the Team Rocket belt, seeing that there was nothing in the shadow. But the problem was, there wasn't just one Pokémon in his shadow. Facing Umbra, who was one step ahead, might be pointless, but Cain was still prepared to fight. Seeing Cain's alert attitude, Umbra smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not going to take advantage of someone like you. Your Pokémon belong to you, I'm not going to steal them. If I wanted to attack you, why would I have chatted with you for so long? Besides, even if you release another Pokémon, what good would it do? This was the pride and confidence of an elite-level trainer. Umbra didn't believe that someone like Cain could escape his hands, even if Cain's Pokémon were of high quality. Umbra interpreted Cain's exaggerated reaction as fear of having his Pokémon stolen, which was common in Team Rocket. Letting go of the belt, Cain knew his reaction had been excessive. But one thing was certain, with his current power, even if he released all 3 of his Pokémon, he wouldn't stand a chance against Umbra. Even the Jengar he had brought couldn't be handled by Murkrow and the others. Seeing Cain gradually relax, Umbra let Beedrill go play, resting both hands on the table and leaning slightly forward. In short, make sure to give your best in this trial. If you manage to meet my expectations, I might allow you to temporarily leave the trial island. After all, you have no rivals here anymore. Umbra said something else that surprised Cain. If he could really leave the trial island early, the benefits to him would be immense. Looking at Umbra with a serious expression, Cain wrestled internally, but in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of leaving early and nodded. I understand, Lord Umbra. Hearing Cain's affirmative response, Umbra slowly leaned back and smiled. Of course, only if you satisfy me. As he left the dark office, Cain noticed a bit of sweat on his back. Cain was slightly surprised that Umbra could see Ghastly in his shadow, but he accepted it, though he felt it had been somewhat reckless. Fortunately, even though he had overreacted, Umbra only thought Cain feared he would steal his Pokémon. Cain patted his somewhat stiff cheeks and exhaled deeply, trying to regain his usual mental state, which wasn't an easy task. When someone becomes absorbed in a thought, getting out of it is only possible by thinking about something else. Murkrow has already learned the moves needed for daily needs, but Slowpoke and Ghastly have not yet learned moves through TMS. Cain plans to improve both of them this time. First, there are 2 Protect TMS, which are essential. This will consume all of the 10,000 mission points earned on this occasion. However, these are necessary expenses, so Cain does not regret it. Ghastly, who acts as his closest guardian, must learn the Protect move, as it will not only allow him to block some moves in battle but will also be a great help for self-protection. So, for Ghastly, the Protect move is indispensable. For Slowpoke, Protect is also very necessary. Whether to use it in battle or before using the teleport move to escape, he can first block a high damage move with Protect, which is very practical. In addition to the 2 Protect TMS necessary as survival moves, Cain also simulated Ghastly and Slowpoke's future battles. Ghastly focuses on a combination of Hypnosis plus Rest plus Sleep Talk plus Toxic as his main combat method. Fortunately, Ghastly has already learned Rest and Hypnosis, so he only needs to learn Sleep Talk and Toxic to establish his basic combat style. However, the current points are not enough, so it is impossible to redeem both Sleep Talk and Toxic at once, as they are highly valuable moves. If he had to choose between the 2, Cain would lean more toward Sleep Talk because, for the Poison-type Ghastly, who is not yet fully developed, Toxic would not be as effective at this time. Cain plans to develop Ghastly's Poison-type moves over time and then combine them with other Poison-type moves so he can better manage this type's energy. Therefore, Sleep Talk is a move that needs to be redeemed, which requires an additional 7,000 points. These are the resources Ghastly needs, while for Slowpoke, Cain plans to have him learn Hidden Power. Slowpoke, as a Water and Psychic-type Pokémon, can face many types of Pokémon, but he is also vulnerable to several types. He takes double damage from Bug, Ghost, Grass, Electric, and Dark types, a total of 5 types, which means he has many disadvantages in battle. If Slowpoke can obtain a suitable type for the Hidden Power move, this could help offset his disadvantage against certain Pokémon types. Yes, it's a matter of luck. The type given by the Hidden Power move depends entirely on the Pokémon itself, so it's a move that depends on chance. Although Hidden Power is quite a common move, the high demand for it makes it costly, also requiring 7,000 points for its redemption. After the first redemption, Cain had 7,400 points remaining. After rewarding Sky and Fox, he was left with 6,200 points. Adding the 10,000 points earned from this mission, Cain had a total of 16,200 points. However, to redeem 2 Protect TMS, plus a Sleep Talk move and a Hidden Power move, a total of 24,000 points is needed. Therefore, Cain does not have enough points and will have to exchange other items for points to obtain everything he has planned. Thinking quickly, Cain had already calculated everything as he left through the secret door. He approached the redemption employee he knew and took out his points card, saying, "Here are 6,200 points, plus the 10,000 points that gentleman just gave me. There should be a total of 16,200 points on the card." The redemption employee took Cain's points card and waited for his next words. The 10,000 points Umbra gave Cain were already prepared. After Cain completed Umbra's mission, the employee had already guessed what might come next, but being a small pawn, it's better not to know too much. So now he just wanted to fulfill this task quietly and decided to remain silent about everything Cain did. Cain paused and finally decided to pull a jet black stone the size of a palm from the waist of his Team Rocket uniform. After thinking it over, he decided to redeem an initial level dusk stone for points. Because both the mid-level dusk stone and the geocentric cleansing milk are priceless treasures on the market, exchanging them for points at Team Rocket's redemption prices would be a waste. Instead, the initial level dusk stone, though valuable, is just an ordinary evolutionary stone that can be easily obtained if one has the money. So Cain decided to redeem the initial level dusk stone for points. According to Team Rocket's redemption list, the initial level dusk stone is worth 50,000 points, but if redeemed for points, a 30% discount applies, so Cain would only receive 35,000 points. Cain silently complained about Team Rocket's redemption system. With this discount alone, it's easy to see how many benefits Team Rocket gets each year from this redemption system. It's no wonder they've grown so quickly. Exchange this dusk stone for points, please. The redemption employee was amazed to see the dusk stone in Cain's hands, although he was accustomed to Cain's good fortune. He really is lucky, leaving no room for other participants to thrive. It's important to note that even people like Xander, who have skills and connections, if they don't excessively use their resources, have barely accumulated a few thousand points, not even reaching 10,000. But seeing Cain, with his previous 20,000 points, the 10,000 points from Umbra's mission, and now this dusk stone, he has accumulated a total of 65,000 points? The employee almost wanted to ask who the real novice was here. With a somewhat stiff smile, the employee nodded mechanically and took the dusk stone from Cain's hands. This is an initial level dusk stone, which can be exchanged for 35,000 points. Luckily, it was an initial level dusk stone. The employee feared that if Cain pulled out a higher level one, he might have exhausted all the resources of the trial island at once. Cain already had a clear idea about the exchange prices. Give me 2 protect TMS, 1 sleep talk, and, better make it 3 hidden power TMS. What Cain was initially going to say changed slightly at the end. Since he had enough points, why not give each of his 3 Pokemon a hidden power TM? Even if the resulting type of energy wasn't particularly useful, it didn't matter. But what if it turned out to be just what they needed? What if the type they awakened could cover their Pokemon's weaknesses? This would depend on luck. Although the exchange attendant tried to remain professional, he couldn't help but flinch upon hearing Cain spend points so freely. Here is your ID card, you still have 13,200 points. These are the TMS you've exchanged. The attendant took the TMS from a secure cabinet, handed them to Cain, and then deducted the points from his card before returning to his work, not wanting to face the shock that Cain's actions caused him again. After all, in his 2 years in Team Rocket, though he had always worked in administrative roles, he was still a team member. However, he hadn't earned as many points as Cain in all that time, and he feared that continuing to watch might make him envious. Cain glanced at the attendant, who looked a little odd, but didn't give it much thought. He stored the TMS in his storage belt and headed to a training room. Although there were TM learning devices in the exchange room, Cain didn't want to reveal all his resources. This was his first time entering a training room, a space that Team Rocket had divided into small chambers. In addition to being able to use the learning devices, there were many training tools and some practice dummies. The use of these rooms wasn't very common, most of them were empty. Under the curious gaze of the staff, Cain paid 100 points to access the largest training room. Ghastly, check for any cameras here. Once inside the room and with the door locked, Cain gave the order. A shadow emerged from Cain's and Ghastly began exploring every corner of the place, from the walls to the ceiling. After a thorough inspection, Ghastly confirmed that there were no surveillance devices. With security assured, Cain also released Slowpoke. Having been confined in his Pokeball for so long, Slowpoke was not very comfortable. Once free, he couldn't stop yawning. For an active Slowpoke like him, it had been an uncomfortable experience. Slowpoke, hang in there a bit longer. We'll be done soon. Cain patted Slowpoke's rounded head in apology. Yet Slowpoke quickly shook his head, indicating he wasn't complaining, just feeling a bit uncomfortable. Upon seeing Slowpoke, Murkrow flew down and began chatting with him. After a moment of relaxation, Cain interrupted their play. They were always under intense training, so moments of leisure like this were very rare. Come on, learn these moves first. Cain waved the TMS in front of them. One by one, the Pokemon returned to their Pokeballs, and Cain placed them in the learning devices to transfer the TM moves to each of them. TMS only ensure that Pokemon can learn the move, but not that they can use it skillfully. After learning the move, a lot of training will be needed to perfect it. Cain didn't pay much attention to the protect and sleep talk moves, especially the former, which can be used once learned and doesn't have many ways to improve, only gradual mastery in combat. Sleep talk was chosen specifically for Ghastly, and he'll be able to train this move when he battles in the future. What interested Cain the most was the type given by the hidden power move that each Pokemon would awaken after learning it. The first to try out hidden power was Murkrow, Cain's first Pokemon, who always set an example for the others. Murkrow closed his eyes and began to channel the move according to the method of the move that had been transferred to his mind. Since it was his first time doing it, Murkrow took longer than usual, needing a full 3 minutes to finally release the move successfully. Small electric sparks could be seen around Murkrow, which gradually concentrated into a yellow energy sphere. Occasionally, yellow electric sparks protruded from the sphere. As the electrical energy became more concentrated, the sphere grew more solid. What were initially yellow sparks began to turn into faint blue lightning bolts. When the blue bolts surrounded the sphere in greater numbers, Murkrow lost control. He hurled the yellow energy sphere charged with electricity toward the target at the center of the room, exploding upon impact, forming a small explosion ring accompanied by a loud crash. Small yellow and blue lightning bolts dispersed from the center of the explosion, disappearing into the air as they reached the edges of the room. The hidden power move works like this. It gathers the awakened type's energy into a sphere, which is then thrown at the opponent, dealing damage to a single target and to those within the explosion area. It's worth noting that Team Rocket's training room was extremely well equipped. Despite the explosion, it only left a few black marks on the floor and caused no other damage. Moreover, the loud noise did not attract any staff members, demonstrating that the room's soundproofing was also excellent. Suddenly, Cain thought that having access to a training room like this was very useful. Returning to Murkrow's move, it seemed he had awakened the electric type in his hidden power. The appearance was similar to the Electro Ball move, though the electric energy wasn't as concentrated as in that move. Although visually similar, the two moves function differently. Cain was quite satisfied that Murkrow had awakened the electric type. Although it didn't cover any of his weaknesses, it did expand his offensive capability. For instance, he would no longer have issues when facing water-type Pokemon. Murkrow, being a flying and dark type, might struggle in certain battlefields, like lakes or aquatic terrain, especially against water-type Pokemon. Although it wouldn't be easy for him to be defeated, it also wouldn't be easy to defeat his opponent. But with this new electric type, Murkrow could cover those weaknesses. Additionally, in battles against other flying-type Pokemon, the hidden power move could give Murkrow a significant advantage, solidifying his dominance in the skies. This initial success delighted Cain, who patted Murkrow's feathers as a reward. After testing Murkrow's hidden power type, it was time for the second team member, Slowpoke. Like Murkrow, Slowpoke also took 3 minutes to successfully use the hidden power move for the first time. Unlike the yellow, electrically charged energy sphere Murkrow used, the energy sphere Slowpoke created was red and emitted an intense heat. Upon seeing Slowpoke's hidden power, Cain immediately knew it was fire type. Compared to Murkrow's electric type, Slowpoke's fire type hidden power was simply perfect. Not only did it enhance Slowpoke's offensive capabilities, but it also compensated for some of its weaknesses. Indeed, this fire type hidden power is, at least for now, the most suitable for Slowpoke. Slowpoke is a water and psychic type Pokemon, making it vulnerable to bug, ghost, grass, electric, and dark types. However, thanks to this fire type hidden power, Slowpoke will no longer be as vulnerable against bug and grass type Pokemon. Though it can't completely eliminate the disadvantage against bug and grass types, it at least gives Slowpoke an effective attack method, preventing it from being just an easy target. The fire type hidden power is also effective against steel and ice types, meaning Cain won't have trouble facing those Pokemon in the future, thus enhancing the team's versatility. However, it's foreseeable that in future battles, Cain will avoid having Slowpoke face electric and dark type Pokemon directly, as these two types are extremely dangerous for Slowpoke. Ghastly's hidden power came as a surprise to Cain. It turned out to be grass type. Although the nature of hidden power is unrelated to a Pokemon's type, Cain didn't expect it to be grass. Among the 18 existing types, grass is the most vulnerable, being weak against 5 different types. However, it also has several types it can counter. Even though Ghastly is an intangible being, it is vulnerable to ground-type moves. With this grass-type hidden power, Ghastly now has the ability to defend against ground-type Pokemon. Combining this power with its hypnosis and other moves to buy time, the grass-type hidden power increases its offensive capabilities. After verifying the nature of his 3 Pokemon's hidden power, Cain was quite satisfied with the results. Besides Murkrow, Slowpoke and Ghastly had mitigated some of their weaknesses thanks to hidden power. And since each had a hidden power of a different type, the entire team's offensive capacity was greatly expanded, allowing Cain to devise more effective strategies against Pokemon outside their usual strengths. Since they had finished assessing hidden power, Cain decided not to waste the rental time for the room and began training in this safe environment without worrying about revealing their abilities. Cain set up a training plan for his Pokemon. First, Murkrow and Slowpoke focused on perfecting the hidden power move they had just learned. Ghastly, on the other hand, underwent specialized training under Cain's supervision. Since Ghastly had been captured recently, Cain had only had the chance to measure its stamina and energy during prior training sessions and a few battles against low-level Pokemon. However, Cain was already quite familiar with Ghastly's characteristics. The immediate goal was not to perfect the newly acquired hidden power, but to learn to master the Sleep Talk move. Sleep Talk allows the Pokémon to use any of its known moves while asleep, but Cain had seen a powerful Gengar in his past life that could select a specific move to use while sleeping. Although Cain didn't know how it had been trained, the fact that it was possible meant that the Sleep Talk move could be controlled. Therefore, Ghastly's first training objective was to attempt to select a specific move while using Sleep Talk. At first, Cain didn't have overly high expectations. He didn't demand that Ghastly use a specific move, just that it could select one at random within a set range. So, in the training room, Murkrow and Slowpoke practiced hidden power by attacking targets in the room while trying to dodge the random moves Ghastly would unleash while sleeping. Initially, Ghastly's moves were disordered and unpredictable, but Cain gradually adjusted the environment and conditions under which Ghastly used Sleep Talk. Eventually, Ghastly managed to restrict the selection to 5 moves. This progress was a significant breakthrough, confirming Cain's hypothesis that, with special methods, Sleep Talk could be controlled to select specific moves. If Cain could fully implement this plan, both Ghastly and Gengar in the future would see a significant increase in their combat power. However, fully mastering Sleep Talk would be extremely difficult. Cain began speculating on what could motivate a Pokémon to use the Sleep Talk move. Could it be related to the dream scenario? Ghastly's first test was unsuccessful, leading Cain to conclude it wasn't due to dream scenes, as it was impossible for a meaningful dream to form in such a short time. The first attempt had failed. Then, Cain wondered if the trainer's voice could influence the use of the Sleep Talk move. On the second attempt, Cain tried giving commands while Ghastly used Sleep Talk. Although Ghastly could execute the move, there was no control over which move was selected. The second attempt also failed. Cain's final hypothesis was that before sleeping, Ghastly should mentally rehearse the move it wanted to use. Although concentrating was difficult and random thoughts often arose, this time, the direction was correct. Before using Sleep Talk, Ghastly focused on remembering the hidden power move. Upon sleeping and using Sleep Talk, the hidden power move appeared much more frequently. Cain was pleased with this confirmation. Though challenging, at least he had found a direction to work towards, hadn't he? Excited by this discovery, Cain even speculated about the idea of using telepathy to strengthen Ghastly's conscious focus when using Sleep Talk. This was another training direction worth exploring. When Cain appeared again in the central plaza of the base, he was only accompanied by Murkrow. Slowpoke had returned to his Pokeball, while Ghastly had hidden in Cain's shadow. Because the third trial was about to begin, the plaza was gradually filling with more people. In the previously empty plaza, besides the large test stone that still stood in the center of the elevated stage, there was now a smooth battle area next to it, marked with some lines. This would likely be the place where the losers would have to challenge each other after the trial. The terrain was quite simple, they had only pulled out the weeds and leveled the ground. But for a battle, this was more than enough. People gradually gathered in the plaza. Now, almost all the participants belonged to a small faction. Cain positioned himself in the west corner of the plaza. It wasn't long before Sky arrived with his group. Seeing that Cain was already there, they quickly ran over to him. Mr. Cain. With a series of respectful greetings, they all lined up behind Cain, forming one of the few factions in the plaza. Cain only nodded slightly and then closed his eyes to rest. The plaza was now clearly divided. Cain's faction consisted of about 20 people, located in the west corner. Xander had the largest group, with approximately 40 people in the east, watching Cain from afar. Then there was Jasmine, who in the last trial had ranked just behind Cain and Xander. She was accompanied by about 20 people in the north, most of whom were girls. The few boys in her group seemed of little importance and were scolded by the girls. Around 30 individuals stood in the south, forming a group of loners who had temporarily banded together. They all kept their distance from each other, without interacting. They had probably grouped together to avoid being harassed by the 3 larger factions. Amid scattered murmurs, Viper appeared with his group, though Umbra was not with him. Following an almost unchanging process, they began the simplest yet most effective test, the attack power trial. This time, Team Rocket, to avoid a repeat of the previous trial where no one wanted to go first, decided to follow the order of the identification numbers. Although there were 300 numbers in total, the process was quick since many of the numbers no longer existed. This also allowed for effective tracking of those eliminated and the strength of those remaining. Murkrow stood calmly beside Cain, ignoring the furtive glances of greed, envy, and fear surrounding him. He entertained himself by preening his feathers. To Murkrow, this trial was incredibly boring. Hitting a hard, foul-smelling rock with all his strength, what was the point? It only measured a Pokémon's attack power, not its overall combat capability. He had observed all the Pokémon present and, besides the dead-eyed snake in front of him, the large Zubat from the north, and the long-haired dog from the south, he saw no one worthy of his attention. If it weren't for the immense pressure he felt from the people in the stands, Murkrow would likely have convinced Cain to skip this boring trial. It was a waste of time, training more would be better. Cain, who knew Murkrow's character well, smiled and said, "Hold on a bit longer. After this trial, we probably won't have to do such boring things anymore. And who knows, maybe you'll have some battles today." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance toward Xander and his Akans on the opposite side. Noticing Cain's gaze, Xander also looked in his direction. When their eyes met, Xander smirked, as if to say, just wait and see, before turning away with a slight grunt. Cain's words lifted Murkrow's spirits. Following his gaze, he spotted the acants he was so interested in and began to get excited, raising his wings. But just as he was about to take flight, he remembered where he was and reluctantly lowered his wings. Cain was accustomed to Murkrow's combative nature, but today it seemed that his desire for a fight would be fulfilled. Not only Xander, but also Jasmine, the trainer of the large Zubat from the north, and Alec, the strongest among the loners from the south, occasionally cast glances in his direction. These glances carried a mix of emotions, excitement, envy, desire, and an insatiable thirst for battle. A smile slowly formed on Cain's lips, his eyes reflecting his growing interest. This trial is quite intriguing. I wonder what deeper purpose lies behind Viper's modification of the rules, Cain thought silently. He was sure Umbra had influenced the rule changes, perhaps even led them. Though Umbra wasn't present in the plaza, Cain constantly felt the presence of someone powerful watching him, especially focused on him. After all, if he wanted to meet the requirements to leave the trial island, he needed to crush everyone present with overwhelming force. That was the true test of strength. Not only did he have to lead in the attack power trial, but he also needed to dominate in battle. Of course, as Umbra had mentioned, this trial was different from the previous ones. There was no need to hide the participants' talent, and the best way to assess talent was through real combat. In a life-or-death arena, facing opponents of similar strength, no one would hide their true power if their life was on the line. After all, what good would hiding your strength do if you didn't preserve your life? Furthermore, some of the participants with good instincts, or those with hidden connections, had also sensed that this trial was different. That's why all those who were confident in themselves had set their sights on Cain as their primary target. This was exactly what he needed to satisfy Murkrow's desire for battle and fulfill Umbra's intention to test Cain's capability. Cain hoped that this battle would clearly establish his influence among the participants, subjecting everyone to his will. Interesting, this time, everything was arranged smoothly. Under the call of the chief examiner, everyone obediently walked toward the test stone to conduct the test. They had already gone through 2 rounds of tests, so the participants were quite familiar with how to achieve a high attack value. The results showed that everyone had improved noticeably. Although the increase wasn't as large as in the second test, under the threat of life and death, the improvement was considerable. Especially for those who were at the bottom, they trained desperately during this week to avoid being in the last place, as being last meant death. Number 46, attack value, 198. Next. Number 54, attack value, 178. Next. Number 58, attack value. As the examiner announced the numbers and attack values one by one, some were satisfied with their results and smiled, while others, worried, could not hide their anxiety. However, they didn't fall into despair, as they still had the option to challenge in the last opportunity to fight until the end. Each test was like a filtering process, eliminating the weak and letting the strongest shine. If you had talent, you wouldn't go unnoticed. Acans, use bite. Boom. Number 99, attack value, 337. It wasn't long before it was Xander and his Akan's turn. This time, the attack value reached 337 points, being the first to surpass 300 points up to that moment. Amidst exclamations of amazement, Xander, with a proud expression, stepped down from the stage with his Acans. Since Cain surpassed him in the last test, Xander had intensified his training, and his Acans, with its great pride, was also very unsatisfied with being overtaken by Murkrow. Moreover, with the training methods that Xander obtained from his brother for Acans, the improvements over the week were remarkable. Surrounded by his followers, Xander returned to his original position. After glancing at Cain, his expression softened. Although he was proud, he wasn't foolish. It was clear that the attack value test wasn't the main point, the focus was on the challenges that would come after. No matter how well you did now, if you couldn't win in the battle, it was all in vain. Cain also had to admit that, with limited resources, Xander had trained his Acans almost to perfection. If it weren't for Cain having lived a previous life, Xander probably would have achieved first place overwhelmingly. Xander's results stirred a wave of excitement, and the following participants gave their all. Number 134, attack value, 308. This was the second participant to surpass 300 points after Xander. Her Pokémon was a large Zubat, the same girl who took third place in the last test, Jasmine, with the number 134. In his past life, Cain didn't have many memories of her. Even after joining Team Rocket, he had no contact with her. She was a very mysterious person. As a girl who had managed to keep third place in an environment as cruel as the Trial Island, under the pressure of Cain and Xander, it hadn't been easy. Additionally, she had managed to gather a group of people to compete with Xander, without him being able to do anything about it. This person is not simple, Cain thought silently. Number 156, attack value, 330. The strongest loner, Alec, the first participant to evolve his Pokémon, his Poochyena, which evolved into Mytyena, using this advantage to surpass Jasmine and take second place, right behind Xander. Since Umbra mentioned that this test was different, Cain had noticed more and more strange things. So many Pokémon with excellent potential, some of which could even attract the attention of Team Rocket captains or officers, were handed over to these participants just like that. Xander's Akans, Jasmine's giant Zubat all were high potential Pokemon, and even Alex's Mytyena had outstanding potential. Furthermore, among so many Kanto Pokemon, a Pokemon from Hoenn suddenly appeared. Isn't that strange? Thinking about it carefully is terrifying. This test definitely has something odd. In his past life, where survival was already a challenge, Cain hadn't thought much about this, but now, repeating it, he realizes how strange it all is. Number 234, prepare for the test. The examiner's voice interrupted Cain's thoughts. Finally, it was his turn for the test. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Cain approached the stage with Murkrow. Those who had already been humiliated by Cain dared not mock him this time. And with the way he eliminated Saurus, recruited Sky, and distributed Saurus's coughing, Cain had built the image of a ruthless and cunning character in the minds of all participants. For the first time, Jasmine and Alec fixed their gaze on the stage. As someone who had surpassed everyone, Cain left a deep mark in their minds. Murkrow, use Tailwind, increase speed and use Wing Attack. Ignoring all the looks, Cain calmly gave his command. Murkrow flew into the sky, increasing its speed with Tailwind. Upon reaching the peak, it dove down, the sound of its flight resonating throughout the square. The people below watched Cain's sequence of actions in astonishment. Although they already knew that Cain had a special trick for Murkrow's attack, this time the trick was more striking, showing an all-out attack stance, in stark contrast to the previous times when it seemed carefree. He didn't make them wait long. Murkrow, diving at high speed, struck with its wings filled with flying energy, emitting a faint white light, crashing against the test stone with a roar that made the ground seem to tremble. Although the test stone was extremely hard, made with high Team Rocket technology and almost indestructible, it felt as though it was about to break. Perhaps because of the loud commotion, after the attack, the square fell into complete silence. All eyes, after a brief blink, fixed incredulously on the white letters on the black stone. Attack value, 458. In the square, those closely watching the test stone were speechless, faces filled with disbelief. They were prepared for Cain to take first place again, but they didn't expect his attack value to reach 458 points. The result far exceeded their expectations. Cain not only secured first place but left Xander behind by 121 points. It's important to remember that some participants with the worst results can't even reach an attack value of 121. Today's result was a true overwhelming victory. Only one word can describe the impression Cain left on everyone's hearts. Terrifying. This kid, Viper, seated in the stands, was taken aback for a moment before letting out a chuckle and cursing softly. I don't know what Umbra told him, but this time he really didn't hold back at all. He murmured with a slight smile after looking again at the large white numbers on the test stone to make sure there was no mistake. As the head instructor of Team Rocket who had been on the trial island for a long time, he was the one who best understood the level Cain had reached with this result. Without exaggeration, it could be said that Cain's result was among the most outstanding of all trial participants over the years. Ahem. Seeing that the examiner was unresponsive, Viper gave a soft cough, snapping everyone out of their astonishment. Hearing the cough, the examiner on stage shuddered and quickly announced, "And number 234, attack of 458 points. Hiss. With murmurs of awe, the entire field erupted into chaos. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. There was no other word that could describe what they were feeling at that moment. Cain had completely consolidated his position as number one in this test, surpassing everyone by an overwhelming margin. Below the stage, Jasmine's mouth slightly opened, her beautiful face turned somewhat rigid, and her eyes fixed on Cain and Murkrow on stage with a mixture of shock and admiration. After a while, her chest rose and fell slightly as she murmured to herself, "Is this his true strength? Is this the change the master spoke of?" Xander opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, only muttered to himself, "Last time he already surpassed me, but this time he's that far ahead. What kind of monster is he? In just 1 week, to go from an attack value of over 200 points to over 400 points, he really is a mysterious character. This test is getting more and more interesting," said Alec, who was standing among the crowd, with an apparently calm voice. However, the hand that slightly trembled as he stroked Mytyena revealed that his mind was not as calm as it seemed. Is this Cain's true strength? Saurus didn't die in vain. Staring at the score on the test stone, Sky, Cain's main subordinate, murmured to himself in disbelief. Sky had thought that even if Cain managed to be number one, it would be by a small margin, just like last time when he barely surpassed Xander. But he hadn't expected Cain's true strength to be so impressive. Although some were still astonished, their glances at Cain reflected complex thoughts, and it was unclear what they were planning. After the examiner recorded the result, Cain stepped down from the stage with Murkrow, returning to his original place. As a leader, Cain was already surrounded by his followers, and after this result, they drew even closer. They felt fortunate to follow someone so strong, thinking that he would face fewer problems on the trial island and that, in Team Rocket, their status would rise if they followed his steps. After Cain, there were no more surprising results, except that Sky, with the help of his recently captured coughing, managed a score of 288, which drew a bit of attention. Using the coughing that previously belonged to Saurus, Sky achieved an attack of 288 points, which surprised Cain. After all, coughing wasn't known for its direct attack, and the fact that it had improved so quickly after being captured showed that Sky had talent as a trainer. Shortly afterward, everyone finished their tests. Although the final results surprised some, the positions didn't change much. Cain, with an attack value of 458 points, crushed everyone and reclaimed first place. The rankings were as follows. First place, Cain and Murkrow with 458 points. Second place, Xander and Ekans with 337 points. Third place, Alec and Mytaina with 330 points. Fourth place, Jasmine and Zubat with 308 points. Fifth place, Sky and Coughing with 288 points. The main positions didn't change, except that Sky replaced Saurus in fifth place, and Alec rose to third place thanks to his Poochyena evolving into Mytaina. There were no major surprises. However, recalling Umbra's words, Cain noticed a few special people. Although their scores weren't high and they were ranked around 10th place, it seemed they were hiding something, maybe their true strength or some other secret. Ahem. The examiner's cough on stage refocused everyone's attention. The basic test has ended. According to the new rules, if anyone is unsatisfied with their result, they can challenge any participant up to 10 positions above. Each person has only one opportunity to challenge. If the challenge is successful, they will take the defeated opponent's place. If they fail, their position will drop 10 places. In this challenge, life or death is not taken into account, the examiner announced, firmly looking at everyone. If the attack test only evaluated the Pokémon's strength, this unrestricted battle tested the trainer's abilities to manage battles, give orders, and train their Pokémon. After all, a Pokémon's strength doesn't solely depend on the trainer's commands. Moreover, since this challenge was life or death, every challenger was a mortal enemy to the challenged. If they failed, the result could be fatal. Listening to the examiner, the field filled with a slight tension. Some hesitated, even among those who wanted to challenge their positions. Despite their dissatisfaction with their results, the possibility of a deadly duel made them waver. Facing death was terrifying, and although some felt confident before, they couldn't avoid feeling fear now. Cain, standing beside the stage, observed the participants, finally resting his gaze on Xander and smiling. At that moment, Xander was also looking at Cain. He had been thinking about this moment, but Cain's result made him hesitate. However, when he saw Cain's gaze upon him, he finally made his decision. A bunch of trash. I'll go first. I challenge number 1, Cain. Xander clenched his fists, raised his head, and announced his challenge to the examiner. I challenge, the first place, Cain. After making a firm decision, Xander didn't hesitate any longer and walked decisively toward the challenge area, bringing his Ekans with him. Upon hearing Xander's words and seeing his actions, all eyes in the venue instantly focused on him. This feeling of being the center of everyone's attention gave Xander more confidence, and his expression became even more determined and haughty. Watching Xander walk toward the battlefield, the Team Rocket examiner frowned and looked toward Viper in the stands. Xander's identity was no longer a secret at Team Rocket's base. If anything happened to him, even Viper would struggle to face the wrath of Xander's brother, so the examiner could only wait for Viper's decision. Viper displayed a serious expression. Though he understood Xander's decision, he also knew that with everything in Cain's favor, Xander couldn't accept being increasingly outdone by him. Xander's pride wouldn't allow him to be pushed aside without taking action. Viper gave a slight nod, indicating to the examiner that the challenge could proceed. With Viper's approval, the Team Rocket examiner sighed slightly. If the conditions permitted, he wouldn't want to be involved in this fight, but now, as the examiner, he had no other choice. Xander stopped on one side of the battlefield and laughed loudly. Cain, what are you waiting for? Let me see how strong you really are? I hope you're not just all show. Cain stretched lazily, twisting his neck as he smiled silently. Xander's challenge wasn't a surprise to Cain. In fact, when he had fixed his gaze on Xander earlier, he had partly done it to provoke him and ensure that he would decide to challenge him. If everything went well, Cain would soon leave the island, and as the leader of the faction he had just consolidated, he needed to leave a strong enough impression. ID number 234, Cain. Number 2, Xander with ID number 99, has challenged you. Do you accept the challenge? Asked the Team Rocket examiner from his position as judge. Cain's smile grew wider, and his Murkrow, standing by his side, also locked eyes with his trainer. As Cain's Pokémon, Murkrow had long been eager to teach Xander a lesson for his arrogant attitude. It had also wanted to face Xander's Ekans for quite some time. I accept. Cain said calmly as he advanced to the other side of the battlefield under everyone's watchful eyes. Finally, the expected outcome arrived. The examiner sighed, resigned to seeing the two people he least wanted to see face each other standing on the battlefield. He knew Xander's identity well, and he had also heard from Viper about what had happened with Cain and Umbra. Cain was someone chosen by a very powerful superior, and compared to him, Xander's brother was nothing more than a joke. This challenge is a deathmatch. Each participant may only use one Pokémon, and there are no additional battle rules. The challenge ends when one side surrenders or dies. Now, let the challenge begin. At the examiner's words, the first challenge of the test finally began. Instantly, a tense atmosphere filled the place. Ekans, use Glare. Xander shouted, initiating the battle. Ekans' move, Glare, used the patterns on its belly to intimidate its opponent, serving as its first attack. Murkrow, take flight, use tailwind, and avoid looking at it. Cain quickly issued a precise order as well. Caw. Murkrow soared into the air, surrounded by a faint white current that minimized air resistance. In the blink of an eye, it became a black shadow disappearing into the sky. Screech. Ikans. Frustrated by the failure of his first strategy, Xander frowned and ordered a second attack. We'll use Screech too, Murkrow. Cain countered. Both Pokémon turned into sound generators, one on the ground and one in the air. The formless sound waves spread, causing discomfort to everyone present, both humans and Pokémon. Ikans, unable to fly, was at a disadvantage against the sky-soaring Murkrow. Although both attacks lowered the opponent's defense, Cain still controlled the flow of battle. Cain, are you going to keep your Pokémon in the air the whole time? If you do, I'll truly despise you. Xander shouted, frustrated by the situation. Cain sneered in disdain. Idiot, your taunt is pathetic. But you've convinced me. Murkrow, get close and use wing attack. Xander's comment had achieved its purpose, making Cain go on the offensive. Though it seemed like Cain was letting himself be influenced, in reality, Cain had merely decided it was time to attack. Xander smiled grimly. Although he'd been insulted by Cain, he had achieved his goal, getting Murkrow close enough for Ikans to strike. Ikans, don't dodge. Use wrap and then bite. The greatest advantage of snakes lies in their venomous fangs and muscular body. These moves would maximize Ikans' potential. Murkrow, dark as night, shot toward Ikans like a black lightning bolt, its wings glowing with a white radiance. Ikans, patiently waiting, braced for impact. Boom. The impact was explosive, raising a cloud of dust. Murkrow's wings, charged with flying-type energy, struck Ikans hard. Che. Even though it was prepared to endure the hit and counterattack, Ikans hadn't anticipated the strength of Murkrow's attack. It let out a cry of pain. Ikans' defensive reflex, in response to the pain, prevented it from immediately counterattacking. Murkrow, following Cain's training, didn't hesitate to quickly retreat. Ikans' attempts to use wrap and bite met only empty air. Xander couldn't believe it. His face darkened. Quick, use acid. Fortunately, Xander reacted in time, and Ikans' eyes widened with fury as it shot a ball of purple acid, striking Murkrow as it retreated. Hiss. The acid began to corrode Murkrow's feathers, reducing its defense. After the first exchange, both Pokémon separated, observing each other from a distance. With just one encounter, they had each gained a sense of the other's power, which only fueled their fighting spirit even more. Both of them shared a warrior's nature. Xander clenched his teeth as he watched Cain, who remained calm on the other side of the plaza. The frustration in his heart was palpable. Ikans was clearly at a disadvantage against the agile Murkrow. Moreover, Murkrow's high attack power left Xander unsure if Ikans could hold out to the end if they continued exchanging blows. Ikans was breathing heavily. Murkrow's last attack had been truly difficult to endure. On the other hand, Murkrow flew in the air, its battle thirst evident in its eyes. Although it had been hit by Ikans' acid move, for someone used to fighting in the wild, that was just a minor wound. The power difference between the two Pokémon was clear. Xander, give up. You can't beat me, Cain said calmly, looking at Xander, whose face had turned pale. Honestly, if he could persuade Xander to surrender, Cain would rather not continue fighting, as Xander's brother was a high-ranking officer in Team Rocket, which made Cain somewhat cautious. However, if the battle continued, Cain wasn't sure he could keep it under control. Since this was a death match, Cain would show no mercy. If it ended with Ikans dead, he would have made a complete enemy of Xander. If they became enemies, even with a brother who was an officer in Team Rocket, Cain wouldn't hesitate to finish him off to eliminate any future threat. As for that officer, whom he had never met, Cain, with his accumulated experience and system support, was confident he could surpass him and end this rivalry. That was his absolute confidence. But he needed time to grow. Cain's words, which sounded like an attempt to show mercy, came off as extremely offensive in Xander's ears. What Cain said struck deep at Xander's pride. It seemed he had made a firm decision when suddenly Xander slightly waved his hand over his Team Rocket belt, and a dark purple sphere appeared in his hand. Cain frowned as he saw Xander's movement, sensing a bad omen. Xander clenched his teeth tightly, his expression turning sinister. You forced me? Prepare to die, you bastard. With that, he threw the dark purple sphere toward Ikans, who, recognizing what it was, swallowed it immediately. From the stands, Viper, who was watching Xander throw the object, slightly frowned but said nothing. With his experience, Viper knew exactly what that object was. That purple sphere was listed in the Team Rocket exchange catalog, priced at 5,000 points. It could rapidly boost a Pokémon's poison-type energy, multiplying the poison energy within it by 5. However, such a powerful effect also came with great side effects. The Pokémon that consumed this pill would be in a weakened state for a week. Xander obviously wanted to take this chance to finish off Cain once and for all. If he succeeded, no one could surpass him in the test, even if he was weakened for a week. He was confident he could recover. This pill had been given to Xander by his brother before coming to the island as a last resort for special situations. He hadn't expected to use it against Cain. Ikans. After consuming the purple pill, Ikans felt a surge of energy in its body, even exceeding its limits, causing its body to expand slightly. A faint purple mist began to surround it. Hiss. The purple mist around Ikans began to corrode the ground, leaving it full of pits and cracks. These changes happened in an instant, before Cain could prepare. Ekans, use poison sting. Xander ordered with a twisted expression. Dozens of purple needles shot out of Ekan's mouth, filled with poison and with increased speed, aimed at Murkrow. Murkrow, use gust to deflect those needles. Although he didn't know what Xander had given Ekans, Cain could see from the purple mist and poisonous needles that Ekans had been enhanced with poison-type energy. Following Cain's command, Murkrow concentrated its flying energy and created a small tornado to deflect the needles. However, the venom-laden needles pierced through the tornado, only slightly weakened by the wind, and continued their path toward Murkrow. With astonishing speed, the venomous needles struck Murkrow, enveloping it in a purple cloud. It was poisoned. That's an extremely strong poison. Cain frowned, seeing Murkrow had been poisoned, surprised by Xander's hidden card. He hadn't expected Xander to have something like that, showing that his brother held considerable power. Ha ha ha, now your Murkrow is poisoned. You have no choice but to finish this quickly. Xander laughed maniacally, seeing the poison take effect. With Murkrow poisoned, Cain could no longer afford to prolong the battle to wear down Ekans. Murkrow, use Tailwind and attack with Wing Attack. Let's end this quickly. Evaluating the situation, Cain decided to strike directly. He needed to end the battle quickly. Caw. Though Murkrow felt weakened from the poison, it obeyed Cain's command, darting like a black lightning bolt toward Ekans. Murkrow's wing attack was now its strongest move, perfect for a quick strike strategy. Ekans, use Scary Face and then Poison Fang. Xander, not hiding his murderous intent, commanded Ekans to use its most powerful poison-type move. Murkrow closed in, but its speed dropped slightly due to Ekans' Scary Face move. Even so, it didn't hesitate and readied its wings to strike. However, the poison's effects kicked in at that moment, and along with the speed reduction from Scary Face, although Murkrow managed to hit Ekans, it was also struck by Ekans' poisoned fangs. Hiss. Caw. Both Pokémon backed away after the clash, but this time, the result was different. Ekans had taken the attack, but Murkrow had also been poisoned again, with the purple mist around it growing even denser. The poison was building up in Murkrow. The battle was tipping in Xander's favor, and Cain and Murkrow were at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, today you'll die. Xander grew more confident after seeing Poison Fang's effect. If he could kill Cain here, what did it matter if he was weak for a week? No one in the audience would dare to challenge him. But what Xander didn't expect was that, at that moment, Cain smiled. Xander saw Cain's smile and was astonished. In a situation like this, how could he still be smiling? The others present also noticed Cain's smile and immediately felt somewhat uneasy. They hadn't expected Cain, who was at a disadvantage, to be smiling at that moment. Was this a show of disdain toward Xander? However, they only saw Cain reach for his Team Rocket belt, producing a small remote control and a pale yellow pill in his hand. Everyone's gaze overlooked the remote and focused on the pill in his hand. It was just a common detox medicine, something that could be directly exchanged from the Team Rocket rewards list for barely 10 points. Although its effect was decent, it clearly couldn't eliminate the lethal poison affecting Murkrow at that moment. Ha ha ha, Cain, are you joking? Do you think that trash detox medicine can neutralize Ekans' poison? Xander laughed heartily. He thought Cain had some strategy, but he hadn't expected it to be just a common detox medicine. This type of medicine, though effective, could only slightly alleviate the poison in Murkrow's body. Cain's smile widened even more. Excited, Murkrow? Cain ignored Xander's words and asked with a smile. Caw. Noticing the remote in Cain's hand, Murkrow cried out excitedly. Since the last battle, Cain hadn't released Murkrow from its burden, and now that he had, Murkrow felt even more confident about the upcoming fight. Sky also frowned, concerned about Cain's unfavorable situation. If Cain lost, he probably wouldn't have a bright future either, and he clearly didn't quite understand what Cain was doing. Look at the remote in his hand? That's the important part? It seems to be a custom remote for Team Rocket's load. With a shout of surprise, the other object in Cain's hand was finally revealed. Apparently, this person hadn't spent a short time exploring the Team Rocket rewards list. Suddenly, all eyes focused on the remote in Cain's other hand, showing expressions of astonishment. That Murkrow, which was already so fast, was carrying a load? That Murkrow, which already had such powerful attacks, was carrying a load? And in a life-or-death duel like this, Cain had been holding back his strength? Questions and exclamations arose in everyone's minds. Cain, paying no attention to the surprised looks of the others, lightly pressed the remote with his long fingers and tossed the detox medicine toward Murkrow with his other hand. Caw. Murkrow, immediately feeling its body lighten, cried out in excitement. In the instant before the detox medicine fell to the ground, Murkrow swooped down and swallowed it in one gulp. Although the poison in its body hadn't been eliminated, the medicine helped suppress it a little. Do you think that will be enough to defeat me? Keep dreaming? Ekans, use Poison Sting again and show him your toxicity. Xander reacted quickly, ordering Ekans to attack again. Murkrow, dodge, get close and use Wing Attack. Murkrow flew sideways, dodging the poisonous stingers flying toward it, and accelerated again, heading toward Ekans. With Murkrow's clearly increased speed, long-range attacks like Poison Sting had no chance of reaching it. You're asking for death. Ekans, use Scary Face and Poison Fang. Although Murkrow had dodged the Poison Sting, Xander was unfazed and issued another order. Based on what had happened before, Ekans and Murkrow would clash again, and at that point, the poisoned Murkrow would gradually lose its ability to resist. Cain smiled faintly. Did they really think the load training was in vain? Murkrow, under the effects of the scary face move, struck Ekans with force. Ekans, whose venomous energy was enhanced by a purple pill, had a significantly reduced sense of pain. Although Murkrow's hit was strong, it didn't hurt as much as the first time. Ekans was about to use Poison Fang on Murkrow again. Bang! However, this time it was destined to fail. Just as Ekans' fangs were about to bite Murkrow, the latter accelerated and dodged Ekans' attack in time. Murkrow, don't stop. Continuous wing attack. Take advantage of the weakness. Ekans, hang on a bit longer, use Scary Face and Poison Fang. Xander shouted, gritting his teeth. Murkrow's speed increase had left him with no options, and he could only hope Scary Face would slow Murkrow down again. Fortunately, this time the Scary Face effect took hold, and Murkrow's speed was reduced once more. Murkrow, use Protect. But just as Xander was feeling triumphant, and Ekans' poisonous fangs were about to bite Murkrow, Cain's cold voice echoed like a sword piercing his heart. A green shield surrounded Murkrow, blocking Ekans' poisonous fangs. Protect. The survival move Cain had made Murkrow learn first? At the most critical moment, it was used successfully. Murkrow's wings moved again, as if they were sharp blades, and struck Ekans with force, who watched in horror. Bang! This time, Murkrow hit Ekans with all its might, sending it flying toward a corner of the field, where it was completely incapacitated from further fighting. The sound-based defense-lowering attack, along with the consecutive wing attack moves, had finally knocked Ekans out. It couldn't be denied that Xander's Ekans was truly strong. Of course, that purple pill also played an important role. Xander was paralyzed in shock, and so was everyone else. They hadn't expected the outcome to turn out like this, with the situation taking an unexpected turn. Murkrow, kill him. But Cain's cold, emotionless voice sounded again, making everyone shudder as they watched Cain give a death order. Didn't they know Xander's brother was a Team Rocket officer? Was Cain really going to be so ruthless? For Cain, the moment Xander gave the kill order, their enmity could no longer be resolved. If someone wants to kill me, they have to be prepared to be killed. Hearing Cain's order, Xander's eyes narrowed, and upon seeing Murkrow flying toward Ekans, Xander quickly ran, shouting, "Stop." The Team Rocket examiner also quickly shouted, "Stop immediately." He really didn't want to intervene at that moment, but due to Xander's special situation, he had no choice but to speak. But Cain acted as if he heard nothing and showed no intention of stopping Murkrow. "Stop, kid. He can't die yet." To everyone's surprise, the person who spoke this time was Instructor Viper, the highest authority figure on the trial island. However, he couldn't hide the tone of resignation in his voice. Instructor Viper had ordered Cain to stop the attack. "Stop, Murkrow." Cain, frowning, ordered Murkrow to stop with resignation. He could ignore everyone else present, but he couldn't ignore Instructor Viper's words. Because otherwise, he might die. Since Instructor Viper didn't want Xander to die, Cain spared his life. However, although he wouldn't die, he wouldn't escape punishment. Destroy one of his eyes, Murkrow. Murkrow, who had paused mid-flight, moved even faster now. Before Xander could reach them, Murkrow fiercely pecked at Ekans' eye. When it rose back into the air, a bloody eyeball was dangling from its beak. "Ekans!" Xander shouted, stumbling as he ran toward his Pokémon. Murkrow didn't hesitate at all and swallowed the bloody eye in one gulp. In the face of this scene, no one dared to say a word. Even Viper silently approved of Cain's behavior, as he himself had set the rules of a death match, though he was now contradicting himself. Cain turned his gaze toward Viper, meeting his stare without hesitation, a questioning seriousness in his eyes. He didn't believe it was only because of Xander's brother. Although Xander's brother was an officer in Team Rocket, that only placed him in the mid-tier. Viper, as one of the senior leaders of Team Rocket, was on a completely different level. Viper frowned under Cain's intense gaze, but he didn't become angry, knowing there were reasons he couldn't reveal. "He's still useful," was all Viper said, in a tone that left no room for argument. As one of the main instructors of Team Rocket, offering Cain even a brief explanation was a concession, a courtesy out of respect for his friend Umbra. Otherwise, anyone else who dared to look at him like that would have died many times over. Cain understood that it was time to let this go. Though Viper hadn't given him a full explanation, there wasn't much he could do but accept the situation. However, Cain understood the hidden meaning behind Viper's words. This test wasn't like the others. Murkrow, although unsatisfied, returned to Cain's side. Just when it was about to finish off Ekans, it was stopped, which left it frustrated. However, at least it had managed to blind that annoying snake, which provided some consolation. Cain petted Murkrow's feathers to calm its agitation, taking several antidote potions from his belt and administering them one by one. He couldn't deny that, after ingesting the purple pill, Ekans' venom strength had significantly increased. Murkrow didn't manage to purge the poison entirely until it had consumed 5 antidotes. Xander, stumbling, finally reached Ekans, pulling out vials and potions from his belt and pouring them desperately into his Pokémon's mouth while using healing sprays to stop the bleeding from the damaged eye. The burning pain from the disinfectant made Ekans, even while unconscious, tremble uncontrollably. If it had only been an ordinary Pokémon who lost the ability to battle, it could have recovered quickly with proper treatment, but Ekans' case was different. After ingesting the purple pill, Cain's body sensitivity had decreased, and its loss of combat ability was a form of self-preservation. The purple pill's side effects were severe. If Cain didn't recover soon, it might experience a drop in level, or worse, its inherent quality, forever losing the ability to keep up with Murkrow. Moreover, the damage Murkrow had inflicted on Cain by blinding it in one eye reduced its combat ability by at least 20%. Cain decided not to continue with his intent to kill Xander and Cain. Though Xander had clearly shown intent to kill him, Cain didn't view him as a serious threat. He simply had the habit of eliminating any potential risk. At this point, Cain already had the capability to dominate Xander, and in the future, the gap between them would only widen. Besides, it was clear that the purple pill wasn't easy to assimilate. Although Cain had lost its ability to fight, Xander acted as though he were in an emergency, administering a huge amount of medicine. Under the reverent gazes of everyone in the square, Cain finally walked away from the battlefield with Murkrow. Once Cain left, the examiner formally announced, "Challenge over? The challenger has failed. His ranking drops by 10 positions." After controlling Cain's injuries, Xander silently returned it to its Pokeball, lowered his head, and left the battlefield, heading straight to the accommodations without stopping in the square. This time, Xander had truly learned his lesson. If it hadn't been for Viper's intervention, he would likely have lost his life. This experience was a lesson he would not forget. There is always someone stronger. Sky watched as Cain approached. Before, he had harbored some doubts, but now those doubts completely vanished. When Cain reached first place on the leaderboard with 458 attack points, Sky was already impressed, but he hadn't expected that was not Murkrow's full power. It was only when Xander exhausted all his options that Murkrow showed its true strength, dominating with its speed and power. Moreover, Sky knew that Cain didn't only have Murkrow, he also possessed a Slowpoke just as strong. Considering Murkrow's strength and Cain's overall power, Sky realized he could no longer afford any doubts. Finally, Sky accepted reality. If Cain was so strong and had so much potential, then following him with loyalty wasn't such a hard choice to make. In the end, it was Cain's command that fully convinced Sky, who was now resolved to never betray Cain unless something entirely unexpected happened. Sky had been impressed by Cain's strength and tactics. "Mr. Cain, do you need any healing potions? We still have some in stock." Sky quickly approached Cain, and his attitude was no longer as reserved as before. His tone was respectful, stemming from genuine admiration. Cain looked at Sky in surprise, noting a change in him. He seemed to have understood something. Cain shook his head to indicate he didn't need anything. After clearing out the poison, Murkrow's condition was quite good, so it didn't make sense to waste healing potions. The 20 or so followers standing behind Cain were visibly excited. Having such a powerful leader made them feel lucky to have joined him. After Cain and Xander's challenge, others began taking turns challenging their opponents. However, compared to the intense battle between Cain and Xander, the other challenges seemed simpler and less meaningful. Though these were also death matches, except for those with deep grudges, a true fight to the death was rare. Everyone on the trial island knew that if you couldn't win a fight, it was best to surrender to avoid more serious consequences. After all, only the top 10 places received rewards, and the positions after that held little importance. However, there was an exception, the fight for last place. That was the most intense battle in the trial. Everyone knew that being last meant elimination, and elimination meant death. So, if they were already doomed, why not fight to the end? Thus, after the first person in last place successfully challenged someone, those who remained in last place continued to challenge frantically. Over time, the death toll increased. The challenge trial continued until dusk, ending amidst gasps of amazement. In total, 5 people died during the challenges, and though 3 survived, their Pokémon weren't treated in time and also perished. In these circumstances, although the surviving trainers wouldn't die immediately, their fate was sealed for the next trial. The new rules established by Viper had quickly brought this trial to a bloodier level of combat. A massive cargo ship sailed across the vast ocean, with a thick column of white smoke rising from its tall smokestack, giving it the appearance of solitary smoke in a desert. At the ship's bow, a young man with black hair and clothing leaned against the railing, tilting his body slightly forward, his hair freely waving in the sea breeze. The humid air provided a feeling of great comfort. Beside the young man, perched on the railing, was a crow-like Pokémon, completely black, with sharp eyes gazing intently at the horizon. This young man and his Pokémon were none other than Cain and Murkrow. After the last trial, Cain's results had left Umbra quite satisfied, so as agreed, he pulled him out of Judgment Island early. This cargo ship belonged to Team Rocket, and it delivered supplies to Judgment Island every month. With Umbra's permission, Cain boarded the ship to return. Although in his previous life he had left Judgment Island once, this time, unlike before, he could clearly see the return route from the cargo ship. Cain realized that the location of Judgment Island was on the maritime border between the Kanto and Johto regions. How does it feel? Even though you've been away for less than a month, doesn't it feel like you've been far from civilization for a long time? Just as Cain and Murkrow looked toward the horizon, a slightly hoarse voice sounded from behind. Umbra emerged from the cargo hold and walked onto the deck, approaching Cain and leaning on the railing alongside him. "Mr. Umbra." Cain greeted him respectfully. Umbra waved his hand, indicating formality wasn't necessary. Though his status in Team Rocket was very high, he was the person least concerned about such formalities. He had always believed in the supremacy of power. Those who possess power, possess privilege. Cain didn't yet have power, but his potential had caught Umbra's attention, and for a few other reasons, Umbra wasn't overly authoritative with him. It doesn't feel much different. I was an orphan before, and surviving in society wasn't much different from surviving on Judgment Island. The weak get beaten, it's a devouring world, and everything we do is only to survive. Cain answered calmly. Although those memories had gradually faded, the feeling deeply etched in his bones remained. Umbra was surprised by Cain's response, then laughed, a laugh that was sincere and genuine. Seems like we've had similar experiences. His eyes began to lose focus, as if sighing or remembering something. The two fell silent, with only the sound of the sea wind and waves crashing against the ship as the background. After a moment, Umbra came back to himself, smiled wryly, and said, "Living so long, you're bound to remember the past." Cain smiled with him, showing no other expression. Though Umbra was extremely powerful and, as a deputy leader of Team Rocket in the most secretive division, he should have been a ruthless figure. However, after several encounters, Cain realized that Umbra wasn't difficult to deal with. As long as he kept his presence in check, he could seem like a friendly neighbor. "This is a League ID card I had prepared for you. All the data has been manipulated, so as long as no one above the Elite 4 level investigates thoroughly, there won't be any issues." Umbra took out a League ID card from his pocket with the League insignia and a photo of an unknown person, handing it to Cain. Cain was somewhat surprised to receive it. It was a League ID personally prepared by Umbra. If it was as he said, Cain could have a legitimate identity and openly live under the sun in the future. This is a human skin mask crafted by so-called experts in Team Rocket. They say that as long as it's not torn or burned, no one will be able to tell it apart from a real face. This mask matches the appearance in the photo on your League ID card. Umbra pulled out another mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, and tossed it to Cain. With this ID card and special mask, Cain believed that even people who knew him well wouldn't recognize him in a face-to-face encounter. Of course, as long as his Pokémon didn't reveal his identity. So when Umbra handed him the ID card and mask, Cain had already decided that in the future, his Pokémon would need to correspond to his two different identities. Murkrow would be his Team Rocket Pokémon, while Slowpoke would be his Pokémon within the League. Although this might be a bit complicated, if it could guarantee the independence of his two identities. Then, in the future, he might even try infiltrating the League and eventually reach a position like Koga's, rising to the Elite 4. It wouldn't be an unlikely possibility. At the same time, if he advanced in Team Rocket, his power would grow quickly with the resources of both sides. Probably, the purpose behind the ID card and mask Umbra prepared for him had this very goal in mind. Half an hour until we arrive. Our destination is Vermilion City. When we get there, disembark on your own. Umbra continued, with the badge I gave you, go to Team Rocket's base at the Lake of Rage in Mahogany Town, in the Johto region. I need you to bring something to me. Someone will contact you when you get there. After saying this, he took a deep breath and stretched before heading back to the cabin. Vermilion City. Cain looked at the League ID card and the mask in his hand, then watched Umbra walk away after assigning the task, with a glint of intelligence in his eyes. No wonder Team Rocket's Judgment Island had never been discovered by the League. Vermilion City, being the location of Surge's gym, one of Team Rocket's three great executives, surely has been secretly covering some of their actions. The three great executives of Team Rocket are Surge of Vermilion City, Sabrina of Saffron City, and Koga of Fuchsia City. They are the three deepest nails Giovanni has embedded within the League. Among them, Koga is the most formidable. When the Indigo Pokemon League split into the Kanto and Johto regions, Koga rose to the Elite 4 Poison-type position in the Johto region, becoming one of Giovanni's greatest internal supports within the League. Though Surge and Sabrina didn't reach the same level as Koga, their skills are not much lesser. Even Sabrina, known as the Psychic Queen, if we talk about a full 6-on-6 battle, Koga might not be able to beat her, as the Psychic type has an advantage over Poison. Furthermore, as a ninja, Koga is skilled in ambushes and assassinations, and in a direct confrontation, he'd struggle to defeat Sabrina, whose psychic ability is comparable to an elite-level Pokemon. As for Surge, unlike Sabrina and Koga, his greatest strength lies in group combat tactics. He's the most skilled in leading large groups of people in mass battles, like a general leading an army. Therefore, the three have their own strengths and are considered equals among Team Rocket's three great executives. If an ordinary person were to arrive in Vermilion City, the first thing they'd notice is that it seems especially peaceful. Vermilion City is an apparently tranquil place that hosts the largest Pokemon association in the Kanto region, so it's hard to imagine that one of the major bases of Kanto's largest criminal organization, Team Rocket, is hidden here. This situation is largely due to Lieutenant Surge's presence, keeping Team Rocket's members in check. Although Team Rocket's influence is strong in this area, the city remains notably calm. In his previous life as a Team Rocket member, Cain had visited Vermilion City on multiple occasions, so he was well acquainted with the surroundings. In this place, as long as one doesn't cause trouble, there won't be any issues. However, the mission Umbra gave Cain in Mahogany Town, located in the Johto region, was much more complicated. The gym leader of Mahogany Town is an elite-level trainer, known as Price, the Winter Ice. His skill with Ice-type Pokemon surpasses that of most elite trainers. If not for his temperament, he would undoubtedly hold a place among the Elite Four of the league and might even have a chance at becoming champion. Although Price wouldn't pay attention to someone like Cain, his presence in Mahogany Town shows how seriously the league takes this place. Thus, this mission is full of uncertainties and potential dangers. Half an hour later, the ship finally arrived at Vermilion City's port. Watching the various vessels in the harbor, the freighter returning from the trial island blended in perfectly, showing no signs of unusual activity. A young man disembarked from the ship, with a common appearance, wearing an ordinary trainer's outfit and accompanied by a pale pink slowpoke. This was Cain, fully disguised. Using a human skin mask and dressed as a league trainer, his cold demeanor from the trial island had completely vanished. Breathing in the salt-laden sea breeze and feeling the firm ground beneath his feet, Cain had finally arrived in Vermilion City in the Kanto region. Vermilion City, located in southern Kanto, is the region's largest port city. The whole city revolves around maritime trade, and it's filled not only with cargo ships. The most famous port in Vermilion City is Vermilion Port, the largest in Kanto, where massive ocean liners like the SS Anne, the SS Aqua, and the Seagullip ferry dock regularly. Although it's not the most developed city in Kanto, it's right behind Saffron City. Taxes generated from maritime traffic allow for rapid urban development. Team Rocket, which controls Vermilion City, reaps immense benefits from this situation. Lieutenant Surge is stationed here for a reason. When Cain left the harbor and entered the city, the sun was already beginning to set. The streets were full of busy people, yet despite their haste, their faces showed satisfaction. Clearly, Vermilion City's peaceful environment is appreciated by its residents. Due to it being a port city, the arrival of an unknown person like Cain didn't attract much attention. People like him arrive every day in large numbers. This was exactly what Cain wanted. He didn't want to stand out like an animal in a zoo. Though he had left the trial island, he still carried a trace of its wild atmosphere. However, with his past experience, he concealed this aura well, making people perceive him as a trainer who had spent considerable time in the wilderness. Those who can survive long periods in nature are usually respected. With a pokeball on his waist and a slowpoke at his side, Cain made it clear he was a trainer, so no one tried to provoke him. But now Cain faced a problem. As the saying goes, a hero without a penny can't accomplish much. Cain was completely out of money and was experiencing what it meant to be penniless. The first thing he needed to do was get some money. Following some signs on the street, Cain reached a Pokémon goods store in Vermilion City. Given his situation, he sold a few non-essential items and managed to get some money. Since he couldn't sell the truly valuable items he had, he only managed to get 5,000 Poke Dollars. It should be mentioned that the League ID card Umbra provided was very secure. Another function of this card is that it acts as a bank card. Cain immediately deposited the money he had just obtained. Finally, Cain's bank account went from 0 to 5,000 Poke Dollars. After exchanging the money, Cain quickly left the Pokémon goods store and followed signs to the Pokémon Center. The Vermilion City Pokémon Center is located in the city center. As a hospital specialized in treating Pokémon, it occupies a huge area, almost the size of 2 football fields, and stands 5 or 6 stories high. Dressed in his league trainer outfit, Cain didn't attract attention from the Pokémon Center guards. After showing his league ID card, he entered without issue. In his previous life, Cain hadn't visited Pokémon centers much. When he was weak and had no legal status, he had no right to enter these league-controlled places. Later, when he grew stronger, he no longer needed them, so his visits were rare. This was Cain's first time entering a Pokémon Center since his reincarnation, but he was familiar with the facilities. Inside the Pokémon Center, there was not only a Nurse Joy but also numerous medical assistants and several Chinsei. Due to the high number of trainers coming to treat their Pokémon, the staff was very busy. It's no wonder Pokémon Centers are one of the League's most important places. Although busy, everything was well organized, and League trainers maintained a high level of conduct. Except in emergencies, everyone queued up to wait for their turn. Besides being a treatment center, Pokémon Centers also offer lodging. One of Cain's main goals in coming here was to spend the night. Of course, he also had another objective, to perform a complete checkup on his Pokémon to ensure they had no hidden injuries he couldn't detect. With his experience as a breeder, Cain knew how dangerous hidden injuries could be. Although they may not show at first, if they accumulate, they can become serious problems, affecting the Pokémon's performance and even reducing its potential or leading to its death. Although Cain hadn't detected any hidden injuries, and his system hadn't registered anything unusual, his system's database on hidden injuries wasn't very extensive. So, to be completely sure, he preferred to rely on League technology and perform a thorough checkup on his Pokémon. Team Rocket has many scientists, and in some technological areas, they even surpass the League. However, in the medical field, the League is far ahead. The Pokémon Center, which possesses the world's most advanced medical technology, is one of the League's most important institutions. One could say that, without the support of Pokémon Centers, the overall combat capabilities of League trainers would be significantly reduced. Therefore, the existence of Pokémon Centers further strengthens the Pokémon League's position. There weren't many people conducting medical exams on their Pokémon, so after taking a number, it wasn't long before Cain's turn came up. Listening to the numbers announced over the speakers, Cain went to the corresponding counter, where a health worker greeted him with a professional smile. Each Pokémon Center has only one Nurse Joy, who mainly handles serious injuries. For relatively simple physical exams like this, her personal intervention isn't needed, otherwise, she'd be overwhelmed. Here is my League ID card. Please conduct a full physical checkup on all my Pokémon. Cain handed his ID card and 3 super balls to the health worker, smiling slightly. Before entering the Pokémon Center, Cain had stored Slowpoke and Ghastly in their super balls, so this exam would be for all 3 Pokémon. Although Cain intended to keep Murkrow and Ghastly's presence hidden, as he was now an unknown trainer, no one would pay special attention to the Pokémon he used, so he didn't have to worry about revealing his identity. Hello, a full physical exam for 3 Pokémon costs a total of 3,000 Poke dollars. Do you prefer to pay in cash or deduct it directly from the bank account linked to your ID card? The worker maintained her professional smile while inserting the card into the machine. After Cain's details appeared on the computer, she asked with a smile. Please deduct it directly from the bank account. Also, I'd like to know if I can book a night's accommodation here. Cain nodded as he responded, taking the opportunity to inquire about lodging availability. The worker, maintaining her expression, nodded and replied, certainly, a night's stay costs 500 Poke dollars. Would you like to deduct everything at once? Yes, please. I appreciate your care of my Pokémon. Very well, no need to worry, the Pokémon Center exam will be thorough. Here's your room card and your waiting number. The exam will take a bit of time, so feel free to wait in the reception area or go directly to your room. Once we're done, we'll notify you immediately. With a few clicks and pressing the enter key, the worker completed the charge and returned Cain's ID card along with a waiting number and room key. It's worth mentioning that the league is quite reasonable. Even a full, complex physical exam for one Pokémon only costs 1,000 Poke dollars. Adding the 500 Poke dollars for one night of accommodation, Cain was left with 1,500 Poke dollars in his account. However, this is coming from someone like Cain, accustomed to dealing with large sums. For an ordinary person, spending so much at once would be unfeasible, especially for trainers from less fortunate families, as it's a considerable amount. In the Pokémon world, an average worker earns between 10,000 and 20,000 Poke dollars a month. Compared to that, this price isn't low. This is why being a trainer is a costly occupation, and not every family can afford that level of expense. Therefore, the appearance of Team Rocket provided many people from lower classes who wanted to be trainers a huge opportunity. Not everyone joining Team Rocket has to go through trials like Cain's. What he experienced is an exception, a selection process designed to create loyal members. For most, joining Team Rocket is relatively simple. Of course, getting in is easy, getting out, not so much. While waiting, Cain decided not to go directly to his room or the reception area but to wander around the Pokémon Center. After a quick tour, Cain gained a general understanding of Vermilion City Pokémon Center. The Pokémon Center has 6 floors. The first floor is for simple treatments and exams, the second is for serious injuries and hospitalization areas, the third is a large dining hall offering food for both humans and Pokémon, the fourth and fifth are lodging areas, and the sixth floor is reserved for important league personnel, to which Cain didn't have access. Behind the Pokémon Center, there's a large open space for training Pokémon, with various well-equipped battlefields for trainers to use. Overall, it's a very reasonable design, and the facilities are quite complete, making the service prices quite fair. After touring the entire Pokémon Center, which took about 30 minutes, Cain waited a bit longer in the reception area before being informed that the exam was finished. Finally, Cain retrieved his 3 Pokémon and was told that all were in perfect condition and showing excellent development, earning him some compliments from the staff. Cain simply smiled, and after releasing Slowpoke from its Super Ball, he headed to the dining hall on the 3rd floor. After all, it was time for dinner. Slowpoke, let's try the league's food. Compared to the roasted meat and fish you usually eat, this will be a different experience. Cain patted Slowpoke's head as he spoke with a smile. Yaden, hearing there would be food, Slowpoke, the most food-loving Pokémon on Cain's team, immediately showed an excited expression and let out a joyful sound, clearly thrilled. It was evening, and the dining hall was beginning to fill up. When Cain entered, there were already a few people in line, some with their Pokémon by their side, others chatting and laughing with friends. Slowpoke closely followed Cain. This time it didn't use its psychic powers to levitate, as after some training, it could finally keep up with Cain on foot. However, Cain and Slowpoke's arrival didn't go unnoticed and caused a bit of a stir. Everyone in the dining hall turned their attention to Slowpoke, whispering and discreetly pointing. Doesn't that Slowpoke look a bit unusual? Are you silly? That's a shiny Slowpoke, it just has a lighter color. That trainer's really lucky. That Slowpoke is walking quite fast. Who could that trainer be? He doesn't seem to be from around here. Although their voices weren't loud, the dining hall was fairly quiet, so Cain heard their comments clearly. He frowned, aware that Slowpoke's distinctiveness attracted attention. But no one wants to feel like an animal in a zoo, being observed by everyone. Originally, I intended to enjoy dinner directly in the dining room, but seeing the current situation, I feared that I would indeed be watched as if I were on display. I quickly packed food for the 3 Pokémon, making sure to prepare something Ghastly could eat. I let Slowpoke use his psychic powers to carry the boxes of food as I headed back to the room. However, just as I was about to leave the dining room, a weak and pale-looking young man, accompanied by 2 bodyguards dressed in black, stood in my way. The young man, thin-bodied, looked about 20 years old. With a somewhat sinister expression and pale skin, it was clear he had indulged excessively in the pleasures of life. Although he wore branded clothing, his overall appearance betrayed his lack of vitality. Noticing someone blocking the way, Slowpoke instinctively positioned himself in front of me, a blue glint in his eyes, prepared for anything. Having grown up on the trial island, Slowpoke didn't care about the identity of intruders, only sensing latent hostility. The young man's eyes lit up at the sight of Slowpoke, as if he had found a new and fascinating toy. "Hey, I want to discuss something with you," the young man said arrogantly, addressing me directly. Cain's expression turned cold instantly. He looked at the young man and his two bodyguards, and without saying a word, walked forward. Since I hadn't given the order to attack, Slowpoke didn't act. Tap, tap. The young man's two bodyguards blocked my path again. Cain's eyes flashed with fury as he looked at the young man. "Move aside. You." Accustomed to a life of luxury, the young man had never been treated with such contempt. He wanted to order his bodyguards to act but remembered where he was, and his pale face showed a mix of anger and embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Cain continued walking, completely ignoring the bodyguards blocking him. Slowpoke used his psychic powers to push them aside, allowing us to pass. After all, they were just humans. No matter how strong, they couldn't resist Slowpoke's power. As Cain and Slowpoke headed for the stairs, the young man, his face trembling, shouted, "If you have the guts, don't leave the Pokémon Center." Being a known local playboy, his hobby was collecting special Pokémon. Only such Pokémon could reflect his status. After hearing about Slowpoke, he had rushed over, intending to buy it with money. But without even being able to make his offer, he was met with a cold response. This was the Pokémon Center, so the young man couldn't use force, so he would have to wait for Cain to leave. Cain went up to the 4th floor with Slowpoke, opened the room door with the card, and after making sure the door was securely closed, released Murkrow and Ghastly. Caw. Kakik, kakik. Murkrow and Ghastly, who had been confined in their Pokeballs for quite some time, chirped excitedly. On the trial island, they had always lived outdoors, and the small space of the Pokeballs was not to their liking. "Ghastly, from now on, you can stay in my shadow. As for Murkrow, I'm sorry, but you'll have to remain in your Pokeball a little longer." Cain apologized to them. However, Slowpoke wasn't entirely happy, remaining lost in thought. Cain crouched, patted Slowpoke on the back, and smiled. "Don't worry, he's just a despicable clown. He's not worth paying attention to." Slowpoke felt guilty because he thought he had caused Cain trouble. Cain took out the food that Slowpoke had carried and placed it in front of each Pokemon. Despite how tempting the food was, none of them started eating immediately. They all waited for Cain to signal them. This was a habit they had developed on the trial island, a form of mutual respect between companions. "It's okay, you can start eating now. This is something you haven't tried before." After distributing the food, Cain sat on the floor with his own meal and joined his Pokemon to enjoy it. For Slowpoke, he had prepared canned food made from various types of fish, its favorite due to the strong fishy smell. For Murkrow, he had prepared chicken and fish meat since, even though it was a bird, it loved meat. Ghastly's food was a bit more scarce at the Pokémon Center. It consisted of pellets specially prepared for ghost-type Pokémon, each with a rich essence of death, which Ghastly loved. After hearing Cain's words, the three Pokémon began eating immediately. What Cain told Slowpoke wasn't just to comfort him, he really didn't take the young man seriously. If Cain wanted, he could take off the mask, put Slowpoke back in its Pokeball, and that young man would never recognize him. Even if the young man managed to find Cain, he would show him that not everyone can be manipulated at will. If pushed to the limit, Cain could eliminate the young man and disappear without a trace, relying on the skills acquired in his past life. In the worst case, he always had Slowpoke's teleport move, no one would be able to find him. However, when not necessary, Cain preferred not to reveal that Slowpoke could teleport, as that would only exponentially increase the number of people interested in it. So Cain didn't let the incident affect him. It was now time to enjoy time with his Pokemon. This time, without the constant threat of an attack in the wild, there was no rush to finish the meal. Murkrow and the other Pokemon ate slowly, savoring every bite. Although the Pokemon Center's food was good, it wasn't exceptional. But for Slowpoke and the others, used to living on Trial Island and eating raw foods, these meals with spices were the best they had ever tasted. Although the roasted meat and fish Cain prepared were also good, these were different types of meals, and it was the first time Cain's Pokemon had tried them. For Cain, seeing his Pokemon enjoy their food made him feel happy. In his past life, Cain used to see Pokemon as mere tools, but in the end, Murkrow made him realize the truth. Now, he valued more than anything the bond with his Pokemon. Over time, he had come to understand that Pokemon are living beings with thoughts of their own. When you're good enough to them, they'll risk their lives to help and protect you. Cain could despise the lives of others, even other Pokemon, but when it came to his own Pokemon, they were his only weakness. The next morning, to avoid trouble, Cain removed the human skin mask from his face, stored Slowpoke, and then left the Pokemon Center. Seeing the two men in black still standing at the entrance made it clear that the young man from yesterday had been waiting for his appearance. Ignoring them, he headed directly to the Vermilion City bus terminal. Walking past them, he didn't draw any attention. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early and there weren't many people around, Cain slipped into a small alley and put back on the human skin mask that represented his league identity. It seems that just one human skin mask isn't enough. Next time I get the chance, I'll get a few more, Cain thought as he put the mask on. Sometimes, to avoid problems, having multiple different faces could be very useful. When he emerged from the alley again, he had already changed his appearance. Based on Cain's knowledge, if he wanted to quickly reach the Johto region, there were two options. One was to take a cruise from Vermilion City directly to Olivine City in the Johto region and then make his way to Mahogany Town from there. The other option was to first reach Saffron City and then take the magnetic train to Goldenrod City in the Johto region. Originally, taking the cruise was the more convenient option, but after asking at the Pokémon Center, Cain learned that the last cruise to Olivine City had departed a day ago, and the next one wouldn't leave for another 4 days. So Cain dismissed that option, as taking the cruise would take too much time, which did not meet his expectations. Thus, the only choice left was to reach Saffron City, take the magnetic train from there, cross MT Silver, reach Goldenrod City, and finally find a way to get to Mahogany Town. Comparatively, taking the magnetic train was much faster, so Cain chose this option without hesitation. Now, the first thing he needed to do was reach the Vermilion City bus terminal and catch the first bus to Saffron City. Additionally, Cain found out that there was only one bus daily to Saffron City, departing at 9 in the morning. If he missed it, he would have to wait until the next day. Dressed as an ordinary league trainer, with a common-looking human skin mask and without Slowpoke by his side, Cain reached the bus station unnoticed. He showed his league ID card and bought a ticket. Sitting in the waiting room, looking at the latest league newspaper in his hands, he waited for the departure time. Initially, he only intended to kill time, but he found a piece of news that caught his attention. The headline read, Intermediate-level League Investigator wipes out a Team Rocket base and is promoted to Advanced-level Investigator. If it had only been such simple content, it wouldn't have caught Cain's attention. Although an Advanced-level Investigator in the League is already at the highest level within the organization, akin to a senior officer in Team Rocket with great power, there are still many people at that level. However, the name of this investigator was what caught Cain's attention, Lance, the future Dragon-type Elite Four of the Kanto region, who would eventually become the champion of the Johto region when the Indigo League of Kanto split into the Kanto and Johto leagues. The designated successor as the next leader of the Dragon clan, Lance. Speaking of this, it's necessary to mention the most powerful organization in this world, the Pokémon League, which we will abbreviate as the League. The Pokémon League, after long development, has expanded its influence across various continents, becoming a giant in the Pokémon world. All order and rules in the Pokémon world are established and enforced by the League. It's unknown how many years have passed since the creation of the Pokémon League. As for how it was founded and who its founder was, it is now impossible to determine. However, there is no doubt that thanks to its creation, humans and Pokémon have been able to live in peace, and humanity has finally managed to establish itself firmly in this world. It is said that before the creation of the Pokémon League, the world was plagued by various factions and countries, with endless wars everywhere. Until a group of like-minded people came together and, allying multiple forces, finally established the Pokémon League, the organization that now governs the world. However, the Pokémon world is so vast that, in the end, there are still multiple forces within the Pokémon League. Therefore, the region where the League exercises the most control is Kanto, which would later be divided into the Kanto and Johto regions. The headquarters of the Pokémon League is located at the intersection of these two regions, on MT Silver. In more distant regions, the League's influence is not as strong, such as in the newly discovered Alola region, which is likely only known to the League's high command. Most people are still unaware of its existence. Of course, although the Pokémon League does not have absolute control in some regions, that does not mean it lacks influence. They have simply made certain necessary concessions to local forces to maintain global harmony. However, in all regions, there are still the Elite Four and the Champion, representing the League's absolute power. However, compared to the Champions and Elite Four of other regions, the Champion and Elite Four of Kanto are the most powerful. As a region heavily invested in by the League, talent abounds, leading to fierce competition for the Elite Four and Champion positions. Thus, the trainers who manage to occupy these positions are of an absolutely superior level. It is precisely due to the abundance of talent that the Indigo League of Kanto eventually split into Kanto and Johto, partly for this reason. After all, there are only a few spots at the top, but there are a multitude of people who want to claim them. To avoid unnecessary internal struggles, the only solution was to increase the number of available positions. However, each region can only have one champion and Elite Four, as established by the League, so they couldn't contradict their own rules. Additionally, due to other factors, the division of the Kanto region was inevitable. Thanks to this split, Lance, whose power was constantly rising, finally became the champion of the Johto region. As for why he didn't become the champion of Kanto, one has to mention the biggest blemish on Lance's record. After the division of the Kanto region, Lorelei, the Ice-type Elite Four member who held one of the 4 positions, had a decisive advantage over Lance, the Dragon-type Elite Four member. Since the requirement to become champion is to defeat the Elite Four, and Lorelei was of the Ice-type, which naturally counters Dragon-type Pokémon, Lance couldn't overcome that obstacle, even though he had defeated the other 3 Elite Four members. Moreover, Lorelei was a straightforward person who was not willing to yield at all. For this reason, Lance eventually became the champion of the Johto region. Lance's father was from Kanto, while his mother was from Blackthorn City in the Johto region, so becoming the champion of the Johto region was not considered a change of territory. As for the champion position of the Kanto region, in Cain's memory, it remained vacant until Gary Oak, the grandson of Professor Oak, a prodigy with astounding talent, finally broke this situation, although he only held the champion position for 1 year. All of this will happen later. Now, Lance has become an advanced level investigator in the league. It won't be long before he reaches the level of chief investigator and then challenges the Elite Four. In his previous life, Cain had also witnessed Lance in direct combat during the confrontation between Team Rocket and the League. At that time, Lance was already a member of the Elite Four in the Kanto region, specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon. His power was so overwhelming that it instilled fear in all who faced him, solidifying his reputation as one of the most formidable members of the Elite Four. In recent decades, the League's influence and control over the regions had drastically declined. Therefore, they began to heavily promote select members, such as Lance, who is one of the leaders of this new generation driven by the League. This promotion effort is not just to spotlight Lance but also to pave the way for his future. The decline in the League's control did not go unnoticed by its top officials, who decided to lift restrictions for ordinary trainers. As the League's control weakened, the only way to maintain dominance was to increase the number of loyal trainers. By controlling these trainers, they could retain control over the entire region. In the early days of the League's creation, since it was an alliance formed by various factions, the Pokémon trainer profession was reserved only for the elite, and civilians neither had the right nor the resources to become trainers. However, as peace settled and battles diminished, the factions accumulated more power, which weakened the League's control. With the opening of the trainer profession to everyone, the League established gyms and Pokémon centers everywhere, initially investing necessary resources to assist civilian development. After several generations, the elite members of the League multiplied. At the same time, they managed to curb the growth of independent factions and stabilize society. Of course, for civilians, becoming a successful trainer was much more difficult than for elite members, as they had to strictly follow the rules and regulations set by the League. But do elite members always remain in a superior position? Not necessarily. Although trainers are divided into elite members and non-members, this distinction is not immutable. Non-members are those who, upon registering as trainers with the League, manage to obtain their first Pokémon through various means and, by meeting the League's requirements, eventually become legitimate trainers. These trainers are usually of civilian origin. The identity that Umbra granted Cain was precisely that of a non-member trainer. On the other hand, elite members are different. Upon reaching a certain age, they receive a high-quality starter Pokémon, assigned by the League, along with a Pokédex that represents their status, as well as benefits such as free treatment at Pokémon centers and complimentary lodging, among others. In general, the distinction between elite and non-elite is determined at birth, but non-members still have the opportunity to become elite members. If a non-member trainer makes significant contributions to the League and passes the specific tests designed by it, they can be promoted to an elite member, and their descendants will also be born with this status. However, meeting these requirements is extremely difficult. Only true geniuses manage to stand out among the multitude of non-members and change their status to become elite. Nevertheless, not only exceptional trainers can achieve this change in status. Anyone who makes enough contributions in any field can do so. For example, those who engage in study and become brilliant Pokémon professors, or those who certify as intermediate level or higher breeders, will automatically receive elite member status within the League. In summary, only a small portion of people manage to change their destiny. The majority are trapped in the difficult path of raising Pokémon and never break free from that cycle. This is precisely why so many choose to join Team Rocket. For many, it is a way to bet everything for a chance at success, even if it means risking everything. Attention, passengers. The bus bound for Saffron City is about to depart. Those who have not boarded yet, please head to Gate A3 for check-in. Cain, who had been reading the newspaper, was interrupted by this announcement. He hadn't realized how quickly time had passed. He put away the newspaper, headed to the boarding gate, scanned his identification, and boarded the bus bound for Saffron City. Since there were not many passengers, there were no seating restrictions, and Cain chose a spot by the window. As the bus began to move, he watched as the urban landscape slowly receded. Pokémon World, I'm back, Cain murmured to himself, resting his head on his hand. Perhaps due to the presence of Pokémon, which makes traveling very easy, the development of transportation in the Pokémon world is not as advanced. After almost 3 hours of travel, Cain finally arrived in Saffron City, the most developed city in the Kanto region. Saffron City is the busiest city in Kanto, located between Cerulean City, Celadon City, Vermilion City, and Lavender Town. It is the largest and most active city in Kanto and is also well known in other regions. The massive Silphco headquarters tower stands in the center of the city, while 2 gyms share the northeast corner. Besides being Kanto's commercial hub, Saffron City also hosts the most important infrastructures in the region, including the magnetic levitation train station that connects Kanto with Johto, and the airport offering flights to other regions. Undoubtedly, as Kanto's most central city, the League places great importance on it. But at the same time, due to its abundant resources, not only does the Pokémon League have a strong presence here, but so do several other factions, with Team Rocket being the most notable. After all, Saffron City is the base of the Psychic Queen, Sabrina, one of the 3 chief commanders of Team Rocket, trusted by Giovanni. And due to the city's development, trainers from all regions gather here, along with Pokémon from various parts of the world. Trainers from Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and other regions give this city a vibrant and diverse atmosphere. Where there are trainers, there are battles. Therefore, Saffron City is also the city of the fiercest battles in Kanto. In any designated battle area within the city, it is common to see trainers facing off with their Pokémon in heated fights. The residents of Saffron City are accustomed to witnessing these exciting Pokémon battles daily and are not surprised to see Pokémon species from other regions, something that has become normal for them. However, where there is light, there are also shadows. The underground coliseums and battlefields in Saffron City are also highly developed. Some people fight in these underground arenas to earn money, while others, wealthier ones, simply enjoy watching brutal battles to relieve their own frustrations and desires. Thus, Saffron City is also known as the City of Combat. Although the League has increased the number of security agents in Saffron City, it is still not enough. The large number of gray and dark areas allows Pokémon hunters, mercenaries, assassins, and others to risk their lives in search of resources and money. It is a city full of desires, and Cain prefers to call it the City of Desire. When Cain got off the bus, it was exactly 12 noon. After 3 hours of travel, his body was a bit stiff. He wore a typical trainer's outfit, and as soon as he stepped off the bus, he blended seamlessly into the city. He immediately released Slowpoke from its Pokeball. Although being a shiny Pokémon drew some attention, Saffron City, as the most prosperous city, was not overly affected. The presence of Slowpoke only slightly increased curious glances, without causing major issues or unnecessary commotion. Saffron City was just a stop on Cain's journey, but since he was in the largest and most prosperous city in Kanto, he decided to take the opportunity to buy some necessary supplies and tools. What he needed was a specialized tool set for making Pokeblocks. So far, he had been using rudimentary tools he made himself, which allowed him to create mid-level Pokeblocks at best. However, with a high-quality tool set, he could make advanced Pokeblocks with much better effects for his Pokémon. Although the difference between mid-level and advanced Pokeblocks is only 1 level, the effects are vastly different. Mid-level Pokeblocks can only improve the growth and recovery rate of Pokémon, but advanced Pokeblocks not only double that speed but can also slightly enhance the quality of Pokémon with regular use. Therefore, advanced Pokeblocks have always been highly valued, and advanced breeders registered with the League are treated almost like rare species, receiving special protection and numerous benefits. The advanced Pokeblocks they produce are coveted by all trainers. To have an advanced breeder create suitable Pokeblocks for their Pokémon, some trainers are even willing to become their bodyguards, even if only temporarily. Even if it's just once, that's already extremely valuable, considering how many powerful trainers need advanced Pokeblocks. This is why being an advanced breeder, whether in the League or a clandestine organization like Team Rocket, guarantees considerable respect, comparable to that of the most renowned Pokémon researchers. However, becoming an advanced breeder is extremely difficult. Being able to make advanced Pokeblocks is just one of the prerequisites. Currently, the League has fewer than 100 registered advanced breeders, and all are treated with the utmost respect. But if you can make advanced Pokeblocks, money will flow to you like a river. Of course, only as long as you have the strength to protect that money or, at the very least, a group to do so. So Cain needed to find a large store to buy a specialized tool set. Saffron City is full of shopping centers and Pokémon stores. Where there is light, there are also shadows, and the city's black market is very prosperous. Cain was quite familiar with Saffron City's black market, not for any reason other than that its biggest controller is Team Rocket. In fact, it can't even be said that they operate in the shadows, as Team Rocket is the main manager of the black market. Saffron City, being the most developed city in Kanto, has the largest underground trading network in the region. This black market generates about 1/5 of Team Rocket's total annual income. So, one can imagine how great the profits and benefits are, and the person who truly controls this black market is Sabrina, the psychic queen of Team Rocket, whose strength and unpredictable temperament have kept everyone under her authority without anyone daring to challenge her. The black market of Saffron City, as the largest underground market in Kanto, has everything, valuable items for Pokémon, rare high-quality Pokémon, and even pseudo-legendary Pokémon from various regions. As long as you have money, you can buy whatever you want. This place is a consumer's paradise, as long as you have the power needed to get out alive, because being just wealthy but not strong could mean you don't make it out. Now Cain was going to head to the black market of Saffron City, that place said to have everything except legendary Pokémon. There, he would surely find the tools he needed to make Pokeblocks. Why not buy directly from a large shopping center? On one hand, items in shopping centers are safe, but the prices are generally high. Also, Cain was practically out of money, with only 1,000 Pokedollars left, after spending 500 on the bus ticket. He was beyond broke, so he needed to sell some things that couldn't be exposed, to get more money. However, the first thing he had to do was take care of lunch. After 3 hours of travel, he was hungry, and his Pokémon surely were too. He found an inn that seemed decent and used his League ID to rent a room for a few hours. He then ordered some food for himself and his Pokémon, spending almost all his money until he was left with only 200 League coins. Being a well-established inn of decent size, the service was excellent, and the food arrived quickly. After Ghastly checked the room for surveillance devices, a waiter pushed a cart with the food to the door. After wishing Cain a good meal, the waiter left without looking back. Since he still had important tasks for the afternoon, Cain didn't spend too much time on lunch. His Pokémon also understood the situation, and after enjoying a meal they had never tasted before, they obediently returned to their Pokeballs. Ghastly also hid back in Cain's shadow. Cain requested a taxi at the inn's reception, and after a quick ride with an experienced driver, he arrived at the entrance to the black market in half an hour. Of course, that meant his last 200 League coins were also gone. Fortunately, he had already reached the black market entrance, so he wouldn't have to worry about money in the short term. Although Saffron City's black market is well known, not just anyone can enter. Cain found a relatively discreet spot and changed into a Team Rocket uniform. He then put on a black cloak he had prepared in advance and covered his head with a wide hood that concealed his face. He entered a Pokémon store that looked quite ordinary from the outside. Inside, there were only a few people, and the shelves were full of items, though all were of common value. An employee approached Cain with a professional smile and politely asked, "How can I help you, esteemed customer? Everything in our store is of excellent quality and reasonably priced. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for." Although Cain wore a wide black cloak, the receptionist showed no unusual reaction. After all, this is Saffron City, where all kinds of people could appear, and Cain's attire was no exception. Without saying a word, Cain pulled out a Team Rocket ID card, assigned at the trial island, from his pocket. Upon leaving the island, Umbra had already changed his status from aspirant to an honorable recruit of Team Rocket. Seeing the ID card with the Team Rocket emblem, the receptionist showed a slight expression of surprise but quickly led Cain to a dark room. Without speaking, he ran Cain's card through a computer reader. Only after verifying the information on the screen did he sigh in relief and return the card to Cain. He then pressed a button under the table, opening a secret door in the floor. "Go ahead, but don't cause trouble or fights inside," the receptionist said with a neutral expression. With that, he turned and left the room. Cain, familiar with this procedure from previous visits, did not hesitate and walked directly towards the hidden stairs, descending step by step. Once he was fully inside, the secret door closed automatically, leaving no trace behind. As he proceeded, small lights flickered on, barely illuminating the staircase. Cain continued descending for almost 5 minutes before finally reaching the bottom, where the narrow hallway opened into a spacious lobby. In the lobby, there were several hallways identical to the one Cain had just exited, each connecting to different areas scattered throughout Saffron City. This is one of the 10 lobbies throughout the black market. Each has 10 hallways connecting to various parts of the city. Saffron City is huge, but thanks to these hallways, almost any place in the city has direct access to the black market. The hallway Cain used was guarded by Team Rocket. Exiting through the only door in the lobby, Cain found himself on a wide street, full of all kinds of people, all with cold, unperturbed expressions. Some, like Cain, were completely cloaked in black robes, and this type of person was not uncommon, so Cain's arrival did not attract much attention. This is the largest underground market in the Kanto region, a massive subterranean city, the black market of Saffron City. Walking down the streets, Cain saw countless large and small pathways distributed everywhere. He noticed several Team Rocket members striding arrogantly down the center of the streets, with no one daring to object, and even the people passing by kept a certain distance. Clearly, as the strongest force in this black market, those with Team Rocket identification held a respected position. However, Cain had no intention of revealing his identity. Although being a member of Team Rocket granted certain privileges, not everyone feared them. If he displayed value that did not match his power, poachers with instincts as sharp as a mighty hyena would not hesitate to attack him. His life would likely end as soon as he left this underground city. "Come out, Murkrow." Cain released Murkrow from its Pokeball, letting it perch on his shoulder. Although Murkrow had gained some weight, Cain's developing body had also improved significantly, so bearing Murkrow's weight was not an issue. However, this was a necessary measure. In the black market, if you want to avoid being an easy target, some displays of power are essential. After releasing Murkrow, the gazes that had been directed at him began to fade. Evidently, Murkrow's intimidating presence and the slight scent of blood, a remnant of Trial Island, made even the most seasoned and dangerous criminals feel threatened. Although it was Cain's first time visiting this black market in this life, he knew the place well and was aware of exactly where the items he needed were sold. Without hesitation, Cain headed straight to the Pokémon item sales area. The black market mainly consists of shops, but there are also streets designated for trainers who wish to sell their own items. These places are often the most chaotic, with a mix of extremely valuable items and fakes. It all depends on the buyer's eye. Cain did not head to those places. His priority now was to earn some Poke Dollars and purchase tools for making Poke Blocks. These items weren't found at small merchants' stands, only the largest stores sold them. Cain entered the largest store in the Pokémon item sales area. This store was owned by Team Rocket, so it had the best resources and was located in the prime area. Unlike the surface store, which served as a front, this store was packed with products and bustling with people, both sellers and buyers. With the skill of someone used to the place, Cain approached a newly vacated counter. This counter had a sign that said appraisal. There were about 10 appraisal counters in the store, each staffed by an employee with a Team Rocket insignia on their chest. With serious expressions, they mechanically evaluated every item presented to them. After the appraisal, they offered a purchase price, and the seller, regardless of whether they accepted or not, had to pay $500 for the appraisal. Many people brought their items for appraisal, but few actually sold, as Team Rocket's purchase prices were quite low. However, they were very professional and did not try to take advantage of valuable items, which brought many here to have unknown items appraised. For this reason, Team Rocket's reputation in the black market was quite good. Most people, after the appraisal, rented a stall in the vendor streets and displayed their items to sell at a higher price, although this took more time. Cain sat in one of the chairs in front of the counter without saying a word. From his Team Rocket storage belt, he took out a glass jar containing a milky white liquid that emitted a soft glow under the light. This was the item Cain had brought to exchange for poke dollars, and it was also the most suitable for selling at the moment, geocentric cleansing milk. Before coming to the black market, Cain had poured enough geocentric cleansing milk into a small jar, representing about 1/20th of what he had, half of what he originally possessed. After much consideration, Cain decided on the maximum amount he would sell. Geocentric cleansing milk is an extremely valuable and scarce resource. Selling too much at once could attract unnecessary trouble, but selling too little wouldn't get him enough poke dollars to buy what he needed. So, this amount seemed just right. The stern appraiser showed a slight expression of surprise when he saw what Cain had taken out. Without changing his expression toward Cain, the appraiser focused all his attention on the jar of milky white liquid. Although he had a hunch, he couldn't be completely sure, as it was rare for someone to sell such a thing. Carefully, he removed the cork from the jar, and a soft mist escaped from the neck of the jar, emitting a faint aroma. The appraiser's expression turned to astonishment. He took a silver needle from his toolkit, lightly dipped it in the liquid, and brought it to his nose to smell. Then, carefully, he touched it to his tongue for a slight taste. His eyes lit up immediately. He set the needle aside, closed the jar with the cork, and returned it to Cain. "Excuse me, are you looking to sell this or just have it appraised?" the appraiser asked in a harsh, raspy voice, unaccustomed to speaking much. His job was tedious and dull. Most people only came to have their items appraised. So, he would usually give a price and let the customer decide whether to sell or not. However, if the item was valuable, he would turn into an attentive merchant. In addition to the base salary, they received a significant bonus for sales, and the amount depended on the value of the appraised item. When Cain took out the geocentric cleansing milk, he knew it was one of the most valuable items he had appraised. If he managed to buy it, his bonus would be much higher than his salary. Cain, under the black cloak, responded with a dry, raspy voice, evidently modified. "Sell." The appraiser was pleased, though he hesitated a bit before saying, "This is geocentric cleansing milk. I assume you know its value. The current market price is 10,000 poke dollars per drop. Your jar contains approximately 200 drops. We can offer you a market price of 2 million poke dollars. The price of 10,000 poke dollars per drop was a scam, used to trick the ignorant. No expert would sell at that price. The appraiser just wanted to test if Cain knew the real value. Although the small jar seemed to hold a lot, geocentric cleansing milk is much denser than water. Cain had already confirmed that the jar contained about 200 drops before bringing it in. "If you're not interested, I can sell it to someone else. I'm sure many would be willing to pay more," Cain responded without flinching. The appraiser immediately understood that Cain was not someone easy to fool, and a fleeting expression of discomfort crossed his face. Having been an appraiser for over a decade, he knew this was just a probing tactic. If the seller didn't know, the shop would make a lot of money, and he would get a nice commission. If the seller knew, the real negotiation would begin. Cough. "Then, how about 15,000 poke dollars per drop? That's the maximum I can offer," the appraiser said, maintaining his composure. Negotiation requires a good dose of boldness. This new price was already more reasonable. 15,000 poke dollars per drop was fair, although still below the 20,000 he could get with time. But selling at that price would take more time than Cain was willing to spend. 18,000, Cain responded. The appraiser didn't get upset. In fact, he was pleased. It didn't matter that the price was high, what mattered was that Cain was willing to negotiate. If Cain responded, it meant the offer was within an acceptable range. The appraiser hesitated a bit before saying, "Sir, please wait a moment. This exceeds my authority. I need to consult with our manager." "Fine, but make it quick," Cain said, gesturing for him to hurry. The appraiser nodded repeatedly and hurried out of the room. Cain sat in the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Murkrow remained quietly on his shoulder. In this black market, keeping a low profile was best. After a while, the appraiser returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a prominent belly and a smile on his face. Cain observed him discreetly, pausing on the Team Rocket insignia on his chest. Unlike the others, this man's insignia was more distinctive, with a gold border and 2 slots with the letter R. It was the emblem of a Team Rocket officer. "Sir, this is our manager and Team Rocket officer, Mr. Ishida," the appraiser introduced respectfully. Cain slightly raised an eyebrow at the introduction. A Team Rocket officer? Since leaving Trial Island, it was the first time he had encountered someone of that rank. And being the manager of such a prominent store in the black market, he surely had substantial backing. Ishida, the middle-aged man, maintained a friendly smile, showing none of the typical arrogance of his rank. So, you're the one who wishes to sell this geocentric cleansing milk. Please, join us in the conference room, Ishida said with a smile, gesturing toward the room. Let's go, Cain nodded, signaling them to lead the way. With his constant smile, Ishida led the way to the conference room, followed by the appraiser and Cain. The conference room wasn't much different from the rest of the establishment. It was a separate room with a low table and a leather sofa. After everyone entered, a maid brought tea. After sitting down, Ishida said, Sir, we can accept the price you mentioned. Ishida was quite direct, immediately accepting Cain's offer. As someone familiar with the market, he knew that the price was a bit high, but it still left a considerable margin for profit. After all, they weren't pressed for time. He then instructed the appraiser, who also acted as a seller, to handle the necessary paperwork. Upon hearing Ishida, Cain began to frown. So willing? Hehe, we have no other intentions, we just wanted to ask if you have more of this geocentric cleansing milk. We'd be willing to buy more at a higher price, Ishida asked with a smile. Cain did not relax, on the contrary, he became more cautious. With a slightly sarcastic tone, he replied, Do you think geocentric cleansing milk is as common as cabbage? That you can have it in whatever quantity you want? This is all I have. Ishida maintained his smile, showing no sign of annoyance at Cain's sarcastic response. It was impossible for someone like Ishida, who had risen to be a Team Rocket officer and managed such a prominent store, to lack cunning. Haha, no problem, no problem. It was just personal curiosity. If you wish to sell anything else in the future, don't hesitate to come to us, he said as he took out a silver card with the Team Rocket logo. This is a VIP membership card for our store. With it, you can get a 5% discount on any purchase. Upon hearing this, Cain raised an eyebrow. These tangible benefits were what he liked most, empty words held no value. He took the card and put it in his pocket. Although it was only a 5% discount, if the purchases were large enough, it could save a considerable sum. Buying something for $1 million could save 50,000. That was something. Of course, this small discount was nothing compared to Team Rocket's earnings. If it weren't, Ishida wouldn't have given out a VIP membership card so easily. At that moment, the appraiser, who had been handling the paperwork efficiently, returned quickly, carrying a black card that he respectfully handed to Ishida. Sir, this is an anonymous Alliance Bank card. It contains a total of 3,600,000. It's the full payment for the geocentric cleansing milk, Ishida said with a smile as he handed the card to Cain. Cain took the card and felt a slight sense of relief. The geocentric cleansing milk was truly worth a fortune, and with this money, he could cover all his recent expenses for himself and his Pokémon. By the way, I want to buy a complete set of tools for Pokeblock crafting. An intermediate setup will suffice. Deduct the cost from this card, Cain said, suddenly remembering his main purpose for coming here. Upon hearing Cain's request, Ishida showed slight astonishment on his chubby face but quickly recovered. Very well, very well. Prepare an intermediate-level Pokeblock crafting set. Ensure it's of good quality, Ishida ordered the appraiser, emphasizing the importance of quality. Ishida was a bit surprised, realizing that the mysterious man under the black cloak was likely a Pokémon breeder. Looking at the well-cared-for Murkrow perched on Cain's shoulder, it all began to make sense. The appraiser, equally surprised, understood well what being a Pokémon breeder meant. And if Cain planned to use an intermediate-level setup, it at least meant he could make mid-level Pokeblocks, which meant he could earn money at a pace comparable to printing bills. Nodding with a brief response, the appraiser hurried out to prepare the tools Cain had requested. Hehe, I wonder if those tools are for personal use or a gift, Ishida asked. Cain gave a cold look to the middle-aged man whose outward appearance did not match his real power. After a moment of silence, a raspy voice came from under the black cloak. What if they're for me? What if they're for someone else? Don't misunderstand me, sir. I was merely suggesting that if you wish to sell Pokeblocks in the future, you can do so through our store. The service fees will be more favorable, Ishida chuckled. Aha, was Cain's only response, who was clearly not someone who enjoyed talking much. Ishida noticed that Cain wasn't very talkative, whether by nature or strategy, so he stopped talking in time and waited for the tools to arrive. It wasn't long before the appraiser returned, accompanied by a guard carrying a large tray. On the tray were several small, delicate items, which were clearly the Pokeblock crafting tools. Both came running, aware that Cain and Ishida were waiting, and quickened their pace. Ishida signaled for the guard to set down the tray and leave. Sir, this is the best intermediate-level Pokeblock crafting set we have. Its value is 1,200,000 Pokedollars. With the 5% discount from your VIP card applied, the total is 1,114,000. Here is your card, you now have 2,460,000 left. Please keep it, Ishida said as he pushed the tray and the card toward Cain. Cain, who in his past life had also been involved in Pokeblock crafting, was familiar with the tools. Seeing this set, he knew immediately that Ishida was not lying. The quality was indeed good, and among intermediate-level setups, it was one of the best. Ishida's sincerity in business, even in the black market, was noteworthy, explaining why he had been appointed as the store's manager. With a swift motion, Cain stored the tools in his storage belt without being seen, then stood up and left the VIP room without looking back. Watching Cain's figure disappear, the smile on Ishida's chubby face slowly faded, and his eyebrows furrowed. "Sir, do you want us to send someone to follow him?" The appraiser, who had remained in the room, approached cautiously and asked. Although they appeared to be a legitimate store, they were in the black market, and they were also members of Team Rocket. It wasn't unusual for them to conduct such operations. However, they knew very well not to mess with dangerous individuals or those they couldn't face. Ishida's frown deepened, but after a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. "No, we don't know this man's limits. If we send someone to follow him, we could expose ourselves, and then we'd lose a client who is at least an intermediate-level breeder." The appraiser nodded respectfully. "However, keep your eyes open. If geocentric cleansing milk appears again on the black market," Ishida's gaze turned cold and sharp, "no matter who it is, capture them." Yes. 200 drops of geocentric cleansing milk weren't enough to risk angering an intermediate-level Pokémon breeder, but if there were more, the situation would be different. Cain had calculated perfectly the amount that would make Ishida hesitate. Ishida, as the store manager, had his own sense of balance. If he was sure he could do it, he wouldn't hesitate to commit an act of theft. But if he wasn't sure or if the risk outweighed the reward, he preferred not to act. After leaving the largest tool store in the black market, Cain did not show his money, but many had seen him being taken to the VIP room, so when he left, several people followed him. However, Cain was already prepared for this. In the complex maze of the black market, he turned through several alleys and soon lost all those following him. After shaking off everyone who was following him, Cain entered a small, shabby shop, completely different from the other stores around it. Inside, he saw some worn-out shelves with food on the verge of molding and many cobwebs covering them. As he moved deeper into the shop, a strong stench of decay engulfed him. Cain frowned but did not back out. This shop was a place he frequented in his past life. It was a store that sold human skin masks. Although in ruins, it was actually somewhat famous in the black market. If not for how run down it appeared, it would have surely been a busy place given the owner's talent. The shop owner was also an odd character. Despite his great skill, he wasn't interested in making money. He had an air of take it or leave it, and never advertised his business. For this reason, his reputation spread only among regular clients. Thanks to those few regulars, his shop managed to stay open. Cain brushed aside a cobweb that was about to fall on his head. Even Murkrow, resting on his shoulder, couldn't help but use his tailwind move to avoid the omnipresent cobwebs. When he reached the back of the shop, an old man with glasses and a disheveled appearance sat behind the counter, focused on an unfinished human skin mask, not even glancing at who had entered. Cain didn't mind his indifference, the owner was always like that, as if that mask were an unparalleled treasure. Strangely, every time he finished a mask, he would throw it on the floor like trash and start working on the next one. The cycle repeated endlessly, and except for eating or basic needs, the old man never left that corner, which served as both his counter and workshop. "Boss, I want to buy 5 masks, Cain said, covering his mouth with his hand and frowning. The smell was simply unbearable, and Cain couldn't help but wonder how many days the old man had gone without bathing, with such a strong stench that it almost made him nauseous. The old man didn't lift his head, and without pausing his work, said, "The masks are on the floor, pick whichever you want. The card reader is on the counter. Each mask costs 20,000 Poke dollars. If you want them, pay with the card, if not, get out, I don't have time to deal with you." Cain was already familiar with the owner's habits, so he didn't say anything else. He picked up a few ordinary-looking masks from the floor, paid 100,000 Poke dollars on the card reader, and quickly left the shop. Why did Cain insist on buying human skin masks from this particular shop? Was it only because of the owner's skill? No, there was another reason. No other shop could match a unique quality of this place. Every mask made here was one of a kind. None were repeated, each had its own distinct style and appearance. Finally, after leaving that smelly shop, Murkrow on Cain's shoulder took a deep breath, clearly relieved after enduring such an unpleasant environment. Cain smiled and patted Murkrow's head, saying, "All right, stop panting. We also need to get used to environments like that. Sometimes, your opponent might have an even worse smell. For example, a Gloom, a Grimmer, or a Mook. The stench they emitted was far worse than that shop." Caw, caw. Murkrow gave a look of disbelief, unable to imagine how he would face such an enemy. Cain laughed. "You might come across one someday. Once you experience it, you'll understand." Saying this, Cain took a secluded path and, after making sure no one was around, slipped into an alley. The next thing he planned to do was buy other items, so it was best to put on a new mask to avoid being recognized when leaving the black market. He took a new human skin mask from his Team Rocket belt. Although the shop owner was very unkempt, his masks were impeccably clean, crystal clear, and as thin as cicada wings, not much different from the masks that could be exchanged within Team Rocket. When he put on the mask, the cold sensation on his face surprised him. He only needed to adjust it slightly for it to fit perfectly to his skin. After pressing the edges for a moment, the mask blended with his skin, becoming indistinguishable. Just as Cain was putting on the mask, he heard 2 hurried footsteps break the silence of the alley. Cain quickly hid in a narrow gap, hand on his belt, ready to release Slowpoke at any moment to escape if needed. "Didn't I get rid of all the followers?" Cain thought, frowning as the footsteps got closer. He assumed he had shaken off all those trailing him, so he had chosen this dead-end alley to change masks and prepare for shopping, but now two people had entered this remote place. It was hard not to think they were following him. However, when the two started talking, Cain let out a sigh of relief. The footsteps stopped nearby, and just as Cain was about to release Slowpoke, one of them spoke in a shrill voice, "Brother, why didn't we just leave the black market and instead come here?" A loud smack sounded, followed by a deeper voice, "Are you stupid? If we leave now, they'll catch us. We hide for a while, and then we'll leave unnoticed. We might even sell this thing today. Hehe, you're right, brother. But, is this worth it? We went through a lot to steal this Pokémon egg, but I don't even recognize the species." The shrill voice spoke again. "You're an idiot, of course it's worth it. Do you think I would have stolen it if it wasn't? I heard it's an egg from a Sinnoh Pokémon with great potential. No wonder they traveled from Sinnoh to Saffron City to sell it." Hearing their conversation, Cain felt slightly intrigued. A Pokémon from the Sinnoh region sold here? Pokémon hunters or ordinary trainers? I didn't expect them to steal it. Brother, how much do you think it's worth? At least several tens of thousands. I heard them mention something about a scorpion, seems like it's a Pokémon with great potential. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come all the way to Saffron City to sell the egg. Wow, that's a fortune. Hearing the tens of thousands, the shrill voice became even more excited. "Shut up, do you want us to be found out? What kind of scorpion? Sinnoh region? In the Sinnoh region, the only Pokémon with scorpion in their name are Scorpii and Gliscor, right?" While listening to their conversation, Cain reflected silently. However, Gliscor isn't exclusive to Sinnoh, it can also be found in the Johto region, so it was most likely a Scorpii. When Cain guessed that the stolen Pokémon egg might be a Scorpii, he felt a spark of interest, as he was very familiar with that Pokémon. In his past life, he had one, but due to its low quality, he abandoned it. But Scorpii is an exceptional Pokémon. Its poison and bug typing evolves into poison and dark types when it becomes Drapion. This type combination is truly perfect. Why? Because the dark type covers the weaknesses of the poison type, and vice versa. With this combination, Drapion is only vulnerable to ground-type moves, taking double damage, while moves of all other types inflict only normal damage. Moreover, it is resistant to poison, ghost, grass, and dark-type moves and is immune to psychic-type moves. In other words, Drapion can face any type of Pokémon in direct combat. Additionally, its base stats are impressive, excelling in speed, defense, and attack, making it the perfect tank and attacker. And due to its speed, it isn't easy to evade in battle. But it's not just its types and stats that make it stand out, its abilities are also very valuable. If it has the battle armor ability, it's perfect as a standing tank. If it has the sniper ability, it can be a high damage fighter in close combat. And if it has the hidden ability Keen Eye, it becomes a continuous damage attacker for the team. In short, Drapion can perfectly play the role of a tank, warrior, or continuous attacker in a team, depending on its ability. Drapion is truly an all-rounder. From the thieves' conversation, Cain deduced that the Scorpii egg they had was stolen, though he didn't know how they managed it. Also, it seemed that the Pokémon's quality had to be exceptional, otherwise, they wouldn't have brought it from Sinnoh to Saffron City's black market to sell it. So, there are two possibilities. 1. The original owner doesn't know their egg was stolen, so the thieves are waiting to sell it without issue, or 2. The egg already had a dubious origin, and even though the owner knows it was stolen, they can't report it, swallowing their suffering in silence. Cain leaned more toward the second possibility. If the egg were legitimate, it would be more profitable to sell it in Sinnoh, where people are more familiar with this Pokémon, rather than in Kanto, where many might not even recognize it. If it really was the second option, then the egg's quality had to be exceptional, which would explain why its original owner guarded it so carefully and decided to sell it in a distant region like Kanto. The true owner probably had considerable power in Sinnoh, forcing these thieves to sell it far from their reach. To be honest, Cain was tempted. Not just because of Drapion's excellent characteristics but also because of the quality of this egg that had unexpectedly appeared before him. The two thieves continued chatting, but now the topic had shifted from Pokémon to women, and the talk grew more and more trivial. Cain peeked slightly and saw that the two had their backs to him, watching the entrance to the alley. It made sense. They had chosen a dead-end alley to ensure their rear was secure. In such circumstances, who would worry about what might be behind them? What they didn't expect was that the alley had a gap large enough to hide a person, and that Cain was concealed there. Perhaps to be more discreet, the two hadn't released their Pokémon, or maybe they didn't even have any Pokémon, being just some thugs from the black market. Cain placed his hand back on Slowpoke's Pokeball at his waist and signaled Murkrow with a look to prepare for attack. Ghastly, hidden in the shadows, also floated out from the ground at the right moment. Although the black market had rules against fighting, those who died there each year were countless. As long as you weren't caught, nothing would happen. This place was full of criminals, expecting them to be model citizens would be absurd. Team Rocket only took care of security on the surface. What happened behind the scenes depended on each individual's strength. While the two thieves chatted about how to spend the money they were going to get, laughing carefree and vulgar, their guard was at its lowest. Ghastly, get close and use hypnosis. Slowpoke, control their movements with confusion, don't let them take out their Pokeballs or make noise. Murkrow, use wing attack and kill them. Seizing that fleeting moment, Cain released Slowpoke from his Pokeball and issued a series of attack orders. Yet Slowpoke, already prepared, unleashed all its psychic power as soon as it appeared, focusing on controlling their mouths and hands. You, the deep-voiced thief, a burly man, tried to scream upon noticing, but found he couldn't move his mouth. Instinctively, he reached for his Pokeball, but was frightened when Ghastly suddenly appeared, using hypnosis to put them to sleep. Then, Murkrow, like a lightning bolt, swept over them, its wings glowing with a white sheen, striking them and slamming them against the wall with a dull thud. Human bodies, fragile compared to Pokémon, couldn't withstand the attack, and due to the intense pain, both thieves were knocked unconscious. At the moment the thieves were struck, the incubator holding the Pokémon egg flew out of their hands, but Slowpoke held it in the air with its confusion move. Cain looked at the two men unconscious on the ground, showing no emotion. He drew a knife from his waist, the same one he had used on the trial island. As the saying goes, the centipede catches the cicada, but the sparrow is behind. These thieves never would have imagined that, instead of being caught by the egg's owner, they would be preyed on by a sparrow from the shadows. Wiping the blood from the knife on their clothes, Cain sent them to the afterlife. Both had 2 Pokeballs on their waists, but before they could release their Pokemon, Cain had already taken them out. This was why Cain always kept Ghastly hidden in the shadows, ready to react to any threat. And with the move Protect, Ghastly could block most attacks as long as they weren't too powerful. When facing Pokemon, human bodies are indeed fragile. He took their Pokeballs and locked them to prevent the Pokemon inside from escaping by themselves. Through the scanning system, Cain learned that the bulky man's Pokemon were a level 25 Arbok with an orange aptitude and a level 24 Fearow with the same aptitude. The young man with the high-pitched voice had a level 22 Raticate with an orange aptitude and a level 18 Zubat with a yellow aptitude. Cain was surprised to find a Pokemon with a yellow aptitude. Although its level was only 18, the value of that Zubat exceeded the combined value of the other 3 Pokemon. The strength of both men's Pokemon was not to be underestimated. Although they couldn't compare to Murkrow or Slowpoke, facing all 4 at once would have been complicated. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but the battle would have generated too much noise, making it difficult to retreat smoothly. After all, this is a black market. Even though Cain is a member of Team Rocket, escaping wouldn't be so easy. He shrank the 4 Pokeballs and stored them in his pocket. Although these Pokemon had average aptitude and strength, they were still worth some money. In his previous life as a Pokemon hunter, these Pokemon would have been his usual prey. Then he gathered all the money and valuable items from the 2 men. Although they seemed quite poor, they ended up providing Cain with an income of 100,000 Pokedollars. There's no denying that theft is a very lucrative profession. Finally, his attention turned to the floating Pokemon egg. Cain held it in his hand, and the egg's data appeared simultaneously. Pokemon, Scorpy, light blue. Sex, male. Level, 1. Type, poison plus bug. Ability, unknown. Held item, none. Egg moves, Screech, Agility, Poison Tail, Pursuit. Basic moves, Bite, Poison Sting, Leer. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. Just as Cain had suspected, it was a Scorpy. However, the quality of this Pokemon exceeded his expectations, reaching a blue quality level, albeit a light blue one. This is worlds apart from a Pokemon with green quality, and it has 4 egg moves. Cain, who was already interested in Scorpy, was even more pleased with this Pokemon egg. If he manages to raise it and evolve it into Drapion, it will become one of his strong cards. Although he still didn't know Scorpy's ability, all of its possible abilities were excellent, and each had a clear development path. Cain firmly decided to raise it. Additionally, being a Pokemon that hasn't been born yet, raising it from hatching would ensure that it becomes very attached to its trainer. After all, the first being a Pokemon sees upon hatching considers it as its parent. He hadn't expected that such a casually chosen place to change his mask would result in obtaining such a valuable Pokemon. This is the 3rd Pokemon egg that Cain has obtained. Previously, he got a Weedle egg that he sold to Umbra, then a Larvitar egg, a pseudo-legendary Pokemon that cannot hatch, and now a light blue Scorpy egg. It seems that every Pokemon egg Cain finds has superior aptitude. Although the Larvitar egg is the most precious, as it cannot hatch, this Scorpy egg will become the first Pokemon Cain raises from its hatching in this life. He looked at the data in the incubator, and all the indices of Scorpy were normal. The hatching time indicated a number, 3. That means in 3 days, Scorpy should hatch without any issues. By then, Cain would need to prepare suitable food for a newborn Pokemon. With the help of the system, he wouldn't have to worry about the right Pokeblocks for Scorpy during its upbringing. However, newborn Pokemon cannot consume Pokeblocks immediately. Even in their infancy, supplementary foods are more appropriate. Therefore, another plan must be advanced. Cain decided to go to the black markets section for Pokemon sales and buy a Miltank, a Pokemon that produces milk rich in nutritious elements. Miltank's milk is the perfect food for Pokemon in their infant stage, and the higher the level and quality of the Miltank, the more nutritious the milk will be. Although Miltank milk can be purchased directly, that milk stored for a long time has been treated with preservatives and does not reach its maximum nutritional value. So, if possible, buying a Miltank would be a long-term solution. Cain originally planned to buy a Miltank after finding a way to hatch the Larvitar egg, to feed the pseudo-legendary Pokemon with high-quality milk, ensuring it has a significant advantage from the beginning. but now it seems that the plan to buy a Moltank must be advanced. In 3 days, Scorepi will be born, and with its high quality, raising it with Moltank's milk will ensure it grows strong and healthy. Determined, Cain wasted no more time. He had Ghastly hide the incubator in the shadows, which had almost become a storage area, containing both the Scorepi egg and the Larvitar egg. Then, Cain stored Slowpoke in its Pokeball while Murkrow remained on his shoulder. Although Murkrow is not common, being a dark and flying type Pokemon, many in the black market have one, so Cain wouldn't stand out with it. With a newly acquired skin mask and his black robe taken from his space belt, Cain stealthily left the dark alley. Cain now possessed 6 detailed skin masks. If used well, he could create 6 different identities. Each of those identities would play a different role in his plans. The mask that Umbra gave him is for his identity in the league, the most important of all and the one that must never be exposed. The mask he recently used is planned for his other profession, Pokemon Hunter. In his previous life, as a Pokemon Hunter, Cain earned his first million, providing him with the resources necessary to train his Pokemon. Although luck played a role, in this life, with a much better start, being a Pokemon Hunter will allow him to obtain more resources to train his Pokemon. Cain was quite familiar with the main products in the various areas of the black market. After leaving the alley, he headed directly towards the Pokemon sales area. In his previous life as a Pokemon Hunter, he frequented this place often and had some reputation in the field. Unlike the items area, the Pokemon sales zone was extremely bustling, with people of all kinds mingling in the crowd. In front of each shop were iron cages, each containing rare Pokemon. Here, you could see species that were hard to find across different regions. Although the Pokemon inside the cages appeared listless and sluggish, many people gathered around, pointing and discussing the advantages and disadvantages of each one. At the entrances of some shops, you could see starter Pokemon from various regions, equally apathetic but still attracting curious onlookers. These larger stores, offering a wide variety of Pokemon, were among the most visited. At some entrances, provocatively dressed women tried to lure customers inside. If someone wasn't familiar with this, they might think it was another type of business, but in reality, it was just a strategy to draw in buyers. Several people tried to stop Cain to get him into their shops, but he ignored them. It's not that the Pokemon in these stores weren't rare. Often, the stores offered extremely rare Pokemon and even some pseudo-legendary ones. However, those Pokemon had been specially trained, losing their wild nature. Buying them would be pointless. Although Cain was looking for a Moltank to obtain milk rich in elements, he didn't intend to buy one at random. If he found a suitable Moltank, he would train it thoroughly. But if he couldn't find one, he would consider buying it from one of these stores, simply as a tool for milk production. He walked straight to a store located deep in the street. At the entrance, there were also cages, but these were much thicker, and the Pokemon inside had expressions full of hatred as they watched passers-by. Anyone who tried to get close was scared away by their ferocity. This was the only shop in Saffron City's black market that didn't tame its Pokemon before selling them. It was also the favorite for those looking to develop their Pokemon's power to the fullest. For those who saw Pokemon as mere toys or ornaments, this shop was not suitable. There were no shopping guides or attractive women at the entrance, just a black iron door. Without hesitation, Cain pushed the door, which creaked open, and entered. Inside, there was no luxurious decor or bright lights, only a few candles emitting a dim light. On both sides of the hallway, the cages were filled with wild, untamed Pokemon. Ignoring the Pokemon's sounds, Cain walked firmly toward the back of the shop. Finally, after 2 minutes, he reached the counter. A woman in a black leather dress sat there, holding a mirror and a lipstick, calmly touching up her makeup, indifferent to the growls and cries of the wild Pokemon. Noticing someone had entered, she put away the lipstick and, with a small finger, wiped away the excess color from the corner of her lips, then stored the mirror. She observed Cain and gave him a seductive smile. Her voice, full of allure, softly echoed, "Oh, it looks like we have a new customer." Raising an eyebrow shaped like a willow leaf, with her rosy, radiant face under the candlelight, she gave a slight smile and leaned lazily on the counter, resting her head on a slender, long hand. "Did you come by chance, or were you recommended?" Before Cain could answer, as he approached the counter, the woman wrinkled her nose, detecting a faint smell of blood. She looked at him in surprise and said, "The smell of blood? It seems you didn't enter by chance. So, do you know the store's rules?" "Yes," Cain replied in a rough voice, making it impossible to tell if he was a man or woman or guess his age. Perhaps others didn't know the owner of this store, but Cain was well aware of who it was. The owner of this Pokemon shop was actually the largest Pokemon hunter organization in the Kanto region, the Hunters Guild. All the Pokemon sold in the shop had been captured by guild members. They didn't tame them because they believed that only Pokemon with wild instincts were the most valuable. This woman, who looked fragile, was the store manager, but you shouldn't be fooled by her appearance. She was a registered Pokemon hunter in the Hunters Guild, with a power level equivalent to a quasi-elite trainer. Cain also knew the rules she was referring to. Once a Pokemon was purchased, there were no returns. Moreover, regardless of what Pokemon were seen inside the shop, they couldn't be discussed outside. If someone was found breaking this rule, all guild stores in any region would deny them service. In serious cases, the Hunters Guild might even pursue them. Many of the Pokémon in the shop had been obtained by guild members through various means, including capturing them in protected areas designated by the League or stealing from other dark organizations. The rarest Pokémon were not put on sale in the shop but were auctioned off at the guild's regular sales. All guild shop customers received invitations, as did some important figures from dark organizations. The Hunters Guild was one of the most powerful organizations in Kanto, only surpassed by the Pokémon League and Team Rocket. Their regular auction was one of the most significant events for underground organizations. Moreover, Team Rocket, the largest organization in Kanto's underworld, had a close relationship with the Hunters Guild. For example, the Pokémon given to recruits in each trial cycle were provided free of charge by the Hunters Guild, so all the Pokémon that the aspirants trained had not been tamed. If you knew this detail, you could understand the close connection between the Hunters Guild and Team Rocket, though the precise details of this relationship were unknown. Upon hearing Cain say he knew the rules, the woman in the leather jacket didn't say anything else. She pulled a bottle of nail polish from under the counter, calmly opened it in front of Cain, and began to paint her nails with complete tranquility. After drying the freshly applied polish, she looked at Cain, who remained unresponsive, and felt a bit bored. She pursed her lips and said, "How dull. Tell me, what type of Pokémon are you looking for? And don't ask for a pseudo-legendary, we don't have any here, and even if we did, you couldn't afford them." Saying Cain couldn't afford it wasn't an exaggeration. To be a competent Pokémon hunter, one must have a keen eye, otherwise, how could they assess if a Pokémon was worth capturing? Seeing the Murkrow on Cain's shoulder, the woman could roughly gauge his overall level. The Murkrow had decent potential, and although its training seemed adequate, its power wasn't very high, indicating it wasn't at an advanced level. That's why she assumed that Cain's strength wasn't too impressive. Even if he were concealing some of his power, it wasn't enough to acquire a pseudo-legendary. Of course, Cain wasn't there to buy one of those. Although pseudo-legendaries are strong, their development cycle is too long. By the time they're fully developed, the Pokémon Cain trains carefully might already be on par in battle. "I want to buy a Miltank." Without further ado, Cain stated his goal. "Oh, Miltank is not a common wild Pokémon, most of them are monopolized by that family in Goldenrod City. Also, does it really matter if a Miltank is wild or not?" The woman in the leather jacket looked at Cain in surprise. "Is there one?" Cain asked again. The woman shot Cain a seductive look and replied disdainfully, "Humph, how ungentlemanly. Follow me." With that, she took a set of keys from the drawer under the counter and began to walk leisurely toward the back of the store. Cain observed her pronounced curves with some resignation. He didn't dare entertain any inappropriate thoughts, as she was known as a thorny rose, and also a powerful quasi-elite level Pokémon hunter. Following obediently behind her, Cain kept his gaze down, focusing on his own feet without looking around. Although she walked in front, the woman in the leather jacket remained attentive to Cain. After noticing his brief glance, she no longer felt his attention on her. She smiled to herself. Usually, anyone who looked at her did so with a certain desire, but the person behind her turned out to be interesting. After a short walk, they stopped in front of a thick gray iron door. The woman took a large key from her keyring and inserted it into the door's single lock. After turning the key twice, the heavy iron door slowly opened. "There you go, these are the Miltank you wanted. See if there's one you like. There are price tags on the cages. When you choose, just let me know." She finished speaking and turned around, humming as she walked away. Her slender fingers played with the keyring, spinning the heavy keys as if the weight wouldn't break her fingers. Cain watched her until she disappeared around the corner before he let out a slight sigh of relief. In his current state, facing such a powerful person kept him on edge. He focused his attention on the cages in front of him, or rather, on the Pokémon inside them. In the small room, there were 5 cages, all containing Miltank, Cain's target. Activating the system to scan, Cain gathered information on those 5 Miltank. In an instant, the Pokémon's data appeared. Cain observed the 5 profiles and began to think. According to the data, these 5 Miltank were quite good, and their levels were within Cain's acceptable range. Visually, except for one that looked older, the other 4 Miltank appeared energetic. Although they looked at Cain with some hostility and fear, they showed no signs of rage or attempts to attack the cages, which was typical of Miltank due to their peaceful nature. However, after being captured by hunters and confined for a while, these Miltank showed some hostility and fear toward humans. Cain ruled out the older Miltank and the one with the highest level, leaving him with 3 Miltank at approximately level 20. The highest level Miltank had reached level 30 and was the most hostile toward Cain, glaring at him with obvious hatred. Cain wasn't interested in trying to capture and train a Pokémon with such a strong aversion to humans. Clearly, this Miltank had suffered significant trauma during capture, making it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to tame. Thus, Cain ruled it out despite its high level. Additionally, high-level Pokémon often have already formed battle patterns, making it challenging to change their style. The remaining 3 Miltank were light green quality and close to level 20, making them decent options. One of them had the Scrappy ability, allowing normal and fighting moves to hit Ghost-type Pokémon. Cain also ruled out this Miltank, as its Scrappy ability helped avoid major weaknesses, but Cain already had enough offensive power on his team with Murkrow and the future Scorepi, both good attackers. He didn't need Miltank to specialize in attack. Since he planned to train Miltank as a support Pokémon, Cain preferred it to have high survivability and be able to help his team recover during battles. So, between the two Miltank with the thick fat ability, Cain had to choose one. This ability halves the damage from fire and ice type moves, significantly increasing a Pokemon's survivability. The stats of the remaining two Miltank were Pokemon, Miltank, light green, gender, female, level, 21, type, normal, ability, thick fat, held item, none, egg moves, curse, helping hand, basic moves, tackle, growl, defense curl, stomp, milk drink, bite, rollout, learned moves, shockwave, thunder punch, TM moves, none, dash, Pokemon, Miltank, light green, gender, female, level, 20, type, normal, ability, thick fat, held item, none, egg moves, present, endure, basic moves, tackle, growl, defense curl, stomp, milk drink, bite, rollout, learned moves, helping hand, heal bell, block, TM moves, none. These two Miltank have a notable difference. The first one has learned moves that are all electric type and focused on combat, while the second clearly has moves oriented toward support. Given the role Miltank will play in Cain's team, the choice was obvious. The second Miltank was the best option, and one Cain felt quite satisfied with. This will be it, Cain thought silently. Initially, his plan was to simply acquire a yellow quality Miltank, just to provide nutritious milk for his entire team, and to prepare for the imminent birth of Scorepi. Ignoring the varied looks of the 5 Miltank, Cain focused his attention on the tag of the Pokemon he had selected. Number, 85,679. Pokemon species, Miltank. Quality, high. Training value, medium. Price, 500,000 Poke dollars. 500,000. Seeing the price of this Miltank, Cain noticed that, aside from the highest level Miltank that cost 600,000, this was the most expensive. However, considering the quality and the moves, the price seemed reasonable, slightly high, but within the acceptable range for Cain. He remembered that on Judgment Island, the Weedle egg he had was sold for 20,000 Team Rocket points to Umbra. Of course, the value of a Miltank couldn't be compared to an ordinary Beedrill, and the ratio between Poke dollars and points was not fixed. Having made his decision, Cain pressed a red button at the entrance and crossed his arms as he waited. It didn't take long before the woman in the black leather jacket walked in, swaying her hips. Have you decided? Which one do you want? The woman asked with a smile. That one, Cain said, pointing at the Miltank he had chosen and handing over the black bank card he had just received. The woman looked at him with surprise, took the nameless card, and commented, "You have a good eye." She pulled out a card reader from a piece of space equipment, entered the purchase amount into the device, and after swiping the card, 500,000 Poke dollars were deducted with a beep sound. Then, she took the simplest Pokeball, and with a red flash, captured the Miltank that Cain had chosen. She handed the Pokeball and the bank card to Cain, and with a voice laden with sensuality and mystery, whispered into Cain's ear, "Here are your things. I hope to see you again. My name is Rosa, don't forget it." As she said forget, she deliberately elongated the word. Cain couldn't help but feel his jaw tense, a slight headache forming. For an ordinary customer, Rosa's seductive appearance and voice could influence them, leading them to act recklessly. But Cain, knowing her true identity, didn't even think of touching her. The name Rosa suited her perfectly. She was a woman full of thorns, and anyone who got too close would suffer more than just a prick. A quasi-elite level expert, she could teach any man swayed by his desires why roses are so red. Everything about her exterior was just a facade. Without responding to her insinuations, Cain took the bank card and the Pokeball. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I want to register as a member of the Hunters Guild and accept some missions." Rosa paused for a moment, the movement of her lips halting upon hearing this, and the seductive smile disappeared from her face. As if seeing Cain for the first time, she scrutinized him from head to toe before coldly saying, "Hunter." The Hunters Guild was an underground organization, but it didn't have a very rigid structure. Apart from some internal members raised from childhood, most simply registered their identity with the guild and completed a few missions, without having many obligations. Therefore, guild members were scattered across all regions, and in each one, there were designated contact points. This shop, besides selling wild Pokemon, also served as a contact point for hunters, issuing capture missions. The first time Cain, in his past life, had contact with the Pokemon hunter profession was in this shop in Saffron City. Although back then, the shopkeeper wasn't Rosa. Registering as a guild hunter wasn't essential, as even without registration, captured Pokemon could be sold directly to the guild. However, registering allowed access to specific missions issued by the guild. In his past life, Cain earned his first substantial capital as a Pokemon hunter, and in this life, he had no intention of passing up that opportunity. As long as one had enough strength and the ability to assess a Pokemon's quality, being a Pokemon hunter was a profession that allowed for quick money making. Although Cain didn't lack money at the moment, he knew that as his Pokemon leveled up, the resources needed would increase, and spending would become greater. This was just preparation. Cain nodded silently without saying more. Rosa looked at him with disdain and continued applying her lipstick. After finishing, she muttered with displeasure, "I thought you were a rookie, but it turns out you're already a hunter. How boring." She led Cain out of the room, walking deeper into the shop. After nearly 5 minutes of silent walking, they finally reached a massive iron door. Opening it, a wide hall appeared before Cain. Unlike the dark shop, this hall was luxuriously decorated, and many people wandered around. Each of them wore a badge on their chest. Some had 3 stars, others 1 star, and some even had a sun on their chest. The fearful glances from others toward the latter clearly indicated that this person was one of the most powerful in the hall. Around the hall, there were several teleportation points. Almost every minute, someone would emerge from one, while others left quickly, disappearing from the room. This was the true means of transport for registered members of the Hunters Guild, using teleportation points created with the move teleport. These teleportation points were only accessible to registered hunters who had completed a certain number of missions. For example, a newly registered hunter would learn the location of 3 of these points in the hall, which were the most basic and no more than 3,000 meters apart from each other. The badges on each person's chest indicated their rank within the guild, 1 star for 1-star hunters, 2 for 2-star hunters, and so on up to 7 stars, the highest rank in the guild. The person with the sun on their chest was an internal member of the Hunters Guild. They enjoyed different privileges from star-ranked hunters and could accept missions of any level. Their status was only surpassed by that of the local branch leader, being an honorary guild member. Unlike star hunters, those bearing the sun badge not only have to complete their missions and sell Pokemon but must also take on certain obligations. The Hunters Guild has the right to summon them to fight for the guild's cause, which is why these individuals are often considered direct members of the guild. Star hunters secretly refer to them as Sun Dogs. The nickname Sun Dogs refers to the henchmen with the sun badge from the Hunters Guild. However, all of them are incredibly powerful, and the minimum requirement to bear the sun badge is the level of a quasi-elite trainer. When Cain entered the hall accompanied by Rose, his presence drew some attention, but soon everyone returned to their own business. A man wearing the sun badge, who had been sitting on a sofa with a cold demeanor, perked up upon seeing Rose enter. With a smile that tried to appear friendly, he quickly stood up and approached, saying, "Rose, what are you doing here?" When she saw this man, named Logan, approaching, Rose frowned, dropping her seductive demeanor and showing an air of coldness. "What does it matter to you what I'm doing here? Logan, why are you always wherever I am?" Logan, with his sun badge, ignored Rose's biting words and replied with a smile, "Well, when I heard you were transferred here as the shop manager, I asked the guild to transfer me too." Rose was used to Logan following her everywhere, knowing that he came from an influential family and had been pursuing her for a long time. To avoid him, she had even accepted the position as manager of a small shop in Saffron City's black market, but even so, he had followed her there. Deciding not to continue the conversation, Rose ignored Logan and headed to the counter, with Cain silently following behind her. Logan, noticing Cain's presence, stopped smiling and frowned, asking, "And who's this?" While looking at herself in a mirror and applying a bit more lipstick, Rose replied without looking at Logan, "Just a rookie, I brought him to register." With Rose's position, she didn't need to personally accompany anyone to register as a hunter. However, at that moment, she was the only one in the shop, and Cain had somehow made a good impression on her. Sometimes, luck just strikes. Cain did not intervene in the conversation between the two and approached the counter to speak to the attendant, "Please register me as a hunter." Logan, seeing that Cain was just a rookie, understood that it was simply one of Rose's daily duties. However, like any suitor, he felt a natural aversion to any other man near the woman he desired, so he decided to show his authority. "If you're new, be careful out there. The outside world can be very dangerous," Logan commented, seemingly offering helpful advice but with a tone that hinted at a threat. Despite Logan's words, Cain remained silent, not letting himself be provoked. When one lacks sufficient strength, it's better to keep a low profile. Rose, noticing that everyone's attention in the room was beginning to focus on them, decided to intervene to prevent Logan from causing further trouble. "Logan, that's enough. Remember you have work to do." Logan, somewhat annoyed by the interruption, shouted to those present, "What are you looking at? Get back to your business." Hearing Logan's command, the people stopped paying attention to them, and he, after observing Cain for a moment, returned to his seat and sat down, drumming his fingers on the table as if pondering something. Finally, the counter attendant, feeling more at ease now that Logan had stepped away, asked in a low voice, "Do you wish to register as a Pokemon hunter?" Cain nodded. With Cain's confirmation, the attendant, relieved that there had been no issues with someone who could ignore Logan, adopted a more professional attitude. Registering as a hunter in the Hunters Guild didn't hold much value at the lower levels, but as one advanced in rank, the advantages became more apparent. Only those with a sufficient rank could accept high-level missions, which offered substantial rewards. Additionally, high-ranking hunters received discounts when purchasing Pokemon, which was also a useful benefit. "Alright, what will your hunter name be?" the attendant asked, following protocol. Most hunters don't use their real name, as being a Pokemon hunter is not a profession accepted by the Alliance, and many of them lead a double life. After thinking for a moment, Cain replied, "Joker." That had been his hunter name in his previous life, and he saw no need to change it in this new opportunity. The attendant didn't seem surprised by the name. He registered the name in the system, clicked a few buttons, and an emerald green card emerged from the machine. "This is your hunter card. It will record your completed missions and success rate. It also serves to store guild points. Whenever you accept a mission, you will need this card," the attendant explained, handing the card to Cain. Cain took it, noting that it was still a bit warm. He was now officially a registered hunter in the Hunters Guild, albeit with a 0-star rank. All right, your registration is complete. I must go as well, Rose said without looking up as she painted her nails, then left without further farewells. Cain simply nodded silently, watching Rose walk away. Cain headed to a row of computers in the guild's lobby. This is where the Hunters Guild posts its missions. Each hunter can accept missions corresponding to their level using their ID card. In front of each computer, a person was seated. Cain was lucky that, just as he approached, someone finished using one of the computers and left with their card without looking back. Cain sat in the chair in front of the computer, slid his new ID card through the reader, and the screen began to display his information. Hunter, Joker. Points, 0. Star ranking, 0 stars. Mission completion rate, none. Comment, you're a rookie, what are you waiting for? Go hunt Pokemon already? Cain couldn't help but feel speechless upon seeing that final comment. The Hunters Guild always had a habit of adding strange things. Handling the mouse, he opened the mission list, and an avalanche of more than 10,000 0-star missions appeared on the screen. In the guild, only missions matching the hunter's star level can be accepted. Cain had just registered and was only a 0-star hunter, so he could only accept missions of that level. 0-star missions are typically simple and offer limited rewards. If Cain wanted to accept higher-ranked missions, he would have to level up as a hunter. The guild controls hunters' star rankings through hunter points, which are based on the value of the Pokemon captured. For example, if he captured a Pokemon worth 100,000 Poke Dollars, Cain would earn 100,000 hunter points, allowing him to reach a 1-star rating. From there, the sky was the limit. 2 stars required 500,000 points, 3 stars 1,500,000 points, and 4 stars a staggering 5 million points. As one advances, it becomes increasingly difficult to raise star levels, but the rewards for higher-ranking missions are also greater. Hunter points in the guild function like Poke Dollars, meaning that by completing missions, one not only earns Poke Dollars but also points that can be used to exchange for Pokemon or items in the guild. This was the main reason Cain registered as a hunter with the guild. However, this doesn't mean the guild loses money. The massive profits generated annually from capturing Pokemon far exceed what is invested. In fact, aside from the Pokemon League and Team Rocket, the Hunters Guild is one of the most profitable organizations. The hunter ranking structure implies that a hunter's level is not entirely related to their strength. With some luck, one could level up quickly. Cain carefully reviewed the mission list. There were many 0-star missions, but he hadn't forgotten that he still had the mission from Umbra, so he chose a mission that could be completed along the way. Finally, Cain selected a 0-star mission that, while simple, presented a greater challenge. 0-star mission, capture a medium quality or higher Nidoran. The higher the quality, the greater the reward. If Cain remembered correctly, there were several groups of Nidoran in the outskirts of Goldenrod City. If he searched carefully, he might find a good quality Nidoran. This way, while completing the mission from Umbra, he could also earn some extra money. After all, as Pokemon level up, the resources they need increase as well. Although Cain had over 1 million Poke Dollars, that money was a drop in the ocean for training his Pokemon. He accepted the mission, and the mission list updated, removing the chosen task. Under his profile information, a new entry appeared. Mission, Capture Nidoran, in progress. Cain left the computer smoothly and retrieved his card. Right after Cain walked away from the computer, the person waiting behind him quickly sat down and started searching for the missions they needed. Cain adjusted his hood and straightened his clothes before heading to the teleportation circle in the lobby. As Cain walked away, he felt a gaze fixed on him. Logan, who had been sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, opened them when he saw Cain preparing to leave. He glanced sideways to see which teleportation circle Cain was heading toward. Cain approached one of the 3 circles that 0-star hunters could use. With a slight smile, he slid his card into the reader next to the circle, and with a soft glow, the teleporter activated. Just as Cain activated the teleporter, Logan stood up. After confirming the circle Cain had chosen, a cold smile appeared on his face. Cain was not Logan's initial target, but lately, there had been too many flies buzzing around Rose. As her protector, Logan decided it was time to send a message, and Cain had the misfortune of becoming his target. The veteran hunters in the guild, familiar with Logan's character, looked at Cain with sympathetic eyes. Even though Cain hadn't revealed his identity or power level, seeing his Murkrow on his shoulder made it clear he had no chance against someone like Logan, a quasi-elite level trainer. Furthermore, hunters have their own tracking methods, so Cain's black cloak meant little to Logan. He didn't need Cain's appearance to track him. After a flash of white light, Cain disappeared from the guild lobby. Logan smiled and slowly walked to the same teleportation circle, then slid his golden card into the reader. Cain appeared inside a hollow tree, the guild's teleporter destination. Typically, guild teleporters are scattered across various forests. The higher the hunter's level, the greater the distance they can teleport. As a 0-star hunter, Cain had been transported to a small forest on the outskirts of Saffron City. The guild periodically changes teleporter locations to prevent the League from tracking them. In such a short period, those who teleport usually appear in the same spot, so Logan had waited for Cain to leave before using the same circle. Come out, Slowpoke, Cain said as he stepped out of the hollow tree, releasing Slowpoke. At that moment, once again, a white light shone inside the tree, and a tall figure slowly emerged. "Hey, I told you that as a hunter, the outside can be very dangerous," Logan said with a smile when he saw Cain hadn't left. "Slowpoke, use teleport," Cain said with a smile. Slowpoke immediately activated its psychic power, and a distorted aura began to surround Cain. "Come out, Hounddome, use flamethrower," Logan shouted as he threw a pokeball. "Logan." Cain's raspy voice held a tone of coldness. It seemed that the target hadn't been sacrificed, Logan thought, but he didn't pay much attention. To him, Cain was just a rookie, and if this target didn't work, he would simply find another. "I have you in my sights." Those words were etched in Cain's mind. Logan is not without reason a powerful quasi-elite level trainer. Hounddome's strength was also outstanding. Just as Slowpoke was about to teleport, a surge of fiery flames erupted from Hounddome's mouth, targeting Cain and Slowpoke. "Murkrow, Ghastly, use Protect." All of this was within Cain's expectations. Murkrow and Ghastly, already prepared, appeared instantly in front of him. The greenish energy shield created by the Protect move stood in the path of the flames. Hounddome's strength was clearly immense. The Protect move, which normally lasted 2 seconds, only held up for half a second under its attack. But that was enough. Slowpoke's teleport had already activated, and Cain and his Pokémon vanished directly from the forest. With no obstacles, Hounddome's flames struck the trees with a boom, causing a massive explosion. In an instant, the trees were engulfed in flames. "Damn it!" Logan cursed loudly when he saw that Cain had managed to escape Hounddome's attack. Like a duck about to be cooked that managed to slip away, his anger only grew stronger. Unfortunately, the innocent wild Pokémon in the forest paid the price, becoming victims under Hounddome's fiery wrath. After venting for a while, Logan left the forest with Hounddome, filled with a sense of frustration. Before long, sirens were heard in the distance, and some police officers from Saffron City arrived at the scene, led by the famous officer Jenny. In a large room in Saffron City, a woman with long dark green hair, dressed in a red robe, sat cross-legged. What was surprising was that this woman was floating in the air, and the room was filled with dolls of all kinds, giving it a youthful appearance. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes sharply. A flash of green light crossed them, and with a hint of doubt, she murmured, What is this sensation?" Those who knew her would immediately call out her name, Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City and one of the 3 executives of Team Rocket. Elsewhere, after using the teleport move, Cain, Murkrow, and the others reappeared in the black market, albeit in a secluded corner. This was a spot Cain had marked in advance for unexpected situations. Although it was just a precaution, it ended up proving useful. "Well done, Slowpoke. You're becoming more skilled at using the teleport move," Cain said with a smile, patting Slowpoke's back. Yaden Slowpoke squinted and made a sound. Since the teleport distance wasn't very long, it wasn't too tired. With Cain's current strength, he stood no chance against an opponent like Logan. Fortunately, thanks to Slowpoke's teleport move, they would be able to resume this fight when they were stronger. Yaden. Suddenly, Slowpoke, who had been enjoying the petting, jumped to its feet. Its body, previously relaxed, tensed up instantly and started to tremble. Cain noticed the change in Slowpoke and sharpened his gaze. He had never seen Slowpoke like this before. What surprised him was that Slowpoke seemed to be showing fear, as if it had encountered its worst enemy. "What's wrong, Slowpoke?" Cain asked gravely. Slowpoke couldn't answer Cain's question, its body shaking uncontrollably. Murkrow also seemed to sense something and tried to take flight, but its body wouldn't respond. Ghastly was in the worst condition. The purple gas surrounding it was rapidly dissipating, and although it tried to retreat into Cain's shadow, it couldn't manage it. "So, this is the Slowpoke? Interesting." A sharp voice echoed in the air, but its source was indiscernible. "Who's there?" Cain jumped up, looking around, but found no one. Gradually, a figure began to materialize in the air. It was a young woman floating, with a smile on her lips and eyes that looked at Slowpoke as if it were a fun toy. Upon seeing the figure, Cain's pupils contracted suddenly. A terrifying name surfaced in his mind, Sabrina. It was Sabrina, the psychic-type gym leader of Saffron City, who had sensed the psychic wave from Slowpoke's teleport move and followed it here. That explained why Slowpoke had tensed up and was trembling, why Murkrow had lost its ability to fly, and why Ghastly had almost completely vanished. The Psychic Queen Sabrina. Her talent in psychic powers was extraordinary, and her strength was comparable to that of an elite-level psychic Pokémon. Sabrina ignored Cain's question and slowly floated towards Slowpoke, looking down at it with a playful smile. "What do you say, little one? Want a new trainer?" Although her tone was playful, to Cain, her words buzzed ominously in his ears. "Yaden." Slowpoke's body was still stiff. The immense psychic energy emanating from Sabrina made it feel deep fear, but the determination in its eyes and the 2 syllables it uttered indicated its refusal. Upon hearing Slowpoke's response, the smile on Sabrina's face gradually disappeared as a green light gathered in her hands and eyes. Sabrina, floating in the air, let her red robe billow without wind. Always self-assured, it was the first time Sabrina felt such strong resistance. "Yaden." Slowpoke's cry grew louder, and having adapted to Sabrina's presence, it could now make a clear sound. Slowpoke's cry finally made Sabrina direct her gaze to Cain, and she coldly asked, "Are you its trainer?" Feeling Sabrina's icy gaze, Cain felt as though a sharp dagger was pressed against his skin, making his hair stand on end. Miss Sabrina, Slowpoke is my companion, Cain said after a moment of hesitation. Do you know who I am? Although Sabrina was well known in Saffron City, not many recognized her, as she spent most of her time training in the gym. Cain removed his black cloak, revealing the Team Rocket uniform underneath, then took out a black cloud-shaped badge from his Team Rocket belt. When Cain showed his Team Rocket uniform, Sabrina barely reacted. But when he produced the badge representing a reserve member of the Shadow Unit, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. What's your relationship with the Shadow Unit? Sabrina asked, her icy tone softening slightly. I am carrying out a mission for Mr. Umbra, Cain said carefully. Facing someone as powerful as Sabrina, even in his past life, his ability to resist would not have been significant, let alone now. Moreover, when facing someone strong, it is necessary to show due respect. This is not weakness but reverence for power. Upon hearing Cain's response, Sabrina remained silent, but the green light emanating from her hands and eyes gradually faded, indicating that her desire to play was disappearing. Umbra, that guy, it seems he really suffered a major power loss in his last failed mission. If he now resorts to such a weak boy like you to do his work, he's becoming more and more useless. After a moment, Sabrina said this indifferently, as her body descended from the air. She glanced at Cain with a hint of disdain and let out a scornful bah. So boring, I finally found an interesting toy. Sabrina murmured with a childish air, revealing a more youthful side. Sabrina was extremely powerful, but her volatile character and childlike behavior were quite well known among the high ranks of Team Rocket. With playful steps, Sabrina approached Cain, tilted her head, and examined him from head to toe before laughing and saying, here's what I'll do. For Umbra's sake, I'll give you one more chance. I'll ask your Pokemon once again if it wants to come with me, and I'll offer you compensation. What do you say? Before Cain could respond, Sabrina continued, it's settled. Then she crouched down and, smiling, said to Slowpoke, little one, I'll give you another chance to choose. Do you want to come with me? Your potential isn't limited to what it is now. Your weak trainer can't unleash all your power. I'll make your strength grow rapidly, what do you say? Sabrina seemed like a strange older sister trying to lure a child with candy. Her words about Slowpoke's potential made Cain wonder. Slowpoke's potential? However, for Slowpoke, Sabrina's words held no appeal. It slowly shook its head, and then a blue light appeared in its eyes. At the same time, a green light appeared in Sabrina's eyes. Clearly, the two psychic users had begun communicating telepathically. Cain couldn't understand what they were saying, but he saw that after a short time, Sabrina stood up with a look of disgust, glancing at Cain with a hint of envy, as if her favorite toy had been taken away. Seeing Sabrina's expression, Cain decided not to comment and remained silent. However, based on her expression, it seemed that Slowpoke had rejected her. Well, you're lucky. This Slowpoke has considerable potential. Now I understand why Umbra chose you. Sabrina started reverting to her usual demeanor, and her more childish side was fading away. After saying that, Sabrina turned to leave, muttering, how annoying, I'd better go look for more dolls to play with. Just as Cain was beginning to relax seeing Sabrina leave, she suddenly turned around with a mischievous smile, saying, it's not that simple. Suddenly, Sabrina concentrated a large amount of psychic energy in her hand, and before Cain, Slowpoke, or Murkrow could react, Sabrina struck Cain in the chest. In an instant, Cain felt a searing energy pierce into his body. Although the strike didn't seem very forceful, it felt like a powerful impact, sending him flying backward and falling to the ground. Slowpoke and Murkrow tried to move, but their bodies wouldn't respond. Although Murkrow, being a dark-type Pokemon, is immune to psychic abilities, Sabrina, as the Psychic Queen, had ways of dealing with dark-type Pokemon, so Murkrow couldn't resist her power. As for Ghastly, who was already weak, it couldn't do anything. Satisfied, Sabrina dusted off her hands. She hadn't used much psychic energy on Cain, just enough so that his body wouldn't move for half a day, helping her vent some of her frustration. But what Sabrina didn't expect was that as Cain lay on the ground, a faint blue energy began emanating from his body. This energy was very familiar to Sabrina, it was a sign of awakening psychic abilities. With an astonished expression, Sabrina flew to where Cain was, rubbing her eyes to make sure it wasn't an illusion, and murmured, is this an awakening? As someone with exceptional psychic talent, Sabrina instantly recognized what was happening. The bluish waves emanating from Cain's body were a sign that he was awakening psychic abilities. She closed her eyes, fully activating her psychic perception, and after a moment, reopened them. What a lucky boy. His mental strength is 5 times greater than that of an ordinary person, just on the edge needed to become a psychic. It only needed a push, and my strike awakened it. Sabrina couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Her intention was to punish him a little, but unwittingly, she had helped him awaken his psychic abilities. Although Cain's talent wasn't exceptional, and his growth was likely limited, he had still awakened psychic abilities. With training, this could give him some defensive capacity against Pokemon. Psychic abilities are one of the 3 major known capabilities in the Pokémon world, and only 1 in tens of thousands can awaken them. It requires mental strength 5 times greater than that of an average person for someone to awaken these abilities. Cain, with his 3 lives of experience, had likely developed greater mental strength, giving him a slight advantage. Although it was unlikely that he would awaken naturally, Sabrina's psychic attack stimulated his body, triggering the awakening of his psychic abilities. From that moment on, Cain joined that small group of people in the Pokémon world who possess special abilities. Since psychics are a minority in this world, there is an unspoken rule among them: whenever possible, they should support each other to survive in the Pokémon world. In the early days of the Pokémon world, before the League existed, there was a nation of psychics where most citizens possessed psychic abilities, regardless of their talent. But that power, which should have been their strength, also became their downfall. Their arrogance and unchecked pride, driven by their superior power, led to a devastating war that spanned the entire world. In the end, that nation of psychics vanished into history. That is why today's psychics have become more discreet, and their elders instruct younger generations to support each other whenever possible. Despite her peculiar character, Sabrina, as a psychic, followed this tradition. So, when she saw that Cain had awakened his psychic abilities, even if his talent wasn't high, she left a simple training manual. Still annoyed, Sabrina tossed the manual and teleported away. Probably that night, her collection of dolls increased in number. He didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground. When Cain woke up, he felt as if his head was going to explode from the pain. Clenching his teeth, with the help of Slowpoke and Murkrow, he managed to slowly sit up. He placed his hands on his temples, which alleviated the pain slightly. His furrowed brow relaxed a bit, and with effort, he managed to open his eyes. Looking at Slowpoke and Murkrow, who showed an expression of concern, he softly opened his mouth, his voice sounding dry and hoarse. Slowpoke, Murkrow, are you okay? Where is Ghastly? Ghastly's voice also sounded weak as it appeared behind Cain. The purple gas surrounding Ghastly, usually dense, was now much thinner, floating unsteadily in the air, almost fading away. Among Cain's Pokémon, Ghastly was the most affected. Although Sabrina did not attack it directly, her powerful psychic energy had nearly dissolved its body, as Ghastly's level was still quite low. Seeing that Ghastly was weak but fine, Cain let out a sigh of relief. However, as he relaxed, the intense pain in his head returned. Noticing Cain's pained expression, Slowpoke hesitated for a moment, then extended a paw and gently placed it on Cain's temples. With a slight wave of blue psychic energy, it began transferring its psychic power to Cain's mind. Instantly, a cool, soothing sensation arose in his temples, greatly relieving Cain's pain. The feeling was so pleasant that he almost let out a moan, but he managed to hold back. Surprised, Cain glanced at Slowpoke. Since when did Slowpoke have the ability to relieve pain with its psychic powers? After a while, the pain in his head diminished significantly. Although he still felt a slight ache from time to time, it no longer affected his ability to move. Cain slowly stood up, shook his head, and couldn't help but say, Sabrina is so unpredictable. Initially, he had wanted to say something harsher, but remembering Sabrina, who had appeared suddenly, his words turned into a resigned complaint about her unpredictable nature. Slowpoke showed an expression of doubt, as if it was pondering something. Cain noticed Slowpoke's unease and asked, what is it, Slowpoke? Hearing Cain's question, Slowpoke used telepathy to communicate. A soft voice resonated in Cain's mind, Master, it seems that you have awakened. Awakened? What does that mean? Slowpoke's words left Cain stunned. Awakened? Awakened what? At that moment, Murkrow, with a manual in its beak, flew toward Cain. Cain took the manual that Murkrow brought and saw that on the thin cover it read, Psychic Training Manual, Volume 1. Psychic Training Manual? Awakened? Awakened as a psychic. Cain was confused. Could it be that Sabrina's blow had awakened him as a psychic? Hearing Cain's monologue, Slowpoke, Murkrow, and Ghastly nodded simultaneously. Although they couldn't move when Cain awakened, as Pokémon sensitive to psychic power, they perceived a faint psychic energy emanating from Cain. Although that psychic energy was extremely weak, there was no doubt that he had awakened. But why can't I feel anything? Cain was surprised to see his Pokémon confirming his awakening, but he couldn't perceive it himself. Slowpoke was also puzzled. Murkrow and Ghastly weren't psychics, so they couldn't provide insight. Although Slowpoke had innate psychic abilities, it didn't know much about the psychic awakening of others. At that moment, Cain remembered the manual in his hands. This manual must have been left by Sabrina, and it probably contained the answers he needed. Fortunately, although the manual was thin, it didn't have any unnecessary words. The first page described how to use psychic abilities in their initial stage. The simplest way to use psychic abilities is to focus psychic energy on an object, move it, or change its shape. For someone who has just become a psychic, the best way to test it is to try moving an object. After reading the first page, Cain couldn't contain himself and closed the book immediately, focusing his gaze on a small, fist-sized rock on the ground. He concentrated his thoughts on moving the rock. He focused so hard that his eyes began to redden and nearly crossed, but the rock didn't move an inch. Maybe the rock is too big. In disbelief, Cain switched to a smaller stone, about the size of a thumb, and focused again. Finally, a faint wave of blue psychic energy appeared on the stone, and under Cain's influence, it began to float slowly. A satisfied smile appeared on Cain's face, but as his concentration waned, the stone fell to the ground with a slight thud. It seems I really have awakened psychic abilities, but they're so weak they don't seem very useful. Although the awakening of his psychic abilities excited him a bit, the weakness of these abilities left him feeling slightly discouraged. Well, just having awakened is already a stroke of luck. Maybe with training, I can improve. Psychics are extremely rare, and their abilities can be very useful both in daily life and in battles, as long as Cain can strengthen his psychic abilities. Cain didn't know that, originally, he didn't have the potential to awaken psychic abilities. However, after living 3 lives, his mental strength exceeded that of an ordinary person, giving him the possibility of awakening. Even so, without Sabrina's psychic strike, it would have been almost impossible for him to awaken. Sabrina only wanted to temporarily punish Cain, leaving him immobile for a few hours, so she focused her psychic energy on his brain, unintentionally unlocking the barriers that prevented his awakening. Awakening psychic abilities was a pleasant surprise, but the frustration of being so weak in front of Sabrina left Cain feeling powerless once again. He stored the manual in his belt. This wasn't the time to keep exploring his psychic abilities. Although he hadn't made much commotion, a lot of time had passed, so it was best to leave. He recalled Slowpoke into its Pokeball, let the weakened Ghastly hide in the shadows, and with a concerned look from Murkrow, he covered himself with his black cloak and let Murkrow rest on his shoulder as they left the area. Once again, Cain returned to the black market. He first went to a Pokemon shop and, without much thought, sold the 4 Pokemon he had forgotten to sell earlier. He earned a total of 50,000 Poke Dollars, although it wasn't much, something is better than nothing. Then, he headed to the largest general store in the black market to purchase a ring with a storage capacity of 5 cubic meters, which he placed on the index finger of his right hand. This ring, which looked quite ordinary, cost him the 50,000 Poke Dollars he had just earned. Previously, the belt provided by Team Rocket on Trial Island only had a storage space of 1 cubic meter, which was now too small for Cain. Additionally, the belt was covered in Team Rocket emblems, which would be very noticeable if he operated later under the identity of an Alliance member. Therefore, buying a new storage device was a necessity. There is no denying that the Pokémon world has highly advanced research in spatial storage devices. This ring with a 5 cubic meter capacity only cost 50,000 Poke Dollars. But when you think about it, it makes sense, as Pokeballs are also a type of spatial device. A regular Pokeball only costs 200 Poke Dollars. Cain transferred all the items from his Team Rocket belt to the new ring. Unless an unexpected situation arises, this ring would be his primary storage tool from now on. Afterward, he quickly went to a Pokemon food shop, not to buy Pokeblocks, but because making advanced Pokeblocks requires more than just simple berries and ordinary herbs. Furthermore, Cain wanted to create Pokeblocks tailored to each of his Pokemon, which required buying rare items. He completely ignored the variety of Pokeblocks in the store, even the advanced Pokeblocks, which did not interest him at all. However, seeing the prices of those advanced Pokeblocks, he couldn't help but exclaim again, they really are a goldmine. A common universal Pokeblock, usable by any Pokemon, is priced at 500 Poke Dollars per unit. That's just the price of a single unit, and considering that a normal-sized Pokemon could consume several dozen in one meal, and that the higher the level of the Pokemon, the greater its appetite, the cost of a meal could reach several thousand or even tens of thousands of Poke Dollars. Every time Cain saw these prices, he felt tempted. However, with his current skills, he was not yet in a position to sell advanced Pokeblocks. If others knew that someone with his skills was already capable of making advanced Pokeblocks, it wouldn't bring him wealth, but rather disaster. This particular shop was owned by several Pokemon breeders residing in Saffron City. One of them was an advanced breeder, so even in the black market, no one dared to cause trouble in this shop. Under the puzzled gaze of the shop attendant, Cain spent a total of 1 million Poke Dollars. Generally, most people go to Pokemon food shops to buy Pokeblocks, but Cain ignored those popular Pokeblocks and instead focused on strange and expensive items. This is why the attendant looked at him strangely. However, those who truly understood Pokemon breeding might have guessed that Cain was a high-level breeder just by the items he was purchasing. Among other things, Cain bought Powdered Horn from a Quasi-Elite level Houndoom, which contained the highest amount of Dark-type energy, and Powdered Feather from a Quasi-Elite level Pidgeot. These 2 ingredients were essential for making Pokeblocks for Murkrow. For Slowpoke, he purchased low-quality Psychic Stone Powder and a Shed Scale from a Quasi-Elite level Gyarados to enhance its Water and Psychic-type moves. The material for Ghastly was quite special and also the most expensive, a small piece of low-quality black sludge of the Poison type, along with a ghostly band that had been in contact with Ghost-type Pokemon for a long time. As for Scorpie, although it hadn't hatched yet, Cain also prepared materials for its Pokeblocks in advance, purchasing a Heracross exoskeleton and the same Poison-type materials he had bought for Ghastly. Due to these strange and costly materials, Cain spent a total of 1 million Poke Dollars. However, if these materials were combined with the right berries and herbs to make advanced Pokeblocks, their value could multiply tenfold. After purchasing these materials, he also spent 100,000 Poke Dollars on special berries and herbs. Upon leaving the store, Cain had only 700,000 Poke Dollars left, so he asked the clerk to transfer all his money to his bank account linked to his Alliance ID card and then discarded the nameless black bank card he had been using. Although the card had no name, Cain didn't know if Team Rocket had done something suspicious with it, so he decided to get rid of it to be safe. Of the 3,600,000 Poke Dollars he had recently earned, in less than a day, only 700,000 Poke Dollars remained. This shows how expensive it is to raise Pokemon, even when one can make their own Pokeblocks. For an ordinary person, raising a Pokemon properly is a gigantic investment. and these expenses would only cover his Pokemon's needs for a while. When the Pokeblocks ran out, he would need to buy more, and as his Pokemon's levels increased, the materials he would need would become even more expensive. With his body a bit tired, Cain left through one of the exits of the black market without attracting attention. As for Slowpoke's teleport move, Cain no longer dared to use it casually in Saffron City. Sabrina had left a deep impression on him, and although thanks to her he had awakened his psychic power, no one wants to face an opponent they have no chance against. Once outside the black market, he hid in a corner and changed into the Alliance uniform he had worn earlier. Then, he took a taxi and headed straight for the Pokémon Center in the city center. When he arrived at the Pokémon Center, it was already completely dark. Although he initially had plenty of time, his unexpected encounter with Sabrina had left him unconscious for 3 or 4 hours. After showing his Alliance ID card, Cain rented a room at the Pokémon Center and then spent a few more Poke dollars to have the staff bring food for him and his Pokémon directly to his room. After enjoying a hearty meal, he collapsed heavily onto the bed. The day's experiences had been intense and chaotic, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. Moreover, the headache he had felt since awakening his psychic power hadn't completely disappeared. Fatigue spread through his body as he relaxed on the bed, and finally, he fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping at the Pokémon Center, although the rooms are not luxurious, is almost absolutely safe. Unless there is a war or a terrorist attack, the Pokémon Center, as a symbol of the Alliance, represents safety. When he woke up again, it was already morning. Cain, who had developed an internal clock during his time on the trial island, opened his eyes just as dawn broke. The headache caused by the awakening of his psychic powers had finally disappeared completely after a night of restful sleep. As he got up, Cain's movements also woke Slowpoke and Murkrow. After ordering a hearty breakfast from the Pokémon Center staff, Cain and his 3 Pokémon quickly finished their meal. Cain conducted some indoor training exercises with his Pokémon. Since they were in the Pokémon Center and Cain held the identity of a league trainer, it was better to avoid exposing Murkrow and Ghastly unnecessarily. Cain still wanted to keep his connection to Team Rocket hidden. While the Pokémon engaged in simple indoor exercises, Cain outlined his plan for the day. Crafting Pokeblocks was a priority, especially since Murkrow and Slowpoke were nearly out of their intermediate-level Pokeblocks. Additionally, Ghastly, who had joined the team some time ago, still hadn't received appropriate Pokeblocks due to the lack of materials. With Scorpy's arrival in just 2 days, Cain also needed to prepare Pokeblocks. Although they wouldn't be necessary for Scorpy initially, its rapid growth as a bug-type Pokémon made it essential to have them ready in advance. Moreover, Cain had purchased a Moltank in the black market the previous day, which he hadn't yet captured or released from its Pokeball, and it had likely gone some time without food. Therefore, subduing Moltank was another task Cain needed to complete today. Finally, Cain decided to spend the morning crafting some Pokeblocks and then subdue Moltank before lunch. In the afternoon, he would conduct some important indoor training and finish crafting the remaining Pokeblocks. He took out several berries, herbs, and the special materials he had bought the previous day from his ring, laying them one by one on the table in front of him. Then, he retrieved the mid-range Pokeblock making equipment, which had cost 1,200,000 Poke dollars. This equipment consisted of 5 parts, each serving a specific function. Lastly, Cain brought out several molds of the same size to hold the formed Pokeblocks. These molds were a quick purchase he had made at the black market the previous day and were quite inexpensive. With everything set up, Cain began crafting the Pokeblocks. Grinding, separating, mixing, fusing, and condensing the steps flowed smoothly. Cain had left behind the rudimentary tools from the trial island, accelerating the manufacturing process at least tenfold. The Pokémon watched the process intently, occasionally swallowing with anticipation, which made Cain smile. The scent of advanced Pokeblocks was much stronger than that of intermediate ones. Moreover, as each Pokeblock was specifically designed to match the characteristics and growth direction of each Pokémon, their allure was even greater. These advanced Pokeblocks weren't made using a fixed recipe. Instead, they were customized for Cain's Pokémon using the system's extensive database. This ensured that his Pokémon would reap maximum benefits. Name: Unknown Pokeblock. Ingredients: powder containing Dark-type energy, powder containing Flying-type energy, Kuo Berry, Orange Berry. Effect: accelerates the Pokémon's growth. The lower the Pokémon's level, the greater the effect. Note: suitable for Murkrow. Essentially, all the Pokeblocks Cain made today had similar descriptions in the system. The Pokeblocks for Murkrow were black and white, Slowpoke's were light blue with a shiny outer layer, and Ghastly's had a matte gray texture. Although crafting advanced Pokeblocks was complicated, the new equipment allowed Cain to work faster than when making intermediate Pokeblocks. In just 3 hours, Cain had produced nearly 1,000 Pokeblocks of each type, enough to feed Murkrow and the others for over half a month, using up nearly half of the materials he had purchased. During a short break, Cain also searched the system for an intermediate-level Pokeblock recipe suitable for Moltank. Since Moltank's role in the team was to provide full support, it didn't need significant combat capabilities. These Pokeblocks were designed to boost milk production and improve its quality, with more mineral elements, as well as enhance Moltank's overall physical condition. Cain didn't make advanced Pokeblocks for Moltank because he hadn't found suitable ingredients the previous day. If he found them in the future, he would also prepare customized Pokeblocks for her. Cain aimed to provide the best care possible for all Pokémon that joined his team, as long as they were committed to the team 100%. After preparing the Poke Blocks, Cain set out to subdue Miltank. He rented a training field in a corner of the Pokémon Center and brought Slowpoke along. The shiny Slowpoke drew some attention, but nothing more. Saffron City, as the largest metropolis in Kanto, was used to seeing rare Pokémon. Although shiny Pokémon were unusual, they didn't cause much of a stir here. Cain was pleased with this situation, as it avoided many unnecessary issues. He took out Miltank's Pokeball, unlocked the safety switch, and threw it. After a red flash, Miltank appeared on the field. Despite not having eaten in 1 or 2 days, Miltank, a robust Pokémon, still showed a lot of energy. Miltank stared at Cain with her big cow eyes, saying nothing, but her rejection of him was clear in her gaze. However, Cain noticed that Miltank seemed to reject humans but didn't hate them, which was a good sign, likely because she hadn't been captured for long. Miltank, I know you don't like humans, but right now, you're no match for me, Cain said, looking Miltank in the eyes without hiding his intentions. Miltank had likely lived in the wild, possibly in a small group or maybe alone, but like any wild Pokémon, she respected strength. Wild Pokémon tended to be more independent than those raised by trainers and knew that respecting the powerful was essential for survival. Upon hearing Cain, Miltank looked puzzled and then glanced at Slowpoke, who was brimming with determination. Since leaving the trial island, Slowpoke hadn't had a good battle and was eager for one. After a moment of silence, Miltank slowly shook her head. Miltank knew she wasn't built for direct combat, and her movements reflected her lack of interest in fighting.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.